Chapter 591. A City Square on Earth. Little Elle, dressed in a Miss Jialan cosplay outfit, sat on a small chair next to some exercise equipment, gazing blankly at the shooting stars in the sky. Her long, cascading hair flowed naturally down her back, gently swaying in the night breeze. Around the square, countless citizens held professional cameras and telescopes, looking up at the starry sky. "I heard you can see a meteor shower here tonight?" "It's not just hearsay. You can definitely see a meteor shower here tonight. The observatory predicted it." "Oh, no wonder there are so many people around. Actually, the best viewing spot isn't here. It's 30 kilometers away, where there's less light pollution, and you can see it more clearly." "Never mind, this will do. My wife only let me out for half an hour. I have to go back to take care of the kids later." In the bustling crowd, a man in his 30s walked up to Little Elle and pointed to a small chair in front of her. "Little girl, is this seat taken?" Little Elle instinctively used her administrator privileges to check the man's status. Myocarditis, endocrine disorders, chronic gastroenteritis with frozen shoulder, mild diabetes. Like most people over 30, this man had quite a few health problems. Although these minor ailments wouldn't threaten his life in the short term, they significantly impacted his quality of life. After the examination, Elle shook her head at the man. She could sense that the man meant her no harm. "Thank you." Having received Elle's confirmation, the man sat down on the public bench opposite her, seemingly checking the time on his phone, then pulled out a cigarette. Perhaps thinking that smoking here would disturb Little Elle next to him, the man hesitated for a while, before finally putting away his cigarette. "Little girl, are you here to see the meteor shower too?" After sitting down again, the man turned to Little Elle and asked. Yes. Little Elle nodded, just looking at the trajectory of a falling meteor. "Looking at?" The man was a little puzzled, but didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject. "You're cosplaying as the popular Jialan, right?" "Not really cosplaying," Little Elle answered honestly. "I like dressing like this for a long time." "Is that so?" The man chuckled self-deprecatingly, then looked up at the sky. "You remind me of myself when I was little, back when I had dreams, like a fool." Little Elle didn't respond, waiting for the man to continue. Strangely, the man didn't continue the conversation about childhood dreams, but fell into a long silence. "Hey, Huiji." After some time, another man walked over and sat down on the bench. "Long time no see, you gotten more handsome." "Not at all, I'm almost 170 pounds now, handsome." The man who had been talking to Xiao Ai moved aside to make room. "The doctor said if my weight continues like this, I'm likely to develop diabetes." "Then you?" The man who came over asked, puzzled. "Do you eat a lot? Or what? How did you get so fat?" "I probably drink a lot of coffee and smoke." "Why drink so much coffee?" "It's for work, otherwise I'd be too tired." The first man chuckled wryly. "These days, everyone says coffee is for the poor, because rich people just take a nap if they're really tired." "Indeed?" Another man took out a cigarette. "Want one?" "No, I'm not. There's a child here." The man closest to Little Elle waved his hand. "One less won't kill you." "True." Another man glanced at Little Elle. "Remember when we played soccer in this square? Wang Qian was there too, and she even bought you milk tea." "Of course I remember. If only I'd been a little more tactful back then, I would have confessed to her directly." "Not necessarily, you know." "Do you know what Wang Qian is doing now?" "I really don't know. We haven't kept in touch much since graduating from university." "What happened to her?" "She married a rich guy, and her monthly allowance alone is this much." The man holding up one hand, making a 5 gesture, 5 zeros after that. 500,000? That's outrageous. "Yeah, I asked Wang Qian's university classmates, and they all said that Wang Qian changed after starting university. She changed boyfriends every few months, and each time she got a new boyfriend, she'd find all sorts of ways to get him to buy her bags and luxury goods. Then she'd get tired of him and dump him to find a new one." "Is that so?" Then, there was a long silence. "I say something." A few minutes later, the man who came later couldn't help but speak up. "How much did it cost to marry your current wife?" 38.8, plus some kind of 5-piece set, a change of address fee. "I can't quite remember." "How old is the child?" 5 years old. "No wonder you had to ask your wife for permission just to come out for a walk." "Does your wife usually manage your salary?" "Yeah, there's nothing I can do. That's what my family insisted on when we went on blind dates." "Are you stupid? What's the difference between you and a robot now? Aren't we ordinary people just robots in this world?" The man near Little Elle sighed. "Do you know when I'm happiest every day?" "When?" "After get off work, when I get home, park my car in the underground garage. I give myself 5 minutes, then light a cigarette and smoke it alone in the car. The man gazed at the sky, his face full of weariness. Just those 5 minutes every day. I'm happiest during this time because I can forget about the kids, forget about my wife, forget about the car loan and mortgage, forget about all the unpleasant things. Have you considered divorce? What about the kids if we divorce? Should we wait until the kids go to college? Whether my body can hold out until then is still a question. After saying this, the man stood up. Let's go. It's been 10 years since we last met. I take you to the nearby internet cafe for a game. The same as before? I play marksman, you play support? Haha, League of Legends has changed a lot now. You probably don't even recognize it anymore. Let's play against bots. Just one game. Watching the two men leave, little L in the square turned his gaze to the night sky. There, countless twinkling shooting stars were falling from the sky, plummeting into the distant darkness. Big sister. Just then, a little girl ran up to little L, pointing anxiously to a balloon hanging from a tree in the distance. Big sister, can you help me? I called for help from uncles and aunties, but they all seem to be looking at the stars, and don't want to help me. Little L snapped out of her reverie. Is that balloon yours? Yes. It's mine. My dad won't buy me one, but he doesn't know I have pocket money. I earned it by playing games for others online. The little girl's eyes were very clear. When I grow up, I want to be a game developer too. Oh, I see. Little L smiled, casually opening a spatial rift and taking the little girl's balloon. Here, don't lose it again. Chapter 592. The night sky over Lumilan is colorful. Because of the starstone setting, every night, the shooting stars falling from the sky appear exceptionally clear and beautiful, like a shower of flowers falling from the sky in a dream. Just like the beautiful hair of the girls here. The girls of Lumilan are colorful, just like their dreams. Because they have different dreams, different hobbies, and different beliefs, many girls become their ideal selves after going to Lumilan. Here, you can see magical girls like Ilya from anime, Yoshino, Golden Darkness, and Madoka Kan-Aim, and you can also see characters from mobile games like Yao Yao, Guardian, Ichir, and the Great Bluefin Tuna, even Remilia, Patula, and Hatsune Miku. In the beginning of creation, all things were chaotic. Under the brilliant starry sky, little L sat at the border of the Sidral grassland and the Aran forest, gazing up at the stars constantly falling above. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. She murmured to herself, gazing at the manor glowing softly in the distance. At this moment, Lumilan, having absorbed many souls from Earth, had taken on a more human touch. Some of these lost souls from Earth would ask little L to design their future bodies upon arrival, while others made no demands, only hoping their appearance would be pleasing to others. But overall, the vast majority made requests. This resulted in Lumilan initially resembling a giant cosplay world. Unlike traditional cosplay, the girls here have real hair and eye colors. Unless something unexpected happens, they will spend the rest of their lives in their original costumes. Currently, almost all the girls in Lumilan are busy with their own lives. Some are searching for fruit in the forest, bringing back seeds from their favorite fruit trees to plant on their farms. Others have raised life fairies and are enthusiastically asking them to produce all sorts of women's clothing, sailor uniforms, Lolita dresses, loose nightgowns, and skirts and accessories with a touch of landmine style, etc. Several girls have even dug their way into the underground world with a small shovel and are currently exploring and mining in the underground mines. Lumilan is not Earth, and the resources of the underground world are equally abundant. There are interconnected caves, plants and animals that live underground without needing sunlight, glowing flowers and grasses, and beautiful crystals and mineral veins. Different ores can be used to make different metal tools. Some ores are suitable for making hoes and shovels, others for transistors, and still others are excellent mediums for certain spirit stones, which can be used for magical enchanting. Besides, little L noticed that many girls had chosen very close locations for their manors, almost adjacent to each other. They would share the tree fruits and crop seeds they found, dig fountains, and build swimming pools together, cook their favorite dinners together, and then exchange their experiences. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be among the earliest inhabitants of Lumilan. It's believed that in a few years, many more couples' manors will emerge here. Because many of the first inhabitants' girls were modeled after anime characters, it's highly likely that Lumilan will witness phenomena like Yoshino and Ilya getting married, two Cernos falling in love, and Hatsune Miku and Luotiani becoming a couple. This sense of deja vu won't be so severe once their offspring are born. Of course, Little Elle herself doesn't mind such a beginning. After all, Lumilon is a divinely created world. Once the children of the inhabitants are born, the world tree will also produce some eggs to increase Lumilon's population. Only then can Lumilon society truly function. Excuse me. After watching the starry sky for a while on the grassland, correcting the trajectories of some meteors, and adding some special effects to the star stones to make the starry sky more dreamlike, little Elle randomly found a manor, and went inside. Ah. Good evening, God. The owner of the manor was a little girl with light orange hair. Little Elle remembered that her design was inspired by the submarine archerfish from the mobile game Warship Girls Are. How are you feeling? After touring the well-organized manor, Little Elle asked, is there anything you're not used to, or anything you feel needs improvement? No. The girl quickly shook her head. This world is so beautiful, and the manor makes me feel very safe. I just went to the forest over there today, and picked a lot of fruit, and I also planted sweet potatoes and potatoes. As she spoke, the girl ran to the sweet potato field and picked up a round creature. It came over here not long after I started planting my sweet potatoes. What? What kind of creature is it? It looks so cute. Sunflower field mouse. Little Elle explained, it's a field mouse similar to an Angora rabbit. It likes to gnaw on the roots of crops, especially sweet potatoes and potatoes. But don't worry, it won't kill the crops in the field. Oh. The girl looked like she understood, but not quite. Then, can I keep it as a pet? Sure. Little Elle was a little surprised. Lumilon is your world, and Lumilon's future is yours too. It's okay to keep whatever you want in your own manner. Hee, I just think this little guy eats a lot, and its fur seems to be the raw material for many clothes. The girl pointed to her loose nightgown. This dress is made from the fur of this sunflower field mouse. The life spirit made it in less than an hour. Is that so? Little Elle walked over and ruffled the sunflower field mouse's head. Then, congratulations. Little guy, you found a permanent meal ticket. My Lord God. The girl before him seemed hesitant. There's a question. Can I ask you? Little Elle turned his head away. What question? Well, it's just, my Lord God's abilities are so strong, capable of creating an entire world, and pulling us back from the abyss of despair. If you were a god, would you have any worries? After saying that, seemingly worried that little Elle would misunderstand, the girl added, since my Lord God is so omniscient and omnipotent, wouldn't you feel lonely because you can't find anyone to talk to? No. I never been lonely. Little Elle shook his head. Because you are my friends. Oh. The girl thought for a moment. Does my Lord God have someone he likes? This time, little Elle was silent for a long time. Yes. Her name is Elaine Garland. Chapter 593. In the Minar Academy broadcasting room, Elaine felt incredibly sleepy. Normally, she would have been carried back to her dorm by Sophia and the others by this time. Today, to register the students who had signed up for the Dragon King's authority transfer ceremony, she had to force herself to stay awake, sitting behind a small table in the broadcasting room, having the student council members record the names while answering questions. Is little Elle really the Dragon King's daughter? Good heavens, I always thought she was a human picked up by the dragons. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's impossible. Even if an ordinary person was picked up by the dragons, if they don't have talent, they just don't have talent. No matter how powerful the dragons are, they can't turn an ordinary person into a super god like little Elle, proficient in all magic types, and capable of everything. Then why did little Elle come to Minar Academy? Doesn't she already know everything? Please! Minar Academy is backed by the dragons. Since it's a dragon academy, it must be a dragon asset. Little Elle is the Dragon King's daughter. Isn't this just like her backyard to her? Little Ire's identity is indeed frightening. Luckily, I didn't mock her when she enrolled, so I didn't leave any bad impression on her. TSK, I can't imagine what the consequences would be if I angered little Ire. I hope her entire family would be wiped out. Little Ire isn't that scary. She won't wipe out your entire family. Perhaps seeing Erlini busy in the broadcasting room, Sophia, Wendy, Lilia, Tina, and others also rushed to the broadcasting room after packing their luggage to help the student council with the registration work. Name? Lucy Harvey. Age and department? 14 years old, class 11, 133rd year of Lightning Element Magic Academy. Registration complete. Here, this is your ticket. You are in the third batch of guests. Remember to wait for me at the plaza behind Building 3 at 9:15 a.m. tomorrow. Huh? It's done so quickly. I thought there would be more complicated procedures. It wasn't that complicated. Registering your name, age, and department is enough. Won't they investigate your background or something? What if some criminals go there and cause trouble? Any human criminal causing trouble in front of dragons is like whining. As more and more people entered the broadcasting room and registered, many soon began to question the participation of ordinary students in the Dragon King's authority transfer ceremony. Seriously, even if Shower is the Dragon King's daughter, why would so many people sign up? They don't know Shower, and Shower probably doesn't know so many people either. Won't it be awkward if everyone runs to Dragon Forest? You don't understand, do you? Do we need to know Shower to attend this ceremony in Dragon Forest? No, we don't. Even if we assume the worst, who in our academy doesn't know Shower? I know everyone knows her, but what I mean is, what are we going to do at this event? Bless her as seniors? How can you be so dense? Shower just clearly stated that the Dragon Clan will provide plenty of delicious food to treat everyone. What kind of place is Dragon Forest? It's a place that ordinary people might never even get to visit in their entire lives. Now that the Dragon Clan has explicitly said they will provide delicious food for guests, it means that everyone who goes will be able to eat Dragon Clan food. Do you know what kind of magical herbs and elixirs dragons eat? Even a single whiff of them could probably extend an ordinary person's lifespan. Why do so many people like to be friends with Xiao Air? Besides her undeniably strong personal charm, there's another crucial factor. Being around Xiao Air is incredibly beneficial to one's health. At first, many people weren't sure, thinking it was just superstition, but now everyone understands. It's the dragon breath emanating from Xiao Air's body that's at work. Remember those baby lizards during the freshman wilderness survival training? They evolved by absorbing the dragon breath from Xiao Air's body. Even a level 4 magical beast can evolve to that extent from just one breath of Xiao Air. Don't you understand what we ordinary people are after when we go to the Dragon Forest? Are you crazy? I'm so stupid, I really didn't think of that. As night deepened, seeing the endless stream of students lining up for the broadcasting room, Air Linny finally couldn't help but slump onto the table, her ahog, cowlick, drooping listlessly. So sleepy. Her body was much healthier than when she first came to human society, but it hadn't fully recovered. Staying up past 9:30 was already very close to her limit. Little L. Sophia rushed over upon seeing this. Let me take you back to your dorm. At that moment, Little L also opened a portal and appeared on the small chair next to Ellen. You are? Little L's appearance instantly stunned the nearby students and student council members. She looks exactly like Little L. I fill in here. Little L picked up a wren and handed her to Sophia, then sat down in her previous seat. Any questions are fine with me. Theoretically, Little L could have opened a portal to send a wren back to her dorm, but considering Sophia had already volunteered, she figured opening a portal herself would be awkward, so she acquiesced to Sophia's request. What kind of magic was that? A magical transformation? Amazing. What's your relationship with Xiao? Are you her older sister? Blue hair and eyes. Unlike Shower, whose eyes are golden. You can think of me as Shower's doppelganger. Facing the questions from the upperclassmen around her, Shower maintained a cute smile throughout. Just tell me whatever you want. Doppelganger? A senior student asked suspiciously. Aren't you a couple? You even look exactly alike. Who dates themselves? After mentally criticizing the senior student's suspicion, Shower shook her head. I am indeed a doppelganger. Are you going to register for tomorrow's Dragon Forest ceremony? I already registered. I came to ask. The senior student slowly stepped forward. After Shower obtains the Dragon King's authority tomorrow and becomes the true Dragon King, will she still come back? Shower was a little confused. Why would you ask that, senior? Well, I have a feeling that after Shower becomes the Dragon King, she might come to school less often. She won't. Whether she's the Dragon Princess or the Dragon King, Shower is still a student of Minar Academy. What I mean is, since Shower becomes the Dragon King, she definitely have more things to deal with. Will she still have time to go to school? Yes, don't worry about that. Then how will she handle things related to the Dragon King? If it's really urgent, I can handle it for her. So you really are Shower's lover? You two are so close. Okay, I am. Chapter 594. As the night deepened and the gentle lullabies composed by the elves echoed through the Minar Academy dormitories, Little L, having finished her day's work, arrived at her and Sophia's room in the Grass Elemental Girls' dormitory. Little L has two bodies. If you do different things at the same time. Sophia helped Ellen into bed, tucked her in, and, bathed in the lullaby of the forest, turned off the dormitory's fluorescent light and turned on a small night light in the central corridor. She asked little Elle with some curiosity, "Won't it be chaotic?" "No." Little Elle shook her head. "It's like having two hands. When we're painting, we can hold the canvas with one hand and pick up the brush with the other to apply paint. Controlling two bodies is very easy for me. Or perhaps one hand operates the keyboard and the other the mouse? The keyboard controls character movement, the mouse controls aiming, firing, and recoil control. Working with both hands isn't particularly difficult for most ordinary people, right?" Ellen and little Elle were in that situation. Even though Ellen spends most of her time at Minar Academy, while little Elle travels between different worlds, they are ultimately controlled by the same consciousness. At most, they receive slightly more feedback, but it's not enough to throw Ellen's mind into chaos. "I see." Sophia nodded, seemingly understanding, in the dormitory. "Then, I have another request." "What is it?" "Can I sleep with little Elle tonight?" Pointing her little finger to Ellen's bed, Sophia lowered her head under the nightlight. "I don't know why, but little Elle always gives me a motherly feeling. I feel very safe and secure when I'm with her. Sure, we're roommates, so sleeping together occasionally is fine." Little Elle nodded. "As for that mother-like feeling, it's probably a side effect of the dragon servant contract. I reminded Sister Sophia when we signed the contract." "Oh right, that's the effect of the dragon servant contract." Sophia's face flushed. She quickly grabbed the small pillow beside her and headed towards Ellen's room. "Well, good night, little Elle." "Good night, Sister Sophia." After saying good night to each other, little Elle watched Sophia happily climb into her bed with her pillow. She gave a helpless smile in the hallway outside. Then, she opened the spatial portal to Dragon Forest and returned to the Crystal Palace in Dragon Forest. At this time, her father Nasod and mother Fafna had already returned from Earth and were busy around the Crystal Palace. Registration at Minar Academy is complete. Holding the roster, little Elle approached Nasod, who was dressed in a Lycoris cosplay outfit, and looked at the large bunny girl in front of her. "Dad seems to really like this outfit." "I lost a bet with your mom." Nasod shrugged. "She made me dress like this." "A bet?" Little Elle asked curiously. "What did you bet on?" For some reason, Nasod's face turned noticeably red when this was mentioned. "Never mind." Anyway, the list at Minar is all compiled, right?" Nasod took the thick roster from Little Elle's hands. "Is it all here?" "Yes, it's all on here. Everyone heard that I'm the Dragon King's daughter and can visit Dragon Forest for free, so there was a constant stream of people signing up. We were busy all night to finish registering." Little Elle sighed. "Almost all the teachers and students at Minar Academy have signed up. Judging by this, I reckon I have to go with my aunt to pick them up tomorrow." "Don't you have the ability to open a portal?" Nasod asked, puzzled. "If all else fails, why don't you just open a door and let them walk over? It's a different feeling." Little Elle shook his head. "If I transform into a dragon and have my aunt help the teachers and students of Minar Academy ride on a pedestal, flying for tens of minutes to Dragon Forest, it feels completely different from opening a door and letting them walk over themselves. The Dragon King's power transfer ceremony only happens once every tens of thousands of years. I think we should pay a little attention to the ritual, that way, everyone will have a better impression of the dragon race." "Is that so?" Nasod paused for a few seconds. "You might become the greatest wise king of the Eve continent. What kind of king I become is not important. What's important is that I hope everyone on the Eve continent can be healthy and happy." Little Elle smiled. "And this is all thanks to the great empire you built back then, Dad, isn't it?" "This child, when did you become so sweet-talking?" NSD sighed. "It's a bit strange. Although you and my daughter look the same and have the same voice, every time I see you communicating with me in this body, I always feel you and a ring garland are not the same person." "A little?" Little Elle said calmly. "Sometimes I also wonder, are Rin and Little Elle really the same person? We clearly share the same consciousness, yet we have subtle differences in personality." "Sorry, something came up on Dragon Island and I was delayed." As they were talking, the elders from Dragon Island transformed into human form amidst beams of light and landed near the Crystal Palace. The data from the sacred beasts was submitted a bit late. It took us some time to compile it. "Who are you?" Before they could finish speaking, the Holy Dragon Elders noticed Little Elle and Nasod in front of the Crystal Palace. "Don't you even recognize me?" Nasod frowned. "Your greatest Dark Emperor, Nasod." "Huh?" Hearing this familiar self-introduction, the Holy Dragon Elder's eyes widened. "Your tone is quite similar, but the Nasod I remember is a man through and through. Although he has the same long black hair as you, At least his chest is flat. One of the holy dragon elders walked up to Nasod, scrutinizing this black dragon girl for a long time. Your chest is even more magnificent than Princess Fafnir's. And what's with these rounded thighs? I don't recall any gender-changing magic in black magic. Could you please stop talking? Faced with the holy dragon elders. Suspicion lingered in Nasod's eyes, a look of helplessness on his face. It's a long story. All you need to know is that I am Nasod, and Nana can vouch for that. Nana! Perhaps worried the elder dragons wouldn't believe him, Nasod called out to Fafnir, who was tidying up gold coins near the fountain. Your family's old men are here. Introduce them. He's calling her Nana? Nasod's address to Fafnir shocked the elder dragons. That tone, you can't really be that black-haired brat, can you? What black-haired brat? Show some respect to the Dark Emperor. At Nasod's call, Fafnir flew back carrying several large boxes. Oh, I almost forgot. Setting the boxes down, Fafnir pulled Nasod to her side and introduced him to the elder dragons. This is Nasod. She's my wife now. Don't mistreat her. Chapter 595. So, near the Dragon Forest Crystal Palace, after listening to Nasod's account and Little El's introduction, the several holy dragon elders who had just arrived from Dragon Island were dumbfounded. You mean? The child standing before us, who looks exactly like Princess El, is the administrator of the mysterious river. She manages trillions of worlds in the mysterious river, and even possesses the power of creation? To prepare for the Dragon King's influence, she created a world where only girls existed. Then, when Prince Nasod visited that world, he was affected by the laws and turned into a woman? That's right. Seeing that the holy dragon elders finally understood, Nasod crossed his arms. To recover from my current state, either Little El needs to improve her management skills, or she can delete the world that's affecting me. That was our precious daughter's first creation, of course. I wouldn't ask her to delete the world. We can only. She can change me back after she learns other ways to manage the world. My advice is, my dear, you should just stay like this. Fafnir reached out and gently touched Nasod's large breasts. You were so cute last night, I couldn't help but eat you so many times. Look! Nasod instinctively shrank back towards the holy dragon elders. Control your princess, I get dehydrated if this continues. Just drink water if you're thirsty. We have all kinds of water in Dragon Forest. If all else fails, you can borrow the life water from the elves. That's not how you use the life water. Nasod, his face contorted in distress, said, And Nana, let me make this clear. I want to rest early tonight, you shouldn't. No, I refuse. Fafnir shook her head. We clearly agreed yesterday to continue tonight. As the child's father, you can't go back on your word. Can I change my mind? No. Fafnir's tone was resolute. You can't escape my grasp. Quickly, do something about your princess. Nasod could only turn to the holy dragon elders for help. Can she still be called a holy dragon? Her heart is blacker than mine. Oh. Several holy dragon elders wiped away a bead of sweat. This is a matter between you two, as elders. It's not appropriate for us to interfere, right? Exactly. If there's nothing else here, we head over there. Under the bright moonlight, the holy dragon elders, amidst Fafnir's smiles, jostled each other as they left the Crystal Palace. I go see how Sister Celia is doing. Seeing the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between her parents, Little El opened the portal and slipped inside. Excuse me. On the other side of the portal were the familiar little paper boat, and the mysterious river sprites playing on it. Oh! Little El is back. Little El, oh Little El, we've been calling you home to sing. It seems Little El has been quite busy lately. That's a good thing. Facing the chattering mysterious river sprites, Little El sat on the edge of the little paper boat, letting her little feet dip into the river water. Everyone, I have a question for you. What's the question? Little El's question must be about creation, right? If even Little El can't solve it, we probably can't answer it either. After the surrounding sprites flew over, Little El spoke softly. Don't you all have a feeling that Eline and Little El aren't the same person? Little El's question made the surrounding sprites exchange puzzled glances. I am a happy Elda. I am a sad Elda. Today I am a clever Elda, and tomorrow I will be a fast-running Elda. Colorful sprites of various shapes sat down beside Little El. Look, that little sprite over there has 3 forms, small, medium, and large. It's the little sprite, in brackets, the large version. As for us, today we can be happy Elda, tomorrow we can be sleeping Elda. No matter what mood we're in, what body we're in, Elda is still Elda. Alda, already confused, became even more bewildered after the sprite's explanations. However, she also understood one thing. No matter what, making herself happy was the most important thing. Thank you. Standing up from the small boat, Alda opened a portal to Earth. It was definitely the right thing to come to you all when I encountered problems I couldn't figure out. That's right. Elda is omnipotent. Alda, come home often. If you're unhappy, just go back to the Mystic River and take a nap. Even after stepping out of the portal, the Eldar elves in the Mystic River were still chattering away, speaking adorable words to little El. Back in the Earth neighborhood, Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu were choosing clothes inside. Xiaoyu, what should we wear tomorrow? Little El's royal transfer ceremony must be very grand, right? My suggestion is to wear something expensive. The more expensive the better. I can't exactly wear a Kamen Rider cosplay outfit, can I? Do you have one? Then came a long silence. Xiaoyu, do you think little El is already back in the cardboard box? I don't know. Little El reminds me of Schrodinger's cat. Whether she's in the box or not depends entirely on our imagination. If we think of her, she most likely pop out. Don't make it sound so scary. What's scary about it? Schrodinger's cat isn't a gentle term. Schrodinger was a cat abuser. Don't worry. Whether from a macro or micro perspective, Schrodinger would run away if he saw little El. Amidst the two girls' chatter, little El emerged from the cardboard box in the living room. Wow! Wow! See? I told you that whenever we think of shower, she's always in the cardboard box. I get it, this must be quantum mechanics. That's not how quantum mechanics works, is it? That's wave-particle duality. When we don't observe the cardboard box, it's empty, but when we observe it, shower appears inside. I feel like I learned so many new words in less than a month living with you, the great writer. Faced with the two girls' curious gazes, Shower was a little embarrassed. Have you prepared your clothes for tomorrow's trip to Longlin? Not yet. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head. Xiaoyu said, she has absolutely no idea what to wear for such an important occasion. Then how about? Shower thought for a moment. Would you wear matching outfits? Chapter 596. Today is Arin's birthday. This day is very special for Minar Academy, Dragon Forest, and even the entire Eve continent. Because today is not only the birthday of Arin Garland, the daughter of the Dragon King, but also the day the Dragon King's power transfer ceremony officially begins. Ugh, so sleepy. Early in the morning, with Sophia's help, Arin quickly washed up in her dormitory, ate breakfast, and then transformed into her dragon form, lying down in the small square behind the teaching building. This is also the first time she has met her classmates at Minar Academy in her dragon form. Wow! Such a cute dragon. Is that little El? Last night, my roommates and I talked about it all night. We all thought little El would have black and white hair like hers when she turned into a dragon, but it's like this. Even as a dragon, little El still looks sleepy, not fierce at all, so cute. Amidst the chatter of the upperclassmen around her, Eline simply yawned slightly, lowering her snow-white head to the ground, waiting for them to climb onto her back. Just as the student said, Eline's dragon form was incredibly cute, not at all like a fierce dragon. Her dragon form was mostly black and white, but predominantly white, even with a lot of pink mixed in. Only her horns, claws, wings, and tail, the weapons, were slightly black. The rest was all about being as cute as possible. In other words, at first glance, Eline's dragon form looked like a pink and white little dragon, almost like a mascot. Of course, cuteness doesn't mean little Eline is weak. Don't let her dragon form short stature of only 20 or 30 meters fool you. In a real fight, neither Nasod nor Fafnir would be a match for her. In her dragon form, Eline's speed and strength are at their peak, making her incredibly agile. A power-based fighter like Nasod would have a very hard time keeping up with her speed. In a sense, Eline truly deserves the title of Dragon Queen, because she is practically invincible among dragons. Good morning, little El. At the small square, Susan, the head of the Academic Affairs Office in charge of registration, was startled when she saw Eline's dragon form. However, she quickly accepted that this big guy was indeed the adorable little girl she remembered, and walked towards Eline's paws. Have you had breakfast? Ah, yes. Eline yawned again. Thank you for your hard work, Susan. It's not hard work, especially seeing you like this. I feel like even if it's hard work, it's all worth it. Susan covered her mouth and laughed. This is the first time I equated cute with dragon. My goodness, little El, how do you manage to be so cute even as a dragon? That's not something I can decide, Eline said helplessly. I always looked like this. If Eline's human form was inspired by the appearance of little El from the Mystic River, then her dragon form was truly a product of the combination of Nasod and Fafnir. The black parts on her body came from the black dragon Nasod, mainly distributed on her claws, wings, and horns, while the white parts came from her mother Fafnir, mixed with some pink that symbolizes a girl. And that's how she ended up looking like this. Dragons take tens of thousands of years to reach adulthood. You can't expect a 100-year-old baby dragon to look fierce. My god, is that really Little Ire? I saw a pinkish-white dragon from afar, but it doesn't seem quite like the dragons I remember. I was wondering about it. It is different. Little Ire is still a baby dragon among the dragons, right? About the size of a human infant? As the dormitory wake-up bell rang, more and more people gathered in the small square. Almost every student stared wide-eyed at Little Ire's dragon form, looking incredulous. Then, as if they had seen a tiny kitten, they all went forward to greet the baby dragon. Good morning, Little Ire. May I touch your claws? Your scales are so beautiful. Can I get a closer look? Can I climb onto your horns? Faced with the various rude behaviors from the upperclassmen around her, Airlini could only smile wryly. Hey, I'm a dragon too, at least act a little scared. But Little Ire doesn't scare me at all. I actually find her adorable and want to touch her. Yeah, dragons used to be seen as destructive monsters, but after seeing Little Ire today, that filter is completely gone. Now I feel like every dragon is cute. Little Ire, can you even fly like that? Your wings don't seem very big. Dragons don't rely entirely on wings to fly. Eline puffed out her cheeks. Mostly magic, flying magic, like wind magic and stuff. So shall we just climb onto your back? Yeah, I create a windproof shelter on my back using rock elementals, or you can grab my horns and scales. How many people can Little L carry? I don't know, but 70 or 80 should be no problem. If there are too many, we can fly a few more times. Besides, I'm not the only one here today. Many dragons will be coming from Dragon Forest. No, I only ride in Little L's car. I don't have the expertise of those dragon seniors who specialize in carrying people, you know? What if the upperclassmen get dizzy on the way? I'm not responsible. Just then, Ibel and Seren also flew over from the direction of Dragon Forest in their dragon forms. Good morning, Little Erlin. Are there already so many people? Upon landing, Seren immediately transformed into human form, letting her fiery scales conceal her vital parts. What percentage of the students in the academy have signed up for the ceremony? Around 60%? Over 90%. Erlin said helplessly, our task today is basically to move everyone from the entire Minar Academy to Dragon Forest. That's really tough. Wow! Dormitory supervisor. At this moment, many students noticed Seren's appearance. So you're a dragon too, sister? Strictly speaking, I'm a sub-dragon, not a real dragon. Seren said to the girls, I remember you too. The other night, you two stayed up late, climbing over the dormitory wall to look at the stars, right? What? The two girls immediately hugged each other. Dragon sister, please let us go. We never do it again. Let us go. Sure. Seren revealed a cunning, fox-like expression. You come with me in a bit. I give you a good talk about the dormitory rules, and all the things girls do on the way. Chapter 597. As the sun rose higher in the sky, more and more students gathered in the square. It wasn't just the upperclassmen from Minar Academy, even the cat girl, lizard girl, and little devil from Minar Kindergarten had come. Wow! What a huge dragon! Compared to the humans, who had already witnessed dragons, the cat girls were still very cautious when facing a creature hundreds of times their size. From the crowd, the cat girl flower tentatively stepped forward, touching Arin's paw with her little paw, then recoiled as if electrocuted, hiding behind Emotian at lightning speed, only her head peeking out. She's Sister Shower. Emotian said helplessly, don't you know each other? I know. Hua Hua said earnestly, Sister Shower saved us, she's a good person, but this dragon is very big, we have to be careful. If you were always this careful in the wild, you wouldn't have been stung by the poisonous bees. Emotian rubbed Hua Hua's head, you're going to the Dragon Forest later, right? Remember to stay close to the adults, don't fall off. Sister Shower once took Hua Hua and Nen Nen flying a long way in the sky. So Hua Hua isn't scared. Oh right, I almost forgot. Hearing Hua Hua say that, Emotian quickly took out his communication crystal and dialed the number for the Academic Affairs office. Hello? Is anyone still at the warehouse? Could you bring some cardboard boxes over? To put cats in, not real cats, but those mischievous kids from kindergarten. Otherwise, I'm afraid they run around and fall in the air. Just bring the cardboard boxes. In the bustling square, Rem and Ram, who had just adapted to academy life, also curiously walked to the vicinity of Arin's paws. Times have changed. Aisha, standing beside the two demons, said with a complex expression, "It's a time of peace now. No more bloodshed and sacrifice, no more hunger and cold." "Oh." The demon's sister nodded, seemingly understanding. "Are we going to Dragon Forest too?" "Going or not is up to you, it's your choice," Aisha said, then hesitated, asking in dragon language, "By the way, why did you want to destroy the world back then? I'm curious." The demon's sister carefully recalled the situation at the time. "We can't really explain why. There was always a voice inside us urging us to keep destroying everything." "Was that voice from the Mystic River?" Hearing this, the dragon former Lini spoke up. "Do you know what the sound Elda means?" "I don't know if it comes from that place called the Mystic River." The demon's sister shook her head. "I don't know either." "Elda? What is it?" "Then I can roughly guess what your relationship is with the Mystic River." Erin yawned slightly. "On Earth, there's an anime called Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Girls can make contracts with mascots to become magical girls. When a magical girl is in despair, she transforms into a witch and destroys everything around her. We are witches? You're not even witches. You're probably just familiars under a witch's command." Erin turned to Aisha. "If we compare each world of the Mystic River to a magical girl, then after these worlds are destroyed, witches will hatch, affecting the laws of the Mystic River. That's what those Elda fairies mean by the Mystic River's mistake." Yes, this explanation perfectly illustrates the errors and monsters that occurred in the Mystic River. Before Little Elle appeared, the origin of the Mystic River world was like Earth's Big Bang. The Mystic River continuously radiated energy, creating world after world. As seen in Earth's current internet pressure cooker phenomenon, if a world setting is flawed, or if that world is destroyed by some uncontrollable force, then the world transforms from a hopeful magical girl into a witch. The shattered world will unleash errors in the Mystic River. When these errors accumulate, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and the order of the Mystic River itself is broken. Once the laws of the Mystic River itself are compromised, even normal worlds will experience errors, manifesting as monsters. Why don't monsters need to eat or absorb energy? Because they are themselves a kind of law, a product of the Mystic River. Why do monsters only know destruction and lack self-awareness? Because monsters are like familiars, coming from destroyed worlds, and only obeying the witch's commands. After Little Elle corrected the mistake of the Mystic River, the so-called witch ceased to exist, and stopped issuing orders to her familiars to destroy the world. Naturally, some of these monsters developed into mutated species. In this light, Elline's choice to create Lumilon was quite correct. Lumilon can accept souls from Earth who haven't completely given up hope, rekindling their hope and preventing the emergence of witches on Earth. However, this was merely a small attempt by Little Elle at creation, and Lumilon could only solve part of Earth's problems. With so many worlds in the Mystic River, she couldn't possibly equip every world with a Lumilon. "If you wish, come up with everyone." Seeing the two little demons still hesitating, Erin extended an invitation. "Seeing the outside world occasionally would be beneficial for you. Is that all right?" The demon's sister lowered her head. "We are merely sinners of this world. You developed a sense of self, and haven't you already obtained Aisha's forgiveness?" Erin encouraged. "If you still consider yourselves sinners, then when we get to Dragon Forest, I leave the cleaning and serving tea and water to everyone to you, okay?" The demon's sister hesitated for a moment, then took her sister's hand and walked towards Erin. "Thank you. You're welcome. Get along well with everyone." Erin turned to the surrounding students. Little Erin's dragon carriage is about to take off. Are there any other upperclassmen who want to sign up? Hurry up and get on. At this moment, the students already on Erin's back wave their hands. It's filled with Little Erin's dragon breath. I feel like the air is overflowing with magic power. It feels so amazing. Really? A group of students, who had just registered with Susan, quickly climbed up Erin's wings that were hanging on the ground. Wow! It really is. Little Erin is practically a moving fountain. Well, could the older brothers and sisters nearby please make way for me? Seeing that almost everyone had boarded, Erin slowly stood up and flapped her white wings. Please hold on tight, passengers. Next stop, Minar Dragon Forest. Let's go! Chapter 598. Under the azure sky, Erin, in her dragon form, led a large group of Minar Academy students across the horizon, flying towards Dragon Forest in the morning light. My god, am I dreaming? I'm really on a dragon's back? And the Dragon King's daughter. Am I a Dragon Knight now? If Little Erin becomes the Dragon King, then I be the Dragon King's knight? Hey, can you stop being crazy? Awooh! The evil dragon roars. No, the evil cat roars. Senior Flower, please don't stand on the dragon's head and disturb Princess Arin, come back. Although she had previously set up small houses and windbreaks on the dragon's head and back using rock elemental magic, the students of Minar Academy and the cat girl were clearly not ones to be trifled with. Not long after Arin flapped her wings and flew into the sky, many people emerged from the small houses, curiously observing the outside world. In response, Arin had to slow down her flight and summon wind elemental magic to stabilize the airflow around her. That's incredibly fast. At this speed, it'd probably take less than 10 minutes to get from Minar Academy to Aspera. If you guys didn't go outside to join the fun, Little L could go even faster. Yeah. Didn't Little L say that if someone accidentally falls off, she'd be in big trouble? Falling from this height means certain death. But this is a dragon ride I probably only get to ride once in my life. I feel like I regret it for the rest of my life if I don't see the scenery outside. Seeing that the upperclassmen on her were about to start arguing, L-Line, who was getting sleepy from flying, had to step in to mediate. Alright, if everyone is really curious, it's fine to go outside and take a look, just be careful not to fall. Really? I want to come out and see too. This speed definitely exceeds the speed of sound. I've been curious since earlier about how Little L managed to fly at supersonic speeds so quietly. Little L knows so much magic, so silencing the sound is a piece of cake for him. Now I finally understand why King Silas suddenly went to Lehman to reconcile with the Pope. If I were dragged from Silas to Lehman like this, I, as the king, would also reconcile. Huh? What's the deal with Silas and Lehman? I never heard of it. While L-Line was leading the Minar Academy students towards Dragon Forest, Little L in Dragon Forest was discussing the design of the Frozen Throne with the dragon designer, who had come from Dragon Island. Just give me a general idea of the design, and I generate it in the background. Once the designers from Dragon Island had all arrived, Little L led them to the vicinity of the Crystal Palace. The Dragon King's authority will be transferred here soon. Mr. Nasod and his daughter will ascend the platform and swear an oath to all the distinguished guests. Then this is the guest area, this is the elf area, this is the nine-tailed fox area, this is the dragon area, and there are also sacred beasts. Of course, we also need to build a separate area for humans. My lord. After listening to Little L's description, a dragon designer stepped forward. Forgive my bluntness, but if the Dragon King's authority transfer ceremony starts today, then starting the renovation of Dragon Forest now is completely too late. It's not too late. Little L said earnestly, you tell me your design ideas, and I build it. Logically speaking, this Dragon Forest originally belonged to L-Line's aunt, the Ice Dragon King Ibel. Due to a conflict between the Nasod and the Holy Dragon Clan, the dragons approached Ibel and asked her to vacate a piece of land for their duel. In other words, its initial purpose was simply a duel arena. Later, as the Nasod and Fafnir fought and gave birth to little L-Line, Ibel temporarily recruited several engineers from the dragons to drastically alter the duel arena, build an ice palace, and move various treasures and ice crystals, thus creating the Crystal Palace where little L-Line lived for 100 years. It's fine for the dragons to conduct their daily activities here, but it's a bit of a stretch to use it as the activity center of the EP continent to entertain distinguished guests of various races. However, with little L-Line around, none of this is a problem. You're going to build them? Under the blue sky, little L's confidence left the dragon designers bewildered. Sir, what we mean is, even if the dragons could bring the materials immediately and use magic to shape and refine the building materials, it seems too late to build so many structures and modify the terrain all at once in such a short time. I said it's not too late. To help the dragon designers understand, little L waved her hand, creating a huge square of golden material in front of them. This is a 10-meter sided gold element. Then, she waved her hand again, creating a similar diamond cube. This is a diamond. Immediately afterward, with a series of poof 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 sounds, countless identical cubes appeared before the dragon designers. This is a marble block. This is a quartz block. This is an 8th tier ice crystal block. This is a 10th tier fire crystal block. Sitting on one of the diamond blocks, little L said to the dragon architects before him, as long as it's a material that exists in this world, regardless of its scarcity, I can generate it in unlimited quantities. If you think the soil here isn't good enough, I can replace it with black soil. If you want a fountain, I can even connect an underground river on the spot. So if you have any ideas about the buildings I just mentioned, any bold design concepts, just tell me. You don't need to worry about materials. For example, the entrance to a building, how many meters long, how many meters wide, what materials to use, what patterns to have. As long as you can tell me, I can build it on the spot. Of course, blueprints are even better. With blueprints, I only need to look at them once to build the actual structure. Little L's words left the dragon architect silent for a long while. I understand. Then, one of the designers bowed respectfully to Little L. So that's how it is. This time, our abilities limited our imagination. Since you can create things out of thin air, let's just use magic to draw the blueprints. That way, it'd be easier for you to understand. We take back our previous conclusion. If you can directly copy the contents of the blueprints and turn them into physical buildings, then the modifications you mentioned earlier can be completed in a maximum of 30 minutes. Seeing that the dragon designers finally understood, Little L put away the various blocks around him. Then, let's begin. Chapter 599. Dragon Forest. With the collaboration of Little L and the dragon designers, building after building rose from the ground near the Crystal Palace, transforming this fertile land into a fairyland. Because many guests would be arriving today, and each guest had different preferences, Little L and the designers needed to design different environments and reception areas for different races. For example, a nature-themed castle was built for the elves, filled with fruit trees and vines, and the garden was filled with various musical instruments, harps, zither, and gourd flutes, with several elven elders who had arrived from the elven forest preparing delicious food. The castle built for the vampires adopted a European medieval architectural style, filled with withered vines, old trees, and crows, decorated with various Halloween-themed pumpkin heads and swarms of bats. The interior was filled with coffin slabs and blood roses entwined around them, making the vampires feel like they returned home, and everyone here is incredibly talented. Even for buildings intended for ordinary humans, Little L had the dragon designers reference styles from different countries: the romance of the Remans, the rigor of Silas, the wildness of Arcana, the modernity of Aspera, the free art of Atlantis. It could be said that, thanks to the efforts of Little L and the dragon designers, in less than half an hour, countless paradises, created by the gods themselves, had sprung up near the Crystal Palace where Eline had once lived. It feels like a microcosm of the continent of Eve. After finally completing the desert and pyramids for Anubis, Little L sat atop one of the pyramids, gazing at the diverse architecture around him, and sighed. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years is roughly 5 generations for humans, but for a nation or dynasty, it's essentially the decline of an empire. In the history of the Eve continent, very few nations have lasted over 100 years. But for the dragon Eline, 100 years feels like only a few naps. Sir? Several dragon designers landed beside Eline in a daze. We know this isn't polite, but we're just so curious. Could you tell us your approximate identity? Even just a little information would be helpful. In the past half hour, the dragon designers had witnessed the entire process of the dragon forest's various races' reception area being built from scratch. Normally, when most dragons approach them for housing, they first state their requirements, then both sides write and revise on paper, finalizing the plan and the materials needed. The dragons then fly to the corresponding region where those materials are abundant, bring them back, and build the house brick by brick. The seemingly ordinary human Little L skipped all the intermediate steps, completing everything from finalizing the plan to gathering materials in one go, conjuring up the house from the blueprints with a wave of her hand. This wasn't magic, it was a miracle. Their intuition told them that Little L's identity was not simple, and driven by curiosity, they tried to find out more. Me? You can think of me as the ruler of a world, Little L said calmly, facing the curious gazes of the dragon designers. This is one of the worlds under my control. This management. Several dragon designers looked at each other, and finally the dragon at the front spoke. Does it include dragons? Yes. Little L nodded. Elves, dragons, vampires, nine-tailed foxes, humans. All creatures and all items in this world are under my management. What exactly does your management authority include? After asking, seemingly realizing that asking a world administrator such a question was inappropriate, the dragon looked embarrassed. Sorry, was I too abrupt? It's nothing. Little L shook his head. As for the content, from the composition of matter to the laws of this world, all within my jurisdiction? Huh? One of the dragons was still somewhat puzzled. Material form composition refers to, for example, dragons can fly. I can use the power of laws to make the dragons of the Eve continent wingless creatures, or raise the upper limit of the human race, setting their magic cultivation so that the higher the magic level, the longer the lifespan. This way, in the future, there might even be human mages who can fight against dragons. Little L patiently explained. As for the laws of the world, for example, the laws of magic. When a fireball spell reaches a certain temperature, white flames appear. I can change that white to green, or a multicolored black. A ripe apple falls to the ground. I can change falling to the ground to flying into the sky. However, each world has its own laws. Generally, I won't touch these laws, because doing so would most likely cause devastating damage to the world itself. After speaking, Little L cast a gentle glance at the dragon designers. That's about it. This is practically omniscient. Several dragons broke out in a cold sweat. Then, what is your relationship with Princess Eleni? I am her. As she spoke, with a whoosh through the air, Eleni, leading a group of teachers and students from Minar Academy, descended from the sky, landing in the center of the human district near the Crystal Palace. We arrived. After a smooth landing, Eleni said to the senior students, teachers, school leaders, and cat on her back, please take your belongings with you and disembark in an orderly manner. Please be careful when disembarking. After disembarking, you are free to explore the surrounding buildings and scenery. The dragon forest is quite large, so please be careful not to get lost. While waiting for the students to disembark from the dragon's back, Little L also came to Eleni's side. Just like always, even though Arin is me, and Little L is me, and we share memories, when we stand together, there's always this subtle feeling that we're not the same person. Or, is it just this illusion that arises when the same consciousness uses different bodies? Princess Arin. At that moment, several dragon designers flew over. Need any help? The number of applicants at Minar Academy is a bit higher than expected. Arin thought for a moment. If you're looking for something to do, you can go to the academy, but I guess everyone wants to ride with me. After saying that, Arin turned to Little L. Thank you, my other self. Chapter 600. Deep within the Lumilon Eileen forest. In a manor bearing a wooden sign reading Artistic Home, a downward sloping mine tunnel can be seen. On both sides of the tunnel are countless glowing stones, and crystal ores used for illumination. This tunnel is the masterpiece of a girl in the manor, dug over 3 days and 3 nights using an enchanted starstone shovel. At the end of the tunnel is an enormous mine. The mine is deep and interconnected, with almost every branch connecting to other mines. Cece, come quick, there seems to be another branch here. In the center of an unnamed mine, a girl carrying a small backpack is examining the dark passage before her. She tries to pick up a glowing stone from the ground and throws it into the passage. I feel like I can still walk. There is definitely air circulating inside, constantly being blown out. The cave sprite called Cece flew over. Master, shall we go in? Yes. This is another new discovery. The girl took out a map from her backpack, roughly sketched a few lines on it, and her face flushed with excitement. Lumilon is simply the world of my dreams. Anyway, all of that is in the past. The sprite, possessing some of the girl's memories, said, but master, I still suggest planting more vegetables and fruits on the surface. Our food reserves are a little low. We can just pick mushrooms to eat. I marked several places along the way where mushrooms grow. The girl pointed to the map in her hand. The mushrooms here taste like chicken, and this area has a beef-like texture. We just need to make a fire over there, roast them, and eat them directly. Indeed. The cave elf nodded. Master, are you planning to extensively develop the manor's underground world? That's right. I plan to expand all the caves here, there, and over there. This will be a grain warehouse, that will be a library, and that can be converted into a bedroom. As she spoke, the girl, holding the glowing stone, crawled into the newly discovered tunnel. Let me see where this leads. Wow! This space is so big too. Then, after passing through the tunnel, the girl was amazed by the vast space at the other end. Cece, how deep are we currently? 319 meters underground, and the straight line distance to the elf tree is 574.1 meters. It feels like we can explore a little more. What time is it now? 5:16 p.m. Then we return to the surface after exploring this cave. The girl, holding the glowing stone, began to crawl forward in the newly discovered mine. This place feels like a dilapidated ancient ruin. Come to think of it, weren't we among the first to arrive in Lumilon? Why does it feel like several generations have passed here? Lumilon was designed with reference to ancient ruins from around the world in mind, which is why you can find many strange items and relics underground. So, I can find all sorts of treasures? Probably, theoretically. What kind? Like dormant magic seeds? Or some kind of star stone? Ancient storybooks? That sounds very appealing. I have to try and find magic seeds here, then plant them on the surface, and see what kind of plants I can grow. Not far from the mineral manor, another manor was built beside a stream. This manor was located on the edge of a forest, filled with fruit trees and bushes. A girl dug a small swimming pool under a fruit tree next to the fairy tree, spending a whole day diverting water from the nearby stream into it. I wanted to do this for a long time. Looking at the pool filled with clear river water, the girl happily scooped up a mouthful and drank it. Lumilon won't get sick, which means the water here is drinkable, and I have so many fruits. Forest, fruit trees, swimming pool, nature. This is a scene that only appears in dreams, the girl said, sitting on a small swing under a tree. It will definitely be even more beautiful at night. But I'm still not quite used to living alone. I go out and make friends in the neighborhood in a few days. I wonder what kind of girls I meet. Not far from the pool manor, on the grassland, another manor was built near a flower field. Under the setting sun, a girl with a paintbrush sat on a smooth stone, diligently sketching the sea of flowers before her. To Enchuin, we're out of white paint. After painting the flower field for a while, the girl turned to her life spirit and said, I need 300 grams of white paint and 20 sheets of A4 paper. We should still have some of the materials we collected before, right? MHM. The life spirit called to Enchuin and nodded. Making 20 sheets of A4 paper and 300 grams of white paint will take about 15 minutes. Okay, go ahead. Master, it's almost dinner time. There are only 3 red berries and 12 river strawberries left in the manor, so I go forage after I finish drawing this flower field. Meanwhile, in an ordinary open-pit mine, a girl was intently writing the energy of a lightning element starstone into another starstone using a special engraving pen. I see. Isn't this just like a circuit and a resistor? When there's electricity, it's 1. When there's no electricity, it's 0. So I just need to connect this wire to this wire. And then install this. Wait, the lightning element inside the starstone doesn't release heat? The resistor's property is to absorb lightning element. And it can be reused? If that's true, I can probably write down what I thought of yesterday in about a month. Although I still can't manually create a computer CPU, writing a simple calculator shouldn't be a problem. My God. This world is so convenient. If only someone who knows how to write. The core processor is top of the line. Restoring the functionality of Earth's computer will definitely be no problem, and because there's no need to consider heat dissipation, this computer will be much smaller. The little elf in the manor, worried about her master who had been busy all day, asked, Master, would you like something to eat first? Huh? Oh. The girl in front of the star stone paused for a moment, then took the fruit from the guardian elf. Sorry, I forgot. Although Lumilon won't get sick, I promised little Elle that I would take good care of myself. In the warm sunset, the girl ate fruit while gazing at the fiery red horizon. Teresa. Thank you for giving me a new life, little Elle. Chapter 601. Earth, an inconspicuous second-tier city. Under the cover of night, a weathered young man pushed open the somewhat worn door of a roadside general store. A bag of Mimi shrimp chips, the young man said to the cashier, stopping at the counter. Mimi shrimp chips? The cashier paused, then said apologetically, Sir, that's been discontinued for many years. Discontinued? The young man seemed a little unwilling, continuing to explain, it's that golden yellow packaging, 5 cents a bag, with a cat picture on it. Yes, I ate that when I was little. The cashier smiled and said, Mimi shrimp chips, 5 cents a bag, it's discontinued. Apparently, the factory that produced them has been abandoned. Oh. The young man looked embarrassed. Then I see if there's anything I want to buy. Okay. The cashier maintained her smile. Just tell me if you need anything. Okay. The young man walked into the general store along the adjacent shelf. His eyes were deep and dark, like those of an elderly person. The young man walked to the shelf filled with snacks, examining the rows of exquisitely packaged snacks. Hard-boiled eggs, spicy strips, potato chips, dried plums. Under the light, the young man picked up a bag of spicy strips, looking at the price tag. 2 yuan for a small bag, 8 yuan for a large bag. Just then, a middle-aged woman carrying a child walked in from outside. Xiaoqing, has the case of drinks that old Juan delivered this afternoon been registered? Everything's registered, here it is. The cashier handed over a notebook. Oh, good. After a quick glance at the data in the notebook, the middle-aged woman seemed to notice the young man in the snack section. She immediately put her sleeping child on a small cart on the floor and walked towards him. This brand of spicy strips is sweeter. After reaching the young man, the middle-aged woman pointed to the warehouse on the other side. We just received a batch of very spicy, not sweet ones. Would you like to take a look? Huh? Oh. The young man seemed to have just snapped out of a reverie, and hastily put the spicy strips back. Well, I take a look then. Okay. The middle-aged woman walked towards the warehouse, and returned shortly with several bags of spicy strips. These are the kind, with green peas. I specifically got them from the factory. The middle-aged woman placed a large bag of spicy strips in front of the young man and sighed. A while ago, someone about your age came here asking if I had the kind of spicy strips we used to have as kids. Oh. The young man took the 2 bags of spicy strips from the woman. Your shop has been open for about 20 years, right? 23 years. The woman took a tissue from the window and wiped her hands. This used to be the terminus of bus route 218. Several villages nearby, and when the kids were little, they take the bus to school every week and like to buy snacks from me. Now bus route 218 has stopped running, and my business isn't as good anymore. The surrounding villages have either relocated or moved to the city. The middle-aged woman said with a sigh, occasionally, people around your age, about 30, come in. They always say, oh, Auntie, do you remember me? I used to buy snacks here all the time when I was little. I can tell they made it in the city, and just come back occasionally for errands, wanting to buy some childhood snacks to relive those flavors. So you. The young man looked at the spicy strips in his hand. You stocked up on a lot of these snacks? Yes, but they don't sell very well. The middle-aged woman gave a slightly bitter smile. You must have been one of those kids back then, right? These 2 packs are free. No, I buy them. The young man waved his hands repeatedly. Do you still have AD calcium milk? Yes, we do. This one's still in production. The middle-aged woman quickly brought over a large tray of AD calcium milk, 1 yuan a bottle. Thank you. After buying 2 packs of spicy strips, and 2 bottles of AD calcium milk, the young man sat down on the stone bench at the shop entrance. The stone chair was clearly old, covered in dust and weathering marks. Something on your mind? At that moment, the middle-aged woman from before moved a small chair and sat down next to the young man. You must have often come to my shop when you were little. It feels familiar. Yes. The young man nodded, opened a bag of spicy snacks, inserted a straw into his AD calcium milk drink, and placed it aside. He then opened another bag of spicy snacks for himself. Back then, I carried a blue school bag, and would come here every week to take the 218 bus to school in the city. Oh, I remember. The middle-aged woman suddenly realized, isn't there a young girl you 2 often see together? You come here every week to buy AD calcium milk. Yes. The young man took a sip of AD calcium milk. Her name is Xiaoyu. We went to the same university. Are you together? Yes. What about the girl? Didn't she come with you? The young man was silent for a moment. After graduating from university, she was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. The middle-aged woman bit her lower lip. My condolences. I took her to see doctors, and we accumulated so much debt. Child you. The middle-aged woman shook her head and sighed deeply. Fate is cruel. After that, my parents also passed away, also from a serious illness. The young man spoke in a calm tone, his words filled with utter despair. Later, I was also diagnosed with an incurable disease, but it's not as severe. I won't die anytime soon. Child. For the past few years, I've been paying off Xiaoyu's loans. I've been working several jobs simultaneously, and I only finished paying off all the loans yesterday. At this point, the young man finished his AD calcium milk and picked up a spicy snack. I only have less than 5 yuan left in my bank account, and then... I remember this place. When Xiaoyu was little, she loved your spicy strips and AD calcium milk, but we couldn't afford 2 servings back then. We buy 1 pack of spicy strips and 1 bottle of milk. I eat some of the mung beans from the spicy strips, and Xiaoyu would get the rest. The young man glanced at the open packaging and the baby bottle beside him. Now I can afford these snacks, but unfortunately... My condolences. The middle-aged woman looked worried. And your illness? It's incurable, but it's okay. I have no more attachments to this world. It's a rather perfect ending. The young man put away the spicy strips and the baby bottle, stood up. Thank you for listening to me. I'm debt-free now. It's time to go. To a world without pain, as she described. Chapter 602. With the Ren constantly carrying supplies back and forth to Minar Academy, Dragon Forest gradually became bustling with activity. This is the legendary Dragon Forest. It's so huge. I feel like an ant here. Did little Ren live here when she was little? In that crystal palace over there? People stared wide-eyed, curiously observing everything around them. The dragon forest contained a vast forest, an atmosphere so rich in magical energy that it was almost tangible, a colossal palace exceeding 500 meters in height, forest paths strewn with various high-grade crystals. People were overwhelmed by the sights, their eyes wide with wonder, afraid of missing a single detail. These should be azure cloud fruits, right? I remember one of these can sell for 50,000 gold coins, and there are so many here? Wow! They really are azure cloud fruits? Why are they all lying on the ground like wild fruit? These things are priceless. Stop looking at the azure cloud fruits, look here. What's this? Ice snowflakes. Outside, it takes at least 200 years to cultivate just one flower, and they're so delicate, always dying inexplicably. But here in Dragon Forest, they grow like wildflowers. My worldview is about to shatter. Stop looking at the food, look here. Look at this. Stage 6 ice crystal stones. These are Stage 6. Are the dragons using them to pave roads? Maybe they're just for paving roads. Maybe the dragons specially found these to create a grand atmosphere for today's royal handover ceremony? Let's ask little Elle. So the people found Elline, who had just descended from the sky, and asked her about the situation in Dragon Forest. Huh? Those Tier 6 crystals? We don't usually use them, so we just leave them there. Hearing someone express interest in the roadside crystals, Erin blurted out, there are just too many of them. My aunt's crystal palace gets hundreds of them every year, and since there's nowhere to put them, they're used for paving roads. Really paving stones? My goodness, Tier 6 crystals used for paving roads. How luxurious Erin's palace must be. Can I sneak one and take it home? If you really need it, taking one home is fine. Erin simply said in a light-hearted tone, if any senior is an ice mage and happens to need an ice crystal to make a staff, then take it back after today's ceremony. But you have to take it in front of me, otherwise the dragons in Dragon Forest will think you're my friend. After saying that, Erin added, if you take something from Dragon Forest without me around, the people of Dragon Forest might think you're a thief, and the dragons will keep a record of it. Aw? Oh, no problem. Wah, Erin, you're so good to us. Alright. Senior, let's find a place to rest and eat something. Although most things in Dragon Forest can't be taken, eating here is fine. Can I eat anything? Dragons can't be eaten. How could I possibly have thoughts of eating dragons? I mean, can I eat all the food we see here? Yes, but the food on the table is food that the dragons have calculated and prepared to be suitable for humans. If you go deep into Dragon Forest to eat those high-grade fruits or herbs, your body might not be able to handle it. And you might explode and die. So I don't recommend that you eat the fruits in Dragon Forest. Exploded and died? That was close, I almost got eaten. Among the crowd, Carrick and Juliana, now reporters for Lehman, also noticed the Tier 6 ice crystals by the roadside. Instantly, a memory surfaced before Carrick. So, she squatted down on the ice crystal pavement in front of Little Elle's crystal palace, laughing and crying at the same time. So we were bribed by those 2 crystals back then. That's different. We weren't bribed, we were chosen by the Dragon King. Juliana patted Carrick's shoulder. Besides, those 2 crystals were personally picked out and given to us by the Dragon King and Little Elle. Their value seems far greater than Tier 10 crystals. Yes, so our Piarista family will never sell those 2 crystals. As she spoke, Little Elle landed in front of them. You are? Looking at the little girl, who seemed both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, Carrick hesitated for a moment. The clone of Little Elle from back then? Pfft. Little Elle laughed. As expected of Carrick, you guessed it right away. Because Little Elle's miracle performance in Lehman left a deep impression on me. Carrick stepped forward. So, Little Elle, what are you now? I want to bring Mom over too. Little Elle said, and Aunt Connor, Uncle Linton, and the Piarista family all come and play. Sure, nothing major has happened in the family lately. Carrick nodded, and I think Aunt Connor could come and help with the cooking. Okay, if that's alright, I go home and check now. With that, Little Elle opened the spatial door leading to the Piarista family's fire room and slipped inside. Carrick was stunned by the sudden display of spatial magic, as expected of our youngest sister. Meanwhile, in the Lehman Empire, at the Piarista family's fire room. In the back garden, Bilotes was trimming the flowers and plants as usual. On the magic training ground in the center of the back garden, the traces of Little Elle's first use of fire magic a few months ago were still vivid. Many targets showed obvious signs of melting. The foxtail grass in the Piarista back garden sways and sways, making one weep. Singing softly, Bilotes put away her lawn shears and returned to the second floor of the villa. She opened the door to Elline's room and gave the house a quick clean with a rag. After finishing, she went to the kitchen on the first floor and began preparing lunch. "What's good to eat today?" A familiar voice sounded behind Bilotes. Bilotes trembled slightly, then wiped away the tears welling in her eyes. "There's osmanthus cake, steak, milk, and little cakes." "Mom." Little Elle walked into the kitchen. "Long time no see." "Long time no see." Bilotes turned around. "Actually, it hasn't been that long. You came back for a visit the weekend before last. It feels like ages." Little Elle nodded. "Then, Mom, are you going to Longlen? To see my old home?" Chapter 603. Pisces Palace Earth, outskirts of Taihang City. Several thugs, wielding clubs, dragged two youths to a wasteland on the city's outskirts. "Before dealing with you two, I need to confirm something." One of the thugs, seemingly the leader, stepped forward and knelt down in front of the two youths, Wang Yiwu, Wang Yiwen, the Wang brothers. "Level 6 spiritual power users, right? You?" One of the youths barely managed to raise his head. "You actually associate with magical beasts. It's simply a disgrace to humanity." "You're talking nonsense." The thug leader kicked the youth in the forehead, then stood up. "Magical beasts are so powerful, they willingly follow me. What reason do I have to refuse?" As soon as the thug finished speaking, amidst a series of low growls, a giant wolf over 5 meters tall slowly emerged from the nearby forest. "Our country lost so many people because of those monsters back then. Now, finally, the people are living in peace, and you actually want to resurrect those monsters and even make them evolve." The young man's face was covered in blood, clearly indicating he had recently endured some inhuman torture. "People like you. What's wrong with people like us? Tell me about it." The thug grabbed the young man's hair and dragged him off the ground. "What does the lives of ordinary people have to do with us? What do I care if they're happy or not? Am I a saint? Giving up money to suffer for the sake of your so-called peaceful lives for ordinary people? Back when the X-level magical beast was defeated in Glory City, you didn't have this attitude now." Another youth struggled to his feet. "Fine, there's nothing to say to beasts like you. Kill me if you want." "Oh, thanks. Even if you hadn't reminded me, I would have killed you anyway. You two are less than pigs and dogs in my eyes." Saying this, the thug glanced at his watch. It's about time. "Do you two have any last words? Speak. Speak up. If you don't speak, it means you have nothing to say, so I make my move." "Go ahead." "Good, that's manly," the thug said, casually grabbing a shotgun from his accomplice and pointing it at the two men on the ground. "Farewell, idiots." Whoosh. Before the thug could finish speaking, a sudden sixth sense made him instinctively roll to the side. Boom! A bullet, gleaming with an amber light, hurtled towards the thug with lightning speed, narrowly missing his ear and piercing a large tree behind him. Help? The thug waved his hand, all hands, into battle mode. Roar! Several thugs quickly moved forward, surrounding their leader in the center. Firefly Type 4, Wide Area Bombardment. Immediately afterward, a clear, girlish voice rang out, and a missile was launched into the sky, forming a massive circle of fire that trapped the thugs in the center of the wasteland. "Sorry, we're late." At the same time, a ghostly figure swiftly approached and helped two young men to their feet. "You are?" The young man barely opened one eye. "Commander Liu Yao?" "Yes, are you alright?" Liu Yao mobilized his spiritual energy to heal the young man. "Reinforcements will be here soon, hold on." I'm fine," the young man said weakly, then pointed to the thugs and magical beasts in front of him. "They're remnants of the tiny party, trying to resurrect dead magical beasts, but I stumbled upon them." "I know, you get some rest." Liu Yao interrupted the young man, pulling up his headset. "Lu Meng, how's the situation?" "It seems there are only a few of them nearby." Lu Meng, piloting a mecha high in the sky, surveyed the surroundings. "I can handle this. It's best to leave them alive. Take them back to Glory City for questioning." "Understood." With that, the mecha in the sky suddenly swooped down towards the thugs in the circle of fire. The Yao Ming siblings? Seeing the mecha high in the sky, the thugs were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You've fallen on hard times, haven't you? Once great heroes have been reduced to dealing with trash like us. Knowing you're nobody is enough." After moving the two youths to a safe location, Liu Yao, carrying a sniper rifle, walked towards the thugs. "Hands behind your heads, squat down." TSK. Look at the once powerful Yao Ming siblings, now reduced to this. How does it feel to be part of the state apparatus? Easier than being mercenaries, right? Stop talking nonsense. Hands behind your heads, squat down. Haha, I told you so. Once great heroes have fallen on hard times, nobody wants them anymore. Several thugs, raising their hands, laughed. Hey, why don't you just leave us alone? Once we resurrect those old monsters, the tail-standing rat, the venomous fawn, and that X-level monster, I guarantee you be back in the government sights. Our work is easy, which just shows the world is at peace and the people are healthy. Liu Yao coldly replied, but you lot, attempting to resurrect monsters to harm the people, your crimes are unforgivable. TSK, even if you didn't say it, I know. Didn't you know that big shot from another world? And now? That big shot used you, clapped his hands, and left. Except for those few people who lived in Glory City back then, nobody remembers you. Are you willing to accept that? My only regret is letting people like you eat too much. Liu Yao walked up to the thugs, took out handcuffs, and cuffed them one by one. All right, come with me to the security department. Yes, definitely. One of the thugs grinned. But before we go back, can I ask you one more question? So much nonsense. Don't you miss at all the dragon that brought you this glory back then? The thug said in a fawning tone. I heard you guys still keep in touch with that dragon. Can you let the brothers see for themselves? It's not that we doubt you, we just want to see the dragon. Buzz? Before the thug finished speaking, a huge rift suddenly opened in the space beside him. Little L, with the dragon form Elanine, walked out of the spatial rift. Brother Liu Yao and sister Lu Ming. Oh, you're here. With that, Little L teleported to Liu Yao's side again. On a mission? Liu Yao was dumbfounded. You? Cough, Little L. No, Lord Nasod, what are you doing? Oh, we're having a Dragon Clan power transfer ceremony over there. I thought if you're not too busy, you could come and visit my world. Little L pointed to the portal. If you have time. Chapter 604. The Aspera plant family territory. Just like the previous days, Vivian woke up early, changed into her little artist's uniform, and sat on the second-floor balcony of the villa, brushes and paints in hand, busily working away. Beside her were several thickly painted murals, all depicting Eline. Eline eating a small cake, Eline snuggling with Tina on the second floor, Eline descending from the sky in her Menard school uniform. Having been expelled from Harlan Magic Academy 2 years prior, and imprisoned in the monster forest for a whole year, Vivian currently had neither school nor work to do. Every day, she would wake up and eat snacks and paint. Compared to a year ago, Vivian had changed a lot. She no longer ran away from home casually, nor would she leave the family territory without a word. Even when she occasionally needed to go to Aspera City to buy things, she would inform her elders in advance. Of course, her biggest change was, "Why, I love Little Ire so much. Why hasn't the summer enrollment for Minar Academy started yet? I really want to enroll now, and then go to Minar Academy and be all cuddled with Little Ire. Even if I don't have the talent, I definitely enroll in the grass or wind element major, and ask the administrator to arrange my dorm next to Little Ire's." In the sunlight, the outline of Airlini reappeared in Vivian's drawing. Vivian glanced at the small cake beside her, and pointed to the ahog, cowlick, on Airlini's head in the drawing. "I prepared the small cake, Little Ire, come quickly. As long as you come to our house, you can eat as much cake as you want, as much chestnut cake as you want. After we eat, we go to our room and take a nap together. My bed is big, so it's okay if you and Tina come in together. After our nap, we have afternoon tea together, and then we go back to our room, hee. As she spoke, Vivian wiped the drool that had involuntarily dripped from her mouth with a handkerchief, her mind filled with longing for a wonderful future. Vivian. Just then, her father's voice came from downstairs. Vivian, are you there? Huh? Vivian snapped out of her reverie. What is it, Dad? We have guests. They're from the Richard family. They said they want to see you and chat with you. They're downstairs. Go and greet them. The Richard family? Okay. Vivian didn't even flinch. She didn't really like the Richard family. Hi, Vivian. Putting away her sketchbook, Vivian went down to the lobby and saw several members of the Richard family already waiting there. We heard that you were missing for a whole year, and then very luckily, rescued by some important figure. If you want to pry into our relationship with Little L, just say so. Seeing the barred words, Vivian was equally blunt. Was it His Majesty the King who sent you? His Majesty the King? No, quite the opposite. His Majesty instructed us not to easily inquire about the relationship between the plant family and the dragons. The speaker seemed to be the patriarch of the Richard family. This middle-aged man walked towards Vivian, but we are genuinely curious. You say this is the age of dragons, and our King Ruggiero has become hesitant in his actions. Is it really necessary for us to so humbly beg for the dragon's favor? Humble? You're all humble. Don't drag us into it. Vivian retorted. Little Elle said that dragons and humans are more equal. She doesn't like us treating her like some kind of important figure. That's probably just polite talk from the dragons, isn't it? Several members of the Richard family exchanged glances. Since dragons are the most powerful race on this continent, they definitely have some kind of arrogance buried deep in their bones. Claiming that all people are born equal is just a speech they use to win people over. You came here today just to tell me this? Vivian looked bewildered. Are you trying to gather information about the dragons, or hoping to sow discord between our plant family and the dragons with a few words? Neither. We just hope you understand the current situation on the Eve continent. The Richard family elder, who spoke, shook his head. Shaking his head, he said, since Miss Vivian is so blunt, let's get straight to the point. Don't you think King Ruggiero was too subservient when facing the dragons? Shouldn't he have been subservient? Vivian was even more puzzled. He almost plunged Aspera into dire straits. If offending the dragons would plunge the strongest nation on the Eve continent into dire straits, then I think this world has no reason to exist, or rather, we humans have no reason to exist. Let the dragons play by themselves. The family elder in front of him suddenly sneered. Furthermore, the reason we're discussing this with you is mainly because you had the most contact with that little princess of the dragon race and have some understanding of her. Therefore, we hope you can tell us the truth. Are the dragons really as powerful as King Ruggiero's suspects? No. Vivian shook her head. The Richard family elder's expression turned expectant. King Ruggiero's guess was actually wrong. Under the gazes of the surrounding group, Vivian paused deliberately. The dragons are far more powerful than we imagined. TSK. Several members of the Richard family exchanged glances. So what's your relationship with the dragons now? Perhaps realizing he couldn't get anything out of Vivian, a man stepped forward and asked, friends? Slaves? Vassals? Just very good friends. Vivian said impatiently. Little Elle said, we're all her good friends. Oh! My goodness, the dragon's sweet talk is truly powerful. The man shrugged. Anyone can say nice things. They claim to be your friends, so why haven't the dragons contacted your family since? I see now. You really did come here to sow discord between our family and the dragons. Vivian stood up. If there's nothing else, I head back. I still need to paint. Don't go. The man stopped Vivian. I only have one question. Since you're friends, miss, could you contact the dragon clan? Let them confirm it for us personally, so we can put our minds at ease. What strange topics are you discussing? Just then, a rift opened in the space beside Vivian, and Erin, dressed in a Minar Academy uniform, emerged from it. Are you talking about me? Little Erin. Vivian was both surprised and delighted to see Erin. What brings you here? Today, the Dragon Clan is having a royal succession ceremony. I wanted to ask if you, Sister Vivian, would like to attend. Erin said, glancing around at the strange-looking members of the Richard family. Are they your friends? No, they're beggars from outside. Vivian stuck her tongue out at the men. A royal succession ceremony? I want to attend. I'm going right now. Chapter 605. In the Atlantis capital, on the vast grasslands near the royal garden, clumps of foxtail grass swayed in the bright morning sunlight. Several early-rising servals opened their sleepy eyes and stretched lazily in the morning light. Rustle, rustle. One serval sensed movement in the nearby grass, crouching low, waiting for its chance. Suddenly, it pounced on the grass, seizing a large, fat rat. Rustle, rustle. Then, another strange sound came from the grass. Another serval instinctively turned around and laid down in the direction of the sound. However, this time, two adorable little girls emerged from the grass. Thank you for making this trip, Little Elle. Emerging from the spatial portal with Eline, Sophia said somewhat apologetically from the bushes, I should have had the Mage Association arrange flying magical beasts for this. It's alright. Since it's the dragon race's royal inauguration ceremony, having the dragons come to pick us up would make it more ceremonial. Eline shook her head from the bushes. There aren't many places left anyway, so I tried to show my face in as many familiar cities as possible. So tiring. Everyone's been working hard, setting aside a special day to celebrate my birthday. Eline brushed aside some bangs that were obstructing her vision and tidied her hair. Sometimes I feel like a spoiled little princess, someone whose birthday has caused a stir throughout the world. Well, it's a little different. This is Little Elle's 100th birthday. Sophia chuckled. If Little Elle hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot about my birthday. All I could remember was the royal succession ceremony. Actually, dragons don't really celebrate birthdays. As she spoke, Eline noticed the servals staring blankly at her and Sophia, and waved to the little ones. Hi, good morning. Eline drew heavily on Atlantis, Sophia's home world on the continent of Eve, as the prototype for the new world of Lemilon. This was also the country Eline liked the most, besides the Riemann Empire. Even, in most cases, Atlantis gave Eline a better impression than the Riemann Empire. At least there was no king who enjoyed fighting, no pope who slacked off, no corrupt parliament, and no wandering families from neighboring countries, commanded by their popes, constantly plotting trouble in other nations. If it weren't for the war, Atlantis would truly be a country with abundant welfare benefits, where most people could live very happily, including even the small animals. Looking around, Eline arrived at the outside of an Angora rabbit burrow, reached out, and picked up a large, round rabbit, placing it on her head. This is the feeling. After adjusting to the rabbit's weight, Eline strode towards the capital. Let's go. In the capital of Atlantis, hearing that goddess Little L was coming today, the vast capital was already packed with onlookers before dawn. Is it Little L? I heard Little L is coming to Atlantis today. I didn't see Little L last time. I definitely won't miss her this time. It seems the Dragon Clan is holding some kind of ceremony, so Little Ire is here to pick them up. Little Ire is so enthusiastic. A Dragon Clan ceremony, and she, as the Dragon King's daughter, is personally coming to pick them up? Little Ire is the Dragon King's daughter? Are you serious? Really, brother, haven't you been watching the recording crystal lately? Everyone knows the latest news from Minar Academy. How come your information is so outdated? My god. Our Holy Light Ire cult's goddess Little Ire is actually the Dragon King's daughter. In the crowd, the president of the Atlantis Mage Association, an old man with a white beard, got up especially early, having the association members prepare various kinds of glutinous rice dumplings offered to Little Ire. Green mugwort dumplings, black sesame dumplings, yellow corn dumplings. Besides all kinds of dumplings, members of the Mage Association from all over the world also prepared snacks and desserts from various regions, piling them up like small mountains in the square. I don't care what kind of ceremony is being held in Longlin. I only remember that today is the birthday of our Holy Light Ire cult's only goddess, Airlini Purista. From today onwards, this time of year will be the day of pilgrimage for the Holy Light Ire cult. Thank you, Goddess Ire. May all believers of the Holy Light Ire cult receive your guidance. It's clear that compared to the Goddess Ire cult in Hennessy Village, the Holy Light Ire cult in Atlantis is much purer. Everyone seems to genuinely worship the Little Ire deep within their hearts, their faces filled with piety in every prayer. So many people. Amidst prayers, Erin and Sophia emerged from the bushes, each sporting an Angora rabbit hat. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Picking up people from another country took a little longer. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Erin walked through the aisle in the middle of the crowd. Mr. Steve must have told you all, right? The Dragon Clan of Dragon Forest will be holding a royal succession ceremony today, and it's also my birthday. Anyone who wants to visit Dragon Forest can come with me in a bit. The journey takes about 10 minutes. Erin's appearance instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the surrounding crowd. Wow! It really is Erin. Oh my god! The goddess actually appeared. Is today Erin's birthday? It's being held in Dragon Forest? I have to go. I absolutely have to go. Clearly, no one seemed to have really heard the words royal succession ceremony, only today is Erin's birthday. I explained the details to them. At this moment, King Steve of Atlantis approached and respectfully addressed Eline. However, it seems everyone is more concerned about little Eline. Uncle, your daughter Sophia and I are equals. You are her elder, and naturally you are mine as well. Steve's attitude left Eline somewhat helpless, so she lowered her voice and said, so please don't speak in that tone, it makes me uncomfortable. Oh, I'm so sorry, I really apologize. It's just that little Eline, your aura is too strong. Recently, everyone in the country has been worshipping you to no end, and I unconsciously took on the role of a worshipper. Steve scratched his head. There are quite a few people from Atlantis who want to go to Dragon Forest today, more than 30,000 in total. You cough, you see. It's alright. Sister Seren will be here soon. We fly over in several trips, it be quick. Eline took the Angora rabbit from her head and hugged it to her chest. Then I trouble your majesty to help maintain order at the scene. Chapter 606. Chio Shiryo's Little House. How do you feel? At Chio Shiryo's insistence, Lu Xinyu changed into a JK sailor uniform that she would never normally wear. Calling it JK is a bit of a stretch, because the definition of JK is high school girl uniform, while what Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu were wearing was closer to a middle school girl uniform, making them look relatively young. Both wore sailor-style tops paired with cute short skirts, and their shoes were cute round-toed shoes with chunky heels and bows. The difference was that Lu Xinyu's outfit was predominantly blue, paired with white stockings, while Qiu Xiaoyu's outfit was predominantly black, paired with black stockings. Both had their hair styled in pigtails. So cute. Seeing Lu Xinyu obediently put on her sailor uniform, Qiu Xiaoyu showed a satisfied expression. I take a lot of pictures when we get there today, and then we can use them as side dishes when we're putting stickers together tonight. Ahem, don't say such strange things in front of Shower. Lu Xinyu became even more shy, and she subconsciously turned to Shower. Speaking of which, if Xiaoyu and I go to another world, would that count as time travel like in novels? Yes. Shower said without thinking. Strictly speaking, Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu should be the first people from Earth to travel to the Eve continent. Is it called the Eve continent? Lu Xinyu pondered. It's a world with magic, dragons, and lots of magical beasts, similar to the otherworldly continent in novels. You could say that. Shower nodded. However, some of the magic settings on the Eve continent might be different from some novels, or different from the magical continents people imagine. Any good examples? A good example is Mr. Nasod, who's been playing games here these past few days. His true form is a black dragon. Sister Xiaoyu is an author, so she must have written quite a few novels with dragons in their worlds, right? Yes. So, in Sister Xiaoyu's setting, what kind of image do dragons generally have? Roughly about 7 or 8 meters long. They love treasure and are often harassed by human mages or heroes, top-tier behemoths. The dragons on the Eve continent do love treasure, but it's all passive, and their length isn't just 7 or 8 meters. Little L patiently explained, the dragon eggs there are almost 10 meters tall, baby dragons are generally between 15 and 30 meters, and adult dragons, like Nasod, can grow to 200 or 300 meters, or even more. Ah? A dragon over 300 meters long? Lu Xinyu's eyes widened. What about the dragon-slaying warrior? Do humans still have a chance? The answer is no. Little L said seriously, humans and dragons on the Eve continent are like ants and humans on Earth. Ants build anthills in the forest, seemingly developing civilized societies, but no matter how powerful an individual ant is, it can't kill a human. Then Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu exchanged a worried glance. The magic in that world must be very powerful, right? We just go there like this. Without any magic, will that be okay? It's okay. There are many ordinary people on the Eve continent who can't learn magic. Little L smiled. Besides, according to the settings of most novels on Earth now, Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu actually had an invincible cheat code the moment they transmigrated to the Eve continent. Even without learning magic, they could walk sideways on the Eve continent. This cheat ability couldn't be. Lu Xinyu reacted in less than a second. Little L? It could also be Little L, Eline Garland, that's my true form, the daughter of the Dragon King of the Eve continent. Little L said in a half-joking tone. After Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu transmigrated, they immediately gained the strongest dragon, the Dragon King's daughter, as their mount. This mount is proficient in all magic, has maxed out magical talents, and overflowing magical skill points. It has no natural enemies on the Eve continent. At the same time, the two of them also gain infinite lifespans. No matter what they die for, they can be resurrected with full health on the spot. These backgrounds are enough to make the two of them the heroines of a wish-fulfillment novel, right? So Little L, were you this strong in your original world? Lu Xinyu was surprised, because on Earth you were only. I demonstrated my abilities a few times, mostly things like space travel. I don't know you very well yet. You see, when we get there. Little L casually opened a spatial portal. I believe Sister Xiaoyu can find inspiration for her writing on the Eve continent, and Sister Xiaoyu, after seeing some of the scenery or dragons and magical beasts there, should also gain artistic inspiration from the different visuals compared to Earth. That's for sure. Qiu Xiaoyu took Lu Xinyu's hand. I told you long ago that Little L's strength is definitely more than what's shown. Let's go. Let's witness this historic moment. Ah? Oh. In terms of taking the initiative, Lu Xinyu was clearly inferior to Qiu Xiaoyu. She followed behind Qiu Xiaoyu somewhat nervously, gesturing to the phone in her hand. Will this still work over there? Sure, Sister Xiaoyu. You can think of Eve's continent as a world with Earth's DLC. Eve's continent has everything Earth has, and it follows the same rules. Things like cell phones and cameras will work there, just without signal. Yeah, as long as a cell phone can take pictures, that's perfectly fine. Let's go. towards the stars of this other world. Let's set off. On the other side of the portal was Dragon Forest, shimmering with amber light. Wow, where is this place? Stepping out of the portal, looking at the clear, sapphire blue sky, the beautiful surrounding forests, and the artistic architecture, the two girls from Earth instinctively grabbed their phones and started snapping photos of their surroundings. These large buildings are truly inspiring. They're so beautiful. Lucinue asked while taking photos. Little L, what's that building over there for? Is it the Dragon Clan's treasure vault? That looks like it's for storing magical artifacts. What about these glittering stones on the ground? Tier 7 ice crystals. Are they expensive? Not too expensive. Then what are these coin-sized, gold coin-like things? Lucinue picked up a gold coin from the ground. They're quite heavy. These are gold coins. Huh? You just throw gold coins on the ground like that? Lucinue asked, puzzled. How much can one gold coin buy? About 10,000 yuan on Earth. 10,000 yuan? Lucinue looked around at the gold coins scattered all over the ground and swallowed hard. Okay, I'm sure now. I really am the female lead in a wish fulfillment novel. Chapter 607. As more and more people were brought to Dragon Forest, while Eline traveled between the various empires of the Eve continent in her dragon form, Little L led Lucinue and Qiu Xiaoyu to the area Dragon Forest had prepared specifically for humans, introducing them to their companions from all over the world. This is Lu Yao, this is Lu Ming. They are siblings from Pisces Earth, which is similar to Earth. I'm sorry, I can only name them this simply, because I really don't know how to describe that world. Under the gaze of Lu Yao and Lu Ming, Little L stood beside Lucinue and Qiu Xiaoyu. Over here, this is Lucinue, this is Qiu Xiaoyu. I have used mysterious power to make your language adaptable. Alright, so you can just communicate in your native languages. Hello. Lu Yao walked over to Lucinue. You share the same surname as us? We're all surnamed Lu, right? For Xiao El to introduce us so prominently, it seems our worlds have roughly similar cultures. Xiao El said your world is a magical Earth where everyone can learn superpowers. Lucinue extended her hand and shook hands with Lu Yao. Could you tell me more about what kind of world it is? Well, there's not much to say. One day, spiritual energy and magical beasts suddenly appeared on Earth, and humanity evolved as a result. Lu Yao shrugged. I heard this from the older generation. My sister and I were born into a world full of spiritual energy. I can't imagine a world without spiritual energy and magical beasts. Xiaoyu and I come from such a world. Lucinue pondered. Then I think I understand what Little L meant when she kept saying she came from a different world. Yes, she also revealed her identity to us. It seems she's a world administrator or something. Lu Yao put her hands on her hips. Speaking of which, this world is really beautiful, and those dragons over there. Such huge magical beasts would be unimaginable in our world. It's unimaginable for me. In our world, the largest creature is the blue whale in the ocean, and most ordinary people will never see a blue whale in their lifetime. At most they might see an elephant a few meters tall. Lucinue sighed, but these dragons here. They can move hundreds of meters at a time. Human strength is so weak in comparison. Why don't you two go get something to eat first? Seeing the two chatting so enthusiastically, Little L pointed to the cluster of buildings not far away. Let's eat and chat over there. There's still plenty of time before the ceremony officially begins. You can chat for a bit. By the way, Xiaoyu and I come from different worlds, right? As they walked towards the cluster of buildings, Lu Yao asked curiously, if it weren't for Little L, would we have ever met in this lifetime? Not necessarily. Little L shook her head. Your country is called the Flame Dragon Kingdom, right? Lu Yao nodded. Your capital is Glory City, and around Glory City are Zaiji City, Taihang City, and other large cities, right? Xiaoyu. Little L turned to Lucinue. Are you familiar with the names Zaiji and Taihang? I'm familiar with it. Taihang is the name of a mountain range in our area. It's also called Wishing Mountain or Niwa Mountain. Those mountains are very beautiful. I even went there with my school club during a break in college. Lucinue explained earnestly. As for Zaiji, it's the courtesy name of a great man from our area. There's a line in Chao Chon Wei's an elephant that says, place the elephant on a large boat and mark the waterline. Weigh the objects to carry it, and you can tell the difference. Just then, in her dragon form, Erin descended from the sky with Tina, Vivian, and the others. Thank you, little Erin. Thank you, Princess Erin Garland. I'm truly grateful to the Dragon King. Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life, Anthony. After dismounting from Erin's back, the patriarch of the plant family, the master, and dozens of family members and stewards all stared wide-eyed with curiosity. surveying this glittering, bountiful land. My goodness, is this the wealth of the dragon race? I feel like I entered a fairyland? Such a beautiful crystal palace, a magnificent castle and towering peaks. This is the work of a god. What have I done to deserve being allowed to desecrate such a divine miracle? Unlike the clansman and steward who were full of praise, Vivian and Tina, perhaps already accustomed to the various surprises brought by Elaine, quickly recovered despite their astonishment at their surroundings. By the way, could Sister Tina and Sister Vivian come over for a moment? Seeing the two appear at that moment, little Elle waved to them. Vivian, seeing little Elle for the first time, was full of curiosity. She's little Elle's clone, Tina explained. Although I don't yet understand what a clone is, Vivian, you just need to treat them as the same person. Oh. Vivian walked towards little Elle with a puzzled look. She looks exactly like little Elle? Only her hair and eye colors are different. Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaoyu. Little Elle gestured for the two people not far away to come over first. Why don't you two get to know each other? Vivian and Tina, Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu. These two couples seem to be trapped in a memory swamp. According to Vivian, during the year she was trapped underground, she would unintentionally dream about things on Earth and even learn the Earth language, don't mistreat. Qiu Xiaoyu also dreamed about Vivian, and Tina even dreamed that she transformed into a young female knight who could wield a great sword of rock element, protecting her young lady in her dreams. Little Elle wanted to observe the reactions of the two couples after they met, so she could gain a deeper understanding of the memory swamp phenomenon. You are? As expected, Vivian and Tina widened their eyes upon seeing Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu. I feel like I've seen you in my dreams. Me too. Lu Xinyu looked Tina up and down. I think I dreamt about you. Do you use rock element and are skilled at wielding a great sword? How did you know? Tina was surprised, since just now, I felt a sense of familiarity between you two sisters. What's going on? This is the memory swamp. Little Elle smiled slightly. Including Zaiji City and Taihang City, where Brother Liu Yao lived, there are corresponding regions or terms on Earth. You must be people from each other's memory swamps. Let's go! Since everyone seems familiar with each other, let's eat and chat over there. Chapter 608. Dream City Lachran. Early in the morning, Quint, accustomed to waking up early, emerged from his small apartment assigned by Black Paradise and headed towards the shattered Dream Tower as usual. Oh! My mind is filled with the restlessness bestowed by darkness. At the foot of the shattered Dream Tower, a young man in a Black Paradise uniform was holding a guitar, singing to the morning light. This world will dance around me. Come, look into my evil eyes. This world is so beautiful, so damn messed up. Good morning, Jesse. Reaching the young man, Quint pulled a coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the empty ground beside him. Oh! Brother Quint, I'm not that damn beggar. Stop with your pathetic pity. The young man looked up, strumming his guitar as he angrily said, Your coin makes me angry, your gaze. Oh! Damn, that's awful. I didn't think of you as a beggar, Brother Jesse. You had too much to drink. Quint shook his head. Last night's masquerade ball. I borrowed $5 from you to buy a bottle of wine. Have you forgotten already? Huh? Quint's words startled the young man. Then, he picked up the coin. Okay, I did forget, but couldn't you be a little gentler? Quint shrugged. You were the one who wasn't gentle with the world first. Because there's no such thing as gentleness in this world. The young man called Jesse slammed his guitar down hard. The top seat abandoned us. She never came back to Dream City. Nobody knows where she went. The world abandoned Black Heaven, and it abandoned you and me. Oh, it's rotten. Maybe the world hasn't abandoned us after all. Quint sighed. Jesse, you had too much to drink. You need to go back and rest. I'm not going back. I'm going to keep singing praises to the evil of this world. Jesse, listen to me. You need to go back and rest now, or your body will break down. No, I'm going to stay here and wait for the Dark Emperor's descent. We searched for him our whole lives, but we never truly been glanced at by him. We already been glanced at by the Dark Emperor. You mean the one disguised as an outsider? The little dragon girl who sang the bunny song in our Black Heaven? Oh God, I remember that rhythm again, egghead, egghead, egghead. The young man tuned his guitar to the rhythm of Elaine's earlier song. Honestly, I never heard DJ music like that at a masquerade ball, and I never imagined that little girl could sing a nursery rhyme so rhythmically. I swear, that day in Lachlan, half the street smelled of milk, all of it was the smell of milk wine, sickeningly sweet. That little girl's voice was also so cute, so full of milky sweetness, like a kitten that hasn't been weaned yet. breathing on you while drinking milk. Hiss, ha! Seeing that the young man was beyond help, Quincy decided not to waste any more time and turned to walk into the first floor of the shattered Dream Tower. There, he saw Francis, whose bandages had been largely removed, sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed out of the room by a girl. The girl was wearing a well-behaved schoolgirl uniform and round-framed glasses, and seemed somewhat harmless. Chipmunk. Seeing the girl, Quint's lips twitched. You really are elusive. What's wrong? Doesn't Black Paradise welcome me? The girl feigned a wronged expression. I used someone to resurrect the nameless tyrant, and now that I used him, I'm useless? Can't I come back? No, that's not what I meant. Quint turned to Francis in the wheelchair. I don't care anymore. If the throne doesn't care, we won't care. Francis looked utterly dejected. Right now, I just hope my legs heal quickly so I can go to Aspera for a drink. Speaking of which, didn't you already know my and that dragon princess's identities? The girl pushing the wheelchair behind Francis smiled slightly. Why haven't you made a move today? This isn't like Black Paradise. The Dark Emperor we always admired. That's the father of that dragon princess. Quint smiled wryly. What else do you expect us to do? Francis, who was drinking tea, spat it out instantly at Quint's words. What did you say? Who is the Dark Emperor? The father of that dragon princess. Which dragon princess? Cow. Quint added, or rather, Elenine Piarista, that's her real name. When did this happen? Is the information reliable? Reliable. How did you get this information? I saw it with my own eyes, and also, I investigated it myself. You even found that out? How could I not find out? Before, when Cow scared that snake in the monster forest to the point of madness, I guessed her identity. Yesterday I went to Aspera and saw Cow's picture. Everyone there, including the king, said she was the Dragon King's daughter. Only we were kept in the dark. Then how do you know Cow's father is the Dark Emperor? People from Minar Academy said so. I compared the pictures of the Black Dragon King and the Dark Emperor there, and they're identical. Cough, cough, cough. Quint, how can you deliver such explosive news so calmly? Because I was already blown away by this news yesterday, and I didn't sleep a wink all night. Cow sat on a small chair by the corridor. He calmed down. Now I'm actually calmer. Thinking about it, it's not so bad. The daughter of the world's strongest Dragon King, she used to work for me. I even gave her a level 2 ice crystal magic staff and told her it was very precious. Oh, looking back now, I was such a clown. Wait a minute. The girl behind Francis shook her head. Maybe little Elle actually liked the magic staff you gave her? How could that be? She's the Dragon King's daughter. For dragons, let alone level 2, even level 6, 7, or even 8 crystals are plentiful. Giving her a level 2 staff is no different than throwing her a twig and saying it's a treasure. Quint's words had barely finished when a rift suddenly opened in the space beside him. Aline, already wearing the gray-black trench coat, and with the level 2 ice crystal magic staff at her waist, stepped out of the rift. Brother Quint. Ah, Lord Francis is here too, and Sister Huggia. Seeing the three of them, Erin waved her little hand. Come on, I take you to Dragon Forest to see the legendary Dark Emperor. Chapter 609. Considering that the people in Black Paradise weren't exactly benevolent, Erin didn't transform into a dragon and carry them over. Instead, she used her mysterious power to open a spatial passage to Dragon Forest. What's this? Seeing the pitch-black spatial passage, Quint was dumbfounded. You're not planning to take us to another dimension, are you? This is a magical ability that uses mysterious power in conjunction with divine authority to distort the laws of the world and connect the two spatial coordinate axes of the Eve continent. It materializes this mysterious power while minimizing interference with the memory swamp and quantum entanglement. In response to Quint's question, Erin, dressed in a gray cosplay outfit, said seriously, it's also a unique magic I created called Extreme Black Brunhild. With the blessing of the evil king's true eye, this magic will bring immense convenience. Erin's explanation left Quint completely bewildered. Speak plainly. It's a portal. Oh, right. Quint turned to the young man carrying the guitar. A portal to the Dark Emperor's world. Jesse, wanna come? I'm not going. I want the Dark Emperor. His image will forever remain in my imagination. Young Jesse shook his head. Brother, you probably haven't experienced that feeling. Living in this world without hope isn't the most tormenting thing. It's creating a hope you can see the end of the tunnel for yourself, like. Once you reach the end of hope, your life has completely lost its meaning. I joined Black Heaven precisely because of its ethereal nature. It wasn't about truly pursuing that emperor, only an emperor I can never see is the true Dark Emperor within my heart. You even gotten philosophical. Quint chuckled. I don't have that many fuss over things. I'm a very straightforward person. I don't believe the Dark Emperor can change the world, nor do I think my future is that bad. That's because you haven't experienced the despair of having hope taken away. Jesse shook his head. My Lisa, my former love, you just left like that, without taking a single cloud with you. Never mind him. Hearing this, Quint gestured for Hugh and Francis to walk towards Eline's space. He's an abstract artist. I can tell. Eline, carrying a lantern, nodded. Then you? Are you both realists? I'm half abstract, half realist. Francis lifted his leg, still in a cast. As long as we pass through this door, we can see the legendary Dark Emperor. Is that right? Theoretically, we can't see it immediately, but if you like, I can expedite it. Erin raised the lantern higher. I used dragon breath to call Mom over. Mom? Quint asked, puzzled. According to my investigation, the Dark Emperor is a majestic black dragon. It's a black dragon, that's right. He's your dad. He's my dad, that's right. Then you? Quint felt his brain was starting to malfunction. Why are you calling Mom over? You wouldn't understand, would you? Erin deliberately covered her left eye with one hand. Let my burning left eye, which incinerates all darkness, tell you, a long, long time ago. Stop. Quint's lips twitched. How come I never noticed how Chinibi you were, Cal? Yes, there is. Chipmunk, you chimed in. She looks like Cal in this outfit, and Cal is always so Chinibu, delusional. That's right. Oh wait, this isn't Chinibu, this is anime/manga. Eleni turned around, flicking her cloak. Come on, show the Abyss Lord your resolve. Passing through a wide portal, led by Eleni, the group arrived at a cluster of Atlantean-style buildings behind Dragon Forest. Little L. Your Highness L. Little L is back? And who are these people? Seeing Eleni appear, the Atlanteans sitting at the table chatting with the guests greeted her warmly. Come sit here. The mugwort dumplings are delicious today. Thank you. Eleni took the dumpling and, while eating, introduced it to the Atlanteans. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Hugh, also known as the Chipmunk, a Lehman. Oh! Clearly, almost no one present recognized Hugh. They simply nodded politely. Sister Hugya is, well, a half-fox, or rather, a half fox. Her nine-tailed fox blood is very diluted, so she doesn't have a fox tail. Eline continued, it's near the Starfire Forest in Atlantis. The fire foxes there are descendants of the nine-tailed fox, and Sister Hugya is the offspring of a fire fox and a human. Now I understand. She's one of us. Hearing this, the president of the Atlantis Magicians Association quickly pulled Hugya over. No wonder this girl is so cute and seems so approachable. She's a descendant of the Atlantis nine-tailed fox. Hey girl, help yourself to whatever you want to eat. Little L has prepared so much food for everyone today, we definitely can't finish it all. Yeah, look at you, so skinny foxes get to eat more. You're too kind, everyone. Hugh revealed a smile quite reminiscent of a nine-tailed fox. Little L has always been so good to me, she's even my savior. Everyone here is Little L's savior. That's right. Back in Atlantis, if it weren't for Little L, we probably would have been wiped out. Little L is also very good to our little princess. The two of them are inseparable now. Seeing that Hugh had finished introducing everyone, Eleni pulled Cunt over. This is Brother Cunt, from Black Heaven. Hearing the words Black Heaven, the nearby Atlanteans were all taken aback. Brother Quint didn't participate in the resurrection ceremony of the invincible tyrant in Atlantis. He's a good person. The surrounding Atlanteans breathed a sigh of relief. And this is Francis, also from Black Heaven. He participated in the resurrection ceremony of the invincible tyrant in Starfire Cave that day. The crowd tensed up again. But don't worry, Brother Francis's leg was crushed by a boulder after the invincible tyrant emerged. He probably won't be able to walk for at least 6 months. Oh right, Brother Francis could have escaped from the cave. But Sister Hugh had planted a bomb along his escape route beforehand, so... Cal, you stop talking. Francis, unable to move in his wheelchair, was covered in sweat. He looked around, then rolled his wheelchair towards a nearby hellhound, Cerberus, using a tire. I joined that dog at the table. Chapter 610. Angel Street 23, Lehman Empire, Angel Bar. With a creak, a wooden door was pushed open, and Erin entered the bar. Back in the Minar Forest, after sending Erin and the others back to the Lehman Empire, a dragon-winged gargoyle gave the sleeping dragon princess an address. The bar at Angel Street 23. Erin was actually very familiar with the name Angel Street 23. However, What made the name familiar to her wasn't a place name, but a book. A novel from Earth, titled Angel Street 23. Moreover, this series even had 5 parts, such as Angel Street 23-2, Angel Street 23-3, Angel Street 23-4, and so on. This book was a female-oriented novel on Earth, roughly about a group of Mary Sue's pretty boys and girls arguing and fighting for love in school. Back when she was still an Earthling, extracurricular books were frequently passed around in Elenine's high school class. Sometimes it was Comic World, mainly focusing on titles like the Duhead series, Rabbit Gang, and Mobile Phone Boy, as well as Yin Comic, Story Club, and various novels. At that time, some girls in her class were passing around novels like Angel Street 23 and An Angel Will Love You in My Place. Somehow, these reached Elenine, and she couldn't resist the temptation, finishing several of them in one go during self-study. After arriving on the Eve continent, Elenine was somewhat surprised to hear that the rendezvous point for the Dragonwing Gargoyles of the Lehman Empire was the Angel Street 23 bar. Only now did she understand that this was also a kind of memory swamp phenomenon. Have you heard? The daughter adopted by the Piarista family, who helped us before. I think her name is Eline or something. She's actually a dragon. What's wrong with you all? You're all looking at me like I'm an idiot. I'm telling the truth. Hey, don't stay silent. Isn't this news explosive enough? I promise it's all true. Just as Eline pushed open the door, she overheard a few scattered customers in the bar discussing their situation. No, it's certainly exciting, but a bit outdated. May I ask where you just came from? Huh? I just came back from hunting in the forest. How long have you been in the forest? More than 3 months. Why? Everyone already knows that Little Elle is a dragon. Not only do they know, but today is the day Little Elle received the throne from the Dragon King, and it's also her 100th birthday. What? Today? How did you know it was today? What did I miss? His Majesty the King said it himself. His Majesty the King. What? King Cassius and the Pope, along with the council members, traveled to Dragon Forest a long time ago on their dragons. By the way, they also installed communication crystals there, so we can watch the live stream directly from here. As they spoke, several men drinking gestured to several crystals on the bar that were broadcasting live footage of Dragon Forest. Look, there they are. My goodness, I thought those things were broadcasting outdoor sports. The man who spoke widened his eyes, and I remember these things being very expensive, right? When did they become so wealthy that they can afford so many crystals here? It's not expensive, it's subsidized by the king. Every family can get one for free. The energy inside can last for at least 40 years. If you want to buy more after you receive them all, the first crystal is half price, the second one is 20% off. A national subsidy. Huh? Why is His Majesty subsidizing this? Has the wind changed again? Won't this cause a fiscal deficit for our country? Our country now has the Dragon King as our backer. Do you think we'd be short of money? So many surrounding countries are trying to curry favor with us. Besides, this crystal can greatly increase the happiness of our citizens and the speed of information dissemination. Its widespread adoption is an inevitable historical trend. Oh, then it seems I was short-sighted. Amidst the murmurs, Eline walked to the bar. A milk wine, no alcohol. Huh? Milk wine without alcohol? The familiar voice made the bartender peek out from behind the bar. Little sister, isn't this just milk? Wait, you are? Seeing Eline, the bartender's eyes widened instantly. Little Eline? This little Eline immediately attracted the attention of the chatting customers around them. Good heavens, we were just talking about Little Elle, and she's already here? Why would the Dragon King's queen come to a place like this? Little Elle is always so approachable and kind. They say she can appear anywhere in the world, and today I finally witnessed it. Even if she's very approachable, she wouldn't come to a place like this, would she? Oh dear. I forgot to shave today. I given Little Elle a bad impression. Hello. Hearing this, Eline turned around and waved to the customers, saying, drink more milk and less alcohol. Alcohol is bad for your health. Okay, Lady Elle. Is today really your birthday, Lady Elle? Yes. Eline nodded. Today is my 100th birthday, according to the Dragon Clan's calendar. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Your Highness Elle. What would you like to drink, Lady Elle? It's your birthday today, it's on us. Haha, she didn't order much, just a glass of milk. The bartender then brought over the milk with ice. Lady Elle, is there something you need today? Oh. Eline took the milk and took a big gulp. I'm here to see Shadow. At the same time, in an underground base within the Lehman Empire, the leader of the underground organization Shadow Soul lay weakly on a hospital bed. It's decided then. From now on. Cough cough cough, he will be the supreme executor of Shadow Soul. After waving his hand to dismiss his subordinates, the old man on the sickbed looked at the dragon-winged gargoyle that had taken human form beside him. Speaking of which, you followed me for so many years, and there's a question I always wanted to ask you. The dragon-winged gargoyle nodded. Please go ahead. What exactly happened with that squad that assassinated the Pirista family members? I'm very confused. I think. The dragon-winged gargoyle was silent for a few seconds. You should already have the answer in your heart. Elenine Pirista was in the car at the time, wasn't she? The gargoyle didn't answer, but his resolute gaze was practically an admission. No wonder you made that choice. The old man shook his head, seemingly somewhat sentimental. The dragon-winged gargoyle pondered. Does this count as betraying the organization? No, you did the right thing. Very well, cough cough cough. The old man revealed a serene expression. If you hadn't made such a decisive choice back then, it's uncertain whether the Shadow Souls would even exist in the Lehman Empire now. Excuse me. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Iren's adorable lowly voice came from outside. Can I see your leader? Chapter 611. Please come in. After receiving the old man's approval, Iren, still dressed in her gray cosplay outfit, walked in from outside. My lady. Upon seeing Iren, the dragon-winged gargoyle inside trembled, its voice shaking. You come? It's my birthday today? Seeing the young man the dragon-winged gargoyle had transformed into so nervously, Iren spoke in a relaxed tone, then revealed an angelic smile. Besides, you probably already know about this, right? After all, the king and pope of the Lehman Empire know. I know a little. The dragon-winged gargoyle said cautiously. It seems that a very grand ceremony is being held in Dragon Forest. Our King Cassius, the pope, and the council members have all received invitations. Not just the king and pope, but also the council members. Theoretically, anyone who wants to go to Dragon Forest can go. You're probably too afraid of the dragon's power, which is why you didn't dare ask. Ah, that seems to be true. The dragon-winged gargoyle, now in human form, scratched its head. I heard it was about something related to you, so I thought, since you didn't contact me, I definitely shouldn't ask. This involves 9 generations of your family. How could I dare to say anything? The dragon-winged gargoyle almost subconsciously thought to itself. Its fear of dragons was ingrained in its genes. Furthermore, the dragon-winged gargoyle itself was a guardian similar to the Sentinel's lament, subconsciously telling them never to pry into their master's private affairs. For the dragon-winged gargoyle, inquiring about its master's private affairs out of curiosity, or asking about matters unrelated to itself, was absolutely taboo. Thinking of this, the dragon-winged gargoyle added, Happy birthday, my lord. I didn't have time to prepare a birthday present for you. Please forgive me. See, you're at it again. What did you promise me? Eline sighed softly. We're equals, not superiors and subordinates. You don't need to be so tense when you talk to me. Then, Eline approached the old man on the sickbed. Hello? Hello, cough cough cough. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the dragon princess, who had us gargoyles secretly eliminate several of our own people, right? The old man's expression was somewhat complicated, looking for our shadow soul. What's the matter? Cough cough cough. Well, strictly speaking, I'm not here to see Shadow Soul, I'm just looking for him. Eline pointed to the dragon-winged gargoyle beside her. I just wanted to have a brief chat, to get things clear. He was the one who brought us back from the Minar Forest, and for the past few months, I've been behind it all. Urging him to use Shadow Soul's power to check and balance the king, the papacy, and the council. I understand all that. Cough cough cough, I guessed a long time ago that some big shot was eyeing our Shadow Soul, but I didn't expect it to be you. The old man spoke with a resigned tone. Very well, handing Shadow Soul over to the dragons is the best outcome. Boss. The dragon-winged gargoyle subconsciously corrected. We're not really under the dragon race's control. At most we're under their supervision. Yes, I understand. The old man nodded, looking at Eline. Is there anything else? Would you be interested in visiting Dragon Forest? Eline used her mysterious power to open a spatial portal. After all, we're all somewhat acquaintances. Is that really all right? The old man asked, puzzled. We Shadow Souls have so many enemies, including many from the Lehman Church and the Council. They already gone to Dragon Forest. If we go too, won't that cause conflict? At least in Dragon Forest, no one dares to cause trouble. Eline took off her hoodie. Besides, this is one of my purposes. I need to know if the prestige I built up on the Eve continent is enough to resolve the hatred between people. Sending Quint, Francis, and the others to Dragon Forest is for the same reason. Eline needs to ascertain whether she has sufficient authority among humans. NASD once said that Eline might grow up to be a wise king, a benevolent king, but Eline knew very well that benevolence alone could not guarantee world peace. When necessary, she would also show the world her claws. If two opposing forces could quarrel or even fight in Dragon Forest, it meant that Eline lacked sufficient authority in their eyes. This would be extremely detrimental to Eline's governance of the Eve continent after she became Dragon Queen. Even if things got really bad, with little Elle as a backup, it was always good to have contingency plans in advance. So far, whether it's Atlantis versus Black Heaven, Silas versus Lehman, or even some of the sworn enemies on the continent of Eve, they all maintain peaceful relations within Dragon Forest. This is largely thanks to Nasod's racial elimination policy. Nasod initially governed the world with extreme violence. Disobeying the dragons meant death. This policy made Nasod a somewhat villainous figure, but it also granted the second Dragon King, Eline, considerable authority. Eline's task upon assuming the throne was to find a balance between being a tyrant and a wise king in order to effectively govern the continent of Eve. I know what you mean. No wonder you're the little sister who's about to become the Dragon King. Eline's words brought an approving look to the old man on the bed. But, girl, look at me. I don't have many days left. I need someone to take care of me when I go to Dragon Forest. The word girl almost made the Dragonwing gargoyle jump. He almost instinctively gave Eline a pleading look, only relaxing when he saw she wasn't angry. It's simple, you're just sick, not dead. Although she didn't mind being called girl, Eline didn't give the leader of the Shadow Souls a particularly friendly look. She raised her second-tier ice crystal wand. Grass, light, ice, fire, choose one. What do you mean? The old man asked, puzzled, but still said, ice. Dingling. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Eline waved her wand in the room. Instantly, a visible chill rose from the staff, quickly penetrating the old man's body. Ugh! The sudden cold air turned the old man's face blue, and his voice began to tremble. What is this? A healing spell from ice magic. Didn't I let you choose earlier? Grass, light, ice, fire. Grass elemental healing magic is the gentlest, while light is the most effective. Eline revealed a mischievous smile. As for how the ice healing spell works, you have to experience it for yourself. Chapter 612. Lehman Empire, Long Street. As usual, as the sun slowly set, the streets here welcomed the familiar morning market. Nearby residents brought their own heavy-duty ducks, crispy chickens, sheep, and other livestock, hawking their wares along the street. Heavy-duty ducks. Pure free-range heavy-duty ducks. Thin skin, firm meat, not fatty or greasy, today's special price. 1 silver coin for 2 caddies. Crispy chicken. Incredibly delicious crispy chicken, hand-shredded, braised, or used in soup. Not far from the livestock market were streets selling rice, flour, oil, vegetables, corn, sweet potatoes, and other produce. Finnish cheese. Finnish cheese. Sweet, not salty, delicious. Finnish rice, homegrown. In the crowd, Erlini, now dressed in her classic skin, walked through the bustling downtown area of Long Street, bathed in sunlight, clutching a large black and white pillow, her eyes half open. She planned to buy some heavy-duty duck here, and visit the uncle named Hyman and his daughter, Lily Hyman. However, since it was morning, which was still sleep time for Erin, forcing herself to get up resulted in, hugging a large pillow, wearing a nightgown and white stockings, and walking through the bustling city center with a dragon dance gait, she looked like she was sleepwalking. Erin's whole face was sleepy, her eyes barely open, and she kept yawning as she walked. Am I seeing things? Is that little Erin? It really is little Erin. Why would she come to a place like this? This is just a regular people's market, and she's a little princess, oh my. It's actually normal for little Erin to be here. Isn't there a rumor that little Erin is always approachable? No, I have to record this with the crystal. This is amazing. Little Elle actually came to the market. Eline waved occasionally, acknowledging the curious stares of the crowd. The place Jiuchong Street had left a strong impression on Eline from the start. Because the name was a transliteration. The pronunciation of Jiuchong in Riemann means peace, longevity. But when Jiuchong was combined with the street name, the meaning of Jiuchong Street changed a bit for Eline. It sounded like Old Factory Street, the hometown of Fishmonger Chong from a certain TV series. Little Elle? Is it really Little Elle? My God. It really is Little Elle. Little Elle, do you remember me? We delivered a cake to Piarista before. We also delivered a heavy-duty duck. Soon, news spread that Eline was openly hugging a pillow in Old Factory Street, and many vendors even stopped their business to come and see what was happening. "Ah, it's me." Seeing that more and more people were gathering, Eline had no choice but to nod. His Majesty the King must have sent out a notice before, that everyone could go to Longlin today. Did anyone sign up? Hey, if we go to Longlin, what about the neighbors? If everyone goes, there won't be any vegetables or meat to cook today. Yes, let His Majesty the King and the people in the palace go. We ordinary people just do our jobs well and live peacefully every day. Little Eline has helped our Lehman Empire so much. We shouldn't trouble you any further, can we? Speaking of which, why is Little Eyre back? Wasn't there supposed to be some kind of royal succession ceremony in Longlin today? Or Little Eyre's birthday? Happy birthday, Little Eyre. What do you want for your birthday? Auntie will buy you anything she can. The chatter of the surrounding citizens touched Erlini a little. She had originally thought that after King Cassius announced that everyone could go to Longlin, most of the people in Jiucheng Street would sign up. That way, her arrival with her pillow wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Unexpectedly, almost no one from Jiucheng Street signed up, and their reasons were quite heartwarming. They didn't want to trouble Little Eyre, worried that no one would sell vegetables, and the neighbors would go hungry, and didn't want to tarnish the image of the Lehman Empire by acting silly and unsophisticated in front of the Dragon Clan. What they didn't know was that even King Cassius of the Lehman Empire would be seen as a country bumpkin in Longlin. They wouldn't cause any trouble for Little Elle, because dragons from Longlin would come to pick up these ordinary people. As for the market being empty, since everyone's gone to Longlin, that would be even easier to handle. There's plenty of food in Longlin. These people can just bring back whatever they want. Alright, since this is everyone's decision. Although she felt a little regretful, seeing the cheerful faces of everyone at the Jiucheng Street market, Eline felt relieved. Then I have King Cassius prepare the recording crystal from Longlin. Anyone interested can take a look. Little Elle. A hearty voice drew Elle's attention. Hey, here. Uncle Hyman. Elle ran over. You didn't choose to go to Dragon Forest either? Haha, I sent Lily. I have to open my shop here today. I'm too busy. The uncle looked cheerful. We haven't had a chance to thank you yet. If you hadn't lifted the curse on Lily, that child probably would never have learned magic. It was nothing. Elle noticed the uncle was holding several heavy ducks. Business is good today? Very good, very good. Since you came to the Lehman Empire, business has been booming every day. Foreigners come here from time to time, saying this is where you used to stay, and it has dragon energy. The uncle placed the several heavy ducks. He handed it over. Want more? These are the most mischievous ducks on the ranch. They're incredibly fast runners. The meat must be excellent. Thank you. Eline nodded. Then help me weigh it and see how much it costs. Oh, how can I take your money? You've done so much for the Lehman Empire. We're all too grateful to even ask for your thanks. The uncle tied the heavy duck with a rope and handed it over. Here you go. No, one thing is one thing. Eline quickly shook her head. We dragons aren't short of money. Just weigh it. I pay whatever it costs. All right. The uncle took the duck aside and casually weighed it on the scale. Exactly 10 silver coins. Take it. Only 10 silver coins? Yes. The uncle handed the duck over. Take it. Chapter 6:13. Thanks to the efforts of Eline and the various Dragon Clan members, more and more people are arriving in Dragon Forest. Because Eline didn't impose many restrictions on humans when she gave the notification, humans who arrived in Dragon Forest riding dragons account for more than half of the creatures here. Riemann, Silas, Arcana, Hespera, Atlantis, and people from Minar Academy all found their places inside the buildings near the Crystal Palace and sat in front of the projection crystals. Soon, these projection crystals will broadcast the Dragon King's authority exchange ceremony and the Dragon King's coronation ceremony live in the heart of Dragon Forest. At the same time, Eline also had someone tell the leaders of almost all the major cities in the continent of Eve, it's okay if you can't come to Dragon Forest. You can watch the live broadcast at home. After the ceremony, the Dragon Clan will send people to bring everyone back and give everyone a big gift. Everyone will receive one. According to statistics, the Hespera Empire has the most people who signed up to come to Dragon Forest today. This country, due to its vast territory and large population, and secondly, because of their previous defeat at the hands of Atlantis, many Esperan people couldn't understand why King Ruggiero would act like a coward, bowing down to a small nation like Atlantis, and being so afraid of the suddenly appearing dragon. Many were curious about what kind of race the dragons were. Therefore, the Esperan Empire had sent many people to the Dragon Forest today, all hoping to witness the dragon's power. However, They were quickly subdued after climbing onto the dragon's back and being carried thousands of meters into the air. King Ruggiero is right. We absolutely cannot offend the dragons. My god, not only are they enormous, but they can also fly to this height with ease, and they're so fast. If the dragons are determined to be enemies of Aspera, our country probably won't last 3 months. The speed is too fast. Keep in mind this is with so many people on board. If the dragons fly at full speed, it probably wouldn't take them 10 minutes to fly from one end of Aspera to the other. At that moment, the first group of Esperons riding on the dragons started arguing right there on their backs. What's the point of you guys bragging about how fast these dragons fly? They need to be strong to fly fast. All we know about dragons are huge, but we don't know how strong they are, whether they can use magic, or what their magical abilities are. Come on, even without magic, a dragon of that size could easily demolish all your family's unfinished buildings. Brother, can you use your lousy brain for a moment? Even if dragons can't do anything, at that speed and height, what weapons or mages do we have to shoot them down from the ground? If they're determined to destroy our country. Home, do you have a solution? Exactly. You make it sound so easy. Even if the dragon doesn't know any magic, with its current strength, it could just go up the mountain, grab some stones, put them on its back, and fly over our heads every day, doing nothing but throwing stones. It doesn't even care if those stones kill anyone. Tell me, shouldn't we, the common people, dodge them? Dodge them, huh? Then the dragon could arrange 7 or 8 squadrons, throwing stones in the morning, at noon, during dinner, just before we go to sleep, and then again in the dead of night. If it keeps throwing stones, like this for less than half a month, everyone in Aspera will go crazy. And dragons can use magic. That girl from Minar Academy. I think her name was Seren. She could breathe fire high in the sky. So, our King Ruggiero was right to back down? Nonsense. We discussed this a long time ago. Only you, and that Richard family, act like traitors every day, hoping our country will be destroyed. On the Plant family's side, seeing the Richard family guests trembling because of Ellen's appearance, the family butler sighed, "You can leave now, our family is closing for the day." We? A man from the Richard family, who looked like a minor leader tentatively asked, "Is it too late for us to apologize to Miss Vivian?" Miss Vivian isn't in the mood for idle chatter. The butler shrugged. Ever since she was rescued by Princess Ellen, she's been a huge fan of that dragon princess. She should be having breakfast with friends in Dragon Forest right now. If it weren't for needing someone to guard the house, I would have gone with her. The butler couldn't help but add in his mind, "I don't know if your Richard family is genuinely stupid or just pretending." The Eve continent has already switched to the dragon version, and even His Majesty the King was terrified. You think you're so smart, still insisting that dragons aren't that powerful. Don't let the dragons hear you and splatter blood on me. Fine, alright. Knowing they were in the wrong, the Richard family members could only slink away. Sorry to bother you. Just as the group had walked a short distance, a rift suddenly opened in the space next to the butler, and a wren, dressed in a nightgown and white stockings, skipped out, handing the butler a small lunchbox filled with various desserts, local snacks, and high-quality ingredients from the dragon realm. A small gift, nothing special. As she spoke, Erin pointed to a few pieces of fruit on the lunchbox, saying, "These are fruits from Dragon Forest. In your human world, they'd be roughly equivalent to 7th-tier treasures. They're very helpful in accelerating magic cultivation and improving magical power." 7th-tier treasures? The butler's legs went weak with shock. Master, did I do something wrong? Is this my last meal? No, because you said you stay here to look after the house, and couldn't go to Dragon Forest. I just found some food from there, and picked some fruit to bring. Erin walked towards the 2nd floor of the villa. It's nothing special, everyone has some. Everyone has some. This made the butler collapse to the ground. A 7th-tier treasure. This is a 7th-tier treasure. A super gem that could buy a small country on its own. And it was just casually placed in a lunchbox and given to me. And everyone in Longland has one? The butler couldn't even imagine how much the value of treasures on the Eve continent would depreciate after the Longland royal transfer ceremony. I'm here to get Sister Vivian's easel and paints. After finding the easel on the 2nd floor, Irini opened the spatial passage again, giving the butler a wink before leaving. Labor is glorious, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 6:14. On the other side of the Eve continent, Yunming Marsh. This is a celestial land with mountains and rivers, misty streams, and abundant spiritual and magical energy. It is also the territory of an insignificant collateral descendant of the Flood Dragon clan. For tens of thousands of years, the struggle for power and desire has been a recurring theme here. Although everyone is a flood dragon, the flood dragons of Yuming Marsh are divided into 4 major families: East, South, West, and North. Every few decades, these 4 families reorganize their power based on their combined strength. This year, the flood dragon of the North had a son, resulting in increased overall strength. Therefore, the land at Qingyun Peak belongs to their family. Next year, a daughter of the flood dragon of the South will advance to the 8th tier sacred beast, and they will receive some of this year's main cultivation resources. Theoretically, Yunming Marsh is a secluded island, free from overly powerful magical beasts and external enemies eyeing its territory. The Jialong are semi-magical creatures. Like dragons, they can survive by absorbing magic energy from the air, even without eating. Even if they crave food, the magical beasts and plants of all sizes in the Yunming Marsh grow very quickly. With proper distribution, ensuring all the Jialong live a life of plenty is entirely possible. However, the Jialong race, which should be equal, exhibits a peculiar phenomenon. High-ranking Jialong manage 90% of the resources, while low-ranking Jialong are left with nothing. Moreover, according to Amy, the people here highly value their status and lineage. A Jialong like herself, who disdains the pursuit of wealth and status, is considered a once-in-a-millennium anomaly. The situation of the dragons in Yunming Marsh was like a secluded kindergarten. Food was plentiful around the kindergarten, more than they could possibly eat together every day, but they insisted on forming cliques and competing based on strength. Only the strongest were qualified to manage the food, and any uneaten food was left to rot rather than be shared with ordinary people. It was in this incredibly suffocating environment that Yumi escaped from Yunming Marsh. The Dragon Clan has given Yunmings 50 spots for the ceremony, and only 50 dragons are qualified to go to the Dragon Forest. If I'm not mistaken, the elders in Yunmings are most likely holding a martial arts tournament right now, and the list of those going to the Dragon Forest will be decided by the elders and the tournament's results. As Yumi, now a blue-haired little girl, walked into Yunmings with Rin, she said, "I know them too well. They always have to determine who's superior. Even though this is just an insignificant piece of land, what good will it do to determine the strongest?" Rin nodded. "Actually, I can understand the situation in Yunmings." Yumi's words were actually applicable to Earth as well. Where there are people, there will be conflict, except, of course, in Lumilan. Those chosen to go to Lumilan were all altruistic good kids, those who rarely argue with their friends, selected directly by Little L using the Mystic River's back-end privileges. There are many places on Earth similar to Yunming's. Inside a vegetable market, on a school campus, between company departments, between countries. In a vegetable market, a place only the size of a palm, some people like to abuse their power and do whatever they want. Even an ordinary junior manager may oppress vendors. The same goes for schools. There are all sorts of class committee members, group leaders, academic representatives, class monitors, student council presidents. Even though schools are so small, outside the classroom and outside the school, nobody cares what your official position is, yet many people still take pride in wielding power. After Rin traveled the world in Little L's body, her perspective broadened, and she realized that even wars between nations are similar. The Earth is so big, but on the scale of the solar system or the Milky Way, it's not even a pixel. Who would care what an ordinary intelligent being on it did? Anyway, I really dislike the atmosphere of Yunmings. It seems like everyone has been scheming against each other since birth, fighting to the death. Walking ahead in the misty mountains, Yumi said with a troubled tone, "I'd rather go to Mount Hennessy to sleep, kick my legs, and live a life of peace." That's a way of life too. Rin smiled. "Dad once said something to an ordinary person, and I think it applies here." "That's good. Living according to your own ideas isn't selfish. Demanding others live according to your own ideas is." "Who?" Just then, a dragon over 200 meters long emerged from the mist ahead. "Do you know this is?" "Yumi?" The dragon seemed to recognize Yumi, its eyes widening immediately. "Where have you been? Your parents have been looking for you all these years." How did you learn shape-shifting magic and become human?" "I went to sleep outside." Yumi pouted. "Anyway, I'm an adult now. It's my freedom to go wherever I want." "Then you can't." The dragon was about to say something when its eyes fell on Rin out of the corner of its eye. "And who is this?" "Yumi, you let Yunmings bring outsiders? What were you thinking?" "She." "Hello, I am Rin Garland." Rin deliberately didn't release her dragon aura and said to the dragon, "I'm Yumi's friend. I came back with her today." "Friend? What friend?" The dragon said displeasedly. "Yumi, what kind of friends have you made outside? She should be a magical beast too, right? Is this the kind of person you learned shape-shifting from?" "What's wrong with shape-shifting?" There's nothing wrong with becoming human. The outside world is now dominated by humans. Yumi said irritably. The dragons also said that humans were once a descendant of Lady Eve, and dragons and elves are good friends, so they're good friends with humans. Humans are friends of dragons, so it's not wrong for me to learn human transformation magic, right? Quick-tongued. The dragon swooped down towards Arin, stopping less than a meter in midair. Tell me, little one, how did you bewitch her outside? Have you realized that provoking our dragon race was a very unwise decision? I only know that the dragons of Atlantis are more friendly than yours. Arin shook her head. Besides, I didn't provoke you. I just came to Yunming's with Sister Yumi. Is there a problem with that? Yunming's is the sacred territory of our dragon race, not a place for a magical beast like you to tamper with. The dragon frowned. I give you 1 minute to leave here. Then swear that you will never have any contact with Princess Yumi again. Chapter 6:15. Callahan, are you out of your mind? At the entrance to the misty Yuming marsh, hearing the dragon before her say such things to Arin, Yumi was so shocked that the ahog on her head formed an exclamation mark. Didn't you hear the name the master just mentioned? I heard it. The dragon looked disdainful. So what if you heard it? This is Yuming Marsh, not some random place outside. Even if her name is famous, so what? Besides, her name isn't that great. Little Arin, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. This guy's head has been a bit off since I was old enough to understand things. Maybe he's been guarding this place for thousands of years, and has developed dementia. While apologizing to Arin, Yumi gave the dragon guarding the gate a "Don't drag me down with you if you want to die" look. Callahan, you. She repeated the adult's name. Ire, what an I? The dragon was a little impatient. Isn't it just a very ordinary female name? She doesn't look very old, at most just some little magical beast from some remote mountain village. What's wrong? Yumi, are you bewitched by her? It's Erlini Garan, Yumi said in a tone of exasperation. And this pronunciation isn't our dragon language, it's dragon language. Dragon language. Have you even forgotten how to say dragon language? What does Erlini mean in dragon language? Tell me. How dare you speak to your elders like that? Despite being very dissatisfied with Yumi's attitude, the dragon, called Karahan, repeated Yumi's pronunciation. Erlini, in dragon language. The brightest star in the sky, is that what it means? Do you think anyone in this world would dare name themselves Eline in dragon language? How would I know? The dragon looked at Eline. There are plenty of fearless brats in the world. Just because she named herself Eline doesn't mean she's the brightest star in dragon language, does it? Then let me ask you something else. Yumi felt like she was about to collapse. What does the surname Gallon generally represent among dragons? Gallon? I only remember that there was a princess in the Holy Dragon clan with that surname. At this point, the dragon realized the seriousness of the problem. Sex? He tentatively pointed with his paw at Arin, lowering his voice to Yumi. Don't tell me she's related to the dragon race? Little Arin is a dragon, and the only princess of the Holy Dragon clan. Yumi casually summoned a water ball, and threw it at the dragon in front of her, splashing it all over its face. Still not awake? Huh? This little one in pajamas, hugging a pillow, looking harmless, is a dragon? Yumi's words made the dragon at the entrance widen its eyes. It instinctively floated back a few meters, its massive body trembling uncontrollably in midair. It's common knowledge that offending the dragon race can lead to the annihilation of the entire race, if not handled properly. Even for a large clan like the Flood Dragon, which has many collateral branches, the dragons might only punish the individual or their small clan for minor offenses. But, my earlier statement, Yuming Marsh is the sacred territory of our Flood Dragon clan, not a place for a demonic beast like you to tamper with, and I give you 1 minute to leave here, and then swear you never have any contact with Princess Yumi again. Didn't seem like a minor offense at all. The Dark Emperor once established a rule: all low-level magical beasts, including sacred beasts, should bow to high-ranking dragons. Even if they don't bow, they must never be disrespectful. The dragons saved the world, bringing peace to the continent of Eve. Countless dragons sacrificed their own kind, they were deserving of their respect. Therefore, all magical beasts and sacred beasts on Eve have always silently adhered to the unspoken rule of never being disrespectful to dragons. High-ranking dragons generally exclude pseudo-dragons, sub-dragons, and some ordinary true dragons. Moreover, this rule isn't usually absolute. Dragons aren't unreasonable, and won't exterminate an entire clan just because someone doesn't bow. However, Princess of the Holy Dragon clan falls into the category of high-ranking dragons, and the title Princess is even more terrifying than high-ranking dragons. What does Princess of the Dragon clan mean? It means she is very likely a descendant of the dragon heroes, who brought peace to the world. Other people's fathers or mothers fought bravely in that chaotic era, enduring countless hardships to achieve victory, and now you're here bullying the children of those heroes. If this gets out, even if the dragons don't mind, most of the magical beasts and sacred beasts on the continent of Eve will probably come after you. That. Thinking of this, the dragon known as Carahan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. It stared at Eline with its enormous eyes. You're really the daughter of the Holy Dragon clan. Then, as if remembering something, Carahan said, wait a minute, I remember the Holy Dragon clan's princess is named Fafnir, right? Lady Fafnir should be engaged in a knightly duel with Lord Nasod to resolve internal conflicts within the Dragon clan. When did she have a child? The battle between Mom and Dad is over. Hearing this, Eren explained, I'm not that old either, I just turned 100 today. How do you think those 50 spots that everyone in the family is scrambling for came about? Yumi put her hands on her hips. Come on, Callahan, tell me yourself, what are those 50 spots for in Dragon Forest? To participate in the Dragon King's authority exchange ceremony. Callahan's voice began to tremble. Yumi, you mean? Yes, the Dragon King's authority exchange ceremony. The Dragon King is retiring, and the title of Dragon King is to be handed over. Who? Do you know? We don't know yet. If you don't know, let me tell you in advance, the Dragon King will be transferring his royal authority to his daughter today, namely, Eline Garin. Impossible. The dragon retreated several meters. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is Prince Nasod. He and Princess Fafnir have been engaged in knightly duels for thousands of years. When did a daughter appear? And one of them is a black dragon, the other a holy dragon. How could they have a child? Indeed, there is a child. Eline released her dragon breath, then entered a half-dragon state. Black and white dragon horns sprouted from her head, and black and white dragon wings grew from her back. I am Fafnir Garin and Nasod Garin's daughter, and also the representative, who has come today to take you to the Dragon Forest. Waving her dragon wings, Eline said calmly, May I enter now, Lord Carahan? Chapter 616. Just now. I actually thought of driving away the dragon princess? And I said those rebellious things to her? The sight of Eren's outstretched dragon wings left Carahan's mind blank. He knew very well what a terrifying identity Nasod and Fafnir's daughter held. Nasod, the strongest warrior of the Dragon Clan, and also the hero king of the Eve continent, led the allied forces to drive the demons from this world during the chaotic era, bringing peace to the Eve continent. Fafnir, the most powerful healer of the Holy Dragon Clan, and also the only daughter of the Holy Dragon's strongest warrior. In the battle against the demons, the Holy Dragon Clan saved countless lives and brought hope to countless races in this world. It can be said that these two are the undisputed superheroes of the Eve continent. If they appeared, you would kneel before them without question, because such heroes deserve everyone's respect. And Nasod and Fafnir's daughter, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the only princess of the Eve continent. Because theoretically, no one in this world has higher power than the daughter of two hero kings. Furthermore, considering the Dragon King's authority transfer ceremony Yumi mentioned earlier, if this ceremony truly involves Lord Nasod transferring the Dragon King title to his daughter, then Carahan is being disrespectful to the future Dragon King. Why is Yunming's holding such a noisy martial arts tournament today? Isn't it all about grabbing those 50 spots and gaining the opportunity to appear in the Dragon Forest? Let alone ordinary dragons. Even the dragons of Yunming's consider it a great honor to speak to a sub-dragon. And now, Carahan, an insignificant gatekeeper of Yunming's, actually let the Dragon King's daughter leave. If the dragons were to take this seriously, all the dragons in Yunming's would probably be executed because of him. My lord. Thinking this, Carahan immediately knelt down before Eren with a plop, his massive body appearing like an insignificant little snake amidst the clouds. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please, sir, have mercy. Spare me and my family. My lord, kill me if you want, even grind me to dust, please spare Yunming's. I came here today primarily to take 50 representatives from Yunming's to Dragon Forest, and secondly, to briefly check on Sister Yumi's condition. Under Carahan's desperate pleas, Eren. Erlini retracted her dragon wings and walked into the Cloud Dream Marsh. The ceremony is about to begin. I pretend I didn't hear what you said earlier. Lead the way. Yes. Carahan quickly flew over, bowing his head humbly before Erlini. Where are you going, my lady? To the martial arts tournament you mentioned. Yumi said she hasn't been back for thousands of years, and doesn't recognize many places here. Good, no problem, absolutely no problem. Already terrified, Carahan gestured for the two to sit on his head, Please, my lady, and please, Lady Yumi too. Uncle Karahan, you're still the same as before. After standing on the dragon's head with her Linny, Yumi sighed softly. Back then, when I wanted to leave the family, you stopped me in every way, saying that good children should stay home and practice martial arts. Back then, wasn't that what your dad asked me to do? Callahan was now noticeably more cautious in his speech. I was just a doorman, what do I know? Fine, fine, you don't understand. Yumi seemed used to Callahan's sudden change in attitude. She said to Eline beside her, back then, I had the worst elemental talent in the family. My parents were always fixated on it, watching me every day, making me study, and study some more. It almost drove me crazy. With that, Yumi sat down, dissatisfied. During dinner, they said, if my magic level stays this low, I won't even have food to eat in Yunming's. During the day, after practicing my magic as they instructed, I went to sing alone in the back mountain. My dad came over and said, if you practice magic this hard, your mom and I wouldn't have to worry so much. Seeing other families' children sweeping the mountain stream for their clan leader, my dad said again, if I don't study hard, I grow up like this, only able to sweep the streets. Even when my parents come home, they don't forget to tease me, saying, who are they working so hard for? Isn't it all for me? Then they say. They scolded me, making it seem like my existence was their suffering. Hearing this, Aren nodded. It's a common problem with most parents. I didn't expect it to be the same with the dragons. It's not that the dragons are like this, it's that the dragons in Yunming's, my hometown, are like this. Yumi sighed, then said, during the few days I was serving tourists in Hennessy Village, I asked many magical beasts from Atlantis, who had transformed into human form to visit. They all said that the dragons there are very friendly, they don't bully people, and they don't fight each other for territory. The dragon over at Supreme Squirrel Mountain. Wow, when I heard about it, I was so envious of the atmosphere there. Well, there's nothing I can do. Although I also feel the atmosphere in Cloud Dream Marsh is a bit oppressive. Everyone's been doing it this way for so many years. The dragon beneath Yumi's feet tried to chime in. I used to think your decision to run away was wrong, but now I don't think so anymore. You just like to go between the two sides. If I hadn't brought Little Air back today, I'd probably still get scolded by you. Yumi said irritably. So what if everyone's been doing it this way for so many years? Rules aren't unchangeable. Yes, some rules should indeed be changed. Jialong quickly changed his tune, then, would you two like to talk to the clan chief here later? Little Ire doesn't have that kind of free time. Yumi shrugged, the others came today just to help me with some personal matters. What personal matters? From now on, I won't be playing those martial arts tournaments or magic competitions with them in Yunming's anymore. Yumi said seriously, I'm not going to compete with you anymore. If you want to spend your lives like this, becoming tools of the clan, then so be it. I found my own path. Karahan seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. I explained it to Yumi's parents. If they feel Yumi's departure is a loss for the whole family, then I try to compensate them in some way, trying to satisfy both sides as much as possible. Facing the breeze, Airlini said softly, after all, this is Yumi's own choice. Chapter 6:17. Led by the dragon named Karahan, Erini, and Yumi arrived at the very center of Yuning Marsh. The terrain here was extremely peculiar. Hundreds of meters high peaks rose abruptly from the ground like stalactites, forming vertical mountains covered with various immortal herbs and ancient trees. At the very center of these mountains was a huge rocky clearing, connected to the surrounding rocky peaks. At this moment, the clearing was already filled with dragons, whispering amongst themselves around a platform in the center of the clearing inscribed with martial arts tournament in their dragon language. The Dongfang family is likely to sweep the top 20 spots in this martial arts tournament. There's no way around it. Their overall strength is truly formidable, and the Dragon Clan is only offering 50 spots. Only the strongest dragons will get them. I don't understand. Why is everyone so determined to compete for these spots? Is going to the Dragon Forest really that important? You don't understand, do you? The Dragon Clan is the most powerful and influential race on the Eve continent. Let alone ordinary dragons, even pseudo-dragons and sub-dragons, just meeting them is a great blessing. A blessing? What's so special about it? What kind of good fortune is this? I mean, what are the benefits? Of course there are benefits. Dragon energy itself is the biggest benefit. Most dragons possess dragon breath. If they wanted to, they could unleash a few breaths on us. For us ordinary dragons, just one breath would not only prolong our lives, but increase our cultivation by 700 or 800 years. Besides, think about it, The dragon race is so powerful. We have the opportunity to gain recognition among them. Isn't that a benefit? Once we're well known among the dragons, it'd be much easier to negotiate if we encounter any difficulties or need their help on the Eve continent. I still don't understand. Have you ever left Yuming Marsh in these past few thousand years? Why do you need the dragon's help? Amidst the noisy crowd, Karahan led Erin and Yumi above the numerous dragons of the martial arts tournament, then cautiously asked, "My lord, should we land and find a spot or something?" "No need, I just look around here." Erin looked up at the sun in the sky. There's still some time before the Dragon King's authority transfer ceremony. Checking the situation here should be fine. Frankly, the distance between Yunming Marsh and Dragon Forest is quite short. Most dragons, if flying at full speed, could reach Dragon Forest from Yunming Marsh in just a few hours. If a true dragon like Erin were to act as the driver, it wouldn't even take 10 minutes. And Erin was genuinely curious to see if this magical place was truly as feudal as Yumi had described, whether sons and daughters here were considered unfilial if they didn't learn magic, and whether they had to be taught such things from childhood. To be honest, even the dragons, who highly value magical abilities, aren't as prone to getting stuck on trivial details as these dragons. When they were teaching Elenin magic and martial arts, if she were truly sleepy or whining and didn't want to learn, Nasod and Fafnir wouldn't have forced her to continue, and Aunt Ibel and the others certainly wouldn't have lectured her for little Elenin not studying properly. Just because we don't leave Cloud Dream Marsh doesn't mean we don't need the dragon's help. Under Elenin's gaze, the surrounding dragons seemed to start arguing. The dragon's authority in the magical world alone is enough for us to worship, don't you understand? So, just because dragons have authority, we have to worship them. Where's the authority in dragons? My dear little aunt, you're just like Yumi back then. Listen to this. Any dragon, and I said any, that comes to Yunming's can single-handedly reduce this place to ruins. Tell me, what other race in the world can do that? Are we supposed to go and speak ill of them instead of trying to please them, only to be wiped out? Even if dragons are powerful, that doesn't mean we have to appease them. It's not a choice between offending or appeasing them. Can't we be a peaceful race in the middle? No. You're just as annoying as Yumi. Go argue with your parents. I'm going to participate in the martial arts tournament. That's why I don't like. One of the reasons for the atmosphere within the Huan family. Hearing this, Yumi, standing beside Erin, sighed softly. The dragons of Yunming's always give me a black and white feeling. Erin added, that's called a diode. Ah. I don't know how to describe it, but it seems that in their eyes, dragons are powerful. We either have to appease them or oppose them and wait to be wiped out. Can't we just live peacefully on both sides? That's true in most cases. Erin nodded. Before this, most humans didn't even know dragons existed. They thought dragons were an ancient, incredibly powerful race that went extinct. But humans had no idea how powerful dragons were, what magic they possessed, and they wouldn't even try to appease them. As she spoke, Erin recalled the events of the Minar Forest. Even quite a few humans dared to venture into the Dragon Forest intending to slay dragons, but we didn't kill all of humanity because of that. Right? So why worry about being wiped out if you don't appease the dragons? Yumi sat down on the dragon's head. It's the same with my family. My parents insist that I excel in magic, as if I don't study water magic properly, I become a drifter in the Cloud Dream Marsh, living a failed life. I hate that, so I ran away. I'm not really sure how to evaluate the situation in the Cloud Dream Marsh. I can only say that in most places I've been, this kind of atmosphere is relatively unhealthy. Erin thought of the internet pressure cooker phenomenon on Earth. The Cloud Dream Marsh on the Eve continent seems to be developing into a dragon family pressure cooker. All the dragons here are born into a cycle of competition. Those who can't keep up are labeled losers. Even though most of them don't know what they're actually competing for. Currently, the continent of Eve is in a period of peace. No matter how powerful the dragon's magic, no outsiders will be their enemies. And no matter how good their relationship with the dragon race, they rarely have any real interaction with them. So, what are they doing with all these martial arts tournaments, internal clan power struggles, and intense magic training? Are they preparing for a rebellion? I feel this place needs closer observation. As she spoke, Erin gave Yumi a thank you for your hard work look. Sister Amy, can you take me to see your parents? Chapter 6:18. While the dragon Karahan was leaving with Yumi, Erin also descended from the sky and walked to the stands of the martial arts tournament. Who are you? Several dragons noticed this small visitor from outer space and asked curiously, a human? No, you're a magical beast disguised as a human? How did you get here? Erin answered truthfully, a brother named Karahan. Karahan? Has he become so lax? Letting an outsider in so easily? The dragon who spoke looked incredulous. Aren't you afraid the Grand Elder will blame you later? No. Irini shook her head. The Grand Elder won't blame him. He shouldn't. So what are you, an outsider, doing here in our dragon territory, disguised as a human? One of the dragons turned its massive body around, scrutinizing Irini from head to toe. And if I'm not mistaken, you weren't even 100 years old before you transformed, right? A magical beast under 100 years old daring to venture alone into Yunming's, quite bold. I have a friend here. Irini was a little embarrassed. Strictly speaking, I actually came to visit her. A friend? Who? Yumi. Huh? Which Yumi? It's not that Yumi from the Furid family, is it? Irini looked up. How many Yumis are there in Yunming's? Why are you talking to me like that? The dragon before her was somewhat displeased. Do you know who I am? Boom. Before the dragon could finish speaking, the battle between the two dragons in the center of the tournament had already entered a fierce stage. The two colossal creatures, adept at wielding water magic, unleashed their full power, exchanging water blasts and jets of water in the center of the mountain, spraying each other relentlessly. The already misty mountain valley became even more shrouded in fog due to the constant spray from the two dragons, rapidly reducing visibility. This won't do. If this continues, the Far East family will lose again. There's nothing we can do. Their magical talent is undeniable. If they're not good enough, they're not good enough. It's a pity. 50 spots are still too few, and almost all of them are our elders. The younger generation won't have this opportunity. Under the watchful eyes of the numerous dragons surrounding the tournament, one of the silver dragons in the sky above the competition, seeing that the magical clash was disadvantageous, retreated to avoid the water jet from the golden dragon in front of it. Then, it quickly stepped forward, raising its sharp claws to grab the other's head with a vicious swipe. Clang! The claws were accurately caught by the golden dragon. Give up. Whether it's magic or martial arts, you're no match for me. The golden dragon sneered. In Yuning Marsh, only the strong survive, and you don't deserve to be called strong. Your old habit of mocking others hasn't changed. The silver dragon twisted its massive body, performing a dragon tail swipe in midair. Smack! This tail strike stunned the golden dragon, sending it staggering hundreds of meters away before it recovered. What kind of move is that? I taught myself a tornado to destroy Yuning Marsh. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? The silver dragon spun around in place. Don't think that our dragon race can only use magic or claw attacks. Elder. The golden dragon cast a questioning glance at the other dragons beside it. Isn't this against the rules? Breaking the rules? What rules? Rules are meant to be broken. The silver dragon laughed. Weren't these rules made by you? Martial arts tournament, life or death underwater. Only those who stand here at the end are qualified to go to the dragon forest. The almost life or death fighting style of the two dragons, one golden and one silver, left Irini somewhat helpless. She turned to the dragon who had spoken to her earlier and asked, puzzled, why must the qualification to go to the dragon forest be decided by force? If not by force, then by what? The dragon rolled its eyes at Irini. By your mouth? The dragon clan has divided Yuning Marsh among you dragons for tens of thousands of years now. Over these years, you must have established a relatively complete. The social system, for example, I just heard you say there are elders, grand elders, and referees for the martial arts tournament, and there are gatekeepers at the entrance. Irin said earnestly, this shows that the social order of Yunming's is definitely not a problem. Oh, you little one, so innocent sounding, but you know quite a bit about Yunming's. Not only do you know this is a blessed land bestowed upon us by the dragon clan, but you can also see that we have a well-established social order. The dragon above gave Irin an approving look, then changed the subject. So what? Do you have any objections to our martial arts tournament today? I think since the dragon clan gave you 50 spots to go to Dragon Forest, there's no need for everyone to insist on selecting these 50 representatives by force. When the dragon clan sent someone to inform you of this, they probably didn't say it was the 50 strongest dragons, right? Hey, you little brat. The dragon atop Irin's head couldn't hold back any longer. Who are you, talking so arrogantly? How do you know the dragon clan doesn't want 50 of their strongest dragons? The dragon clan has always revered strength. If we don't send our strongest seniors, are we supposed to send a little brat like you? I'm asking you something. Irin sighed. What ceremony are we going to the dragon clan for? The dragon king's authority transfer ceremony. Damn, how did I just tell you this secret of Yuning Marsh? The dragon seemed to realize something. Little guy, you better reveal your identity. What kind of magical beast are you, And what are you doing here? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Erin remained calm. The Dragon King's authority transfer ceremony. Is it for going to war? What? The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Is the power transfer ceremony meant to recruit the 50 strongest dragons from your side to fight? What kind of comprehension do you have? Of course not. Who would dare to run wild in the dragon forest? Then what are you going to do with selecting 50 of the strongest dragons? Erline sighed softly. Logically, shouldn't each clan chief select representative dragons based on the strength of their children and the social development of the Yunming's dragons? For example, the dragons you mentioned with strong fighting power, those who can sing, those with musical talent, those who can create art, those who can use water magic to create airborne circles, those who can cook. Shouldn't a healthy society be one where all professions can develop and be respected, and then everyone works together to build a happy home? At this point, Erline looked up. Or, have you been fighting for tens of thousands of years, and haven't even been able to select a single representative from each profession? Chapter 619. I discovered you're really naive, little sister. Have you ever been out in the world? Ever been beaten up? In the audience area of Yunming's, facing Erline's various twisted logics, the dragon who had been talking to her couldn't sit still any longer. What do the dragons of Yunming's compete with if not martial arts? Artistic talent? Culinary skills? Oh! Please, can you wake up a bit? Don't you know the concept of when in Rome? Do as the Romans do? Seeing that the dragon seemed completely unconvinced, Erline could only offer an apologetic smile. Okay, sorry, I was being presumptuous. Actually, the situation in Yunming's wasn't incomprehensible to Erline. Yunming's was rich in resources, and abundant in magic. In human terms, it would be a world where the land is vast, everyone has enough to eat and wear, and there are no natural disasters. A very similar example is Earth's schools. Students in schools generally have no worries about food or clothing, have ample space for daily activities, and have places to rest at night. Therefore, their only task each day is studying. Some more extreme schools require their students to study all day except for eating and sleeping, and they establish extremely strict school rules. For example, everyone must bring books to the playground in the morning and run while loudly reciting them, with everyone's back pressed to their sides. After running, they must return to the classroom and continue morning reading, even at night. Yunming's is probably one of those particularly extreme schools, and the dragons in Yunming's are vying for the 50 spots allocated by the Dragon Clan to go to the Dragon Forest. To use the school analogy, it's like a prestigious foreign university gave one school 50 exchange student spots, so this school held a preliminary exam and selected the top 50 students to participate in the exchange program. An apology is all? Weren't you just questioning our Yunming social system? Seeing that Irene didn't seem to intend to argue further, the dragon whooshed in front of her. Speak, what is your true form? Where did you come from? Irene yawned and raised her small head. True form? What magical beast did you transform from? Speak. The dragon raised its forepaw, summoning a water sphere. Reveal your true form. State your purpose, otherwise, I'm prepared to have you torn apart by a waterspout. Irene hesitated for 2 seconds. I am a dragon. Oh, a dragon. This word made the dragon pause for a few seconds. What did you say? The enormous head of the dragon lunged at Irene, so close it seemed it would open its jaws and devour the little girl at any moment. You say you're a dragon? Stop joking. Just then, a dragon with a green glow flew over. I've seen you two arguing here for quite a while. What's going on? Whose daughter is this? Elder. The dragon who had spoken to Irene turned around. I don't know whose daughter she is either. She says she was brought in by Karahan. Karahan, bringing outsiders in? Impossible. The green dragon looked around. Where's Karahan? He went with Yumi. Yumi's back too? The green dragon was somewhat surprised. He looked at Irene again. Child, where did you come from? We're holding a martial arts tournament in Yunming's, a matter of great importance to the dragon race. If you don't have a suitable reason, we have to ask you to leave. She said she was a dragon. The previous dragon chuckled. Elder, isn't it hilarious? Dragons coming to a place like ours? Dragons? The green dragon frowned, a hint of hostility flashing in its eyes as it looked at Irene. Child, this isn't funny. I hope you take back what you just said. Impersonating a dragon is a capital offense in Yunming's. Seeing the green dragon's polite demeanor, Irene didn't try to hide anything and told the truth. I'm not impersonating a dragon. I'm Irene Garen of the dragon race. I came here today to see what Sister Yumi's hometown is like. Garen? The mere mention of that word made the green dragon's massive body tremble. Child, do you know what the surname Garen means among dragons? Does it mean something? This is the exclusive surname of Princess Fafnir of the Holy Dragon Clan. Yes. Eline nodded. I came here as a representative of the dragon race. The previous dragon took a deep breath. Child, are you serious? If your surname is really Garland, then you are the child of Princess Fafnir Garland of the Holy Dragon Clan. But as far as I know, Princess Fafnir has no children. If impersonating a dragon can be excused with a joke, impersonating a descendant of the Holy Dragon Clan is not something that can be easily absolved of the death penalty. The green dragon's previously polite tone suddenly became extremely serious. Answer me, who exactly are you? The daughter of Dragon King Nasod Garland and Holy Dragon Fafnir Garland, Eline Garland. Facing the murderous glares of the two dragons, Erin maintained her calm and collected expression. I am also the successor to the Dragon King in this succession ceremony. I will be responsible for escorting the 50 dragons from Yunming's to the Dragon Forest. She then gave the two dragons a sleepy look. Is this introduction detailed enough? Or should I spread my wings for you? This outfit makes it very inconvenient to extend my dragon wings. What are you doing? At this moment, Carahan, the dragon who had been guarding the gate, returned. He immediately noticed the impatience on Erin's face and hurriedly flew to the two dragons, subtly pulling them apart. Elder, you mustn't. This is the real dragon princess. Even you say that? The green dragon was bewildered by Carahan's few words. How could a dragon princess come to a place like ours? Why can't she come? I just spoke with Princess Yumi. This new Dragon King isn't like Princess Nasod. She truly cares for us common people. Whether we are dragons, lowly humans, or magical beasts, Princess Erlini treats everyone equally. But she... The green dragon was still somewhat incredulous. She looks at most 100 years old. How could the dragon race allow such a young child to be the Dragon King? What's going on? At this moment, two more dragons flew over from afar. On the head of one of them stood Yumi, who had just left. I heard. Our rebellious daughter has made a dragon friend outside? Stopping in front of Erlini, the dragon speaking was full of disdain. A so-called dragon friend. It couldn't be you, this insignificant little girl, could it? Chapter 620. You. Inside the territory of the ancient hand flood dragon clan in Yunming's, looking at the several flood dragons, who were all prostrate and trembling before her, Erlini sighed helplessly in her heart. She hugged a large pillow, floated in midair with dragon dance steps, and tried to use gestures to make the flood dragons before her, who were bowing to an emperor, rise. All right, get up. Don't lie there like that. Am I that scary? However, the flood dragons remained unmoved. Sister Yumi. Seeing that none of the dragons before her, including the green dragon referred to as the Elder, showed any sign of rising, Erin cast a pleading look at Yumi. If they keep this up, I can't continue my work. Earlier, around the martial arts tournament, when Erin actually presented the Dragon King's scales as evidence, the previously menacing dragons were terrified and tumbled to the ground, unanimously kneeling before the little girl. Even after Erin's insistence that they accompany her to the territory of Yumi's family, the Ancient Hand clan, the dragons showed no intention of rising. They all remained trembling, heads bowed to the ground, bodies half prostrate. Because they all knew that the incredibly rude things they had said to Erin earlier, even a few of them, were enough for the dragon race to slaughter the entire Yuming marsh. After all, the Black Dragon King's scales were impossible to fake. Either you are powerful enough to kill the Black Dragon King, or you are the Black Dragon King's closest confidant. In either case, such a person is not someone a dragon can afford to offend. As Callahan said, in this world, you can offend anyone, but you absolutely cannot offend this little princess. Seriously, Mom and Dad, Elders, and Uncle Callahan, please get up. At Erin's prompting, Yumi could only wave at the dragons. Little Erin isn't the kind of person who holds grudges. This isn't about holding grudges. The green dragon said in a humble tone, we were disrespectful to your majesty the Dragon King. We committed an unforgivable sin. If your majesty doesn't punish us, we will never get up. Yes. Yumi's father also said, your majesty the Dragon King, if you must kill us, spare everyone in Yunming's. This matter has nothing to do with them. Close. When did I say I was going to kill you? Erin's headache worsened. So do I look that scary? No, you don't look scary at all. You're even a little cute, but that's not a reason for us to ask for your forgiveness. Yumi's father said in an unusually resolute tone, so please, grant us death. Only death can atone for the mistakes we made against the dragons. Please, grant us death. As soon as Yumi's father finished speaking, the dragon that had spoken to Erin earlier, along with the green dragon and Yumi's mother, lowered their heads again. After hesitating for a moment, Karahan also lowered his head. Please, grant us death. I never intended to kill you, really. Erin pulled Yumi closer. Yumi is my good friend. Do you really think I would kill my friend's parents with my own hands? Yumi's father looked up. So does the master mean we should commit suicide to atone for our sins? I didn't say that. Erin was baffled by their stubbornness. At that moment, she remembered her experience dealing with the dragon-winged gargoyle, Riemann, and suddenly had an idea. Alright, since you all think you offended me, and also believe I can represent the dragon race, right? Walking to the center of the dragons, Erin cleared her throat and deliberately spoke in an innocent and cute voice. Then from now on, if any of you dare mention death in front of me, with this one word, I will annihilate the entire Yunming's clan. Ah! Seeing this little lowly utter such terrifying words in such a cute voice, the several dragons were stunned. And master, anyone who tries to force me to kill under the pretense of atonement, I will annihilate the entire Yunming's clan. Those who want to commit suicide to atone for their sins, today, for every one of you here who dies, I will annihilate one dragon clan. If the dragons of Yunming's aren't enough, I go and annihilate dragons from other places. Having said that, Erline put her hands on her hips, striking a domineering pose, temporarily. That's all I could think of for now. She slowly walked to the massive head of Yumi's father, her small feet, encased in white stockings, landing on his head. Do you have any further objections? Several dragons were so frightened by Erin's sudden display of domineering power that they dared not move. No objections. Alright, that's settled then. Remember my words, no more suicidal threats, and don't say anything like I kill you and spare Yunming's. I never intended to do anything to Yunming's from the beginning, and I have no interest in attacking you, understand? Seeing that her intimidation had worked, Erin withdrew her small foot and returned to Yumi's side. However, what you just said did offend me. Although it didn't warrant annihilation, letting you go like this would indeed damage the dignity of the dragon race. Alright, bring over all the best food from Yunming's, like milk cakes, glutinous rice balls, and preferably local specialties. I only give you 10 minutes. The dragons looked at each other, all seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Finally, these dragons all turned their questioning gazes to Yumi. So I said it from the beginning. Yumi sighed. This isn't the Nasod era anymore. Little L isn't as violent as you all imagine. Don't make such a fuss about dying all the time. Especially you, Dad. I mentioned it so many times since she was little, haven't I? We need to go out and see the world. Yunming shouldn't just be about martial arts, but you just wouldn't listen. Yes, daughter, you're right. Yumi's father instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Lady Alini, please wait a moment. I prepare some special Yunming's food for you right away. 10 minutes later, Alini was munching on various fairy fruits in the territory of the ancient Han clan of the dragons, while listening to Yumi's parents recount the events of the past. I think I understand. It means you actually knew about your daughter's interests, but because of the special nature of the dragon clan in Yunming's, you were worried that Yumi would be bullied when she grew up, so you forced her to learn magic and martial arts. After eating another fairy fruit, Erin thought for a moment and said, now things should be easily resolved. I can guarantee that Yumi won't be bullied outside. I believe the dragon clan's promise still holds some weight, right? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Yumi's father nodded vigorously. With your words, I'm relieved. From now on, wherever our daughter Yumi goes, I won't have any objections. Although she felt that Yumi's father's words sounded a bit strange, Erin still acquiesced that the matter was resolved. Since everyone agrees, let's leave it at that. Erin casually summoned a portal to Dragon Forest. Yumi and I will head to Dragon Forest first. Your martial arts tournament selection process will likely take some time. I come back later when it's almost time. Oh, by the way, when we get to Dragon Forest, I suggest you sit with the Atlantean dragons. There are significant differences in culture, customs, and values between the two sides. You can use this opportunity to exchange ideas. Yes. Sir, please take care. Returning to Dragon Forest with Yumi, Erin noticed that the blue-haired little girl seemed somewhat preoccupied. What's wrong? Erin waved her hand in front of Yumi, asking curiously, is something on your mind, sister? No, it's just... Yumi hesitated for a few seconds, sighed, and said, actually, this time when I came back, my impression of Mom and Dad was very different from what I remembered. So different that I almost didn't recognize them. Really? Erin thought for a moment. Did he get fatter? Or Bigger or more handsome? Neither. I saw surrender on Dad's face. Yumi said with a complicated expression. Little Erin, do you know? When I was very young, almost no one in Yunming's could persuade my father, including the elders, even the clan leader. He was like a stubborn bull that no one could pull. Once he made up his mind, he would never easily give in. That's why I argued with him so many times. I don't remember ever winning an argument with him. In my childhood memories, he was always an extremely stubborn type. I originally thought that even if he heard you were a dragon, he would probably say, "This is a private matter of our Yunming's dragon clan, and adults don't need to interfere." One reason was used to refuse. I didn't expect him to actually sigh. Hearing this, Erin thought for a moment and said, "What you mean, Yumine, is, in my memory, even if I brought up my dragon identity here, Yumine's father wouldn't listen to me, right? He won't give in so quickly." I thought he would at least explain a few things, but he didn't. Yumi looked at the azure sky of Dragon Forest. Perhaps, this is what the Hennessy villagers meant when they said people's hearts change. Erin took Yumi's little hand. "Anyway, your matter with your father has been resolved smoothly, hasn't it?" Erin quite agreed with the statement that people's hearts change, because she had personally experienced something similar. Back then, when Eileen was just an ordinary college student who had to work part-time to afford university, there was this one person in her dorm. This person was exceptionally generous, came from a well-off family, and he basically bought all the laundry detergent, shower gel, shampoo, and toilet paper for the dorm. Everyone in the dorm affectionately called him Godfather. At that time, whenever anyone, including Eileen, encountered difficulties, such as sudden financial hardship, they would ask him for money or supplies, and this roommate would almost always agree, rarely pressing for repayment, and always cheerful. After graduating from university, one day, this roommate suddenly approached Eileen, saying he urgently needed money, and wanted to borrow 3,000 yuan for a short-term emergency. Eileen agreed without hesitation, because everyone in the dorm knew his character, and she didn't expect him not to repay the money. At the time, the roommate said he would repay it in a week. A week later, Eileen didn't follow up. A month later, seeing no response, she tried sending a message to remind him that it was time to repay. Her roommate, however, asked for a few more days. So day after day, the money this man owed Erlini dragged on for nearly 3 years. One day 3 years later, Erlini fell ill and urgently needed money. So she contacted her roommate again, urging him to pay off part of her medical expenses. However, that night, the roommate coldly sent her a message. "What are you rushing me for? You're chasing me for a few thousand yuan? It's been 3 years, can't you afford to live?" And then blocked Erlini. Thinking he had mistaken her for someone else, Erlini called again, only to be met with another barrage of angry insults. "What are you rushing me for? Did I say I wouldn't pay you back? I don't have any money right now, so go ahead and sue me." What bad luck, taking so long to remember a few thousand yuan. Then, the other party blocked Erini's number. After that, Erini heard the story of how he was tricked into going abroad because of gambling and ultimately disappeared without a trace. This is also the main reason why Erini chose to directly access the administrator's backend when selecting a suitable descending star to go to Lumilan, and then judge whether someone was truly good based on their underlying code. However, these things probably won't happen around Erini anymore. After all, her current situation can be described as a dragon lowly princess, all talk and no action. After today's Dragon King's power transfer ceremony, Erini will also become the Dragon King of the Eve continent, establishing her own rules for this mysterious and rich continent. Anyway, thank you, little L. Following Eline to the spot reserved for the Atlantean dragons, Yumi bowed slightly to Eline and gently kissed her left hand. "Thank you. It's nothing. Today is a happy day. Don't think about those strange things." She waved to the Atlantean dragons as a greeting, then said to the dragons volunteering as transporters not far away, "The dragons from Yunming's have almost finalized their participation list. We can set off. I go see what Mom and Dad are doing right now." Chapter 621. Flowers bloom and fade, days and months pass swiftly. As the bright sunlight bathed the earth, and the warm summer breeze caressed our faces, a black and white young dragon lying before the Dragon Forest Crystal Palace opened its large, jewel-like eyes. The young dragon first yawned slightly, brushing off a few fallen leaves with its claws, then raised its large head and opened its mouth towards the azure sky. "Awa!" A dragon roar, delivered in a distinctly childlike voice, resounded through the heavens, bringing a refreshing coolness to the sweltering summer day. Then, the young dragon's enormous body rapidly shrank in a pale blue light, transforming into the form of a cute little girl. Eline Garland. As a volunteer for the Minar Academy's summer freshman recruitment ceremony, she was heading thousands of kilometers to the Black Forest today, where she would preside over the summer freshman wilderness survival training as the cute senior, Minar Academy magic advisor, and majestic dragon king. That Black Forest was also the territory of a magical beast called Black Swamp, which Erin had visited before. It's said that over the past few months, it has been transformed into a tourist resort, not only perfect for travelers to stay overnight in the forest, but also serving as a wilderness survival training site for Minar Academy's new students. The reason she signed up to be a volunteer this season was because one of the new students at Minar this season was an acquaintance of Erin's, Vivian Plant. This young lady of the Plant family, after being rescued from Dragon Forest by Erin, had been intensively studying various magical knowledge within her family and, a few days ago, passed Minar Academy's magical talent test, gaining admission to Minar Academy. As Vivian Sr., Erin naturally wanted to see if the girl she had rescued from hundreds of meters underground could pass the Minar Academy's wilderness survival test. Putting everything else aside, Vivian's ability to survive alone in a space of only a few square meters for a year meant Erin believed her mental fortitude was incredibly strong. Passing this small test would be no problem for her. However, even though she had a rough idea of the outcome, she was, after all, the Dragon King of the Eve continent, and Erin felt it was still necessary to show her face at a public event like the Minar Academy. Under the sunlight, Erin, now in human form, yawned as she walked towards her crystal palace. She was naked, her long, black and white hair almost touching the ground. If she hadn't used dragon dance steps to float her snow-white feet 10 centimeters in the air, Erin's hair would have fallen directly to the ground. Although her hair was very long, as Eve continent was a magical continent, Eline had countless ways to make her long hair appear fluffy and elegant. For example, she could use lightning magic to let her hair fall loose, creating a look similar to the flowing hair of a beautiful girl in anime. Or, she could use wind magic to constantly blow her hair, making it more flowing and beautiful. Soon, Eline returned to her crystal palace in the sunlight. She went to her small bed, picked up the velvet underwear from the bedside table, put it on, and then slipped on the adorable dragon nightgown. Next, she sat down on the edge of the bed, rolled up her stockings, bit her snow-white little feet, and quickly pulled the stockings up. The whole movement was fluid and seamless. After putting on her stockings, Erin turned to the crystal full-length mirror beside her. The girl in the mirror had beautiful, silky long hair, snow-white skin, adorable big eyes, and a sleepy expression, as if she hadn't had enough sleep. Looking at the adorable little girl in the mirror, whom she herself wanted to hug, Erin turned around, took a semi-transparent ice crystal crown from the crystal shelf, and put it on her head. This ice crystal crown was specially made for Erin by her aunt Ibel. It was mainly carved from a mixture of level 10 ice crystal and level 10 fire crystal, and possessed the ability to enhance the wearer's ice and fire elemental magic. However, these abilities were secondary to Erin. This thing mainly served a decorative function. Like her nightgown and stockings, the ice crystal crown was bound to its owner. It would automatically adhere to Erin's head when she came near, and wouldn't fall off no matter how vigorous her movements. This was also one of the props symbolizing Erin's status as the Dragon Queen. That's about it. Having put on the crown, Erin yawned again and left her small room. The image of the crown in the mirror reminded her of the scene 3 months ago at the Dragon King's power transfer ceremony, when her father, Nasod, handed over the throne to her, and Ibel placed the crown on her head. Yes, 3 months had passed since that Dragon King's power transfer ceremony. That day, at Erin's birthday banquet, Nasod personally handed over the throne to his daughter, and declared in a majestic voice to all the guests, who had traveled from afar beneath the Crystal Palace, "I declare that from this moment forward, Erin Garland is the new queen of the Dragon Clan." The so-called Dragon King's authority, in form somewhat similar to dragon breath, is unique in its function. It can enhance a dragon's physical attributes in every aspect, allowing any dragon to sense this is our king the moment they meet. In a way, it's similar to the queen bee in a beehive. The Dragon King is the strongest dragon, and can use the authority of the dragon race to directly command all nearby dragons, including whelps, commands that no dragon can disobey. It is precisely because she inherited the Dragon King's mantle from Nasod that Eline's dragon body has been strengthened. Combined with her gradual adaptation to her soul over the past few months, her narcolepsy has significantly improved. Now she only needs about 10 hours of sleep a day. Of course, because she's become accustomed to sleeping, Eline still gives off a sleepy vibe, looking like a perpetually sleepy little girl. The Dragon King's assembly was so lively that day, but now everyone's gone, and this place is empty again. Thinking this, Erin, having changed her clothes, picked up her soft, large pillow and headed towards Nasod and Fafner's room. Dad, Mom. In Fafner's familiar room, which had once served as little Erin's classroom, Erin saw Nasod fast asleep on the bed. Since returning from Earth, several months had passed, and Nasod seemed to have adapted to his female body. His mother, Fafner, also seemed to enjoy her husband in this state, and the two of them fought until very late almost every night. Little El. Fafner was a little surprised to see Eileen. So early today. Yeah, the holidays are almost over. I have to go to Minar Academy to volunteer as a freshman later. Eileen looked at Nasod on the small bed. Dad, she's probably too tired. Fafner covered her mouth and laughed. Her body is so alluring now, and her reactions when she's teased are so cute. She's completely lost that dark emperor from back then. Even when she's angry, it's like she's just being affectionate. Okay. Looking at Nasod on the bed, wearing only a thin nightgown, Eileen stuck out her tongue. There's still a long way to go. I hope Dad can endure this hardship. Chapter 622. Lumilan, near the Moon Orchid Mountains. As a dark purple crack suddenly opened in the sky, Little El, the mysterious river administrator, emerged from it. Just like in Dragon Forest, aside from her left hand and the ribbon in her hair, Little El wore only a cute little sundress. The dress was very loose, revealing most of her snow-white shoulders, and the bow at the hem added a touch of mysterious elegance. Little El wasn't wearing shoes. Under the blue sky, her slender feet hung naturally in the air, bathed in the warm sunlight, like a piece of smooth jade. El City in the Moon Orchid Mountains. This should be it. After looking around to confirm her direction, Little El slowly descended from the sky, her delicate feet making a cute rustling sound on the soft grass. Several sun voles sensed the arrival of the little girl and poked their heads out of their burrows, curiously observing Little El. Hello. Waving to the colorful sun voles, Little El pointed to the faintly visible city ahead. That's El City, right? Sun voles are among the most numerous rodents in the world of Lumilan, and also the producers of the silk raw materials most commonly used in the local textile industry. Although a type of mouse, sun voles have highly degenerated tails, consisting of only a small segment less than 2 centimeters long. Like their bodies, these little creatures have fur on their tails. Combined with their naturally round appearance, most sun voles give the first impression of a large ball in front and a small ball behind. The large ball doesn't show its nose or mouth, only 2 darting eyes, while the small ball sways from side to side. Because sun voles are very easy to raise and have a wide variety of fur colors, most girls in Lumiland raise a litter of sun voles in their fields, using their fur to make clothes. As for El City, it was the first city built by the local inhabitants and the descended star together in Lumiland, and it is currently Lumiland's only city. In Little El's perception, this city is already about the size of a small county town on Earth. Her purpose in coming to Lumiland today was to visit El City and its various shops, experience the local customs and culture of this world she had created, and do some simple research. Pakshi. Under Little El's gaze, several sun voles nodded and quickly ran to her, seemingly intending to lead the way. No need, I was just checking the coordinates. It's been a while since I've been here, it feels a bit unfamiliar. Little El crouched down and ruffled the heads of the fluffy little creatures. Now that you confirm the direction, there shouldn't be any problems. Thank you. With that, Little El summoned the spatial rift again and stepped inside. Togepi. 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 This scene caused the surrounding sun voles to widen their eyes in disbelief. Togepi. Togepi. Several sun voles seemed to want to follow Little El into the spatial rift, but the rift closed a second before they could get close. The sun voles pounced and rolled onto the lawn, then rolled a long way like little balls of yarn. Gurgle. At the other end of the spatial rift, Little El arrived outside the city gates of El City. Because he hadn't observed the development of the Lumilan world for the past 2 months, time flowed slightly faster in this world compared to the Eve continent. For the locals, at least 20 years had passed since the Lumilan world was created. That is to say, the earliest batch of descended stars had basically all found their long-cherished wishes, and many should have married their beloved girls and had children. Even some of the more early fallen descended stars should have already built manors for their children. However, because Lumilan girls are considered long-lived even on the Eve continent, 20 years is really nothing to them. The bodies of most girls here have remained almost exactly as they were 20 years ago. They don't age, they don't get sick, and their minds remain young. And El City, located at the foot of the Moon Orchid Mountains, was built by students from Earth majoring in civil engineering, architectural design, mining, and other related fields. Because of the presence of cave spirits and life spirits, building houses in Lumilon is not difficult. As long as everyone works together, building a city in 20 years is not an impossible task. L City. A city built to commemorate Little L, the creator of Lumilon entering the city through the gates of L City. The first thing that catches the eye is a dreamlike city layout. In the center of the city is a path paved with crystals and gemstones, with many flowers and vines planted on both sides. Various cute or artistic little houses are nestled among these vines, giving people a fairyland-like visual experience. Rather than a city, Little L felt this place was more like a gigantic royal garden. For example, the mushroom house with orange stripes closest to the city gate didn't look like a typical city building at all. Of course, this was a characteristic of Lumilon. The children here were close to nature, so building houses in the style of nature was understandable. Hello? The mushroom house seemed to have 2 floors, was entirely orange, and stood under a red berry tree over 10 meters tall. The door was ajar, and a cow-patterned cat was lying under an envelope by the door. The cow-patterned cat didn't react much to Little L's arrival, just stretched and let out a soft meow. Good morning. While Little L was observing the mushroom house, the door was pushed open from the inside, and a little girl with fiery red hair walked out. Seeing Little L, the little girl was a little surprised. So early, little sister? Did you just arrive? Yes, yes. Little L stepped forward, peering through the door at the pastries inside the mushroom house. Is this the dessert shop? Yes, we just made some pineapple buns and custard buns. Would you like some? The red-haired girl, wearing a loose dress, looked a bit like Shauna, the heroine from Shakugan no Shauna. She turned the wooden sign at the door that read "Not Yet Ready" into a sign that read "Open for Business Today." Speaking of which, you're probably not a kid from around here, are you? Perhaps because Little L looked unfamiliar, the girl asked curiously, Are you a friend from the eastern forest of the Sugmeal grassland? Sort of. Little L followed the girl into the house, looking around at the shelves. Do you like baking? Inside the mushroom house, several rows of steaming pineapple buns and custard buns were on display. Based on the goods on the shelves and the layout, Little L judged this to be a dessert shop. However, the pineapple buns, custard buns, and some cookies weren't priced. Perhaps they were just made that morning and the owner forgot. Also, Little L couldn't find a cashier or anything like that at the entrance of the mushroom house. Yes, because I really like Shauna. Under Little L's curious gaze, the red-haired girl picked up a pair of clothespins. Shauna likes pineapple buns, so after I came to the Lumilon world, I started learning to make pastries. By the way, are you a native of Lumilon or a descendant of a planet? Huh? Little L thought for a moment. I guess you could say. A descending star. Have you read the anime/manga series Shakugan no Shauna? Yes. Right. Shauna is so cute. The girl pointed to a green sailor uniform, black stockings, and little leather shoes hanging on the wall. I usually wear that outfit when I'm baking, but I was a bit lazy today, so I didn't change. I change when the sun gets a bit stronger. Is that so? Little L nodded. I'm glad you're happy. I really am very happy. The girl smiled happily. Besides my body, what makes me happiest is having Shauna's voice. That is, Rikugamiya's voice. Before coming to Lumilon, I was always a fan of Rikugamiya. I never thought my final destination would be Lumilon. In Lumilon, I got the exact same voice as her, and every time I speak, I feel so happy. So noisy, so noisy, so noisy. Hee hee. The girl awkwardly recited a line from Shauna's signature anime voice, then laughed happily. What would you like? Or wait a bit. The Martian inside is still baking milk cookies and mousse cake. Those are delicious too. Is that okay? I wait a bit then. I want to try the milk cookies. Little L hesitated for a moment. By the way, what's the currency in this world? Currency? The girl turned around, puzzled. Wait a minute, aren't you from the descended star? You don't look like you just arrived in this world. Why are you asking this? Little L was even more embarrassed. I really don't know. The Lumilon world doesn't have currency. The girl smiled and handed Little L a pineapple bun. If I had to say, the currency here is called emotional value. Everyone has one. Little L was even more confused. Could you elaborate? How should I put it? Seeing that Little L genuinely didn't understand the rules of L City, and considering she was also a descended star, the red-haired girl in the mushroom house cleared her throat. For example, I really like Shauna, and I also really like Rikugamiya's voice, right? Yes, yes. If this were on Earth, I cosplay Shauna and go out. If a stranger asked for a photo, and after the photo, they praised me saying, "Teacher, your Shauna cosplay is so realistic. Your voice is so cute. I love it. Teacher, you're amazing." Something like that. Seeing everyone happy in the photo gives me emotional value, and I'd be happy too, right? The girl went outside, took out a quill pen, and began writing the names of today's pastries on the notice board. Feelings like this, that make me happy, that I feel my efforts are recognized, that's a kind of emotional value. Everyone in Lumilon needs that kind of emotional value. Because you see, when we cosplay at anime conventions and people ask for photos or collect stamps, we don't charge them, we don't ask them to pay anything, but they're still very happy and willing to let them collect stamps, just like what we do in Lumilon. I lived in Lumilon for over 10 years dressed as my favorite character. Actually, just looking at myself in the mirror every day and hearing myself speak in Shauna's voice is enough for me. But if I get compliments from people, I'm also very happy. Although I have my own manner, I come here every morning to show everyone Shauna's image, and make pastries for the children and friends who pass by. When they eat the pastries, say thank you, or show a satisfied expression, it gives me emotional value. The girl's words suddenly reminded little Elle of those who were chosen and sent to Lumilon in the first place seem to be similar children. The vast majority of them possess a giving personality. For example, they might enjoy playing support roles in games, casually toss litter into trash cans, or offer comfort to friends who are sad or upset. In other words, people with this personality type genuinely crave emotional value. However, Lumilon happens to be a country overflowing with resources. Here, even if gold or starstones could serve as a general equivalent, there's no real need for them. Because the girls in Lumilon never lacked food or clothing, they could cook whatever they wanted to eat, and have the fairies make whatever they wanted to wear or use. Even if they were truly lacking something special, they would simply barter or something similar. Little Elle was surprised that the people here had so tacitly eliminated currency, something that plays a crucial role in human society. Then, hearing this, little Elle pointed towards the central area of Elle City. Is the whole city like this? Yes. The girl nodded seriously. For example, that bookstore over there, it's full of novels that a certain author wrote stroke by stroke and then had the life spirits photocopy them. You can just take whichever one you like, read it, and then come back to give the author a brief review. Then, there's that Starstone Magic Device Supplies store. By the way, you don't seem to have brought any Starstone communication tools? Don't you have a Starstone phone? Little Elle shook her head, not yet. Then hurry up and see if that Starstone Magic Device store is open. Just pick out a Starstone phone you like. The girl pushed little Elle towards the city center. There's a huge alchemy jar at the entrance of the Starstone Magic Device store. It's very obvious. You can see it at a glance. Go on, go on. I help bring over the cookies when they're ready. Chapter 623. In little Elle's initial conception, the resource-rich Lumilon might indeed abandon its monetary system and maintain a system of barter or emotional exchange. But that was merely little Elle's prediction of Lumilon's future. She couldn't guarantee that Lumilon would develop along that path. After all, the world of Lumilon is incredibly complex in a certain sense. Initially, more than half the souls here came from Earth, and the Lumilon continent itself is vast, covering approximately 5.2 million square kilometers. Very few souls are qualified to come to Lumilon, so sparsely populated is the most accurate description. With abundant resources, a small population, and a large continent, the most likely scenario was that everyone would stay in their own manners and rarely venture out. Even when they did go out, they wouldn't make many friends. For over a decade, Lumilon remained largely unchanged from when little Elle created it. What little Elle didn't expect was that in just 20 years, the concept of a main city would emerge, and the emotional currency she had envisioned would become a reality. If emotional value could become a form of currency, what would that signify? It would mean that this world, or rather, this society, has achieved the ideal of universal harmony, and that the world of Lumilon itself will not experience mistakes like those caused by monsters for a long time, nor will it cause trouble for the world tree. If Lumilon's situation is as described by the red-haired girl Shauna in the Mushroom House, then it is already a perfectly qualified daytime world for Mystic River. If anything happens to Mystic River or other worlds in the future, it can serve as a temporary refuge. Good morning. Good morning. So early today. The sunshine today is filled with a fresh scent of earth, making everyone feel so much more energetic. As little Elle walked along Crystal Road in the city center towards the city center, the doors of the small houses on both sides of the road were pushed open one after another, cute little girls emerged from the doors. Last night in my dream, I suddenly realized a super powerful philosophy, which is, if a turtle is big, then its shell must also be big. I passed by here and took a bunch of grapes. The grapes are big, and the grape seeds are big too. Just kidding. Meanwhile, on some small signs that looked like message boards along the city streets, little Elle also saw many messages written by children. There's a big fat cat behind Lulu's house. When you get close, it keeps rubbing its head against your feet. That big fat cat. I love eating the mushrooms that grow in the forest after a rain. Amelia Lulu, who doesn't like mushrooms. Anyone want to play hide and seek with friends tomorrow? I'm in. Shall we meet here around 8 a.m. tomorrow? For some reason, according to what the red-haired girl Shauna said earlier, it seems that computers or cell phones have already been invented in the world of Lumilan. However, many children here seem to really enjoy this way of communicating by writing on notice boards. Many small signs around are covered with cute doodles and little girls' handwriting. Hello. In front of a small wooden house in the city center, little Elle found the alchemy pot that Shauna had mentioned and knocked on the door. "Ah, coming." Soon, a familiar voice came from inside the house. Wait a minute, oops. Sorry, I bumped into you, I'm so sorry." A few seconds later, a little girl with pink hair, wearing a sundress, pushed open the wooden door. "Are you here to buy a phone?" Upon seeing little Elle's appearance, the pink-haired girl's eyes widened instantly. You are. Hello, we meet again." Little Elle waved to the pink-haired girl and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, it's been about 20 years since we last met, right? Yes, more than 20 years. The little girl's face flushed with excitement. She stepped aside, gesturing for little Elle to come in. "Come on in." After entering, little Elle discovered that it really was a phone store. The space inside wasn't large, but it was filled with many large screen phones and colorful star stones. However, rather than calling these Starstone devices with only screens cell phones, little Elle felt they were more like student ID cards from the Minar Academy, or tablets on Earth. "Sorry, I was researching Starstones until late last night, and just woke up. I don't have anything to offer." The owner of the cell phone shop pulled out a chair for little Elle after bringing out some pudding, cake, and milk from the kitchen and placing them on the only small table in the room. He remarked, "I thought you wouldn't come back to this world. Don't think I'm not here. I'm always here, okay?" Little Elle sat down gracefully in the chair, sipping her milk as she said, "I just wanted to see what the world would be like 20 years from now if Lumilan were left to develop naturally, so I didn't observe her." "Oh, I understand." For some reason, the little girl with pink hair in front of me had tears welling up in her eyes. I really don't know how to thank you, sir. The world you created is so beautiful. I live in happiness every single day now. It's good that you're happy." Little Elle looked at the girl's long pink hair, which had reached her ankles. "I remember when you first came here, your hair wasn't this long. How long have you been growing it?" "Several years. Because Alicia's hair is naturally short, and I couldn't bear to cut it." The girl was a little embarrassed, because my body hasn't really developed much, but my hair has kept growing, so that's how it's been over the years. You're a long-lived species. Your physical development will probably take several thousand more years. Little Elle looked around the room. "I just saw Shauna at the city gate. She said you already developed the Starstone phone?" "Yes, it's both a Starstone phone and a Starstone computer. I integrated the functions of both." The girl nodded. "It took me almost 18 years to create it." "Have you been researching mobile phone chips here for these 18 years?" "Yes, because now my body doesn't get sick, and my brain is very agile, with ideas flowing like a spring every day, so researching this really gets me hooked." Mentioning her profession, the girl smiled happily. "My lord, I haven't disappointed you, have I?" Chapter 624. After a brief exchange, little Elle learned that the pink-haired girl's name in Lumilan was Ailey Star. She chose this name because when she came to Lumilan, her character design was based on Alicia from the game. As for why she had the surname Star, she explained that after little Elle left, she convened a small meeting with all the descended stars in Lumilan. They reached a consensus that anyone from a descended star could have the surname Star as a memento. "Come on! Let's play stacking cats today. I don't want to be on the bottom in stacking cats. Nana, you can be on the bottom. Then count to 10 silently, and then everyone switch places." As the sun slowly climbed over the mountains in the east, many children would occasionally run past outside, while little Elle and Ailey chatted. The children's minds were clearly still very young, their faces radiating an incomparably clear innocence and purity. Most of these are the children of shop owners around here, But quite a few also come from the nearby Lover's Manor. I see them every day. Listening to the children's laughter outside, Ellie sighed. These children often remind me of my own childhood. Sometimes I put down my work and play with them. Little Elle thought for a moment. How about playing the cat stacking game? You know what, cat stacking is quite fun. Ellie smiled. Usually, 5 or 6 children form a group. First, they choose the base of the cat, and the base cat lies at the bottom. Then, the second cat, the third cat, and so on, stacking them up. After they're all stacked, they can eat the cats. The top cat passes the fruit down, and each person takes a bite, until the bottom cat is reached. If a fruit falls during the relay, whoever dropped it becomes the base, or when all the fruit is eaten, the cat holding the pit has to lie at the bottom as the base. Listening to Ellie's explanation, little Elle showed an interested expression. It seems really fun? Right? Because Lummylawn only has girls, and all the girls are incredibly cute, like they stepped out of an anime. When we're stacking cats, it's a whole bunch of girls sticking together and exchanging fruit to eat. Ellie looked somewhat wistful. That scene is so heartwarming. Every time I see it, I feel like I'm living in a dream. Of course, other games are fun too, like shuttlecock kicking, hide and seek, and jump rope. Basically, all games played by beautiful girls. Everyone follows the rules very well, and even in the fiercest competition, no one will break the rules. What a contradiction, it's really so beautiful. At this point, Ellie seemed somewhat moved by the scene, subtly wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, I might have gotten a little emotional. It's just that every time I see you, it reminds me of my past self, of that world. It's alright, I understand. Little Elle nodded. I remember when you were very young, you seemed to like to relieve your inner pressure by crying. Yes, even though I'm a boy, I always been a crybaby. My parents were very harsh with my crying back then. They beat me and locked me in a dark room. Over time, I rarely cried in front of others anymore. Even if I couldn't help it, I hide under the covers or secretly cry in the bathroom. I watched an anime back then, I think it was called Clannad, and there was a line that said, "The only places in the world you can cry are the toilet and your dad's arms." But that's not true for me. In my world, the only places I can cry are the toilet and my bed. Ellie was a little embarrassed. Of course, in Lummylawn, everyone can cry whenever they want, but I basically never cried again. Good morning. Just then, a little girl wearing a cute dress with white stockings and round-toed shoes walked in from outside. Ellie, what brings you here today? Oh, are there any guests? Hello. Little Elle waved to the little girl. Just call me Little Elle. Little Elle? Don't you have a surname? The little girl in white stockings had long snow-white hair. With her red hair and bright red eyes, topped with a stylish beret, her overall attire exuded an artist's air. I don't think I've seen you before, little sister. Are you from the Descended Star? She's Little Elle. Seeing this, Ellie quickly explained, have you forgotten the name of this main city? Elle City? The little girl tilted her head, looking somewhat puzzled, then seemed to remember something. Could it be? Yes. It's Little Elle, the one you're thinking of. The god who brought you from Earth. Ellie nodded and said to Little Elle, this is Ilya Stardust, the professor I told you about earlier who's familiar with microcontrollers, and the true founder of the Starstone phone. Hello, Ilya. Little Elle made room for the other girl. Want some cookies? Ellie's cookies are really good. Wow. The little girl called Ilya was clearly still in shock. She looked at Little Elle, who was wearing a little sundress, incredulously, stammering, You really are, the one who appeared in my mind back then. Yes, I was too busy back then, so this was the only way to send this election rights to all the eligible Advent stars. Little Elle said while munching on a cookie, How have you been living in Lummylawn all these years? Girls, are you getting used to it? Like Ellie, the little girl in front of her was immediately moved to tears upon hearing Elle's words. I always wanted to see you, to thank you in person. That's why I'm here. Elle placed a cookie in her hand. Take your time, no rush. Aye. The little girl wiped away her tears. I really love it here. It feels like I've been reborn. Or rather, for the past 20 years, I always felt like my memories of Earth were a dream. Before the little girl could finish speaking, the door to the house was pushed open again. A girl peeked her head out from outside. It's so lively here today. Have we had guests? Yes. Seeing the girl, Ellie quickly stood up. Our illustrator/UI designer has arrived too. Chapter 625. Under the influence of the Advent stars, Little L felt that the current world of Lumilon was like a comic convention in another world with a natural style. And it wasn't the kind where wigs were needed. Most of the Advent stars here had very obvious anime/manga characteristics, and almost all of them could be found in their corresponding anime on Earth. Even if it wasn't necessarily anime, there were quite a few characters, like Murasame from the single-player game Sunrin Banka, and Renka from Bishujo Manjikyu. Of course, since the world of Lumilon has existed for 20 years since its creation, and children in Lumilon can receive their own elf tree seed from the world tree around the age of 12, theoretically, if the first batch of Advent stars married other girls shortly after arriving in Lumilon, and a love manor was born a year later with a child, then their offspring would now be 18 years old. An 18-year-old child in Lumilon would undoubtedly be of age to own a love manor. So, under extreme circumstances, the first batch of children could be born in the love manor around the age of 14, hatching from their eggs around 16, and their children would be 4 years old this year. Since Lumilon girls are all born from eggs, they don't have an infancy period. Most children sleep in their eggs for about a year, and when they hatch, their physical age is already similar to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child on Earth. They can run, jump, eat, and have a lot of energy. This is why the main city, L City, is filled with children playing games every day, and the whole city is filled with laughter. After all, when selecting the descending stars, Little L didn't set an age limit. 100 years old is very, very old for humans, but in Ellen's eyes, if you're a dragon, you're not even considered a young dragon. So even if you're an old professor like Ilya Star, in her previous life on Earth, or even an old man or woman, as long as you have a youthful mindset, maintain a positive and optimistic attitude every day, and treat the world and those around you kindly, then in Little L's eyes, you're not considered old. Anyway, whether old or young, everyone's soul, once extracted, is Aldar, and their appearance is all the same, like candy or jelly. There's no difference. Little L. I knew you come. Inside the Starstone mobile phone shop, after hearing Ellie's introduction, Megumin, who had entered from outside, happily sat down next to Little L. 20 years ago, Ellie told me that the creator of the Lumilon world was a god named Little L. I always remember that name. You're my great benefactor. Goddess, you're so cute. Such beautiful hair, eyes like jewels, and your voice is full of maternal and divine qualities. As she spoke, Megumin reached out and touched Little L's hair. Wow. So beautiful. Megumin's experiences on Earth were also very difficult. Seeing that Ellie was about to tell Little L about her situation, Megumin quickly raised a hand in a shushing gesture. It's all in the past. Yes, it's all in the past. Everyone is happy now, and that's enough. Ellie turned to Little L. Speaking of which, did the god return this time intending to revisit Lumilon? Or, he did intend to revisit, but I mainly wanted to hear your thoughts. Little L stood up and picked up a Starstone phone from the shelf behind him. For example, if you have any suggestions for this world, what laws or rules you like to add, or what content you like to add, you can tell me briefly. This sounds like a game designer asking players for their opinions. Ellie showed an interested expression. Any suggestions are allowed? Any suggestions are allowed, but I might not necessarily adopt them. I can only say that I try my best to satisfy everyone within the limits allowed by the rules of the Mystic River. Little L found the power switch on the Starstone phone and tried to light up the screen. Ring ring. A melodious, wind chime-like sound rang out, and the transparent phone screen lit up with a faint grass green light, then quickly displayed the desktop. Even if a deity asked, I can't think of any suggestions right now. Little L's words made Alice unconsciously run her fingers over her bangs, struggling to answer. What kind of suggestions are you suggesting? For example, Little L turned around. If you think sun bowls are too big and fluffy to hold easily, you can give me your opinions and suggest reducing their average size. Or, some children don't like the leopard-like markings on servals, so you can apply to have their genes modified to express a cuter fur color. And, like some trees that can grow 10 or 20 meters tall. Some children find it inconvenient to climb such tall trees, so I could consider modifying them into shorter varieties. Little L turned to the window, saying, or some children don't like the golden sunlight, so we could change the sun in the sky to blue. If one moon isn't bright enough at night, then we can add 2-3 moons. Wow! Hearing Little L give so many examples in one breath, not only Ellie, but also Ilya and Megumin widened their eyes in astonishment. Isn't that a bit too capricious? Ilya asked curiously, can all these things be changed? Including the sun in the sky? And the laws of physics? Theoretically, it can be changed, but I generally avoid things involving the laws of the universe, because arbitrarily modifying the development of the universe will trigger a series of reactions. But if it's just about making cats cuter, making watermelons bigger in the fields, or making the probability of sunny and rainy days in Lumi a 10-to-1 ratio, no problem with anything. The girls in the room exchanged glances, all receiving almost the same answer. No, thank you. Isn't there anything that needs to be changed? Because Lumilon is already very happy, Ellie said. We think it's best to let her stay the way she is. Yeah, I also think it's best to let things take their course, Ilya added. Lumilon is the most beautiful in my heart right now. Yes, Lumilon is already very beautiful, and that's enough. Megaman took Little Elle's hand. How about Little Elle comes to see my manor? Chapter 626. To better investigate the lives of the girls in Lumilon, Little Elle accepted Hui Hui and the others' invitation, and the four of them left the Starstone mobile phone store together. Before leaving, Little Elle didn't forget to grab a bag of cookies from the shelf, looking like a little glutton. This scene made Ellie and Hui Hui laugh. Speaking of which, Ellie changed the open for business sign at the shop's entrance to the owner is temporarily away. If you need a Starstone phone, you can come in and purchase it yourself, and ran to Little Elle's side. These past few years, I don't seem to have been controlling my diet much. I eat high-calorie foods like cakes and milk tea every day, and my belly is always bulging, but I haven't gained weight. Is that part of the setting? Me too, Hui Hui said curiously. For several months, I stayed home drawing. When I was hungry, I ate hawthorn pies and watermelon. I remember one summer, I could eat 2 or 3 watermelons a day, but my figure and weight didn't change significantly. Where did all that energy go? Is it because in the world setting, people don't get fat or sick from eating? They do, Little Elle said while munching on a cookie. Getting fat, theoretically, it's possible. This answer made Hui Hui's eyes widen. Then, do I have to diet from now on? But Lumilon gets fat. The boundaries here are different from Earth's. In most cases, if you want to gain weight through eating, it's basically impossible. Little Elle replied seriously, unless, like what Sister Ellie and Sister Megaman just said, you eat cakes, cookies, watermelons, hawthorn pies every day, and 3 or 4 watermelons a day for several months, then you might gain weight. But Little Elle paused deliberately for a few seconds. In this case, even if you gain weight, it won't be your stomach, arms, thighs, or face. She pointed to Hui Hui's chest. It's here. Huh? It's. Ellie was a little embarrassed. You mean your breasts will get bigger? Yes. Little Elle nodded. If you think your breasts are too small, you can binge eat for a while. No wonder I ate a lot every day for a year, and my chest was always swollen. Ilya exclaimed in surprise. So that's how it's set up. In the setting, the threshold for girls in Lumilon to gain weight is very high. Even if you binge eat for a whole year, at most your bust and lower chest will increase by 1 centimeter. It takes more than 2 years of binge eating to see a noticeable increase in cup size, and more than 5 years for your body to show obvious signs of fullness. Little Elle continued to explain, and this fullness won't affect the overall aesthetics of your body, it will just give you a chubby look. I feel. Finally, bulimia is a disease, and Lumilon doesn't have such a disease. So most of what you call binge eating is just because you're too busy for a while, you eat casually, or you're in a good mood and want sweets. These are all normal situations. Theoretically, no one can eat like this for 5 or 10 years, because it's meaningless. I understand. Hui Hui patted her chest. So that's what you meant when you said Lumilon doesn't have sadness. Yes, Lumilon is a world that has removed almost all negative emotions and unhappy elements from Earth. As they spoke, the group arrived at the mushroom house near the gate of El City. In the grove of trees next to the mushroom house, 2 little girls, who looked only 7 or 8 years old, seemed to be playing a game of catfighting. They wore cat ear hair clips and lay on the grass in cat poses. Then, at the opportune moment, wiggled their hips from side to side and pounced on each other. Gotcha. What? I lost again. Little Elle noticed that a girl, who looked a lot like Shauna, was sitting on a small chair in front of the mushroom house, watching the children's game with great interest. Oh! You're back? Seeing Little Elle and her companions, Ilya and Megaman, Shauna quickly invited them inside. The cake and cookies are ready, and there's some milk tea too. Would you like some? Shauna, this is Little Elle. Ilya waved her hand, indicating she wouldn't go in. Do you know Little Elle? Little Elle? The girl in the mushroom house thought for a moment. A companion with the same name as this city? Ilya said mysteriously. She doesn't just share a name with our city, you know? Could it be? Ilya's expression instantly made the girl in the mushroom house realize something, and she looked at little L with disbelief. She could be that. The creator, little L. Wow! Like almost all the descended stars of Lumilon, Shauna was also full of surprise after hearing little L's identity. The creator of this world really exists? I'm so sorry, I didn't tell you the truth earlier. Little L bowed slightly to the girl before him. I came here mainly to see how Lumilon is developing and everyone's living environment. It's developing very well, and the environment is superb. The girl quickly went inside and brought out a large pile of freshly baked desserts from the kitchen. I really love it here. I feel like I could make pastries here for the rest of my life. Is that so? Little L took the desserts. I'm just glad you're all happy. After saying goodbye to the dessert shop owner at Mushroom House, little L, Hui, and the others left the city and arrived at a manor less than 3 kilometers from L City. This is my manor. Little L demonstrated the construction and cultivation of the manor in front of me. After that, I took the elf tree seed and wandered around Lumilon for a long time before finally choosing this location. Leading several girls into her manor, Ellie walked towards the fragrant, bird-filled center and pointed to the surrounding buildings, introducing them. This is the swimming pool. In the summer, I like to come here to soak and drink milk tea. This is the grain warehouse. I like watermelons, cantaloupes, and lychees. Every year, I put lots and lots of water in the warehouse. This is the dressing room. Well, it's more accurate to call it a clothing building. There are tons of clothes inside, all designed by the life spirits based on the outfits of girls in anime. When boys become girls, their curiosity about women's clothing is indeed very strong. Hearing this, Wee covered her mouth and laughed. This is a whole building of women's clothing. Sailor uniforms, Lolita, Hanfu, you name it. It's perfect for princesses. Haha. After all, I'm a girl now, you can never have too many clothes. Saying this, the group walked to a small villa. As for this is my gaming hut. It has many games that can be played on Starstone phones and Starstone large screens. Hui, Ilya, and I designed them together. Chapter 627. Western part of the Silas Empire, the Black Forest. Unlike the quiet, cold, and frozen dark forest of the past, the Black Forest was unusually lively today. At the forest entrance, flying magical beasts and flying magical devices were bringing students from all over the country. The once somewhat desolate clearing was now filled with 12 and 13-year-old students and their parents, as well as many journalists snapping photos of their surroundings. Everywhere was a scene of vibrant life. Sticky rice balls, mugwort sticky rice, soybean sticky rice, black sesame sticky rice, peanut sticky rice. The whole sticky rice family. Little Ire raves about them. 3 for 1 silver coin. Milk tea, Little Ire's exclusive recipe milk tea and double-skin milk pudding. Refreshing and delicious. Come and take a look. The most detailed map of the Black Forest, unique to your continent, you won't find it again. Amidst the crowd, the cries of vendors rose and fell, mixed with the conversations of some students and parents. Mom, I heard Little Ire is coming here today, is that true? That's what Minar Academy said. Well, it's hard to say. After all, Little Ire is the Dragon King of this continent now. The Dragon King is very busy, so it's not surprising she doesn't have time to come. If Little Ire comes, can I take a picture with her? Mom doesn't know about that. Rumor has it that Little Ire has a very good temper and likes humans, but she is, after all, a dragon. The wilderness survival training this summer shouldn't be too difficult, right? Theoretically, it shouldn't be difficult. It's just that there aren't comfortable pillows and blankets like at home in the Black Forest, and there will be many mosquitoes and poisonous insects at night. The first few days will be very tough. Among the crowd, Caracho Piarista and Juliana Piarista of the Piarista family arrived early at the Minar Academy's summer wilderness survival training site, pointing their cameras at the surrounding crowd. Good morning, everyone. This is Riemann Television. I'm Caracho Piarista, and this is my assistant, Juliana Piarista, who is also my sister. Today, I will be a special correspondent for Minar Academy, providing live coverage of this year's summer semester wilderness survival training for new students. Those who couldn't make it here don't need to worry. We'll be living and working alongside the students in the Black Forest for the next few days, reporting on their most authentic selves. As you can see, this year's summer enrollment at Minar Academy. There are a huge number of people. This must be the quarter with the most new students enrolled at Minar Academy, right? It's a sea of people. To describe it as no exaggeration is an understatement. I think everyone's here for Little Ire, right? After all, The Dragon King's power exchange ceremony from over 2 months ago is still fresh in our minds. Little Ire, wearing the crown, became a household name as the Dragon King. As long as you can enter Minar Academy, you can become classmates with Little Ire, and even friends with this Dragon King. I think that's the main reason why Minar receives so many new students this quarter, right? By the way, besides Airlini Garland, Little Ire also has another surname, Airlini Piarista. She's our cutest little sister, hee. Alright, enough chit-chat. There's a child up ahead who seems quite nervous. Let's go interview her. Unnoticed by anyone, a kilometer away from the Black Forest, Erin, dressed in a nightgown with white stockings, a crystal crown, and clutching a black and white pillow, emerged from a spatial portal yawning. How lively. The moment she set foot on this land, Erin was startled by the dense human presence at the Black Forest entrance. It seems like there are several times more students enrolling in Minar this summer than in spring. Are they all here for me? If this continues, it feels like Minar Academy will monopolize student enrollment on the Eve continent. Her small feet, encased in white stockings, floated about 10 centimeters above the ground using wind elemental power. Erin used her dragon breath to quickly assess the composition of the crowd at the Black Forest entrance and headed towards Carrick and Juliana. How do you feel about being accepted into Minar Academy? Are you excited? Extremely excited. I came here specifically for Lady Erin. She's the Dragon King. After watching the video of the Dragon King's power transfer ceremony, I was instantly captivated by Lady Erin's coolness. At that moment, Carrick was interviewing a girl, completely unaware that Erin, dressed in pajamas, had already used her height and size to walk through the crowd. Wait, what just passed by? Wearing pajamas and hugging a pillow, could it be Lady Erin? Huh? Lady Erin is the Dragon King. Shouldn't she, in such a formal setting, transform into a majestic dragon, soar into the sky, and say, "My loyal subjects, since you have seen me, why don't you kneel and enjoy the worship of everyone present?" What are you thinking? Lady Eline isn't that arrogant. Back in the Lehman Empire, she even bought her own heavy-duty duck at the market. Some nobles in our country have never been to a market in their entire lives. They can't compare to Lady Eline. So you mean, the person who scurried past us like a hamster just now could very well be Lady Eline herself? Maybe. What are you waiting for? Go take a look. On camera, Eline calmly approached the girl being interviewed. My greatest wish in this life is to meet Lady Eline. Ah! That face, so cute and handsome, that expression a perfect blend of languidness and arrogance, and that incredibly adorable petite figure. Facing Carrick's interview, the girl's eyes sparkled. But I also know that for an ordinary person like myself, there's a high chance I won't have the opportunity to speak with Lady Eline, or even see her. But I won't give up. Since that day, I've sworn to join the Holy Light cult and become Lady Eline Garland's most loyal servant. At this moment, Carrick noticed Eline behind the girl, and her hand holding the microphone trembled slightly. Hey! What's wrong, reporter? The girl being interviewed looked puzzled. She adjusted the microphone with one hand. I haven't finished yet. I'm Erin's dog. Hearing this, Erin couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. I actually prefer cats. Chapter 628. Wow! Little L, cough cough, Lady Eleni? Eleni's sudden appearance startled the little girl being interviewed by Carrick, causing her to take several steps back. Am I dreaming? Is it really Lady Eleni? Perhaps imitating Eleni's style, the little girl was also wearing a soft nightgown and stockings, but perhaps because she didn't know wind magic, she wore a pair of fluffy little shoes that looked like a mix of slippers and snow boots, appearing slightly out of place. Erin yawned and turned to Carrick and Juliana. Good morning, Carrick, Juliana. Good morning, little Erin. Carrick waved. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I had some milk and ate a few fruits at Longlean's. Erin sighed softly. Lately, both of my mothers play until very late every day and refuse to make me breakfast. Hee, I knew it. Carrick took out from her small backpack. She handed a bento box to Eline. This was made this morning by Bilotes. It has steak, rice balls, mincemeat, and some cheese. Mom made it. Eline instantly woke up, took the bento box, and opened it. Thank you, Sister Karachu. Please thank Bilotes' mom for me too. You're welcome, haha. Our mom said that if you came here to supervise the Minar Freshman's Wilderness Survival Training today, you definitely wouldn't have much to eat, so she got up early this morning to make one. Carrick sighed. I still remember when little Elle came to our house, she was always sleepy after dinner, and couldn't get up until the afternoon if she didn't sleep. I didn't expect her to be so much better now. Actually, she's not much better now, just not as bad. Eline, carrying her lunchbox, sat down on a small chair and said to Carrick, "You guys continue the interview. Don't mind me." Seeing her idolized Dragon King casually sitting on a small chair eating a lunchbox similar to what ordinary people eat, the girl being interviewed by Carrick was dumbfounded. "My lord, do you usually eat this?" "Yes." Eline looked at the girl, then at the lunchbox in her arms. "Want some?" Then, somewhat reluctantly, "You can only eat a little bit, okay?" she said. I thought you, as the Dragon King, you usually eat those extremely precious, heavenly treasures, or those delicacies." The girl was dumbfounded. Or are the ingredients used in these foods extremely precious? "No, it's just ordinary rice balls and beef." Eline thought for a moment, then picked up the cheese next to the box with both hands. "If I had to say, this might be a little more expensive, but it shouldn't be considered a delicacy." Due to geographical factors, the Lehman Empire didn't raise many dairy cows and camels, so it wasn't a major milk-producing country. Even if someone made cheese, it would be savory. Sweet cheese had a very short shelf life, making it something most ordinary people would only eat occasionally. Like KFC on Earth. But if you say KFC is some kind of delicacy that ordinary people can't afford, then it doesn't quite qualify. Wow. The girl in her pajamas nodded, seemingly understanding, at Eline's explanation. "I feel like Lady Eline's image is more complete. An omnipotent and powerful Dragon King, yet she eats the same food as everyone else. How wonderful. Actually, it's okay if I don't eat, it's just a habit." The little girl's words prompted Eline to subconsciously add in her mind. Dragons are half-elemental beings. As long as the environment has enough magical elements, dragons can go hundreds of years without eating. But Eline was once human, so even if she didn't eat, she wouldn't feel hungry. She would still try her best to maintain 3 meals a day, like a human. "Mommy!" At that moment, amidst a joyful cry, a lizard girl wearing a nightgown and white stockings descended from the sky, whoosh, and jumped into Eline's arms. It was Nico, who had somehow escaped from Minar Academy. The sudden appearance of the girl caught Irene off guard, almost causing her to fall to the ground. "Nicole, what are you doing out here?" After seeing the large lizard in her arms, Irene was both amused and exasperated. "Isn't kindergarten today?" "No. We've been on holiday for a long time." The lizard girl happily stuck out her long tongue and licked Irene's little face. "Nicole got a lot of awards this semester. There's Minar Kindergarten top student, excellent wind element student, outstanding laborer, and even the kindergarten helicopter. Wait, can that last one count as an award too? Good, worthy of praise." Reaching out to pat the lizard girl's large head, Irene gestured to the lunchbox in her hand. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I ate. This morning, Hua, Nan, and I ate at the school cafeteria." Nicole ate a lot of chicken cutlets, and Hua and Nan ate 2 big fish. "That's amazing." Irene noticed Nicole's nightgown and stockings. "Why did you come out wearing this?" "This is the Little L set. It's selling like hotcakes on the Eve continent right now." Carrick explained. Ever since Little L became famous on the Eve continent, everyone calls the nightgown and stockings outfit the Little L set. Many of the students who came to Minar's new student orientation today were dressed like this. So that's how Chasing the Wind came about. At Carrick's prompting, Irene tried to stand up and scan the surrounding students, discovering that quite a few were indeed dressed in nightgowns or pajamas. "So, if I go out in a Lolita dress or sailor uniform, will everyone follow suit?" This discovery made Irene feel a little embarrassed. Of course, now that you're the queen of Eve's continent, your every move is a hot topic, a trend, and everyone will easily imitate you. Karachu walked over. If it weren't for the fact that a crown isn't very respectful to the Dragon King, the most popular headdress on Eve's continent right now might be a crystal crown. "Yes, I absolutely will not allow anyone to wear a crown." The little girl from before put her hands on her hips and faced the camera, saying, "On this continent, only Lady Eleni can wear a crown. I think I just heard Sister Eleni say she likes cats." As she spoke, Hua and Nanan's voices came from not far away. "The cat's here." Chapter 629. The moment Eline was lifted up by the 3 little girls, Nicole, Flower, and Nan, she felt as if she had lost all connection with the so-called Dragon King. She felt more like a mascot in the crowd, someone anyone could touch and hug. Flower and Nan were being irresponsible, fine, but Nicole, didn't you like calling me Mommy Eline? Why is your tongue constantly licking? Is that how you treat your mother? And Karachu, stop filming. Help, wait, why are Flower and Nan licking too? Do you have barbs on your tongues? Finally, under Ellen's authoritative warning, Nicole, Flower, and Nan reluctantly stopped their affectionate behavior towards this Dragon King. I'm sorry, but Hua Hua really misses Sister Xiao Ai Er. Nan too. We even made chestnut honey cake, Xiao Ai Er's favorite. The headmistress taught us how. Facing Ai Er Lin Ni's somewhat aggrieved yet stern gaze, Nan pulled out a few pieces of cake from her Lolita dress. Sister Xiao Ai Er, would you like to try some? Yes. Seeing the chestnut cake, Ai Er Lin and I didn't even bother wiping the drool from her face, taking the cake and taking a big bite. This is the taste. The fragrant, soft, and slightly glutinous texture of chestnuts combined with the sweetness of honey. It's simply irresistible. You two run really fast. Amidst their playful antics, Mo Xian, dressed in a little dinosaur uniform, emerged from the crowd, took the no feeding, no touching tail, no touching belly signs that Hua Hua and Nan had hung up earlier, and then waved to Ai Er Lin and I. Good morning, Your Majesty the Dragon King. Good morning, Lord Mo Xian. Erlini looked at Mo Xian's little dinosaur pajamas, unable to suppress a smile. Did Sister Aisha give you these to wear? These little dinosaur pajamas. Well, they were cute, and certainly suitable for a boy like Mo Xian, with a somewhat cute physique, but it's summer now. Even if the material was of high quality, wearing them in this weather would be incredibly hot. Probably only a descendant of Xuanwu like Mo Xian could pull off these little dinosaur pajamas in the summer. An ordinary person would probably die of heat stroke after wearing them for less than half an hour. Yes, Lady Aisha said that the Urchuan style is currently fashionable in human society. It's pajamas, nightgowns, and even onesie pajamas. Mo Xian was a little embarrassed, scratching his dinosaur horns. I hope Lady Erlini won't mind. Of course not, this outfit suits you very well. Erlini ate chestnut cake while rubbing the chins of the two cat girls beside her. Did you bring them out too? Yes, these two little ones were too noisy at kindergarten. Before dawn, they ran to my bed and demanded that I bring them to the new student registration point, saying they had to be the first to see Sister Erlini. Erlini tilted her head. On the bed? Ask them yourself. Mo Xian grabbed Hua Hua's head, which she had deliberately turned away, and forced it back. Come on, you two troublemakers, tell me, what did you do today? Ha ha. Hua Hua looked embarrassed. Well, we just got up very early, and then went to Brother Mo Xian's dormitory with Nan, asking Brother Mo Xian to take us out to play. Did you two get up really early? And how did you two even get to the dorm? Mo Xian, probably exasperated by these two mischievous cats, complained to Erlini in a tearful tone, because of the freshman's wilderness survival training these past few days. There's been a lot of work at Minar Academy. Aisha and I were discussing it late last night, and then these two cats, early this morning, wanted to get into the staff dormitory. It wasn't even dawn yet, the dorm supervisor wasn't even up. Those two little devils are amazing, they climbed up the drainage pipes outside the dorm, which is a full 8 floors. Mo Xian said, pulling Hua Hua over and pointing to the cat girl's Lolita dress and chunky heels. Can you imagine? They climbed up in these clothes, all the way up 8 floors, to the dorm balcony, and then... bang! She jumped onto my bed with a thud. Ah! Hua Hua turned her head away again. We just wanted to see Sister Erlini as soon as possible. I'm the acting headmaster of the kindergarten, not your life teacher. Mo Xian looked exasperated. Even if you came to see me first thing this morning, I couldn't take you out. But the teacher clearly said before. Hua Hua said seriously. She said, if you have any difficulties, find the headmaster. But you can't climb up the water pipe. That's too dangerous. Hua Hua isn't afraid. As long as we have courage, we can do anything. Hua Hua turned around and clapped hands with Nan. Yay! You two are getting cocky. Tomorrow's homework will be doubled. What? Why is this happening? While Mo Xian, Hua Hua, and Nan were arguing, Erlini simply munched on a chestnut cake, saying nothing. As the one who brought the cat girls from the monster forest to Minar Academy, she knew Hua Hua and Nan's mischievous personalities all too well. In fact, most cat girls were pretty much the same. On the contrary, the male cat girls might be slightly more well-behaved. In Minar Kindergarten, whether they were male cat girls or female cat girls, their clothes were all quite similar, little skirts, stockings, and the like, because male cat girls, in both appearance and voice, were practically indistinguishable from female cat girls. With so many healing mages at Minar Academy, unless it was a fatal injury that cost them their heads, the cat girls could be a little mischievous. Wow! Unlike Elaine's composure, The girl next to her, Iris, instantly showed a longing expression after hearing Emotion's argument with the cats. Are all the children at Minar Academy this cute? Cute, they are indeed cute, but sometimes they can be quite a headache when they're naughty. Emotion coughed. Are you a student preparing for the freshman wilderness survival training this year? Yes, I already signed up, and I was just being interviewed by this Karachu sister. Iris proudly stated, I sworn an oath to the feathers of little L in Hennessy Village that no matter what happens during training, I will never back down, never give up. Hello. Not long after Iris finished speaking, a swift whirlwind weasel appeared out of nowhere. The large man glanced at Emotion, then at Erin, and said cautiously, Lady Erin Garland, our leader, Kurosawa, wishes to meet with you. Is this convenient? Chapter 630. In the Paradise Resort inside the Black Forest, Eline met a black-haired man. This man was wearing a trendy dinosaur outfit, but because he was a full 1.8 meters tall, the clothes gave off a, very strange aura. Lady Eline. Sensing Eline's presence, the man in green dinosaur pajamas immediately knelt down with a plop. Welcome, Dragon King. Welcome, Dragon King. As soon as the man finished speaking, a large group of swift whirlwind weasels and black crystal snakes around him also prostrated themselves, adopting a subservient posture. Greetings, Dragon King. Mighty Dragon King. This exaggerated welcoming ceremony made Eline burst out laughing. Where did you learn this from? The man in the green dinosaur pajamas remained kneeling. I learned it from a novel in Holy Paradise. Sacred Heaven? Erin recalled the Dragon King's power exchange ceremony not long ago, where Gabriel of the winged race had indeed brought down many books to read while watching the ceremony. She immediately understood the man's meaning. When those angels went back, did they leave the books with you? It seems so. The man in the green dinosaur pajamas rummaged in his pocket, took out a green book, and respectfully handed it over. Would you like to see it, sir? Let me see. Erin said, waving her small hand. All right. You shouldn't do this kind of ceremony, not now, and not in the future. I don't really like it. I'm so sorry. The man in the green dinosaur pajamas quickly stood up, looking extremely cautious. I saw that the Dragon Clan and the Angel Clan have a good relationship, and the Angel Clan really likes this book. I thought the contents of the book were true, or perhaps some kind of hint from the Angel Clan. Wait a minute, let me see what's in the book. Erin opened the green book and began reading in the sunlight. This useless son-in-law dares not kneel before the Shao family. Absolutely outrageous. It seemed to be a novel, written in ancient angel language. However, for Erin, who was versed in languages, ancient angel language wasn't a difficult language to understand. As for this Kurosawa, having lived in the Black Forest for so long, he should have some knowledge of ancient languages, so it wasn't surprising that he could understand the contents of the book. What a useless son-in-law. How dare you be so disrespectful to the Shao family elder? Slap him. Don't regret it. What? He's actually the Dragon King. The 10-year period has ended. Shao Chen of the Shao family welcomes the Dragon King. May the Dragon King be auspicious and mighty. Sure enough, after reading only a few pages of the novel in her hand, Erin understood why this Kurosawa had suddenly spoken to her in that manner. What kind of books does Gabriel usually read? I remember when I went to see her, she was reading books like Soybean Cultivation and Management, and I, a Riemann noble, fell in love with Silas's roasted sweet potatoes. Slamming the green book shut, Erin returned it to the green dinosaur patterned man in the pajamas. Things in novels shouldn't be taken seriously, and you don't need to treat me the way they describe in novels. Oh, all right, whatever you say, sir. The man in the green dinosaur pajamas carefully took the green book, his body trembling slightly. As if he were collecting some priceless treasure, he clutched the book tightly to his chest. This is a book touched by the Dragon King Eline Garin, a family heirloom blessed by the greatest god of the Eve continent. I must preserve this book carefully. In many years, it will be the most precious treasure of our crystal serpent family. You're Kurosawa, right? We met here before. My dad struck you with lightning back then. Ignoring the green dinosaur pajama man's attitude towards the green book, Erin tried to sound apologetic. Dad used a bit too much force back then. I'm here to apologize. No, sir, you're shortening my lifespan. I was in the wrong to begin with, selling curse-related magic and items to humans. Kurosawa broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, I quite enjoyed being struck by lightning by the Dragon King back then. I wish I could be struck a few more times. How many people in this world can enjoy such treatment? Oh, even ordinary magical beasts would come to the Dragon King demanding divine punishment, and the Dragon King wouldn't be interested. You're enjoying it? Alright. Seeing that the other party truly didn't care about what happened back then, Erin sighed softly. So what did you call me here for today? Oh, mainly about the wilderness survival training for the new students of Minar Academy. Kurosawa said cautiously. Because I knew in advance that you were coming, I carried out a major transformation of the Black Forest overnight, and also bought a lot of food and daily necessities from nearby human cities, just so as not to cause you or the students of Minar Academy any trouble. But I later heard that the reason Minar Academy is holding the freshman wilderness survival training here is to weed out those idle, incapable freshmen. Did our actions make the training easier, thus hindering the selection of freshmen? Erin thought for a moment. In a sense, that's true. Did I do something wrong back then? Not really, because the wilderness survival training was originally held on Wiltonharu Island. Coming here was just to complete the final task. Oh. Kurosawa looked like he understood then. Should I provide them with living supplies this time? Everything is prepared here, as long as you. With just a word from you, I can have my men set up the scene within an hour. Have you already bought the supplies? Erin asked, somewhat surprised. Since you already bought them, what do you plan to do with these supplies if I say? There's no need for setup. Then we can only... Kurosawa said awkwardly, just throw them away. Isn't that a waste? Erin said helplessly, my opinion is that since this is a summer semester freshman training site, we don't need to go to such lengths to take care of everyone, at least not like last time. Building houses, providing food and drinks, and even sheets and blankets. Just place a few boxes in some hidden spots here as surprises. As for the remaining supplies, Erin thought for a moment. Leave them to me. I take them to the children in impoverished mountain areas. Chapter 631. Little L, this is my favorite yogurt fruit salad. On the continent of Lumilan, not long after Little L sat down in the esports room of Ellie Manor, Ellie brought in a bowl of very appetizing looking fruit salad. It has watermelon, hawthorn, dragon fruit, and strawberries. The milk is from our own farm, and we added some ice from the Ice Star Stone refrigerator. As she spoke, Ellie respectfully placed the fruit salad in front of Little L. Would you like to try some? Thank you. Little L took the small bowl of fruit, picked up a fork, and pointed to the room filled with figurines and Star Stone technology. Did you design all of this yourself? Most of it was, but many were copied from my memory based on designs from over there. Ellie stood behind the small chair Little L was sitting on. For example, this ergonomic chair. I remember back on Earth. I bought my first gaming chair with the money I earned from my summer job. That chair was similar to this one, but Lumilan was a girl after all, right? I'm a girl now, and a bit short, so when I made the chair, I specifically asked the life spirit to make it smaller. The fact that the life spirit shares the same memories as me is very convenient. I just need to tell her my requirements, and she can perfectly recreate the entire chair based on what she remembers it to look like. This chair is height and angle adjustable. If you want to sleep, you can simply fold the backrest all the way down, and it becomes a small bed. Of course, the main function of Earth's ergonomic chairs is to reduce back pain and protect the spine. Such functions aren't necessary for girls in Lumilan, because, as Little L said, we don't get sick, including spinal deformities. Ellie scratched her hair somewhat embarrassedly. If it weren't for Lumilan's design, given the workload Ilya and I had 10 years ago, sitting in chairs for at least 10 hours a day, our spines and buttocks would definitely have problems. Did you make these figures from memory? Little L nodded, turning to the various plastic figures on the figure wall beside her. So many. The figure wall was quite extensive. There was Shwido from No Game No Life, Ram, and Amelia from Zero Starting Life in Another World, and Misaka Mikoto from a certain scientific rail gun. Besides the usual anime girl figures, there were also quite a few male figures here. Ichigo Kurosaki, Lelouch, Alexander the Great, Eren Yeager. What surprised Shower even more was that Ailey had even made those particularly complex Gundam figures. Various mobile suits alone filled more than half a cabinet, and judging from their appearance, they were likely still movable. Yes, I made them all from memory in my spare time. Ailey seemed quite proud when talking about these figures. She walked to one of the figure walls, and took out a Gundam. The Life Spirit's manufacturing ability is really convenient. Although sometimes the results aren't perfect, I can modify and refine them countless times. Given enough time, I can make a sufficiently perfect model. But this is just my personal hobby. Ellie then looked at Ilya and Megumin. Neither of them likes displaying figurines at home. My house is full of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. Ilya smiled. Everyone has different hobbies. As for me, I have more wooden carvings and dresses in my manor. Megumin added, almost everyone on Lumilon has different hobbies, so everyone likes to visit each other. And Ellie's gaming room? Little Elle nodded, looked at the large crystal screen in front of her, and pressed the switch. Is it only for basic LAN communication now? No games or movies/anime or anything. There are games, but currently only Ilya and I. And a game enthusiast in the Eileen Forest is working on it. Seeing the screen turn on, Ellie quickly lit up the cyberpunk-style Starstone megaphone next to her. What we're most looking forward to right now is exchanging the games we made, and then competing to see when we can beat them. The Starstone circuitry in Lumilon is quite different from Earth's, so the engine we've written is different too. Plus, with the life spirits around, it's practically an enhanced version of Earth's technology. Currently, our CPUs are only the first generation, yet their speed is already hundreds of thousands of times faster than Earth's latest CPUs. The computing power of our graphics cards is several times greater than that of ordinary graphics cards on Earth. Plus, they don't need cooling, and their inherent logical structure is different from Earth's, so we can create all sorts of large-scale games without any worries. With the help of the life spirits, we also recreated some mobile games from Earth. This is very simple because the life spirits have our memories. They know what to do. All we need to do is wait for them to perfectly recreate the games from our memories. Most importantly, with the increased computing power of the computers and Starstone phones, we can improve the game's graphics as much as possible without worrying about lag. For example, the Starstone console in front of you currently has a 64K screen resolution, so running any game won't cause any lag. Currently, Ilya and I are tasked with recreating all the games we played on Earth from our memories, and then enhancing their graphics. After all, everyone's life experiences on Earth are different, so our memories and the games we played are also different. Once we created them, we share them, exchange them, and play them together. We're amazed at how much better the graphics are after some games have been enhanced. Okay. During the day, I work in L City. If customers come, I introduce them to Starstone phones and computers, and maintain our servers. If no one's there, I make pastries at the shop, develop new games and programs, etc. In the evening, I go back to the manor and first check on it, see how the crops and fruits are doing, pick out my favorites for dinner, take a nice bath, and then come here to play games, watch movies and anime. You know what? A lot of kids in Lumilon love using Starstone phones to record their daily lives, and some even like to make live-action anime. Because everyone is so cute, these animations look almost indistinguishable from two-dimensional anime. At this point, Ellie looked at Ilya and Megumin. They're pretty much like me. We are really happy every day now. Chapter 632. After visiting Ellie, Ilya, and Megumin's manor, Little Elle had a simple lunch with everyone, said goodbye, and flew alone into the sky above the Gungnir Plains. In the setting, the total area of the Lumilon continent is 5.2 million square kilometers, and the continent's shape on the map is roughly the wings of a cute little angel. 5.2 million square kilometers might not seem large to a continent on Earth, but for the fledgling Lumilon, even describing it as vast and sparsely populated would be an exaggeration. Because the current female population on the Lumilon continent is only slightly over 1 million. From the Moon Orchid Mountains to the Eileen Forest, then to the Gungnir Plains, and finally to the eastern grasslands and swamps, everyone has different interests and preferences when choosing suitable locations to plant elf trees for their manors, resulting in different chosen locations. 1 million people on Earth would mostly equal the population of a small county town, while an area of 5.2 million square kilometers is roughly equivalent to a medium-sized or large country. Without Starstone phones for communication, the girls in the manor might go for half a month without encountering a single person. Now it's confirmed that the creation of the Lumilon continent itself was successful. Next, we just need to wait for the children here to slowly multiply and make the Lumilon continent lively. Under the bright blue sky, Little Elle took one last look at the barely visible horizon, where Ellie and Ilya were walking hand-in-hand towards L City. Megumin then flew off in the opposite direction to another manor. Lumilon continent is just the first continent Little Elle initially envisioned. Later, Kongwa continent, Salsa continent, and Dragon Island are also planned. Kongwa continent is different from Lumilon continent. It will be a continent more focused on Starstone technology. Girls living on Kongwa continent will be more mature in physique than those on Lumilon continent. To put it bluntly, it's a continent only inhabited by young girls or mature women. Compared to Lumilon continent, Kongwa continent will be more imbued with Western fantasy elements. This continent is composed of countless subcontinents floating in the air, much like the sacred paradise floating in the air on Eve continent. Kongwa continent will have a greater sense of space. Some people live on the water, some live a few meters above the water, and some build their houses hundreds or thousands of meters in the air. Finally, there is the Salsa continent, which little L envisions as a completely magical continent, where all the girls are beast-eared girls. Cat girls like Flower Girl, or dragon girls like Amy, and dog girls, squirrel girls, and rabbit-eared girls dwelling in the forest of monsters. In the future, when the girls of these 3 continents have all developed, they will cross oceans and discover each other. That scene will surely be very interesting. Of course, for now, little Elle's work is still focused on the continent of Lumilan. She has heard from Ellie about the address of a nearby manor with a love tree and a child about to hatch in the love space, and plans to go there to see the birth of new life on the Lumilan continent. Ellie, Ilya, and Megumin are all from the land of arrival, and before arriving in Lumilan, they all carried some unfulfilled wishes. Therefore, after arriving in the world of Lumilan, most land of arrival did not immediately fall in love or get married. However, this couple living on the Great Plains of Sugner is an exception. In Little L's database, they were lovers before arriving in Lumilan, but because such relationships are not recognized on Earth, the two could only secretly fall in love and secretly leave. When the 2 girls died in a car accident, their souls arrived in Lumilan. Upon learning the local rules, they almost without hesitation built their estates together, creating the couple's estate and even a love tree. It is said that this couple rarely went out, spending almost every day together on the estate. After a whole year of this, they successfully created an egg in their love space. Today, their child is about to be born, and little L plans to go and see. Chapter 633. After a brief exchange, little L learned that the owners of the 2 manors were Lilam Lily and Lulu Lily. These 2 names were chosen jointly after they arrived in Lumilan. Lilam was the one in charge of incubating the eggs in the manor, which is the P in Yuri, while Lulu was the gong in the manor, which is the T in Yuri. However, in terms of appearance, the 2 girls seemed quite similar to little L. Both had long black hair and black eyes, and their figures were also similar. Sorry, we only been in Lumilan for a short time and aren't quite sure about the rules here. Lilam gestured for little L to sit at an outdoor table, then took a bowl of chicken soup and offered her a spoon and chopsticks. Eat something first. Although little L wanted to say she'd just eaten lunch and wasn't very hungry, seeing Lilam's expectant look, she used her mysterious power to quickly digest her food and picked up the spoon. Lumilan doesn't have that many rules. Or rather, Lumilan's rule is freedom. Freedom? Lilam looked puzzled. Is this the kind of freedom I understand? Yes, it's doing whatever you want, doing whatever you want. Wouldn't that be a bit much? Lilam worried. This world is so beautiful. If everyone does whatever they want, without any constraints, won't that ruin the beauty? No, because the children chosen to come to Lumilan are all kind and good children. Little L smiled and explained, just like the cats that make it into the competition are all good cats that let you pet them, hug them, and kiss them, the kind of cats that hiss at you, scratch you, or even bite you the moment you reach out their paws won't pass the competition. In most cat competitions, being petted, hugged, and kissed is the bare minimum. It's not even a bonus. In other words, those show-quality cats are mostly good cats that most people can trust. Unless you intentionally provoke them, there's no risk of being bitten or scratched. It's like guide dogs. In most cases, the probability of you biting a guide dog is higher than it biting you. Similarly, the children who qualify to come to Lumilan are all good people, good children, as judged by little L's backstage. The probability of them doing bad things in Lumilan is lower than the probability of Hua Hua and Nen Nen not being mischievous on Eve's continent. That's why little L said the only rule on the Lumilan continent is freedom. Even without strict moral and legal constraints, girls who come to Lumilan won't become bad. I think I understand a little now. After hearing little L's words, Lilam looked somewhat confused. The adults are praising everyone as kind and good children. Right? You could call it a compliment, but theoretically children who hear this kind of praise don't need it. Little L took a sip of the chicken soup Lilam handed her. I heard your story from Ellie. They said you two are the model couple here, practically inseparable every day after arriving in Lumilan. Ah. Yes. Lilam was a little embarrassed, mainly because Rimuru is so cute, I can't help myself every time. When you came to Lumilan, you wished to retain your original appearance as much as possible, right? Little L glanced at the love tree not far away. So Lumilan's laws only made a general modification to your appearance. In Lumilan, there are girls like Lilam and Lilam. They didn't want themselves in this other world to change too much, so they would actively pray to their inner gods. Please don't let me become someone else. Whenever this happened, Lumilon would try her best to fulfill their wishes. Simply put, it's basically about adding beauty filters and skin smoothing to these girls while preserving their original appearance, giving them a more beautiful and cute appearance and snow-white, delicate skin. If someone familiar with these girls also transmigrated to Lumilon, they would most likely be recognized. And then exclaim, "You become beautiful." Chapter 634. In the heart of the Black Forest, after transforming into her dragon form, Erin had Kurosawa load all the excess supplies onto her back. She planned to transport these supplies to Hennessy Village, the Atlantis Empire, and the Silas Empire, donating them to the goddess of El and the Holy Light El cults there. "Please wait a moment, sir. There are 2 more boxes. There's some more here. These are blankets and pillows. These are some drinks, including the previously popular Fonda beverage from Lehman, as well as the recently trending Coca-Cola and Sprite. The last 10 boxes of rice and flour. That's about it." After Kurosawa had loaded all the resources, Erin felt the solid weight on her back and couldn't help but laugh and cry. This isn't freshman wilderness survival training, it's a vacation. It has to be said, this time Kurosawa's purchase of supplies was even more extravagant than last time. Last time, perhaps due to insufficient preparation time, Kurosawa's purchases gave the impression of emptying out the convenience store, with everything from drinks and spicy snacks to cookies. He even stuffed several gold coins and silver ingots into the box, as if afraid of being insufficiently sincere and incurring a fatal consequence. However, this time, Kurosawa's procurement skills were considerably more professional. The box contained not only staple grains like rice, flour, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, but also various semi-finished beef, lamb, and pork, and a dazzling array of daily necessities: sheets, blankets, pillows, a kitchen knife, scissors, folding tables and chairs. It was almost as if he was directly telling these visiting freshmen, "Young masters, please take a seat, we will provide you with the best service." This summer, the number of students enrolling in Minar Academy has increased several times compared to previous years. The participants in the freshman wilderness survival training are of varying quality. If these people knew that the so-called survival training was so simple, probably very few would choose to withdraw. You solve the problems of food, water, and shelter, even providing sleeping places for everyone. You practically fed these freshmen yourself. How could they possibly choose to give up? The original purpose of Minar Academy's freshman wilderness survival training was to weed out those with princess syndrome, spoiled brats, and those who couldn't take care of themselves. Now that you let these troublemakers pass the training, the internal environment of Minar Academy will be in chaos. This is the same principle as the Lumilon world, only accepting good kids. No matter how good your skills or how high your level, if your moral standards are not up to par and your heart is twisted, you will never become a descended star. Lumilon is indeed lacking in technical personnel. Little L hopes to bring in more programmers or computer experts to promote Lumilon's development, but compared to technological advancement, she values maintaining Lumilon's peace and stability. In any case, Lumilon's moral standards cannot be low. The same applies to Minar Academy. The Eve continent has no shortage of talent, but if someone is a troublemaker, morally questionable, unable to take care of themselves, and likes to pressure their companions, Minar Academy would rather not accept them. No matter how talented they are, they won't be accepted. This is a bottom line. The rest, consider them a surprise for the students, leave a few in the forest. After Kurosawa had packed the supplies, Erin gestured for the surrounding swift whirlwind weasels to step back slightly. Be careful. Using rock elemental magic to seal the supplies on her back, Erin flapped her beautiful dragon wings and soared into the sky. "Kurosawa, you go talk to Emoshian about the rest. He should be at the new student registration area with a few catgirls right now. After you finish talking, just make some simple arrangements for this forest." Erin said lazily from the sky. The principle is to make the Black Forest environment as harsh as possible, so that the students who come here for training can only survive by constantly finding food and fighting some small magical beasts. Remember, it's survival. Everyone's mission here is to survive, not to live. With that, she flapped her wings with a whoosh and flew towards the Silas Empire. Meanwhile, in the Silas Empire, the live broadcast to the students of the Minar Academy in the Black Forest officially began. Viewers, welcome to Silas TV. Today we're broadcasting the Minar Academy's summer semester freshman wilderness survival training. I'm your commentator, Galio. Even without me saying it, you all know that Minar Academy's quarterly freshman wilderness survival training is the biggest hot topic on the Eve continent. A few months ago, during the spring wilderness survival training, we missed the opportunity to report on Her Majesty the Dragon King, Erin Garland, because we couldn't connect to the international internet. This time, we won't miss the opportunity again. Therefore, our king and pope flew to Minar Academy a month ago and reached an agreement with the headmaster there to connect to the international internet. Today, I also have His Majesty the King of Silas here. Before the freshman wilderness survival training begins, let's interview His Majesty the King. High in the sky, Erin, carrying a large amount of supplies, spotted her old acquaintance from afar. King Silas was being interviewed by the commentator. She quickly moved towards the crowd. Your Majesty, greetings. Hello. As everyone knows, thanks to Dragon Queen Ellen and Garen, many students on the Eve continent have enrolled in Minar Academy for the spring semester. What are your thoughts on this Dragon Queen? Is she truly as approachable and benevolent as the legends say? Yes. The king replied without hesitation. Besides being close to the people, Dragon Queen Ellen and Garen is also a wise and peace-loving ruler. When we and Silas were prepared to go to war with the Lehman Empire, it was Lady Ellen and Garen who personally prevented the war. Chapter 635. Good morning, everyone. A cute voice suddenly rang out from the sky, instantly causing passers-by, the king, and the pope near the goddess of the El cult of the Silas Empire to involuntarily look up. Is that Lady Ellen and Garen? No mistake. I will never forget Lady Ellen's dragon form. Cute, majestic, handsome, dignified, she is the true queen. When they saw Ellen flying in the sky, the crowd on the ground erupted in cheers. Lady Ellen and Garen. She's so beautiful. My goodness. Is this something an ordinary person like me can see? Lady Ellen has really appeared? I originally thought Lady Ellen's friendliness towards ordinary people was just a legend. Not long ago, I even bet with my friends that she would never actually appear. Above Silas, unexpectedly. Like the boiling crowd, almost the instant they saw Ellen, the Silas reporter, Galileo, was also flushed with excitement. My God. It's Lady Ellen Garen. It really is her. She's come to the Silas Empire. Let's welcome Lady Ellen Garen with the warmest applause. Quickly, everyone moved closer to make room for her to land. At the host's cheerful voice, the crowd readily moved back towards the church of the goddess of Ellen, clearing a large open space. Having landed at the perfect altitude, Ellen immediately folded her wings, landing gracefully on the cleared ground. Thank you. Smiling at those around her in her dragon form, Erin deactivated the rock elemental magic on her back, revealing large boxes of supplies. These were donated to the goddess El by a rank 6 magical beast called Black Swamp from the Black Forest. With that, Erin summoned little El, who had just bid farewell to Lullum and Lilam and offered blessings to their child, using spatial magic to land on her back. She's little El, and also my clone. Hello everyone, I'm little El. Having just stepped out of the portal, little El casually moved a box of supplies to the ground. Inside are some grains like rice, flour, and potatoes, or daily necessities like towels, blankets, and pillows. Because they shared identical memories, little El naturally knew what Ellen had said to Kurosawa and the others. After moving the box to the ground, she said to the surrounding men, please carry these things into the church. As for how you intend to use these things, we won't interfere. You can donate them, or leave them in the church to supplement the church staff's nutrition. The main reason little El was chosen to move the things instead of Ellen transforming from dragon form to human form was that Ellen was naked when she transformed into human form. Moreover, the supplies on Ellen's back were overflowing for a church. Besides the Silas Empire, she also needed to fly to Atlantis and Hennessy Village today. If she transformed into human form, all those boxes would have to be moved up again. No. How could we possibly donate what Lady Ellen donated to someone else? Hearing Ellen's words, the host, Galileo, quickly waved his hand. Quickly, move the gifts from Lady Ellen inside. I must emphasize, these things weren't donated by me. The host's expression made Ellen somewhat helpless. They were donated by a rank 6 cultivator named Black Swamp, who lives in the Black Forest, specifically the western forest of the Silas Empire. He originally intended to donate them to Minar Academy, but because there were too many, Minar Academy couldn't accept them all, so I had to handle them on his behalf. After saying this, Ellen looked at King Silas at the church entrance. You should know Black Swamp. Right. That rank 6 magical beast, it knew the Osborne family before. Yes, it knew them. Upon hearing the name Kurosawa, the king understood what was going on and immediately interrupted Ellen, telling her not to continue talking about the Osborne family. Please don't worry, Your Majesty, we will give these supplies a good home. Chapter 636. After retrieving a relatively obedient Angora rabbit from Atlantis and delivering the remaining supplies to Hennessy Village, Erin returned to the Minar Academy's new student registration point and changed into her usual clothes. Little Erin. Little Erin is finally back. Emerging from the woods, Erin saw Sophia, Wendy, Lilia, and Tina already waiting for her at the rest area. Seeing her mission complete, little Erin casually opened a portal and returned to Earth. Perhaps influenced by the Erin wind, the girls had also changed into nightgowns similar to Erin's. Sophia wore a white Angora rabbit design, Wendy a quirky heavy duck design, Lilia a cute Arcana snow wolf design, and Tina a mushroom design. From a distance, it looked like a small zoo. Why are you all here? Seeing the girls, Erin was both amused and exasperated. And all of you came out in your pajamas. Aren't you hot? Sophia shook her head. I'm short, so I'm not sensitive to heat. Lilia remained non-committal. I'm an ice mage. Wendy smiled. I'm a wind mage. Tina pointed to her flower mushroom pajamas. These were made with special materials from our family, and they have ice crystals to help regulate the temperature. They're not hot at all. So you all went to such lengths to prepare to wear pajamas. Erin was even more exasperated by their answers. Couldn't you just wear regular dresses? Sophia's face hardened. No, because this is everyone's burning love for little Erin. Only by wearing cute pajamas can we prove that we're all loyal to Goddess Erin. Before Sophia could finish speaking, she noticed the Angora rabbit in Erin's arms, her eyes immediately sparkling. What an adorable rabbit. But why does it look so familiar? Because it's Tippy, the one in Sophia's backyard. Erin placed the soft, large rabbit into Sophia's arms. I think it's gained at least 2 pounds. Sophia kept many Angora rabbits in her backyard, the two most affectionate being Tippy and Rabbi. Erin had fed them when she and Wendy visited Sophia's house. Huh? Is that Tippy? I didn't recognize her until just now. Sophia picked up the fluffy bunny. Did Little Elle go to Atlantis just now? Yeah, that black swamp guy from the Black Forest seems to want to come back to our old resort again, but I stopped him. Elle sighed softly. If he had done that again, Minar Academy's freshman training wouldn't have been able to continue today, everyone would have been admitted. Yes, the freshman wilderness survival training definitely needs to be strict. Wendy added, this quarter, everyone should apply to Minar Academy. Over 80% of the new students are there because of Little Elle. There are definitely some with ill intentions among them. We absolutely cannot let these people into Minar Academy. While training like this might not be able to filter out the bad guys, it's much better than nothing. Tina nodded in agreement. At least we can guarantee that those admitted to Minar Academy won't be pampered young ladies or gentlemen. Students, parents, I hereby announce. Minar Academy's summer freshman wilderness survival training officially begins. Just then, at the entrance to the Black Forest not far away, Mo Xian, holding a microphone in one hand and a signal flare in the other, lightly leaped into the air and pulled the trigger of the signal flare above his head. Bang! A blue signal flare shot into the sky, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks. Freshmen and senior volunteers entering the Black Forest, please proceed to the designated location immediately, select your team leaders, and confirm the division of labor within your teams. The rules and precautions for wilderness survival training have been distributed to your backpacks. This season's training is similar to previous ones, taking place in this Black Forest inhabited by black crystal snakes. You will need to live in this forest for 3 days. Your seniors will be live streaming your wilderness survival efforts over these 3 days. Everyone can pull the signal flare at any time to withdraw. Young men and women, go and create miracles. The future of Minar Academy belongs to you. After reciting the lines with a passionate tone, Mo Xian descended from the sky, took another signal gun from his pajama pocket, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Oh! It's starting! It's starting! Quick, get the recording crystals out. I want to see my child. As Mo Xian finished reciting the lines, parents of students near the Black Forest immediately took out their recording crystals and connected to the internet. How do I set this up? Which channel? My kid is in squads 1, 2, and 3. First, long press to start it, then press the green button among these buttons that appear, select the channel, and enter Minar Academy's code for this year. Or you could just go find the staff here. See those 2 cat girls with the no cat stealing sign? The staff there know how to set it up. Some people immediately spread out mats and sat down, some found a shady spot, and some simply took a bus with their loved ones to the nearest town to watch the live stream. For a moment, the once bustling entrance to the Black Forest became much quieter, but many passers-by and vendors still lingered around the largest projection crystal, whispering amongst themselves. Has it started? Why isn't it on Weltenharu Island this time? The summer semester is different from the spring semester. Weltonharo Island's environment is harsher than the Black Forest, so it's scheduled for the spring semester when the temperature is relatively milder. In the summer, there are mosquitoes and poisonous snakes everywhere. Let alone these 12-year-olds. Even we adults couldn't stand staying on the island for a day. I see. I heard Lady Elenine came too, but I haven't seen her. She did come. Quite a few people saw her, but, so many children are wearing pajamas now, and Lady Elenine Garland likes to run into crowds. It's really hard to find out who the Dragon King is. Chapter 637. Back at Minar Academy on Aisha's back, Irini and her group found a corner in a lounge behind the teaching building. They brought out 2 projector crystals and set the live stream channels to 9 and 11 respectively. It's little Irini. You're at school so early? Princess Lilia is here too. Little Sophia is so cute. The students in the lounge greeted them naturally upon seeing them. Hello. Irini waved back enthusiastically, then placed the Angora rabbit Tippy on the table and fed the round rabbit a carrot. The lounge at Minar Academy has existed since the Academy's founding. It's a very pretty little wooden house. Initially, this was an art hut prepared for the elves who helped build the Academy. It contained musical instruments like harps, pianos, and guzheng, as well as various painting supplies, brushes, and paintbrushes, just so the elves could relax in their spare time. Later, after the elves left Minar Academy, since most students didn't know how to play advanced instruments like the harp and guzheng, Imotian and Aisha purchased some popular board games and card games from Human Society, transforming the art hut into its current recreation room. However, with the recent surge in the popularity of recording crystals and live streaming, Irini felt that this place would soon become a movie theater. Since everyone's okay with it, I start the live streaming equipment here, shall I? In the footage, Vivian, the eldest daughter of the plant family, appears to be a squad leader in the 9th team of the Minar Academy's summer freshman wilderness survival training. She's enthusiastically leading her team deeper into the Black Forest in front of the camera. Okay, let's go. We're ready, Vivian says, flashing a victory sign at the camera from the volunteer seniors. Lady Erline, Sister Tina, you're watching, right? I do my best. No matter what happens, Team 9 will never give up. Right. Perhaps knowing beforehand that Dragon King Erline Garland will definitely be watching Vivian's 9th team, the boys in Vivian's team are all blushing. Some are striking funny poses, like in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, some have the strongest expressions, and some are even showing off their muscles in front of the camera. Team 9 will win. Team 9 will never back down. Lady Erline, please watch closely. We will absolutely take care of Captain Vivian like a little princess. I have a feeling they got something wrong. Vivian doesn't need your care at all. Watching the boys in Team 9's silly antics, Erline couldn't help but chuckle in front of the recording crystal. Well, it was a bit awkward, but at least the team spirit was good. The boys all knew about Vivian and Erline's relationship, and knew that Erline was watching them through the live stream crystal, so even if they were having a tough time during training, they were unlikely to give up. Erline knew boys this age all too well. At 12 or 13 years old, they're in their adolescence, the age of fierce ambition. If you told them it was a wilderness survival training program, and passing it would get them into Minar Academy, the boys might scoff. Does getting into school even matter? They'd be accepted anywhere. But if someone told them that Vivian, one of the team members, is the young lady of a noble family in Aspera, and that she has a particularly good relationship with the current young Dragon King, who will likely watch their entire training livestream, then these boys would get really excited. Putting aside everything else, under the pressure of this male pride, the boys in Squad 9 are unlikely to give up willingly. As for Vivian, Erline believes that in an environment like the Black Forest, which is at the wilderness survival novice level, defeating Vivian is almost impossible. After all, this is a young lady who survived alone in an underground cave for nearly a year with only a few small fish and mushrooms. The Black Forest is considered resource-rich, climate-friendly, and food-abundant for her. Alright. Oath over, let's get moving. Quick, quick, quick. After building up the atmosphere, Vivian waved to her team as she walked deeper into the Black Forest, her voice full of energy. For wilderness survival, the most important first step is finding water. No matter what, we must find a stream, swamp, or lake before noon and prepare enough drinking water. You can live without food in the wild, but you absolutely cannot live without water. Although I am a water elemental mage, you absolutely cannot expect me to conjure water for everyone every day. Quick, quick, hoist the sails. Set sail. The first step to survival is finding water. Water sources in forests are usually found in areas with dense flora and fauna. They're easy to find. Keep up, Keep up. Speaking of which, Wendy sighed, watching the energetic Vivian in the recording crystal. The Weltenhare Island we went to back then, although it was full of monsters, at least we didn't have to worry about water. There was fresh water all around. Yeah, so the most important thing for everyone in the Black Forest this summer semester is to find water, or we can only rely on the ice-type characters in the team. The water mage barely managed to hold on, Sophia said, rubbing the Angora rabbit's head. Sometimes grass element mages might be able to help, like finding seeds for watermelons or gourds and letting them grow. Let me see what's going on with that salmon that Aisha mentioned. Erin clicked on another projection crystal. It should be called Lala Anima, right? That's a cute name. Soon, the projection crystal showed the image of the 11th squad of freshmen from Minar Academy. Erin recognized Salon's sister Lala immediately, because she was so conspicuous. Wearing the Minar Academy's rock elemental female uniform, with long, desert-colored hair, less than 1.4 meters tall, amber eyes similar to Aisha's, and a cute little face like a chubby bun, she stood in the squad like a beige Angora rabbit mascot. Unlike Elaine's cute style, this salon girl named Lala gave off a very depressed vibe. Her dark circles were very heavy, she looked listless, and her ankle-length hair was a mess, as if it hadn't been styled for months. Okay. Even in front of the camera, Lala was completely nonchalant. Whatever, I don't need to eat. As long as I'm alive, it doesn't matter if I die. But I won't die, don't worry about me. It doesn't matter, I'm going to sleep for a while. Only then did Elaine understand what Aisha meant by Lala is just slacking off. Is this girl really here to study at the academy? Chapter 638. Beijing City, back to school season. Unlike the Eve continent, it's still late February in Beijing City on Earth, early spring. After waiting for about half an hour at the Crystal Palace in Longlin, Fafner, the mother, finally emerged from her room, satisfied. Sorry. Fafna looked a little embarrassed when she saw little Elle outside the door. Am I late? Little Elle smiled slightly and shook her head, then looked at the half-open door. Where's Dad? She probably won't get up until noon. Fafna said with a slightly disdainful tone, and she's the Black Dragon King, yet her stamina is so poor. Black dragons are only strong in combat. Little Elle, already imagining the fierce battle inside, got up and walked towards the interdimensional portal not far away. Let's go, Sister Xiao, you should have just gotten up too. This interdimensional portal was a special spatial door that Little Elle had built in the palace using mysterious power. Only Nasod, Fafna, Ibel, Lucinu, and Qiu Xiaoyu could use it, and it was connected to Qiu Xiaoyu's house. Normally, Fafner and Nasod can simply pass through this door to Qiu Xiaoyu's house if they want to visit Earth. Lucinu and Qiu Xiaoyu can also come to this other world to relax anytime. Anyway, Elaine has already informed all the creatures in Dragon Forest, so even if Lucinu and Qiu Xiaoyu wander around, no dragon or magical beast will dare to harm them. Fafner picked up the small bag she bought on Earth and walked over. I was thinking of going to the nearby pedestrian street today. It's been a long time since I've been to Earth, and I'm starting to miss the snacks there. Today is the day Xiao Er, as a transfer student, registers for the 36th middle school in Beijing on Earth. This is something Erlini has wanted to experience for a long time. In her previous life on Earth, her entire life was almost like being herded like ducks. She entered an orphanage in a daze, started elementary school in a daze, then entered middle school, began boarding school, then high school, university, and entered society. Most people, after entering society, miss their middle and high school days terribly. Many even dream of returning to middle and high school to make up for past regrets. Those unspoken confessions, those careless mistakes on questions, those regrets from accidentally hurting classmates. Because Erlini's entire middle school life was basically a three-point line, either studying or on her way to the classroom, she didn't have any particular regrets. If she had to say something, it would probably be that she didn't have time to experience youth. This is also the main reason why Eleanor enjoyed quietly taking notes and listening attentively in Minar Academy's classes. But classrooms in another world are ultimately different from those on Earth. Now that both the Eve continent and Earth have entered a period of relative peace, Little Elle plans to find a school on Earth as a transfer student and relive her student days. Coincidentally, not far from Qiu Xiaoyu's neighborhood is a prestigious school in Beijing, Beijing number 36 Middle School. Little Elle had Fafner, posing as her mother, contact their principal and school leaders, requesting that her daughter, Gallinelle, transfer to their school around March. I'm sorry, our school doesn't have a system of backdoor admissions. The principal and school leaders were very firm during their initial meeting. We are a public school and a model high school in the city. Please don't make things difficult for us. In response, Fafner immediately produced a check. It's like this. I intend to donate $20 million to your esteemed school in my personal capacity for improving teaching equipment. This $20 million is a donation, a voluntary gift from me, without any exchange of benefits. After saying this, Fafner produced several more checks. Furthermore, I personally admire your school's leaders and teachers. Like the popular online live streaming, I'm a viewer of the teachers who host these streamers. Seeing the leaders and teachers' daily hard work and dedication, I voluntarily made these donations. Looking at the string of zeros on the checks, everyone in the office, from the principal to the other leaders, fell silent. Well. Haha, that's too formal. Let's all have dinner together tonight. Madam, if it's convenient for you, you can bring your daughter too, so we can all get to know each other. And so, that very evening, Gallinell secured a transfer student spot in Class 11 of the first year of junior high at the 36th Middle School in Shangjing City. Today, on Earth, it's February 25th, a Monday. So, in the morning, Elle needs to pack her things with Fafner and get to class before 8 a.m. when classes officially start. Minar Academy should also be starting today, right? After returning to Chio Shio's home on Earth, Fafner took the prepared bag from her room and casually asked while combing her hair in front of the mirror. Sister Aisha said that Sister Sharon from the Anima family in the Nia Desert was also sent to Minar Academy, seemingly inspired by what we did back then. After quickly tying her light blue hair into a single ponytail and changing into the official middle school uniform of Shangjing City, little Elle looked at herself in the mirror to make sure everything was alright before saying to Fafner, "But I feel Sister Sharon still has a long way to go in school." "Our inspiration back then?" Fafner asked, puzzled. "What inspiration?" "It's about sending children to human society to suffer." Little Elle smiled mischievously. It seems Dad's actions back then set a bad example within the dragon race. "Now even dragons are being sent to Minar Academy?" Fafner asked, even more curious, that Anima family member. "Lala, did she encounter some difficulties?" "It's not exactly difficulties. Lala seems to have a rather headstrong personality, so her parents probably wanted her to learn about human society." After putting on her school uniform, little Elle walked over to Fafner. Beside her, she took the bag from her mother. "I watch over Lala, don't worry." "It's not that Mom's worried." Fafner looked at little Elle, who had changed her style. "I feel like this outfit is a bit ordinary." That's how public school uniforms are. After all, schools are places for learning. In Beijing, girls' uniforms are skirts, which is actually quite lenient. Little Elle hugged Fafner's arm. "Let's go towards youth." Chapter 639. Because Shangjing No. 36 Middle School is a public school, its uniforms are the same as the city's unified Shangjing Middle School uniforms. The girls' summer uniform tops have a slightly British style, with only a small bow at the collar and not many fancy designs. The skirt is a classic plaid skirt, and it seems to cover about a third of the thighs. In Xiao's eyes, this was already a very big change. In Xiao's memory, in the city where she lived, both boys' and girls' school uniforms were a combination of tops and trousers, and the design was very ugly, supposedly to prevent students from dating early. Since the school didn't specify the style of socks and shoes, Xiao simply chose a pair of white stockings with cat paw anti-slip strips, and a pair of similarly British-style leather shoes. Stockings were Xiao's usual habit, and the leather shoes were to match the uniform. While theoretically most schoolgirls wouldn't wear stockings to school, firstly, stockings are unforgiving of leg and face shapes, and wearing stockings can sometimes have the opposite effect, leading to gossip among classmates. Secondly, it's very eye-catching and carries the risk of bullying. Little Elle is very confident in her figure and appearance, and she's not worried about the stockings not fitting or being bullied. Of course, if someone were to bully her, she wouldn't care. What a group of children call bullying is nothing more than isolation, gossip behind her back, or the use of cold or hot violence, which is nothing to little Elle. "Hello, teacher." Around 7:30, Fafner brought little Elle to the teaching building of Beijing No. 36 Middle School, and found the homeroom teacher of Class 11, Grade 7. "This is my child, Gabriel. We arranged with the Academic Affairs office beforehand, and he's here to register today." "Oh, you arrived." Clearly, the homeroom teacher in the office had also received prior notice that a transfer student is coming today, and immediately put down her work, warmly inviting Fafner and little Elle inside. The students in the class just went to the playground for exercises. "You can sit here for a while." "What's with your hair?" "We're both born with it." Fafner pointed to her long, smooth white hair. Please don't worry, teacher, it's not dyed. This child inherited it from me. Wow! So beautiful. At this moment, the other teachers in the office also noticed Fafner and Little Elle's hair. Color. I think I heard of this disease. It's called albinism, right? I remember children with albinism are all very beautiful, like dolls, and their hair is white too. Fafner was a little embarrassed. That's a fair way to understand it, but we don't have albinism. Ahem, we understand. Don't worry, we won't discriminate against you. A slightly plump female teacher walked over, squatted down in front of Little Elle, and looked at the exquisite girl who seemed like an elf, her eyes widening. My goodness! She's so incredibly cute. Let me see. Let me see. This teacher's words attracted the attention of the other teachers in the office, and soon almost all of them came over and surrounded Little Elle. Not only is her hair this light blue color, but even her eyes are like sapphires, so beautiful. This is the first time I ever seen such a beautiful child. Are you foreigners? Or is it that legendary illness? Is there anything extra we need to be careful about? Like, can't she be in the sun? Nothing extra is needed. Fafner shook her head. My daughter is very strong. Just treat her like a normal child. Okay, understood. Several female teachers looked at Little Elle, almost unable to tear themselves away. Student, you're so beautiful. Your skin is like a baby's, so fair and tender. What's your name? Little Elle maintained her well-behaved posture and said in a gentle voice, Gallon Elle. Gallon Elle? 4. Is it your given name? Your surname is Gabriel. Fafner explained. It's a compound surname, Gabriel, and your given name is Elle. It does sound a bit like a foreign name. No, it doesn't. If it were a compound surname, Gabriel would be like Murong, Oyang, or Sima. Elle would be quite normal. This child, from her name to her appearance, makes me feel like I travel to another world, and everyone's talking to elves. A teacher looked up at Fafner. The mother is beautiful too. Fafner smiled and nodded. Thank you. Gabriel, and the child's mother, would you like some water? The homeroom teacher came over with 2 glasses of water. Today is Monday. After the flag-raising ceremony, there's a speech from the principal and morning exercises. You might have to wait a while. Please have a seat. Thank you for the treat. Fafner took the disposable cup, drank the water in one gulp, and then slung her bag over her shoulder. If there's nothing else, I head back now. Going back already? The homeroom teacher was a little surprised. Have you finished all the paperwork? Yes, all done. I got the textbooks and workbooks. Fafner ruffled Little Elle's hair. Don't let my daughter's appearance fool you. She's incredibly self-reliant. You teachers can treat her like an adult. Really? That amazing? One teacher was clearly skeptical. Besides being pretty, a 12-year-old. Can she really take care of herself? Is that what you mean by self-reliant? Yes, she's perfectly capable of taking care of herself. I think that's exactly what you mean. Fafner knelt down and kissed Little Elle's forehead. Get along well with your teachers and classmates. Little Elle returned Fafner's kiss with a kiss on the forehead. It's time to wake Dad up. Don't worry, she have a very pleasant day like always. Fafner stood up and waved to the teachers in the office. I have some things to take care of at home. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Okay. Goodbye, parents. Watching Fafner leave, the homeroom teacher returned to Little Elle, who was sitting obediently on a small chair drinking water. Gallon. Elle? Just call me Little Elle. Little Elle looked up. What should I call you, teacher? My full name is Leeminger. You can call me Teacher Lee. Seeing that Little Elle was indeed as timid as Fafner had said, even in front of so many teachers in the office, the female homeroom teacher was completely astonished. By the way, your hair really doesn't need any special care? Like that teacher said earlier, do you have any health issues or allergies? No. Little Elle shook his head and gave a big smile. Teacher, just treat me like a normal student. Chapter 640. A new student transferred to our class today. After the students finished their morning exercises and returned to the classroom, the clock under the national flag struck 8, and the bell rang for the first class in the vast campus. Once all the students in class 11 of the first year were seated, the homeroom teacher, Li Mingzhi, led Xiao Yai out of the office and to the classroom door. The new student's physical condition is rather special, and her name is also rather unusual. I hope everyone will not bully her. The homeroom teacher, standing on the podium, patted the desk to signal the class to quiet down, and said in a stern tone, especially those students who usually like to cause trouble. If the teacher finds out that anyone is bullying the new student, Hee. A new student? Why is there a transfer at this time? It's already the next semester. Is it a boy or a girl? Could it be a stunning beauty? Seeing the students below start whispering again, the homeroom teacher's face changed. Aren't you going to be quiet? The vast classroom instantly fell silent. Just then, the teacher of the first Chinese class arrived at the classroom door. Seeing little Elle standing outside, the teacher, whom she had seen in the office before, couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Don't be nervous, everyone in class 11 is very friendly. Little Elle looked up. I get along well with everyone. Even if we don't get along, I won't be nervous, I'm not a child anymore. Of course, little Elle didn't say this directly. Very good, you all quieted down very quickly today, commendable. The teacher in the class waited until everyone was silent before waving to little Elle outside the classroom with satisfaction. Gallinelle, come in. Dressed in a British-style uniform with white stockings and little leather shoes, little Elle walked in with a lively smile, waving to the 42 students in the classroom. Holy crap! This is a new classmate? Why is her hair white? Is it pure white or has a hint of blue? Is it dyed? She has such a great figure. Although the students had just quieted down under the teacher's intimidation, many couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the adorable, elf-like Elle walk in. Oh my god! How can she be so beautiful? Wait, I think I remember her. Isn't she the one at the Firefly Comic Con? The one who cosplayed as Miss Jialan? No way. Miss Jialan is in our class? And she can do such complicated magic tricks? What are you all talking about, Miss Jialan? Quiet, all of you, quiet down. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Seeing the class erupt in noise again, the homeroom teacher slammed her hand on the desk in anger. Discipline monitor. If anyone speaks loudly again, write down their name, and I deal with them properly later. These words silenced almost all the students in the class. The class's discipline monitor dutifully took out her discipline notebook and began to scrutinize the students with a serious expression. Jialan, please introduce yourself. The homeroom teacher handed Xiao a pen and pointed to the blackboard at the back. Briefly tell me where you transferred from, your family situation, your hobbies, etc. Thank you. Taking the pen, little Elle wrote Gallinelle on the blackboard, then turned to the students and bowed slightly. Hello everyone, I'm Gallinelle. You can call me little Elle. AI is the AI of Artemisia, and air is the air of occasionally. My parents and I come from a very, very far place. When I was very young, they taught me to write, taught me knowledge, and also taught me different languages. I have a wide range of interests, basically. I should know a little bit about most of the things you like. Ah? Hearing this, before the students could react, the homeroom teacher on the podium couldn't hold back any longer. You just said. Your parents taught you different languages? What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. Little Elle turned his head and gave the homeroom teacher a friendly look. I can speak the languages of most countries in the world. Really? That's impressive. I don't believe it. Seemingly trying to lighten the mood, the homeroom teacher made a pleased gesture. Then let me test your most basic English. There's a line in Forrest Gump. Life is like a box of chocolates. How do you say that in English? Life is like a box of chocolates. Little Elle answered almost without hesitation. And then, the Russian, German, Latin, and French versions of that line are. Amidst the stunned expressions of the homeroom teacher and the students, little Elle repeated the line in several different languages. No you. Kid, are you serious? After listening to Xiao AI's 8-language version, the homeroom teacher turned to the Chinese teacher at the door for help. Teacher, could you understand what Jialan was saying just now? I only understand Mandarin and English. The Chinese teacher also looked at Xiao AI with an expression of utter disbelief. She walked over to Xiao AI. Are you sure you're only 12 years old? Xiao AI gave a vague answer. At least that's what my ID card says. This is a super genius. How did she end up transferring to our school? The homeroom teacher wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, finally realizing the special nature of the transfer student. Well, Jialan, do you have any other special talents? Xiao AI thought seriously for a moment. Probably, I know a little bit about everything. I can't figure out what this knows a little bit about everything person is all about. What exactly are you referring to? The homeroom teacher decided to get to the bottom of it. Let me be more specific. You just said. Your parents taught you knowledge. Did they teach you math? Yes. How is Jialan's math level? Up to university level calculus. Roughly. Little Elle hesitated. Maybe not just calculus, because I learned a lot of different things. Calculus. My goodness, you're only 12. The students below erupted in commotion, and the homeroom teacher was completely shocked. You really finished all that? Yes, yes. What about physics and chemistry? Did you finish the middle and high school curriculum too? Yes. Then you. The homeroom teacher felt she couldn't continue the conversation. Did you come to our school to experience life? I think so. Little Elle stuck out her tongue shyly. Is that okay? Yes, yes. The homeroom teacher wiped away a cold sweat again. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our new classmate, Jiao Hunter, to our class 11 of grade 7. Chapter 641. After the class-wide sensational self-introduction, Xiao Aier was assigned to a corner seat by the window, in the last row of the classroom. Let's leave it at that for now. Since our class assigns seats based on monthly exam scores, and the seating changes monthly, if Jiao Aier wants to sit in a seat closer to the front, she can fill out a form with the class representative after the monthly exam. The homeroom teacher, Li Mingzhi, probably felt a little embarrassed about making such a beautiful genius freshman sit in the back, but she still gestured for the Chinese teacher to come in first. Let's leave it at that for now. Sorry for interrupting the lesson. Does everyone have any questions about the new student? There are many questions, but a boy sitting in the back row, seemingly a little mischievous, raised his hand. But we can't disrupt the Chinese teacher's class, right? After all, Chinese is one of the 3 major subjects, worth 150 points. You talk too much. The homeroom teacher glared at the boy, then turned to Xiao Air's desk mate. Lan Zhuiyue, you better take good care of the new classmate, understand? If I find out you're bullying her, you're dead. Don't worry, teacher. The boy called Lan Zhuiyue unusually gave the homeroom teacher a salute. Don't say I'm bullying her. Anyone in the class who dares to bully the new classmate, I'd be the first to beat them up. No fighting either. The homeroom teacher said curtly, gave the Chinese teacher a look, and left the classroom. All right, if anyone has any questions about the new classmate, you can ask after class. Now, let's begin the lesson. The Chinese teacher walked to the podium. Today we begin a new lesson. From the 100-herb garden to the 3-flavor study. Everyone, open your textbooks. While the teacher turned on the multimedia system and projector, and pulled down the screen, Xiao's desk mate couldn't help but turn around and ask in a low voice, New student you. Your hair is really natural, isn't it? Yes it is. Xiao opened her textbook while placing the stationery she and her mother, Fafner, had bought a few days ago on her desk. Sorry, isn't it too eye-catching? Many of these stationery items were themed around this mobile game. A grass-green ballpoint pen with a Lenaro theme, a ruler set printed with the latest character Miss Gallon, and a matching pencil case. Because she felt that this grass-green, natural color suited her well, Xiao bought quite a few similar stationery items. Her deskmate, Lan Zhuiyue, appeared to be a somewhat chubby and robust boy, dressed in a neat Beijing City Boys school uniform. His face was clean, but considering that in the first year, 11, of Beijing No. 36 Middle School, seating was arranged according to grades, with students with higher grades choosing first, it wasn't hard for Xiao to guess that his grades were probably not good, and he didn't have many friends in class, so no one wanted to sit next to him. Why are you apologizing? It's not your fault that your hair is this color, and I think it looks nice. Seeing that Xiao was actually apologizing to him, Lan Zhuiyue quickly said, Don't worry, in this class, if anyone dares to bully you, just come to me. Besides, I have some connections in this school. The other person's confident demeanor made little Elle chuckle, covering his mouth. Okay. You bunch of kids talking about connections. Little Elle was actually quite used to similar situations. You could only say. Teenage boys, well, they're all pretty much the same. Brand from the Osborne family in the Lehman Empire was like that, and so is Lan Zhuiyue, this middle school student. However, compared to Brand, Lan Zhuiyue was actually better. He was just bragging and showing off in front of girls. He hadn't done anything too outrageous. The text from the 100-herb garden to the 3-flavor study is almost always on the exam, so everyone must listen carefully. Through the author's recollections of the 100-herb garden and the 3-flavor study, he expresses his love and longing for nature, as well as his yearning for the innocence, romance, and carefree nature of childhood. He subtly criticizes the damage the corrupt educational system of feudal society inflicted on children's hearts. Alright, let's look at the first paragraph. One student can read it aloud. Which student? Let me see. If anyone's dozing off, I call on them. A typical, unremarkable Chinese class for most people pass by just like that. However, for Xiao, this class was practically a complete enjoyment. Even though she had memorized the text perfectly, and knew the sections that were almost always on the middle school entrance exam, she still patiently wrote down every explanation and key point the teacher emphasized in class. Like Eileen, Shower's font is a very cute lowly font. She mixed some girlish style into the original standard song font, such as writing the character square a little rounder, and deliberately making some strong characters crooked a little. While keeping the font neat, she made her notes look very neat and cute at first glance. This was also Little Elle's requirement for her return to middle school. She planned to listen attentively in every class, filling her textbooks with her neatest and cutest handwriting, turning these books into works of art worth remembering in the future. Wow, classmate, your handwriting is amazing. How can it be so cute? After class, seeing Little Elle still organizing her notes, her classmate looked over curiously and was immediately filled with admiration. Did you practice your handwriting specifically? I guess so. Little Elle nodded. My parents taught me when I was little. Or rather, Aunt Ibel taught me. When Elline was very young, Aunt Ibel was her teacher in art. As a result, Elline didn't learn much art, but her handwriting was quite good. And perhaps due to the influence of a girl's body, her handwriting had basically been like this since she could remember. New classmate. L cough cough gallon L. Wow, is that hair real? It's so dreamy. At this moment, curious students gathered around L, their eyes filled with surprise. Not only the boys, but even many girls were talking about L, saying things like, "How do you take care of yourself? My God, your skin is amazing. I've been getting so many pimples since starting middle school. How come you don't have a single one? Were you serious when you spoke so many languages just now? Or were you just making it up? How could anyone learn so many languages?" The students' chatter made Elle a little embarrassed. Everyone, please don't disturb the new student yet. At this moment, a short-haired girl pushed through the students and squeezed in, saying to Xiao Er, "Hello, I'm Yao from this class. The homeroom teacher said that you're new to the school and not very familiar with the surroundings yet." As she spoke, the short-haired girl extended her hand to Xiao Er. "Shall I show you around?" Chapter 642. Yao. The words of the girl who claimed to be the class monitor of Class 11, Grade 7 made Xiao Er a little distracted. Because she had once read a story in a novel on Earth, the protagonist of which was Yao. Moreover, it is said that there is more than one female protagonist in a novel named Yao. One of the novels, River Flows Backwards in Sorrow, also has a female protagonist named Yao, and Yao's ending is very tragic. However, the book that Xiao Er, or rather, Elenine read at the time, the ending of the female protagonist Yao was not so tragic. What's wrong? Seeing that Xiao Er did not move, the class monitor who claimed to be Yao was a little confused. Did I say something wrong just now? Obviously, Xiao Er in the class had become a kind of mascot in the hearts of almost all the students in less than a class period. Almost all the students would subconsciously think, did I do something wrong? Or did I upset her? When they saw Xiao Er acting abnormally. No, I was just daydreaming. Under the class monitor's somewhat worried gaze, Xiao reached out and shook hands with the other person, then stood up. Yao, it's a really cool name. Cool? The class monitor looked clearly surprised. My dad said he and my mom just randomly picked this name from a dictionary. Huh? Xiao asked, puzzled, but I think it's really cool. Not only does it sound cool, but it also feels cool when written. My first impression is a bit like, a long road tests a horse's strength, or knowing the heavens is easy, defying the heavens is far away. You have such a sweet tongue. Clearly, the class monitor was quite pleased with Xiao's flattery, but she still led Xiao out of the student circle. Let me give you a brief introduction. Including you, there are 43 students in our class now. If nothing unexpected happens, your student ID should be 43. It should be written on your school card, right? Yes. Xiao took out her school card. Is this it? Yes. Look at the number on it. The class monitor pointed to the number 20301143 on Xiao's school card and said, "Here, 2029 refers to the 2029 graduating class, 11 refers to class 11, and 43 is student number 43. Although it's 2030 now, we are the 2029 graduating class, so as a transfer student, you are also a 2029 graduating class." Oh! Xiao nodded. I understand. This school card is also a meal card you should be. For students living off campus, remember to swipe your card at the machine at the school gate when you leave school. If you forget to swipe your card and the school's cameras don't capture you leaving, it will be considered truancy, and our class will lose points. After saying this, the class monitor led Xiao Er to the classroom door and pointed to the north side of the teaching building, saying, "The school cafeteria is over here." The school cafeteria has 3 floors. The first and second floors are for eating, and there are 2 windows on the second floor where you can queue up to top up your meal card. Of course, if you have a mobile phone, you can also pay online directly on your phone, or have your parents top it up for you. The 3rd floor of the cafeteria is a convenience store that sells drinks and snacks, as well as sandwiches, pineapple buns, and milk with a long shelf life. If you get up late in the morning and don't have time for breakfast, you can come to class first and then run to buy breakfast during the break. That's all fine. But if you really plan to buy breakfast from the canteen, please run there as soon as get out of class ends. It's a bit far from here to the cafeteria. A round trip takes at least 7 or 8 minutes. If the teacher runs a few minutes over, you easily be late for class. Also, the school restrooms are on the left. To the left after you exit the classroom. They're a bit far too. Do you need me to take you there? Hearing the class monitor say so much in one breath, Shower was a little embarrassed. Class monitor, you're so responsible. The homeroom teacher told me. Last week she said, we have new students coming to our class, and asked me to give them a brief introduction. The class monitor avoided Shower's gaze. Guan coughed lightly, and then, that's all the introduction I can think of. Then, class monitor, can you show me around? Little L walked over, then gave the students who gathered around an apologetic look. I get to know the area with the class monitor first. Wow, if you run outside like this, our class is probably going to become famous. Yeah, Jialan probably doesn't even know how cute you are, your charm is just. And she even came wearing thigh-high stockings. Oh my god, she really looks like a girl from an anime. Amidst the students' discussions, Little L and class monitor Yao walked out of the classroom together. Chapter 643. The teaching building of Beijing No. 36 Middle School is a beautiful circular, hollow structure. The building has 2 elevators and 3 stairwells. In the center is a beautifully decorated small garden, encircled by the building. Standing on the railings along the corridors of each floor, one can clearly see the entire garden below. Therefore, whenever get out of class ends, the students either rush to the convenience store mentioned by their class monitor, Yao, to buy breakfast, snacks, and drinks, or they play and fool around by the railings. Basically, whatever happens on any floor will be known to all the students in the entire building within minutes. Why is it so lively on the 3rd floor? What happened? It seems a new girl has joined class 11 of grade 7. She's incredibly beautiful, and everyone over there is going crazy. Is it really that exaggerated? I remember there were quite a few pretty girls in this year's grade 7. How beautiful does she have to be to cause such a commotion? I heard from a junior that she's truly stunning, like a beautiful girl from an anime, and her hair is that kind of ice blue color. They say it's natural. Really? I only remember a blonde Russian girl in class 10. How come there's another one with ice blue hair, from Iceland? Who told you Icelandic girls have ice blue hair? If you're curious, why don't you go down and see for yourself? Class 11 of grade 7 is on the 3rd floor, not far from here. Due to the unique structure of the teaching building, the 1st floor is basically all equipment rooms, laboratories, and the administration office. Classrooms start from the 2nd floor. Since class 11 of grade 7 has a relatively late number, it was placed in a rather special location in the middle of the teaching building. The 3rd floor of the teaching building housed the entire first-year junior high students, while the upper floors housed the 2nd and 3rd-year students. The students shouting and yelling instantly attracted the attention of the entire building. This made Shower, in the center of the crowd, slightly embarrassed. She had originally planned to use the excuse of going out for a walk with the class monitor to escape her classmates' questioning, but she hadn't expected the students outside to be even more outrageous, shouting, whistling, and gossiping openly, causing students from the surrounding classrooms to come out and chatter. My god, this girl is so pretty! I always thought dyeing your hair was something bad students did, until I saw this little girl. I feel like this color suits her best. Apparently, this little girl's hair isn't dyed, it's natural. How could anyone be born with this hair color? Don't you think about that? Why don't you think about that? Would the school let you in if you dyed your hair? Do you know that some diseases can indeed change hair color? I remember it was a missing chromosome. I always complained that the girls' school uniforms were too conservative. None of the girls in my class looked good in them. Until now, seeing her, I understand. It's not that the uniforms are conservative, it's that the girl isn't. After walking around the corridors of the 3-story teaching building with the class monitor, getting acquainted with the restrooms, the teachers' offices, and the locations of several staircases and elevators, although Xiao Er remained completely composed, the class monitor, Yao, couldn't hold back any longer. I can't take it anymore. I feel like at least 800 eyes are watching us. Pulling Xiao'er back to her classroom door, Yao clutched her chest, looking breathless. New classmate, your destructive power is too much. He, sorry. Little L smiled somewhat sheepishly, standing immediately next to the class monitor. Looking at the large group of students from other classes, who were quite curious about her, but too shy to approach, she sighed, I miss those days. The middle school Ellen attended back then was nowhere near as good as this Shangjing number 36 middle school. That must have been over 20 years ago. Back then, Elline's school only had one teaching building, converted from a former factory dormitory. The facilities were extremely old, basically just broken desks and chairs and a blackboard. Teachers had to write with chalk, and in the summer, there wasn't even a fan. Little L remembered that on the first day of school after military training that hot summer, a girl caused a sensation throughout the grade. It was right after the first class, and everyone was resting in their classrooms when someone shouted, There's a beauty in class 3, a super school beauty. Almost half the boys in the class ran out. Although Xiao'er later learned that the so-called beauty was just a girl with fair skin and a slightly pretty face, it gave her a basic understanding of how easily children her age would believe rumors. Xiao'er's appearance was already somewhat reminiscent of an elf from mythology. Coupled with her flowing light blue hair, it would be abnormal if she didn't cause a stir among a group of middle school students. Nostalgia? At the classroom door, Xiao'er's words puzzled class monitor Yao. Was Jialan's previous school similar to this one? Little L snapped out of her reverie, more or less. If Minar Academy on the Eve continent could be considered a former school, then the environment and atmosphere there were indeed quite similar to this place. Anyway, thank you, class monitor, for showing me around. With that, Xiao'er turned around and gave Yao a sweet smile. Then, I look forward to your guidance from now on, class monitor, okay? Okay. This smile once again captivated the girl before her, making her stammer, If you don't understand anything in the future, just ask me. Okay. Xiao'er took the class monitor's hand and walked into the classroom. Class should be starting soon, right? What's the next class? Math. The class monitor pointed to the timetable next to the blackboard. This is our daily timetable. The students on duty write it down in the morning. I see. Just like my old school. For math class, it seems we have a unit test today. Yao looked a little worried. Last week, the math teacher said. Are you okay, Jialan? I should be fine. Little L hesitated for a moment. Class monitor, can I ask you a question about Lanjueyue? Huh? The class monitor seemed quite surprised. What about him? I just want to know about my new deskmate's personality. Little L deliberately lowered her voice. Class monitor, can you tell me? What's he like? He? The class monitor clearly hesitated for a moment. Well, Jialan, to be honest, Lanjueyue doesn't have a very good temper, and he doesn't get along well with the other students in the class. Little L showed a gossip-loving expression. Why is that? I don't know either. He seems to really avoid making friends. Quite a few students have tried to hang out with him, but they always get yelled at. The class monitor sighed. Anyway, our monthly exam is coming up soon. Jialan, let's change seats after the exam. Until then, Jialan, you just have to be patient for now. Chapter 644. Back in her seat, Xiao'er found her deskmate, Lanjueyue, had fallen asleep at his desk. He seemed to sleep, like this often in the classroom. The boy was fast asleep, seemingly oblivious to the pre-class bell, and didn't react at all to Xiao'er sitting down next to him. Moreover, perhaps worried that he might move around and mess up Xiao'er's books while asleep, Lanjueyue had deliberately moved his desk towards the aisle, creating a gap of about 10 centimeters between it and his new deskmates. Class is starting. Xiao'er tried to say softly, glancing at Lanjueyue beside her. The person next to her didn't react. Frustrated, Xiao'er opened her pencil case, took out her exam grade pen, and prepared for the exam. Just now, she had briefly inquired about Lanjueyue's situation with the class monitor, Yao, at the classroom door, and learned that this boy, just as she had imagined, didn't have many friends in the class. Actually, this was easy to see. The seating arrangement in class 11 of grade 7 was based on monthly exam scores. Those with high scores chose first, and those with low scores chose last. This seating system only leads to one result. Most top students choose seats in the middle or near the front, while lower achieving students choose seats in the back, where they can easily nap, daydream, or play on their phones without being caught. Before Xiao'er transferred, class 11 had an even number of students, 42 in total. Because this model middle school has abundant teaching resources, each classroom is very large, and there are often extra seats. Therefore, many empty seats were reserved in the last row of the classroom for this class. Besides Lan Zhuiyue, there was another boy sitting alone. This meant Lan Zhuiyue not only had relatively poor grades, but he probably wasn't very popular in class either. At least, this last boy preferred to sit alone rather than with him. Of course, it could also be the other boy's problem, but regardless, in Xiao Ai's understanding, a student sitting alone at the last row in a class usually had some kind of story. As for Lan Zhuiyue's story, Xiao Ai's mind flashed back to the various adjectives used by the class monitor: Yao, aloof, introverted, bad-tempered, eccentric, frequently absent. However, only Xiao Ai knew Lan Zhuiyue's true condition, thalassemia. This is a hereditary blood disease caused by a genetic defect. Mild thalassemia is generally not a big problem. At most, it causes more fatigue and easier wound infection after bleeding. Moderate thalassemia requires medication or, in severe cases, temporary blood transfusions. As for severe thalassemia, that's a terminal illness, essentially equivalent to leukemia, and it can lead to disease and infection in multiple organs, including the bones. Just now, when Xiao walked into the classroom, introduced himself, and sat down next to Lan Zhuiyue, he noticed that the boy's complexion was different from normal. Although he looked chubby and strong, it wasn't healthy weight gain, but rather a distorted physique caused by the disease. At the same time, his skin and lips lacked color. So Xiao used his administrator powers to examine the boy's physical condition and concluded he had near-severe thalassemia, a genetic disease that cannot be cured with current Earth's medical methods. Only conservative treatment is possible. Even, he might not live many more years. This disease weakens the immune system, leading to various internal organ problems and shortening lifespan. Considering this, Xiao could more or less understand Lan Zhuiyue's strange temper and unfriendly nature. He had most likely been told by his family that you don't have many years left to live, which is why he didn't want to make friends with his classmates. Lan Zhuiyue was probably afraid that if he made friends in class, they would be heartbroken when he left. As for the class monitor's mention of frequent absences, Xiao guessed it was because he had to go to the hospital for blood transfusions or treatment after his illness worsened. Even now, as Lan Zhuiyue lay slumped on the desk, Xiao sensed a clear low-grade fever. Now we begin the test. Put away your math books and reference books. While Xiao was observing Lan Zhuiyue, the preparatory bell rang, and the class bell rang. The math teacher walked in with a stack of test papers. Let me give you a heads up, he said. This test is based on past middle school entrance exam questions. It might be a little difficult for you, but that's okay. Everyone's having a hard time. Just do as many as you can, okay? The math teacher was an elderly man in his 60s, wearing reading glasses. He distributed the test papers to the students in the first row of each group, glanced around the classroom, and quickly noticed Lan Zhuiyue next to Xiao. He immediately said with some displeasure, "Wake him up. It's time for the test." Still sleeping? Xiao quickly poked Lan Zhuiyue with his pencil case. "Hey deskmate, get up, it's exam time. And you over there, why did you dye your hair?" Xiao's actions also drew the math teacher's attention. "Does your homeroom teacher know? Doesn't she care?" "Teacher." Hearing this, class monitor Yao quickly stood up. "Teacher, Jiao Lan didn't dye her hair. Her hair color is just like that." "Just like that? Who has white hair?" The math teacher still seemed a little skeptical. "Does your homeroom teacher know?" "Yes, Xiao is a transfer student. She just transferred here today." A female student also stood up. Xiao recognized her as the class's discipline monitor. "Oh, alright, since your homeroom teacher isn't saying anything, then I won't interfere either. It's not my business anyway." The math teacher seemed a bit old-fashioned. He clearly disliked Xiao's long blue-white hair, his tone somewhat harsh. "I only care about grades. I just hope this transfer student doesn't drag your class down later." Xiao has even finished calculus. Calculus? You guys actually know calculus? Where did you hear that? The math teacher looked at the class monitor. "Yao, who are you saying has finished calculus?" "It's little L." The math teacher's stern gaze made the class monitor a little insecure. She said that during her self-introduction. "Heh, calculus, university-level stuff. What year are you in? You believe her just because she said it?" The math teacher sneered and sat down on the podium. "Today's test is on a first-come, first-served basis. I be sitting here. Hand it in when you're done or can't continue. It's a double-class test, 120 points total. Since that student claimed to have studied calculus, I won't expect too much." You should be able to get 70 points, right? Chapter 645. Classmate, classmate. Seeing that he had become the focus of the whole class, Xiao Ai tried to poke Lan Zhuyu next to him with his pencil case again, raising his voice slightly. Get up, class is starting. Huh? Oh. Finally, with Xiao Ai's efforts, the boy next to him groggily opened his eyes. Class is starting? Xiao Ai sighed. It's exam time. Some students these days don't pay attention in class. Their exam results are terrible, and they always like to brag. This bad habit needs to be corrected, even if you're a new transfer student. The math teacher, who had been watching this from the podium the whole time, sighed. You are all the future hope of the country. Don't be like those students with bad grades. It's one thing to not study hard, but to spout nonsense. Calculus? Do you think someone your age can learn calculus? Jialan, don't mind him. Our math teacher is a super stubborn old man. It's not just our class. Many students on the school forum dislike him. At this moment, the student in front passed up 2 blank test papers and whispered, he has a really strange temper. He can't stand anything. Before, the class monitor bought a pencil case from the mobile game Aquarius era, with popular characters printed on it. Maybe the clothes were a little revealing, but he immediately reported the monitor to the homeroom teacher, saying the monitor was shameless. The homeroom teacher didn't know what to do in the end, so they just had the monitor write a symbolic 500-word apology and hand it in to the math teacher, promising never to bring that pencil case to school again. Yeah, he's always finding fault with everything, such a stubborn old man. He's ruined my enthusiasm for learning math. Besides the students who get good math scores, it's true, I feel like almost everyone in our class has been scolded by him. Even the math class representative gets yelled at if their math test score drops. I see. Taking the test paper and listening to the 2 students' indignant discussion, Xiao Ai nodded. Thank you for telling me all this. You're too kind, new classmate. Yes, if you have any questions in the future, just ask us. As they spoke, one of the students cautiously glanced at the math teacher on the podium. Let's not talk about it now. That old man keeps watching us. I bet he's going to explode again soon. Little L gave a friendly smile. Good luck on the exam, everyone. Good luck, haha. We're all sitting here now, so it doesn't really matter whether we try our best or not. We just use the eraser to shuffle the multiple choice questions, and for the fill-in-the-blank questions, we just write down a few ones. We spend the rest of the time playing on our phones. But Jialan is so heartwarming. Your smile is so beautiful. Yeah, seeing you smile makes me feel healed all day, so happy. The 2 students happily turned back around. Little L glanced at the stiff math teacher on the podium, then turned his attention to the exam paper on the desk. Class, student ID name. So nostalgic. This was a very standard first year of junior high school, second semester math unit test, with a total score of 120 points, including multiple choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, calculation problems, short answer questions, and several other categories. As for the questions on the test paper, Little L could only say that she could answer them all, and they were almost all easy. Of course, these questions were indeed, as the teacher on the podium said, all taken from the actual middle school entrance exam. If a group of children, who had just entered junior high school for less than a year were to answer them, the difficulty level would indeed be at its maximum. Little L suspected that most of the students in her class were probably like the 2 students sitting in front of her, who would just guess a few fill-in-the-blank questions after answering the multiple choice questions, and the class average might not even reach 60. As for that strange math teacher, Little L recalled the teachers she had encountered before. Strange teachers, actually, every school has them to some extent, whether it's elementary school, middle school, or university. Like the physics teacher at Ellen's previous middle school, who was a freak similar to the math teacher of class 11 in the first year of junior high. It was shortly after the start of the school year. After the bell rang, the class monitor had just finished collecting the class fees, and was checking the accounts with her desk mate when the physics teacher walked in. Seeing the 2 talking, the teacher slammed his hand on their desk without a word, snatched the paper bag containing all the class fees, and threw it out of the classroom in front of the whole class. The loud bang startled the monitor, and her desk mate so much that they didn't dare speak. The large classroom fell silent until the physics teacher walked to the front of the class, at which point everyone realized the class fees had been thrown away. But because the teacher was so frightening, no one dared to speak until the end of get out of class, when the monitor finally thought to run out to look for the money. However, because it was very windy outside, the money had vanished. The monitor could only cry and ask her parents to pay part of the class fees, and the rest of the class chipped in to make up the difference. From then on, Whenever this physics teacher taught, the entire class was deathly silent. If a student made even the slightest noise, the teacher would either throw things or yell at them. No one in the entire grade liked him. In comparison, the eccentric math teacher at Beijing No. 36 Middle School was actually quite normal. At least he wouldn't yell at students or throw things. Hey deskmate, can you understand this? Just as Xiao Er was considering whether to finish the test first, his deskmate, Lan Zhuiyue, took advantage of the teacher's inattention and leaned over. I might take a nap later. Can I copy your test after you're done? I only want to copy the multiple choice questions, and then I can change a few. Copy my test? Such a nostalgic phrase. I can't guarantee it's right, okay? Little L whispered. I haven't done a test in ages. It's okay, I just guess anyway. Lan Zhuiyue, using the pile of books in front of the desk as cover, slumped down again and yawned. Thanks, deskmate. This guy. Little L shook her head helplessly, and turned her gaze back to the test paper on the desk. These questions were no challenge for Little L at her current level, like a high school student doing elementary addition and subtraction. Unless she was careless, she had a very high probability of getting a perfect score, and she could finish in less than 20 minutes. Therefore, to avoid having nothing to do after finishing, or putting pressure on her classmates by handing in her paper early, Little L decided to sit for a while, and wait for her classmates to start handing in their papers before starting hers. Before that, let's see how Lala from Minar Academy performs in her wilderness survival training. Chapter 646. With all the new students having arrived at their designated locations, the summer semester's wilderness survival training for freshmen at Minar Academy on the Eve continent officially entered the student performance phase. In the Minar Academy's lounge, Eline and other students, who had come by name, shared a large table, placing a crystal projecting live feeds of the various key teams on it. They also brought in plenty of snacks and drinks, intending to chat with everyone while watching the new students' performances. Potato chips, dumplings, various flavors of cookies, cheese, cola, Sprite, and Fonda sparkling water. While Little L from sat motionless at his desk, Eline chatted with her classmates about the recent strange and interesting events that had occurred on the Eve continent, munching on cheese. Last week, the Mages Association over in Lehman seemed to have come up with something called a computer, which functions somewhat like our student ID cards, but it seems to be still in the experimental stage. I went to Hennessy Village last month. There's a really cute little dragon girl there. She seemed very friendly towards humans, asking me a lot of questions. Before I left, I even gave her a storybook. It seems that angels have started appearing more frequently in the churches of the major empires lately. I heard from people in Atlantis that not long ago, an angel named Gabriel went to their Mages Association to freeload, then went straight to sleep after eating, and her angelic halo was all crooked. It seems that the monsters in the monster forest also like to come out and play. In my hometown, we wouldn't see a single cat girl for 100 years, but now, every day we see cats standing on the street, begging for food. You can get food by being cute? Really? Sure. The standard of living on Eve's continent has gone up. Everyone has some dried fish or cured meat. Feeding a cat is nothing. Amidst the discussion, Erin, munching on cheese, turned her gaze to Squad 11. Lala in the squad still looked like a night owl, completely listless, following behind the group with a just-getting-by attitude. Lala, are you alright? Lala, you don't look well. Why don't you want to rest for a bit? Your dark circles are really bad. Huh? I'm fine. Even if I am, it's okay. I won't die. Despite her companion's concern, Lala maintained her I'm alive. It doesn't matter if I die expression. I'm used to this. I always feel like you might suddenly die at any moment. The captain of Team 11 was still somewhat uncertain. Are you really alright? If you really can't handle it, it's best to say so. Minar Academy isn't absolutely necessary if you really feel unwell. Staying alive is the priority. I'm really fine. Lala yawned. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Yes, very much so. A female team member handed her a gourd full of water. Would you like some water? No need, my hometown is. In the desert, water is a very precious resource, save it. Then tell me if you're thirsty. The female team member put away the gourd. Don't push yourself. Everyone's really worried you suddenly collapse. Falling down? I just go to sleep. Lala yawned widely. What time is it? When can we go to sleep? The captain asked curiously. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. We're still looking for a place to stay tonight. Do you want to take a nap? Oh, let's find a place to stay first. That's the important thing. As she spoke, Lala yawned again, even more widely. Don't worry about me, I sleep while I walk. You can sleep while walking? Sure. I go to sleep then. The students who witnessed this scene with Aren all developed a strong interest in this Lala Anima of the 11th squad. This little girl named Lala is so cute, but her skin is unhealthy white, completely bloodless, and she has dark circles under her eyes. Yeah, she looks like she's seriously ill. And she seems to sleep even more than Little L. Little L only wanted to sleep after sunset, but she can sleep all day. Alien silently munched on her cheese amidst the surrounding students' discussion. Only after finishing her cheese did she say, Lala is a dragon. Huh? What? A dragon? This little girl who looks a bit goofy, with hair like sand? Yes, she's Sharon. Apparently she's always been like this at home, and her parents had no choice but to send her to Minar Academy. Alien explained, but she doesn't seem to be having any trouble adjusting. Anyway, being able to sleep while walking is indeed impressive, a skill Alien desires. When school starts, I chat with this Lalanichan. On Earth, at Beijing number 36 Middle School, Little L, focusing her attention on Aren, remained glued to her test paper, not moving for the entire class period. This was incredibly easy for her. After all, when she didn't need to move around, her body was usually curled up in a cardboard box in Xiao's living room. Simply sitting at her desk like this was incredibly relaxing. Some of our students talk a good game, saying things like they transferred from other prestigious schools, or they finished university-level calculus, but in reality, they can't even handle such simple middle school entrance exam questions. When the bell rang for the end of the first class, the math teacher, who had observed Little L for almost the entire period and confirmed she hadn't touched a pen, shook her head and got up to approach. Those who need to go to the restroom, please go by yourselves. Don't disturb the other students' exam. There are still 50 minutes left in the exam. Please hurry up and finish the questions. As he spoke, the math teacher walked to the aisle next to Xiao and patted Lan Zhuiyue, who was sleeping face down. Wake up. You slept for a whole class, aren't you ashamed? Lan Zhuiyue was startled and opened his eyes. Huh? It's an exam. Answer the questions. The math teacher pointed to the blank exam paper in front of Lan Zhuiyue and said in a very defeated tone, a whole class has passed, and you haven't written a single question. What about the multiple choice questions? Guess right? After speaking, he turned to Xiao and this new student with a unique taste in hair, I've seen you sitting like this for a whole class, and you haven't written a single word either. What's wrong, Xiao? Even a college student like me can't be stumped by a middle school entrance exam question, right? The math teacher's words attracted the attention of many students around her. She didn't even touch a paper in the whole class? That can't be right. I don't know, that's what the math teacher said. So she was just bragging when she said she studied calculus? Why are you asking me? I only know this test was incredibly difficult. Sorry, teacher, I was just thinking about something. Facing the math teacher's disdainful look, Little L simply smiled slightly. There are 2 class periods for the test, right? This is easy for me. I can finish it in about 20 minutes. So, please don't worry, teacher. I definitely hand in a satisfactory paper before the next class bell rings. Chapter 647. Actually, Xiao's statement to her math teacher that she could finish the test in just 30 minutes was a conservative estimate. Even if it was difficult, it was still just a unit test for first-year middle school students. Even if Xiao hadn't learned all the middle school material, with her genius-level thinking as the mysterious river administrator, and a super brain that even supercomputers couldn't match, she could memorize most of the test questions at a glance, and quickly write down the process and result in her mind. This is similar to a high school senior, still preparing for exams, and highly sensitive to all question types, solving elementary school problems, like 2 + 9 = what? Basically, she calculates the answer the instant she sees the question. Therefore, the emphasis of Xiao's finishing the test in 30 minutes is on the act of writing, not the calculation. Alright, let's see how you finish the test in half an hour. Sure enough, after hearing Little L's words, the math teacher gave a dismissive look, but, well, guessing counts, right? I won't guess. Little L took a light green ballpoint pen from her pencil case. I finish it carefully. Heh, if you really want to be careful, what were you doing last class? The math teacher shook her head. I heard you're a transfer student? Just transferred today? And you claim to have studied calculus? I have. Little L lowered her head, ignoring the teacher. I just studied a little bit on my own. Oh, self-studied? That's practically the same as not having studied it at all. I can just pick up a university textbook, glance at it, and that's considered studying it, right? Little L didn't answer. Instead, she wrote down her personal information, grade 7, 11, number 43, gallon L, in cute handwriting before starting to answer the questions. Swish, swish, swish. For the multiple choice questions, since the questions were very simple, little L hardly hesitated. She spent less than 3 seconds on each question on average, basically getting the answer after just a glance, and then selecting the correct option in the parentheses. Classmate, are you really going to guess? 3 seconds to answer a multiple choice question? Such a short time. You didn't even finish reading the question, did you? Is this what you meant by finishing within 30 minutes? The math teacher's words also aroused the curiosity of many students around her, and the originally quiet classroom was suddenly filled with whispers. What? A multiple choice question in 3 seconds? Is the new student really that good, or is she just guessing? Hard to say. Like when she introduced herself this morning, she used 8 languages. After all, none of us speak Russian, German, or Latin. We know once the teacher grades the papers, right? This math teacher is really annoying. The new student just joined our class. Even if he's bragging, so what? Does he have to be so aggressive? Sure, that's why everyone dislikes him. Amidst the murmurs, a student seemed unable to bear it any longer and stood up from his seat. Teacher, I'm handing in my paper. So fast? The math teacher turned around. Aren't you going to check it again? I really can't write anymore. I already checked what I did right several times. The boy who spoke said somewhat awkwardly, since I can't write anything anyway, I guess I have no choice but to hand it in. All right. The math teacher walked towards the podium. Same as always, submit your paper now, and get it graded immediately. Bring your test paper up here. The boy carried his test paper up. Tan Lijiang right. Seemingly noticing that Tan Lijiang's seat was towards the back, the math teacher, knowing the seating arrangement rules for class 11, shook his head with some disdain. Let me see how many questions you guessed correctly. With that, the math teacher sat down at the podium and began grading the test papers. By this time, Xiao Iyer had finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and began quickly reading the calculation problems. The calculation problems on the test paper weren't difficult at all. The only challenge was writing out the calculation process, which took a little time. Tan Lijiang got 5 out of 15 multiple choice questions right, 15 points. He still needs to work harder. Then, for the fill-in-the-blank questions, he only got 2 right, 6 points. Next are the calculation questions. Whether intentionally putting pressure on Xiao Iyer or simply due to his eccentric personality, the math teacher on the podium, completely disregarding the 40-odd students still taking the exam, read out Tan Lijiang's scores as he graded the papers. Calculation questions, 5 points. Problem-solving questions. I give you 3 points for the solution process. Although you got this question right, you didn't write out the solution process, so I give you 3 points too. Tan Lijiang's final score, 31 points. After grading the questions, the math teacher held up the paper. Tan Lijiang, come up here and take your paper. You still need to work harder. Ah. Tan Lijiang glanced in Xiao Iyer's direction, somewhat dejectedly, and took the paper back. Teacher, I finished too. At this moment, several more boys in the back rows stood up. Hand in, everyone. Students who have handed in their papers, please review the material for the next lesson and don't disturb the other students. And so, following the example set by the first student, more and more students stood up with their papers. Meanwhile, the math teacher on the podium continued grading papers and reading out scores throughout, seemingly enjoying himself immensely. Liang Tong, 42 points, failing. Luan Jiayu, 52 points, needs more effort. Feng Rongxiu, 49 points, failing again. I wonder if your class doesn't have a single passing student today. About 10 minutes into the second period, the class's math representative stood up. Teacher, I'm handing in my paper. The math teacher, who had been getting a little annoyed grading papers, suddenly perked up. Quick, come here and let me see how many points you got. I can't answer many of the questions. The math representative walked to the podium with a troubled expression. The questions were really too difficult this time. I tried my best. It's okay, let me see. The math teacher took the paper. You can stand here and look. Perhaps the noise from the podium was a bit too loud, because Lan Zhuiyue, who had been sleeping for a while next to Xiao Air, was woken up. He touched his slightly feverish forehead and turned to Xiao Air. Classmate, are you finished? Xiao Air gently shook his head. There are still a few problem-solving questions left. It should take another 5 minutes. Then let me copy the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions. I just copy the answers to the calculation problems. It'd be quick. Okay. Xiao handed over his test paper. Really, I can't guarantee you get them all right. It's okay, I just correct a couple of multiple choice questions. Holy crap! There are 15 multiple choice questions, and each one is worth 3 points. There are also 10 fill-in-the-blank questions. Those two alone account for 75 points. Isn't this kind of test purely based on luck? Seeing the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, Lan Zhuiyue hesitated. Forget it, I won't correct them. I just copy the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and hand them in. Chapter 648. A middle school unit test paper takes a lot of time to complete, but if you're just copying the answers, especially only the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, most people can finish in just a few minutes. Some quick-handed people can probably finish in a few dozen seconds. So, while the math teacher on the podium was focused on the math representative's test paper, Lan Zhuiyue, while looking at Xiao Ayer's paper, muttered BBC and quickly copied the contents of Xiao Ayer's paper. Oh dear, you shouldn't have made this mistake. Here. TSK, you shouldn't have gotten this wrong. How could you choose this? How could you even get this wrong? Did you guess or did you calculate it? If you calculated it, how could this be the answer? Didn't I just explain this problem to you in the last class? While Lan Zhuiyue was copying the answers, the math teacher on the podium frowned more and more deeply. He berated the math class representative beside him, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. Looks like this test was way too hard. You're probably not even going to pass. While I didn't expect your class average to be passing, as the math class representative, you can't possibly not even get 72 points, can you? 30 points for multiple choice, 15 points for fill in the blank, and then let me see the calculation problems. Fine, 70 points in total. You, the math class representative, can't even pass a math quiz? Is that acceptable? When the final scores were announced, the math teacher on the podium was clearly furious. He jumped up from his seat and raised his voice at the math class representative beside him. Just 2 points short of passing. 2 points. Even if you had gotten one more multiple choice question right, or 2 more points for the process. Even the math class representative failed? My goodness, I thought it was my problem. I couldn't understand so many questions. Turns out it's beyond the syllabus. If even the math class representative failed, then our class average for this exam probably won't even reach 60 points. What did the new student say? Didn't that student, Jiaoner, claim to have finished university-level calculus? Even if the questions were beyond the syllabus, she should be able to do them, right? Why hasn't she handed in her paper yet? Didn't the teacher say that the new student was daydreaming for the entire period and only just started writing? It's only been less than 20 minutes. How could she possibly finish? The math teacher's words once again sparked discussion among the students. Many students in the front rows turned their curious gazes towards Jiaoner and Lan Zhuiyue. People were curious whether this self-proclaimed academic genius fluent in 8 languages was really as amazing as he described in his self-introduction. If what was said this morning is true, and Xiao really has completed university-level material, then she should at least get 90 points to be considered decent. That's going too far. I think she'd be lucky to even pass. This test is inhuman. I agree. 72 points is enough to impress that old man on the stage. 100 points is still too difficult. Even university students might not be able to solve these kinds of problems. Amidst the murmurs, Lan Zhuiyue stood up, holding the test paper. Teacher, can you please not yell so loudly? Everyone still has exams to take. Perhaps knowing that he only has a few years left to live due to a terminal illness, Lan Zhuiyue seemed completely unafraid of the teacher, swaggering forward with the test paper. Who says the math class representative has to pass? Do you expect him to pass the college entrance exam math too? That doesn't make sense. After saying that, Lan Zhuiyue placed his test paper on the podium. Hand in the paper, then I need to go to the restroom. Hey, where did you copy this from? Or did you guess it? Taking Lan Zhuiyue's test paper, the math teacher waved his hand impatiently. Go and come back quickly, you have 5 minutes. The longer. Lan Zhuiyue, with an unyielding expression, waved the tissue in his hand, at least 10 minutes. You? The math teacher was about to explode, but then, perhaps realizing it wasn't worth arguing with such a bad student, he took a deep breath and pointed to the classroom door. 10 minutes it is, start the timer now. If you don't come back in 10 minutes, I tell the homeroom teacher you skipped class. Oh! Then consider it skipping class, and I lose 10 points on my conduct score. Lan Zhuiyue made a face at the math teacher on the podium. Is that okay now? Get lost. The math teacher clearly didn't want to deal with Lan Zhuiyue anymore. He adjusted his glasses, picked up his red pen, and said, What kind of person is this? I'm definitely going to tell your homeroom teacher after class. With that, the teacher casually spread Lonjuiu's test paper on the table. Don't even think about it. Students like this usually can't even guess correctly. Out of 15 multiple-choice questions, getting a quarter right based on probability is already quite impressive. Then, the math teacher began grading Lonjuiu's test paper against the answer key. First question, tick. Second question, tick. Third question, still correct. When grading the fifth and sixth questions, the math teacher on the podium noticed something unusual. Where did he copy the answers from? Or was he just lucky and guessed them all right? The teacher muttered to himself, slowing down his grading pace. Seventh question, tick. Eighth question, tick. Ninth question, how is it still correct? When he reached the 10th multiple-choice question, looking at the 10 red ticks, the teacher's expression was one of disbelief. What does this mean? He took off his glasses, wiped the stains off with a cloth, and put them back on. No way. After cleaning his glasses, the math teacher at the podium turned back to check the first 10 multiple-choice questions on Lonjuiu's test. They really are all correct. With a sense of doubt, he continued grading. 11th question, D, correct. 12th question, A, correct. 13th, 14th, 15th questions, CBC, correct. No way. All the multiple-choice questions are correct? This situation left the math teacher completely dumbfounded. Was his luck a little too good? Logically speaking, the probability of getting all 15 multiple-choice questions right when you know absolutely nothing is practically non-existent. The math teacher's hands began to tremble as he graded the papers. He turned his gaze to the fill-in-the-blank questions. If multiple-choice questions could be guessed by chance, then from the fill-in-the-blank questions onward, the element of luck was minimal. The first fill-in-the-blank question, correct. The second question, the answer was 0.5, also correct. The third question, also correct? The math teacher's mind went blank after grading the fill-in-the-blank questions. Then he noticed that Lonjuiu's paper only had multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. With an incredulous expression, the math teacher graded the paper again. Still all correct. Lonjuiu, score. After grading the paper, the teacher sat on the podium for a while, calming himself down. Lonjuiu's final score. 75 points. Chapter 649. Lonjuiu's test score was 75. Lonjuiu? Where's Lonjuiu? On the podium, the math teacher, after grading the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions on Lonjuiu's test, trembled as he raised his head, then looked around with a somewhat bewildered expression. Where did he go? A student sitting in the front row whispered, "Teacher, Lonjuiu went to the restroom." He told you earlier. Oh, went to the restroom. The math teacher was momentarily embarrassed, his tone softening. Is Lonjuiu usually a good student in math in your class? The students in the front row were momentarily speechless. They didn't have a good relationship with Lonjuiu. In fact, they knew almost nothing about him. However, since they were all classmates and had spent a semester together, they had all heard quite a few rumors about Lonjuiu. Dislikes socializing, has no friends, prefers to do things alone, lacks teamwork skills, has a terrible temper, and dares to argue with any teacher. A student like this is basically invincible in the class. Even if you dislike them, no one wants to offend them. Based on the principle of better safe than sorry, these students didn't directly tell the math teacher that Lonjuiu's grades aren't very good. Besides, aren't you the math teacher yourself? Don't you remember whether the students in your class are doing well or not? Why are you asking me? Therefore, almost all the students chose to remain silent when asked about Lonjuiu's grades. This Lonjuiu only did the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, yet he got a high score of 75. He got all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions right. He has a bright future. Seeing everyone silent, the math teacher could only put Lonjuiu's test paper aside. Of course, you could also say he's cheating. It's possible he copied it. 75 points? All the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions right? Could he have copied that? Lonjuiu's score? Forget 75 points. He'd be lucky to guess 5 multiple choice questions correctly. He can't just guess the fill-in-the-blank questions either. And this is 75 points. I'm speechless. The first and only student in the class to pass is Lonjuiu, who slept through the entire class. I'm not studying math anymore. Calm down. Everyone knows Lonjuiu's situation. This is definitely not something he wrote himself. The math teacher's words immediately drew whispers from several students in the front row. Students sitting in the front row generally had very good grades. Perhaps considering today's test was too difficult, And that cheating wouldn't make a difference? The math teacher barely enforced discipline during these 2 periods, turning a blind eye to students copying answers. In other words, even the good students in the front row were whispering and comparing answers. Everyone was well aware of the test's difficulty. Yet, despite this difficulty, a student in the class got full marks on both the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. And this student was sitting in the back row? The math teacher said he might have copied. Who did he copy from? Lan Zhuiyue sat in the back row. If he wanted to copy answers, he could only copy from the papers of those in the front row or his desk mate. Those students in the front row were usually just coasters. Copying from them was less efficient than guessing. So the only remaining possibility is... Thinking this, most of the students in the front row turned their heads to look at Xiao Er, who was sitting elegantly in her small chair, intently writing on her test paper. Could it be? No doubt about it, she could only have copied from the new student. But didn't the new student also daydream for a whole period? The teacher herself said that she only started writing when the bell rang for the 3rd period, and less than 20 minutes have passed now. But Lan Zhuiyue handed in her paper almost 10 minutes ago. Does that mean the new student finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions 10 minutes ago? What incredible speed! Doesn't she need to calculate? Or is her ability to do this kind of question at a level similar to ours writing 1 plus 1? Amidst the discussion, Lan Zhuiyue returned from outside. What's wrong? Feeling the intense gazes of his classmates, Lan Zhuiyue looked bewildered. Why are you all looking at me? Ahem, well, you're Lan Zhuiyue, right? The math teacher didn't mince words, immediately standing up and respectfully walking towards Lan Zhuiyue. Your test score is out. So what? Lan Zhuiyue wasn't particularly interested in the score, but still casually asked, what score? 75 points, 3 points above the passing mark. Oh, okay. Lan Zhuiyue said with an arrogant I understand, you can leave now expression, teacher. Can I go back now? Wait a minute. The math teacher was somewhat displeased by the other's coldness. How dare you talk to your teacher like that? I always spoken to teachers like this. I haven't used any foul language or violated school rules, nor have I disrupted class. Is there a problem? You? The math teacher seemed about to explode, but he held back. Did you write your own test paper? No. Lan Zhuiyue said without hesitation, I copied it. You copied it? The math teacher was clearly angry. How could you copy a classmate's test paper? You just said you wanted me to guess on the multiple choice questions. I told you to guess, not to copy. Aren't those 2 things different? Anyway, neither of them were written by me, so it's good enough. You really? The math teacher looked furious, but he seemed to have principles. He neither insulted Lan Zhuiyue nor hit him. Instead of actually hitting him, the teacher suppressed his anger and said, you copied the exam paper, huh? Very well, I talked to your homeroom teacher after class, and they see what happens to you. It's okay, there are still about 10 minutes left in this class. I go back and write a self-criticism. Lan Zhuiyue yawned. How many words do you want for the self-criticism? Just say it. 1,000 words. The math teacher finally couldn't hold back anymore and exploded, and then notify your parents. Okay, fine, 1,000 words for the self-criticism plus notifying your parents. Is there anything else? Lan Zhuiyue still had that nonchalant expression. If there's nothing else, I go down. You? Teacher. At this moment, Xiao Er from the back row stood up. I'm handing in my paper. That's none of your business. Seeing Xiao Er stand up, the math teacher suppressed his anger again, waved to Lan Zhuiyue, and returned to the podium. Xiao Er then walked up with his fully written exam paper. Writing so fast? Looking at the seemingly artistic solution process and the beautiful girlish handwriting on the test paper, the teacher, as if she had found a treasure, picked up the red pen with trembling hands. You? Don't go down yet. I correct it and explain where you went wrong. Okay. Little L obediently stood to the side. Teacher, please give me your instructions. Chapter 650. Grade 7, 11, number 43. Upon receiving the test paper, the math teacher on the podium first adjusted his glasses and glanced at Xiao Er, then turned his gaze to the student's personal information section above the test paper. Gallon Air? Why is your name so long? Is this your name? Yes, teacher. Xiao Er said respectfully. Gallon is our family name, and Air is my given name. Does our country have the surname Gallon? Yes. Xiao Er took out his wallet from the pocket of his school uniform skirt and pulled out an ID card. Teacher, look. The math teacher became even more curious. How come you have an ID card at such a young age? It's to prevent encountering endless questions from strangers like you. Xiao Er subconsciously muttered a complaint in his mind. Maybe it's because our family's status is a bit special. Putting away her ID card, Xiao Er maintained her smile. Is this alright, teacher? Oh, it's alright. Don't worry about it. I was just asking casually. The math teacher turned her gaze back to the test paper. Your handwriting is really beautiful. Did you practice it? Yes. Alright, let's begin. After a string of small talk, the math teacher picked up a red pen, multiple choice. Yes, this is correct too. Fill in the blanks. Yes, no problem, all correct. I was wondering why Lan Juiyue got all the multiple choice and fill in the blanks right. He copied from you. Perhaps realizing that the class monitor's earlier mention of Jialan having studied university-level calculus wasn't unfounded, the math teacher's tone softened considerably. He looked as if he had found a treasure, his aged face beaming with enjoyment and ecstasy, his hand holding the red pen trembling throughout the test. Calculation problems? You skipped the process entirely, and even used this formula. This is high school level material, right? Yes. Little L, sitting by the podium, was a little embarrassed. I just transferred to class 11 today, and I don't know what middle school math covers, so I could only write according to my own understanding. So according to you, you really learned all the middle and high school content? I'm sorry, teacher. Little L honestly replied, I'm not very clear about the content of middle and high school math in this era. Most of my math knowledge was taught by my parents and aunt, and they didn't specifically tell me which grade level the material was for. Oh, your parents and aunt are quite impressive, letting you learn all the high school content at such a young age. The math teacher checked off a few calculation problems and flipped the test paper over. Wow! The math teacher gasped when she saw the beautifully written numbers and lovely handwriting on the second page of the exam paper. Child, your handwriting is absolutely gorgeous, my goodness. The math teacher's exclamation made the students, who were already watching the class, perk up their ears. Grading your paper is such a pleasure, it's so beautiful. Amidst the exclamations, the math teacher couldn't help but hold up the paper, admiring little L's work as if it were a newly completed painting. Right now, I really want to border your test paper and hang it up to show the other students. In my more than 30 years of teaching, I never seen such clear handwriting, such beautiful characters. Did you really write this? In less than half an hour? The teacher's words stunned the students below once again. Finished in half an hour? Including the essay questions? What kind of genius is Jialan? She can even answer the essay questions? I couldn't even understand the questions. The most important thing is that she only used 20-odd minutes. She even let Lan Juiyue copy at least 5 minutes of the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions. It seems the new student's claim of having studied calculus wasn't just bragging. Our class's math average is saved. The math teacher's expression of smug satisfaction with his test paper left Xiao Er on the podium somewhat amused and exasperated. This is probably what they call a perfectionist teacher. Extremely strict with students, eccentric and even somewhat manic, caring only about exam scores, and lavishing praise on students with good grades. This type of teacher is actually quite similar to the mad scientist often depicted in novels. When they encounter a genius student, it's like a mad scientist encountering a research opportunity that could overturn their entire life's work. They're eager to thoroughly study that student. Excuse me, your handwriting is just too beautiful, I'm almost reluctant to put it down. After admiring the exam paper under the light for a while, perhaps noticing little L's awkward gaze beside him, the teacher coughed and put the paper down. Let's continue correcting the questions. The first problem-solving question is correct, and the process. Not bad, you even use this formula. The second question is also perfect, correct? So beautiful, absolutely beautiful, God. I'm so lucky to have met such an excellent student. The third question is completely correct. The teacher continued correcting until the last question. When he saw Xiao's final result, he hesitantly uttered an "Hmm? Why did you use this formula here? And your answer is wrong too. How can it be an irrational number? I remember the answer was clearly. Teacher. Xiao was about to say something when the teacher immediately gestured for him to be quiet. Then, he took out the answer key from under the test paper, read it through, and then quietly read Xiao's solution process aloud. Let's set the unknown x here. Then we get y, applying the formula. Wait a minute, how come it's different from the answer here? The math teacher's mutterings made the students below tense. What's going on now? Judging from the teacher's expression, it seems that Jialan's calculation process is different from the answer? The last question? Did Jialan get it wrong? I don't know, anyway, I really couldn't understand the last question. New students who could understand the question are already half a lifetime ahead of me, okay? Could it be that Jialan got it wrong? The teacher's expression is strange. Under the light, the math teacher's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He quickly grabbed a piece of scratch paper, personally calculated it against the answer key, then took out his phone and searched for relevant knowledge points online. Finally, the teacher swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The answer key is wrong. Jialan L. Total score 120 points, full marks. Chapter 651. In the end, only 4 students in the class passed the math test. The highest score was naturally Xiao Ayer with 120 points, followed by class monitor Yao with 93 points, then a boy with 80 points, and then Lan Zhuiyue with 75 points, who only copied Xiao Ayer's multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. It's said that this test was mainly used by the math teacher to give his classes a baptism of fire, and he never intended for everyone to pass. Similar situations are very common in middle school and college entrance exam mock tests. When there are still about half a year before the middle school or college entrance exams, the first mock test is usually very difficult, making students feel that their level is not good enough, motivating them to seize the last 6 months to fill in the gaps in their knowledge, and keeping everyone in a sense of urgency. The last mock test close to the middle school or college entrance exam is relatively much easier, because since there are only a few days left before the exam, cramming at this point is not very effective, so it's better to make it easier so that students enter the exam room with confidence. The math teacher brought such a difficult test today primarily to remind these students, who had just entered junior high, don't relax, you're still green. No one expected that a little L would suddenly appear, easily scoring full marks even on such a difficult test, completely disrupting the math teacher's plans. Ms. Lee. After class, the math teacher brought L to the homeroom teacher. Where did this student transfer from? Huh? The homeroom teacher, who had just returned to her office after class, was puzzled. What happened to Jialan? No, we just had a diagnostic test for our class. One of those really hard unit tests. The math teacher, holding a thick stack of test papers, seemed still somewhat shaken by the earlier shock. Jialan, she. Oh, a math diagnostic test. I know, I heard students from the next class talking about it. The homeroom teacher brought Shower a glass of water. It was hard, wasn't it? It was very hard. The math teacher hesitated for a moment. But Jialan got a perfect score of 120 on the diagnostic test. Wow, really? The homeroom teacher gave Shower an approving look. That's amazing. She even corrected the last short answer question, giving a completely different answer from the reference answer. The math teacher said excitedly, I calculated it several times before I realized. The reference answer was wrong, and this student's answer was correct. Shower didn't say anything, just silently took the disposable paper cup and drank the water. So I wanted to ask Ms. Lee. Seeing that Shower didn't seem to be showing off, the math teacher turned her questioning gaze to the homeroom teacher. Li Mingzhi, which school did this transfer student attend before? She said she usually studied with her parents. The homeroom teacher shrugged. It was probably that kind of elite education that's been popular lately, where they paid for private tutors to provide one-on-one instruction from kindergarten to elementary school, skipping compulsory education in kindergarten and elementary school, and going directly to middle school when they reached the appropriate age. As she spoke, the homeroom teacher gave Shower a questioning look. Is that right? Little L nodded. That's roughly it. If you're asking about L-line, then I truly didn't attend kindergarten or primary school. My knowledge was primarily taught by my parents and Aunt Ibel. However, they didn't teach me earthly knowledge, but rather dragon magic, the history of the Eve continent, ladle-like etiquette, and so on. Here, the only thing I can barely be considered as having beautiful handwriting that my parents taught me is, well, a noble student. After receiving a positive reply from little L, the homeroom teacher shrugged again. I noticed her this morning when her mother brought her over. Both the child and her mother seemed very well-mannered. They're clearly not from an ordinary family. A noble child studying at our school? The homeroom teacher's answer puzzled the math teacher. Is she just here for a few days to experience school life? Or is there something else? I don't know, the school hasn't said anything, but at least she shouldn't transfer this semester. The homeroom teacher turned to little L. Right? Little L, having finished her water, nodded obediently. Yes, yes. For most children, school is like a prison, but not for her. If little L found classroom life boring, or if she had heard the teacher's lecture several times and didn't think it necessary, she would put her body in the classroom into AFK mode and focus her main consciousness on the Eve continent, specifically on L-line. Anyway, if it's just sitting quietly listening to the lecture, taking notes, and occasionally answering questions, Xiao'er can do it just by instinct. Except for outdoor activities, like physical education, which actually require some CPU resources. This child is truly talented. After hearing the homeroom teacher's words, the math teacher sighed softly. Ms. Lee, perhaps you could think of a way to let her finish her 3 years of junior high with us? Putting everything else aside, as long as she's in class 11 of grade 7, I bet that class's college entrance rate will be absolutely top-notch, and Jialan will definitely be able to get into a key high school in the future. After saying that, the math teacher added, this is related to the child's future. I understand your feelings, but speaking of the child's future, I personally feel that getting into a key high school doesn't seem to be a big problem for her. The homeroom teacher nodded. How about this? I don't have a class next period. I go talk to the principal and see what their attitude is. Or teacher, could you ask Jialan what her attitude is towards our class? The math teacher turned her questioning gaze to Xiao'er. I think, little L said in a well-behaved tone, everyone in class 11 of grade 7 is very enthusiastic and friendly to me. I really like it here. Look, even Jialan said that. The math teacher adopted a pleading tone. Teacher Lee, you must put in a good word for me with the principal. I mean, even if tuition and miscellaneous fees are waived, you must keep this student in our class. If that's not possible, the extra money will be deducted from my salary. Okay, I understand. Seeing the math teacher's love for little L, the homeroom teacher was somewhat helpless. This is the first time I've seen you make such an expression for a student. After leaving the office, little L saw that the class monitor, Yao, was already waiting outside. What's wrong? Seeing that the class monitor seemed to have something to say, Xiao'er asked curiously, is there anything I can help you with? Well, Yao hesitated for a moment before saying, can we have lunch together after school? Chapter 652. The rules and regulations of Shangjing No. 36 Middle School are quite different from those of most schools in Shangjing City. The students here are relatively free. Although No. 36 Middle School also has 5 classes in the morning, 3 classes in the afternoon, and 4 long self-study periods in the evening, students, whether boarding or off-campus, can freely enter and exit the school during these 3 time periods. Freely entering and exiting the school. Yes, as long as you swipe your card, you can freely enter and exit the school before morning classes, before lunch break, and before evening self-study. Currently, No. 36 Middle School has a 20-minute morning reading session starting at 7:20 a.m., followed by morning exercises, and the first class starts at 8 a.m. sharp. Before 7:20 a.m., both boarding and off-campus students can freely enter and exit the school, but you must swipe your card at both the exit and entry machines, and you cannot be late returning. For example, a boarding student who dislikes the school cafeteria's steamed buns and mantu can get up a little earlier, exit through the school gate, swipe their card at the exit machine to indicate they left, and then buy local breakfast specialties, like fried rice, rice noodle rolls, spicy soup, and glutinous rice dumplings near the school gate. The same applies at lunchtime. When the bell rings, anyone can swipe their card to leave the school and eat at nearby fast food restaurants or snack shops. Some slackers can even go to a distant internet cafe to play online games for half an hour before returning. It's said that the reason for such lenient student management is because not long ago, the cafeteria of Beijing No. 36 Middle School was involved in a major incident that went viral online. Due to hygiene issues, the school cafeteria caused acute gastroenteritis in over 100 students, leading to the dismissal of the former principal. The new principal, upon taking office, issued an instruction: if you don't trust the school cafeteria, you can eat outside. Think the school cafeteria is too expensive and the food is bad? No problem, everyone can compare prices. If you don't like it, you can eat at an outside snack shop, but don't blame the school if you have any health problems. If you think it's too expensive, you can order takeout. Anyway, nobody knows what the new principal was thinking, but this school rule was passed. The result of everyone being able to eat out freely is that the school cafeteria, in order to compete with outside snack shops, has introduced more dishes, lower prices, and better service. The cafeteria ladies are more efficient with their portions, and you can even get free refills. Of course, this has also led many internet addicts to head straight to internet cafes after school every day, play games until they're done, then buy takeout and eat dinner behind the classroom right before the evening self-study bell rings. However, generally speaking, the students in the school are quite satisfied with this change in school rules, which has also led to the emergence of many buying on behalf businesses. Some students, who are close friends, will arrange to eat together after school to strengthen their friendship. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Get out of class dismissed. At noon, when the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, the post-00s teacher on the podium, seemingly not wanting to linger a moment longer, quickly packed up her lesson plan and left the classroom. Yay! What are we having for lunch today? I still want to eat at that new place across from the milk tea shop. I had stir-fried vermicelli yesterday. Wow, that tasted so good. The new student must be a boarding student, right? Is she going back? What, are you going to confess to her? Haha, no chance. I feel even the most handsome guy in our school, Li Jingyang from class 10, isn't good enough for the new student. Amidst the noise, Xiao quietly tidied his books and pens, putting them into his school bag. His desk mate, Lan Zhuiyue, was still fast asleep. Thyroiditis was causing this. The lack of blood led to a weakened immune system, making him prone to fevers, infections, and eventually multi-organ infections, leading to organ failure and potentially death. Jialan. At that moment, class monitor Yao, having finished packing, jogged over. Shall we go? Okay. Xiao nodded. I'm not very familiar with the area, so I'm sorry to trouble you, class monitor. It's no trouble at all. Going out with Jialan is more worthwhile than anything else. Noticing Lan Zhuiyue still sleeping, Yao gently patted his head. Lan Zhuiyue, school's over, don't sleep. My desk mate? Xiao reached out and nudged Lan Zhuiyue. The instant their bodies touched, Xiao deftly cleared the pathogens causing the fever from the other person's body and entered a command. Over time, the thalassemia gene in this individual will be repaired, and it is expected that the individual will recover to a mild anemia state by age 18. The recovery rate is positively correlated with the individual's mood/kindness value. Don't sleep, deskmate. After entering the command, Xiao lowered his voice slightly. A good mood is very helpful for recovery. Let's go for a walk. Perhaps hearing the word illness, Lan Zhuiyue looked up. What illness? Any kind of illness is fine? Little L smiled brightly. Sleeping all day is a waste of time, and going out is a waste of time too, so why not do something you like? Do something you like? Like what? How should I know? But I think Lan Zhuiyue probably has something he wants to accomplish, right? Little L slung her backpack over her shoulder. The class monitor and I are going to eat first. Remember to eat on time, don't ruin your health. Perhaps because her fever had subsided, Lan Zhuiyue was a little dazed, but also taken aback by Little L's words. Her smile was soothing, and her mood instantly brightened. Thank you. You're welcome, it's nothing, we're all classmates. Arriving at the classroom door with Xiao, Yao glanced discreetly in Lan Zhuiyue's direction and muttered, he actually thanked you. It's like the sun rose in the west. Maybe Lan Zhuiyue was in a good mood. Xiao took Yao's hand. Where should we eat? Just as the two stepped out of the classroom, students who seemed to have been waiting outside swarmed around them, raising their phones. Is that Xiao? No doubt about it. The one who cosplayed as Ms. Jialan at the anime convention. A god-level cosplay. She even transferred to our school. So her real name is Jialan L? Is that a coincidence or something else? I guess the game company created a new character specifically for her. It's said that Jialan's family background is quite impressive. Looking at the students blocking the corridor, Xiao could only sigh silently. Looks like we have to eat lunch a little later today. Chapter 653. It was obvious that the students who had gathered around after school all knew the character Miss Jialan and had seen related videos. In fact, it would be strange if someone living in Shengjing City didn't recognize the character. Leaving aside the sheer power of the officially operated mobile game Aquarius era, the sheer number of videos Xiao performed at the anime convention was enough to make her a familiar face to young people across the country. The world is different now. Before, the internet was less developed, and people weren't very interested in trivial matters. But now, almost everyone uses the internet, and anything with a certain explosive element can quickly go viral. If Xiao remembered correctly, her performance video at the anime convention had already garnered over 200 million views online a month ago. This only reflects the number of views recorded by video websites. Countless others were forwarded in groups and downloaded from resource websites. People were fiercely debating whether the train emerging from the spatial rift was real, whether Miss Jialan in the video had special effects, and whether our country's 3D projection technology is that advanced. The final result, naturally, was inconclusive. After all, neither side could find conclusive evidence to prove that Miss Jialan possesses the ability to travel through space, or that this is just a video created using 3D projection technology and special effects. However, Just as the hype surrounding this matter was dying down, a Miss Jialan suddenly transferred to the 36th middle school in Beijing. How could a group of teenagers not be excited? Little L, look over here. Oh my god, she's so cute. Like a fluffy little bunny in the snow. Are you really Little L from the comic convention? I'm so envious of the students in class 11. Is it too late for me to transfer classes? Is Little L really only a first-year junior high student? Can she perform such an exaggerated magic trick at such a young age? Is it possible that what she did wasn't magic, but the real ability of the space traveler, Miss Gallen? Don't be silly, Yurechinibu. It's not magic. Where in this world does magic come from? Haha. Even the students who had just come out of the first year 11 classroom behind them, while being frightened by the scale of the paparazzi outside, subconsciously started discussing with their companions. Is she really Miss Gallen? No wonder I said she looked so familiar back then. I kept that video on my phone, and I watch it several times every night. Is it really that bad? Why do you watch it so many times? You don't understand. I had incredibly good luck playing as Miss Jialan, and she's become my main character. Looking at it this way, our class 11 is really lucky. Such a big star just picked our class. Faced with the fiery gazes and flashing lights of the students around her, Xiao Er could only respond with a relatively gentle smile. Everyone, please don't crowd here, it bothers the other students and teachers. Miss Jialan, could you sign an autograph for us? Yes, Miss Jialan, please sign an autograph. Someone shouted from the crowd, and everyone instantly snapped out of their daze, pulling out pens and notebooks from their bags. Sign it on the first page of my favorite English book. That way I can see my beloved Miss Gabrielle every day. Sign it in my diary. But can I sign it on my face? Speaking of which, what's her name? You're not just going to sign Miss Gabrielle, are you? I heard from people in class 11 that her name is Gabrielle L. Huh? Gabrielle L? A 4-character name? Do we have the surname Jia? Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Elle picked up the ballpoint pen from the girl closest to her. Where should I sign it? Sign it here. This girl was probably a senior in the 2nd or 3rd year of junior high, a full head taller than Elle. She excitedly rummaged through her backpack for a few seconds, then pulled out a notebook. Sign here, just sign it on the cover. Okay. Elle took the pen and notebook to the railing and wrote Gabrielle L in her cutest handwriting. Okay. Returning the pen and notebook to her senior, little L was a little embarrassed. Is this alright? Gallen. L? The senior was somewhat surprised. I thought you signed it Little L or Miss Gallen or something. Gallen L is my name. Little L casually took out her small wallet from her school uniform skirt and showed the other person the name on her ID card. Little L. Consider it a nickname. Or in a sense, her real name. Because the intelligent beings who once lived in the Mystic River, the little elves that maintained its normal operation, were called Eldar. The little before little L is an adjective, meaning something like a nickname or pet name. Just like how mother cats are collectively called cats, and their kittens are called kittens. Oh my god! Your surname is Jialan. Could it be that the character Miss Jialan in the Age of Aquarius was really designed just for you? The senior student in front of her exclaimed in surprise. This is the first time I heard of the surname Jialan in our country, and your handwriting is so cute. Did you practice it specifically? Really, your surname is Jialan? Her handwriting is so beautiful, it's practically made just for signing autographs. Miss Jialan, I love you. Give me your autograph. Quick, it's my turn. Give me your autograph too. Half an hour later, Xiao Er, who had finally found an excuse to escape from the teaching building, arrived at the school gate next to Yao, the class monitor. Phew. I almost couldn't get out. Seeing Yao, who was covered in sweat in the sun, Xiao Er felt a little embarrassed. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay, I'm a boarding student anyway, it's fine to go back a little late. Yao helped Xiao Er straighten the bow on her chest. Thank you for being so kind, even to strangers. They're not exactly strangers, they're all upperclassmen. Xiao Er took Yao's hand. Does class monitor usually go back alone? My home is quite far from here, so I usually don't go back for lunch. I just grab something nearby, find a bench in the park to rest for a bit, and then come to class. Yao seemed reluctant to talk about her family, quickly changing the subject. What should we eat for lunch? My treat. Class monitor, you decide. My treat is fine. Little L took out her wallet, blinked, and said, Class monitor, you waited so long for me, and you're going to be my tour guide later. How can I let you treat? I pay. Chapter 654. Compared to the fact that students can freely enter and leave the school during designated times, Shower was more curious about the specific school rules of Beijing number 36 Middle School. From the behavior of the students, who had just been watching, Shower could easily tell that this school did not prohibit students from bringing cell phones to class. They could even take pictures everywhere with their phones after class, without any concern even when teachers passed by. This also matched the situation in class 11 of grade 7 this morning. During the 5 classes this morning, excluding the 2 math classes for the unit test, more than half of the students sitting in the back row were secretly playing on their phones. This was slightly inconsistent with Shower's understanding of school. In Shower's memory, at the middle school that Erlini attended, let alone cell phones, digital products such as memory sticks, electronic dictionaries, MP3 players, and MP4 players were all prohibited at school. Back then, most mobile phones weren't smartphones. Some couldn't even access the internet or had black and white screens. The only games available were a few types like Snake, Tetris, and Tank Battle. Some good Memory Star and Education Star phones might have pre-installed games, like Magic Tower or Dragon Quest, making them highly sought-after models. Many students even rented these learning machines to play in their dorm rooms. At that time, the only form of entertainment for most students was the very small MP3 or MP4 player. MP3 players could be used to read ebooks, and MP4 players could play anime and movies. The less academically inclined students sitting in the back rows liked to download various novels, TXT files, to their MP3 players and anime and movies to their MP4 players when they went home on weekends. At school, if they had a class they didn't like, they would use the stack of books on their desks as cover to read novels or watch movies. Little Elle remembers borrowing an MP3 player from a classmate out of curiosity to try reading an ebook. She still remembers the book's name to this day, 3000 Chronicles. The writing was exquisite. It was a fantasy novel, the best written, most expansive, and most true to Western fantasy she had ever read. The MP3 player was also very small, only a few centimeters long and wide. The screen could only display 2 short lines of text, easily fitting into a tin box like a Wanglaji herbal tea candy box. It was incredibly well hidden. Her desk mate would often put the MP3 player in the box when she didn't want to go to class, leaving the lid nearby. If a teacher approached, she could quickly close the lid, making it seem like just a box of herbal tea candy. Because of frequent page turning, the page turning button on the MP3 player was almost worn out. However, Elle still managed to read through the latest updates of 3000 Chronicles line by line during her free time. It's 2030 now. Devices like MP3 and MP4 players are practically extinct, and there are no more learning machines like the good Memory Star or Education Star. Every smartphone has functions like listening to music, reading novels, and watching anime. Little Elle doesn't understand why, given the strict regulations on electronic products in the past, schools now allow students to bring phones to class. Oh, about phones. On the way to the nearby food street, after hearing Little Elle's question, class monitor Yao explained, it said that a long time ago, probably the year before last, our school also didn't allow phones. But then something happened that forced the school to change the rules. Jialan, would you like to hear about it? Little Elle nodded. It was around the time of the incident at the school cafeteria. A senior student ate there and got food poisoning. He went to argue with the cafeteria lady, and she said, "Eat it or leave it. You poor bastards only deserve to eat in the cafeteria anyway." That's what angered the senior student and his friends. A group of them got into a fight with the cafeteria lady. When the police arrived, the senior student said the lady had mocked them first. Then the lady denied saying that, which made the senior students furious, and they demanded to see the security footage. Unfortunately, the school cafeteria's security camera was broken that day and didn't record any audio. The incident was posted online, and many students from number 36 middle school said that the school's ban on cell phones made things unclear. If they had brought their phones, they definitely would have recorded that sentence. This incident caused quite a stir. The principal even intervened, saying the cafeteria lady would never say such a thing, and that everyone could rest assured that there were no food hygiene problems in their cafeteria, etc. In short, they downplayed the incident and forcibly suppressed it. Later, there was the shocking food poisoning case at number 36 middle school, which stunned the nation. The school cafeteria was found to be using expired, rotten meat to cook vegetables. The warehouse was infested with rats. Even the cooking oil was expired and contained excessive levels of aflatoxin, resulting in hundreds of students being hospitalized. During that incident, the cafeteria lady was also suspected of poisoning the food. The police found numerous antisocial comments on her social media accounts, including statements like, I'm going to add arsenic to the students' food to poison these flowers of the motherland. Ultimately, the previous principal and the head of the academic affairs office were dismissed, several cafeteria staff were placed under investigation, and someone was temporarily transferred from the city to be the principal of number 36 middle school. The new principal is a bit arrogant. After he arrived, I don't know if he learned from past mistakes or simply didn't want to manage things, but he immediately opened up the school cafeteria, allowing students to eat outside and even allowing them to bring cell phones, saying that they could record anything that happened at school in the future, but students were forbidden from using their phones in class. But you know the school rules. Since everyone is allowed to bring their phones, there's no such thing as prohibiting them from using them in class. Students in the back row of our class, as long as they're not caught, watch anime, play games, browse forums, do whatever they want in class. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao showed a look of sudden realization. So number 36 middle school has experienced so many incidents. No wonder the students here can freely enter and leave the school and bring cell phones. As the saying goes, behind every absurd rule lies a bloody lesson and a story. Thank you for telling me all this. After listening to Yao's words, Xiao said gratefully, I feel like I understand our school much better now. Of course, as the mysterious river administrator, Xiao's understanding of human nature and human moral development had also grown. You're welcome. Actually, I also have a question. Yao hesitated for a moment. About Jiaolan. Xiao nodded, please ask. Jiaolan. Under Xiao's curious gaze, Yao turned her head. She's not from this world, is she? Chapter 655. Huh? Under the bright sunlight, faced with a question suddenly posed by class monitor Yao, you're not from this world, are you? Xiao was momentarily dazed. Although, according to the setting, she wasn't actually a native of Earth, because she had deliberately retained her memories of Earth. From her perspective, or rather, from Xiao's own understanding, she considered herself to be an Earthling. Moreover, this is Earth in the polar night, where magic or superpowers don't exist. Why would the class monitor ask such a question? Well, if I had to be honest, I don't really belong here. Facing the class monitor's expectant gaze, little L turned to the azure sky above. However, I lived on Earth for a while, so in terms of self-perception, I still feel like I belong here. Huh? Is that really true? Little L's answer excited the girl in front of her, her words becoming somewhat incomplete. I thought my intuition was wrong. I was just asking casually. But when you asked, you were actually full of anticipation, right? Little L turned back. I can feel your current feelings, anticipation, hesitation, and a little bit of surprise. As the administrator of the Mystic River, Little L could now skillfully use her administrator privileges. She could tell at a glance what kind of mood someone was in when they spoke, whether they were telling the truth or lying, whether their words were kind or malicious. She knew that Yao's question earlier involved a significant element of gambling, because even Yao herself wasn't sure if so-called other worlds truly existed. However, Xiao chose to tell the truth, because she felt there was no need to lie about such matters, not even a white lie. Anyway, so far, class monitor Yao had left a very good impression on her. Yes, I was just asking tentatively. Under Little L's gaze, Yao felt a little embarrassed. Galen gives me a very strange feeling, unlike anyone I ever met. And your hair and eyes are so beautiful, with a kind of divinity. I only ever felt this divinity in well-developed characters in games, but Galen, I felt a similar divinity from the very first glance. Is that so? Little L smiled happily. So, class monitor, you believe what I said? I believe you, but... Yao lowered her head. I don't know if I should ask. Little L, is there some special mission you have at our school? Like in some anime or novels, something happened at our school? Or, something happened to me and my family? Or maybe the city is in some crisis? Yao looked like she wanted to ask, but was hesitant. I don't know if it's a good idea to ask this. I read some novels where the person who knows the most is usually silenced, so? Little L couldn't help but chuckle. You're so cute. Huh? It's not that serious, Yao. While I'm indeed not from this world, and I did arrive here suddenly, I'm different from the protagonists in anime and novels. The reason I came to this city and entered this middle school is simply because I wanted to experience the life of an ordinary human. Seeing that Yao seemed to have misunderstood, Little L proactively explained, in a sense, I might also be considered a guardian of this world. A guardian? The girl in front of her became even more nervous. Has the situation become so serious that a guardian needs to intervene? No, guardians are people too, right? At least I currently consider myself just an ordinary person, so people also have emotions and desires. I'm also curious about the students' lives. Back then, I think about experiencing campus life and stuff like that. Little L said in a comforting tone, it's really not what you think. Nothing major has happened in this world that needs a guardian to save it. If I had to say, I might occasionally investigate the internet pressure cooker phenomenon and some conflicts here, studying the evolutionary history of the human race. The internet pressure cooker? It can be understood as an increasingly high-pressure social phenomenon, an environment that could very well lead humanity to self-destruction. Little L gestured towards the street ahead. Let's talk as we walk. Oh. Yao skipped along like a little rabbit. Are you sure it's okay for you to tell me all this? Wasn't that what the class monitor wanted to ask just now? Huh? Oh. I guess so. So why did you suddenly ask that question, class monitor? Well, Yao was a little embarrassed by Xiao Ai's persistent questioning. I guess I'm the kind of girl who likes to daydream. I loved reading books and comics since I was little, and the more I read, the more I tend to daydream. My dad runs a fruit business, and he often had me help out at the shop. He bought a lot of story collection magazines back in the day, and he kept them in the fruit shop. When there were no customers, I would read them, or use my dad's phone. When I read novels, there were so many plots like this. The end of the world, and the beautiful transfer student next to me is the savior. Back then, almost at first glance, I thought Jialan looked like the protagonist from a novel. Oh no, not just in class. 2 months ago, when your video went viral online, I watched it at least 10 times. Back then, I believed you definitely had magic. And maybe it's because I read so many books, but I always dream about all sorts of strange things. I even dream that I'm a princess from another country, and I can even meet people from another world. Brother, we swapped bodies. Really? Little L nodded. Class monitor Yao is quite the dreamer. Because life is so ordinary, if I don't fantasize. I always feel like the future is bleak. Yao scratched her head. Sorry, I might always say some pessimistic things. It's okay, I sometimes feel lonely when I'm alone. Little L shook her head, even. I sometimes talk to myself, pretending I'm my own best friend. Talking to yourself? Yao was a little surprised. Does the guardian also feel lonely? Yes, at least I do now. Little L said jokingly, oh, by the way, about what you mentioned earlier. About dreaming that you were a princess from another country, and could swap bodies with your brother, I found out from the memory swamp. That's true, only it happened in another world similar to Earth. Chapter 656. Memory swamp? What's that? Perhaps still reeling from the shock of the new transfer student not being from Earth, Yao, who had suddenly received a flood of information, felt her brain malfunction. Wait, something's not right. Were the things I dreamed about real? Well, at least with my current abilities, I can find similar stories. Little L explained, but those are stories from after you entered high school, and that world isn't entirely a night world. So, Yao was even more curious. There's a world similar to Earth, where another version of me exists. At least 2 things similar to this place. Little L nodded. Of course, if you include all the Mystic River worlds, the limiting condition is a night world similar to Earth. A world, and then there exists a girl named Yao. There are hundreds of thousands of worlds that meet these 2 conditions. Yao's eyes widened. Can Jialan even do something like this? Filtering out worlds that meet the conditions. That's why I said I'm a guardian. Little L said, seemingly remembering something. Oh right, when I was searching those worlds just now, I found something interesting. In a few of those worlds, perhaps because I had contact with you, the class monitor changed her surname to the same as mine when she grew up. Jialan? Yes. Little L blinked. Is there anything else you want to ask, class monitor? I have a lot to ask, but I think it's better not to ask now. Yao looked quite embarrassed. Sorry for taking up so much of Jialan's time. It's alright. I should be thanking the class monitor for patiently showing me around the school, and even taking me out to eat. Then let's solve the lunch problem first. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at a strange circular entrance on the pedestrian street behind the school. This is the very famous dog hole around here. Students from almost all the surrounding schools come here to eat after school. They have local specialties like fried rice noodles, fried rice worms, fried rice cakes, and... I have a question. Little L obediently raised her little hand. I understand fried rice noodles, but what are fried rice worms and fried rice cakes? Oh, rice worms are a local specialty snack. How should I put it, Little L? Have you ever eaten those machine-pressed rice cakes or candies? I think I eaten some. Fried rice noodles are similar to that. You put a kind of rice cake-like dough into a machine, and it squeezes out strips. These worm-like vermicelli noodles, resembling silkworms, are very chewy. Stir-frying them using the same techniques as stir-fried rice noodles is called stir-fried vermicelli worms. As for finli, it's similar, but finli is a cylindrical vermicelli made from dough, usually over 5 centimeters in diameter. We call it finli here. When it's time to stir-fry, we cut these large noodles into thinner pieces and put them in the pan. I see. Little L nodded, somewhat understanding. They're all flour products, right? Pretty much. Stir-fried rice noodles are softer, while stir-fried vermicelli worms and stir-fried finli are chewier, suitable for buying and eating slowly in the dorm. Entering the dog hole, Yao pointed to the surrounding shops and continued, "This is what the inside of the dog hole looks like. Most of the shops are food stalls, and there are also some digital product stores. You can also get your phone repaired here if it breaks. Let me introduce a few famous and affordable shops. First, this one on the left is a dessert shop. Their cream puffs are delicious, but you have to choose the freshly made ones. If they've been sitting for a long time, they won't be crispy anymore. Then this is a retro toy shop. They sell tons of things from the last century, like little Tyrant game consoles, various game cartridges, and those dance machines. Oh, and they even have photo booths." Walking a few steps further, Yao gestured to shout air to a small shop in the corner with a pixelated sign. "You can play video games here too, the kind that was popular more than 20 years ago, Street Fighter? King of Fighters? But now it seems to be called Mugen, with lots of characters. Oh right, and Metal Slug too, I played it with my classmates before. The arcade here is practically charity. For just 10 yuan you get unlimited lives. Lots of people come after school and play until dark." Wow. Little L was persuaded by Yao. "How about we go in and take a look?" Yao was a little surprised. Jialan is actually interested in a place like this? "Yeah, I really want to try it, especially the photo booths." Little L looked around the shop. "Do they take photos on the spot and print them out immediately?" "Yes, for the photo booths, it's usually couples. Or, best friends who come to take photos, and then have the owner print them on those stickers." Yao gestured with both hands. "Stickers? You can stick them on pencil cases, backpacks, or phone cases. It's a retro thing from a long time ago. Some people think it's novel, some think it's old-fashioned." "Then let's take a picture?" Xiao Ai took Yao's hand. "My new backpack and pencil case have lots of empty spots. We can stick our photos together." "Huh?" Yao looked surprised. We're taking a picture together?" "Yeah, it's my treat." Xiao Ai asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "Well, it's just..." The girl in front of her seemed very. "I'm a little embarrassed," Yao said. "Usually, this is something couples or very close best friends only take, you know? Then aren't we very close best friends?" Little L, acting all familiar, said, "I already confessed my biggest secret to the class monitor, so we should be considered really close best friends, right?" Yao blushed a little at Little L's string of truths. I guess. Probably, I guess. Right. Let's go in and take a look." With that, Little L pulled Yao straight into the shop. Instantly, a familiar 90s style decor and the smell of old arcade games hit them. "This should be the photo booth, right?" Leading Yao to the toy shop photo booth, she waved to the owner. "Boss, we want a group photo. There's a button over there. Just stand in the position shown on the wall, press it, and you're done. It's 10 yuan a photo." The shop owner, a woman around 40 years old, was scrolling through her phone and didn't even look up. She said, "Come over here to get your photos when you're done." "Okay." Little L went into the photo booth first, then asked Yao, "Class monitor, what do you think of the name Gallenlu?" "Gallenlu? It's a cute name." Yao thought for a moment. "I feel if I really change my surname to Gallon someday, I might actually choose that name." "What's wrong?" Nothing. Little L picked up the selfie button next to her. "Let's start with a funny one. 1, 2, 3. Cheese." "Wait, I'm not ready yet." Chapter 657. The first class in the afternoon was physical education. For Xiao Air, whether in junior high or high school, most P classes would begin before the bell rang with a Chinese, math, English, or physics/chemistry teacher walking into the classroom and solemnly announcing to the class, "Class, the PE teacher has taken leave, so I be covering this class." Despite being theoretically the healthiest teacher, the PE teacher was always absent due to illness or other reasons. a mystery that perplexed most high schools. However, according to class monitor Yao, this didn't seem to happen at Beijing number 36 middle school. Whether it's P, music, computer, or labor classes, I haven't heard any upperclassmen mention any class swapping or substitute teaching. After quickly packing their bags with shower, they bought water at the convenience store and went to the playground below the teaching building. Sitting on a bench next to the running track, Yao introduced the school to her new classmate, just like in the morning, but our PE classes aren't actually that strict. They basically don't follow the textbook. The teachers teach whatever they want. Huh? Shower asked curiously, is what they teach in PE entirely based on the teacher's preferences? It's not exactly based on the teacher's preferences, it's just, our PE teacher is very particular, or rather, all the PE teachers in the school are pretty much the same. Yao took out her PE textbook and quickly flipped to the table of contents. For example, look, our PE class has so much content. Sprinting, long distance running, shot put, standing long jump, we have to learn all of these, but the teacher said they won't teach according to the table of contents. She might teach shot put today, have us practice long distance or short distance running tomorrow, and the day after that, if she feels there's nothing much to do, she might just have us do a few warm-up exercises and run a few laps around the track before dismissing us. We had so many PE classes, and most of the time it's just 2 laps, and then we're dismissed to do our own thing. As she spoke, Yao glanced at the PE teacher walking towards them. I bet this PE class will also be free time. Little L smiled. Free time is great, isn't it? It is great, everyone likes it. By the way, Little L, how's your fitness? If we're doing long distance running here, the girls have to run 800 meters. I'm fine, don't worry. Little L nodded. 800 meters is no problem. Actually, let alone 800 meters, even 8,000 meters or 80,000 meters wouldn't matter. At Eleni's level, how many meters you can run has little to do with your physical abilities, but rather with how much energy you, as an individual, have stored up. If you let Eleni run here, she'd probably fall asleep while running. She could run a lap around the earth without any problem, because it hardly consumes any energy. As for Little L, this body's ability isn't even related to energy, but rather to the concept itself. Wow! So confident? Seeing Little L's nonchalant attitude, Yao was a little surprised. That's 800 meters. Many of us girls have to run it in 4.5 minutes, or even 5 minutes or more, and many others have to run it in 6 minutes, or even 7 minutes. After running it, we're so tired we don't want to move anymore. What about the class monitor? Little L asked curiously, can the class monitor run it in under 3 minutes? I can if I really push myself. Just then, the other classmates walked over from the classroom and dormitory. A new classmate here so early? Does Jialan wear this to PE class too? Speaking of which, Jialan is such a good student, she can't be super athletic too, right? That would be so unfair. Seeing Little L, many classmates instinctively waved and greeted her. Good afternoon. Little L responded with her signature smile. I noticed the new classmate seems to really like smiling. Isn't that a good thing? She's really cute when she smiles. Okay, she is, but she seems too dreamy, almost unreal. And her hair and eyes are just so striking. The one in the next class just looks like a foreigner, but her. She looks like she stepped out of a two-dimensional world. Who cares? As long as she's cute. Having such an eye-catching girl in the class, sitting in the last row, gives me more motivation in class. Seeing that most of the students had arrived at the playground, the PE teacher waved his hand, ready to assemble. Let's go! Yao put her water bottle under a tree and led Xiao Yir towards the teacher. Who's this? Seeing Xiao Yir, the PE teacher was a little puzzled. Your new classmate? Why does she have dyed hair? Hello teacher, my name is Jialan Yir. Xiao Yir greeted the PE teacher proactively. My hair is naturally like this, it's not dyed. Yes, the homeroom teacher can vouch for that. Class monitor Yao added, just like that Russian girl in class 10. Naturally, white hair. The PE teacher scrutinized Xiao Yir's head of hair, which had a few specks of light blue, seemingly trying to determine if it was real or not. I think I heard of a similar condition, something like albinism? It's not albinism. Xiao Yir quickly interrupted the teacher. I'm not sick, it's just that my hair color is naturally different from everyone else's. Oh, so you're a foreigner, and your Mandarin is quite standard. The PE teacher didn't seem to intend to discuss this topic further. He raised his hand and clapped it. Alright, let's assemble. Same rules as always, line up. New students, stand in front next to the class monitor. The PE representative will maintain discipline. With that, The teacher took a few steps back, picked up the whistle around his neck, and blew it sharply. Toot! Hearing the whistle, the students immediately lined up, not daring to breathe. This is probably what youth is like. Standing next to Yao, Xiao cautiously glanced at the classmates behind her. The warm sunlight, the scorching hot rubber track, the incessant chirping of cicadas, and the naive children in their school uniforms. For these students, physical education classes like this might just be an ordinary daily routine, but for Xiao, these were memories of youth buried deep in her heart for over 100 years, unforgettable. Standing in line, everyone. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 43. Good, one more. Ahem, everyone's here. The PE teacher stood in the center of the line. Today is long distance running quiz. 1,000 meters for boys, 800 meters for girls. Huh? Another quiz? No. I didn't even eat lunch. I didn't take a nap. Can we do it next class? No. Faced with the students wailing and screaming, the PE teacher adopted a stern and impartial expression. No discussion, everyone spread out. Get ready for warm-up exercises. This test won't be recorded, but no slacking off is allowed, understand? Free time after the test. Chapter 658. The playground of Beijing No. 36 Middle School in early spring was filled with a delicate floral fragrance. While warming up around the sports field, Xiao noticed that the center of the playground seemed to have originally been a football field. However, due to long-term neglect, the football field had become a wasteland overgrown with wildflowers and weeds. The floral fragrance permeating the playground came from these wildflowers on the football field. Of course, rather than simply being neglected, Xiao thought the situation was more likely due to not having had time to tend to it after the start of the school year. After all, No. 36 Middle School had only been in session for a few weeks, and it was reasonable for wildflowers and weeds to grow wildly in spring after a winter break. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Don't slack off, get warmed up. Under the shade of the trees by the roadside, the PE teacher blew whistles and kept time, shouting in a slightly hoarse voice, "If you don't warm up now, you suffer during the run. Also, if you have any health problems, remember to tell us beforehand." And he hesitated, then turned to the front row. "And girls, is anyone feeling unwell? Any stomach aches? If so, ask for leave, don't push yourself. This is just a test, not an exam. It doesn't count towards your participation grade." Teacher, I'm not feeling well today." Hearing this, a girl immediately raised her hand. Me too. Me too. Another girl, seemingly the girl's best friend, saw her friend raise her hand and immediately followed suit. "Okay, then you two can rest after you finish your warm-up." The PE teacher nodded. "Any boys feeling unwell?" "Wow. Teacher, is that okay?" "Teacher, does it count if I don't sleep at noon?" "Don't sleep at noon? Oh dear, didn't the dorm supervisor catch you for not sleeping?" The PE teacher joked. "What were you doing?" Reading novels." Reading novels? Let me tell you, when you get to college, or after you graduate, you have plenty of time to read. You can read until you're dizzy every day, and no one will care." The PE teacher said disdainfully. "So, do you want to rest?" I feel okay." "Okay?" The PE teacher raised his fist as if to hit someone. "What do you mean okay? Looking for punishment?" Yeah. "Teacher, punish him. This guy is always so irresponsible." "Exactly. He dared to tease the teacher, so disrespectful. Punish him by making him run 2,000 meters. No, 3,000 meters. Seeing this, the boys in the class immediately joined in the commotion. "Hey, you know what? Our school's sports meet is next Wednesday, and apparently there's a 3,000-meter event. Do you guys want to sign up?" Amidst the noise, the female PE teacher chatted with the students warming up. Clearly, she had a good relationship with her students and managed the atmosphere in PE class very well. "School meet next Wednesday? Really? Why didn't our homeroom teacher mention it?" "Of course our homeroom teacher wouldn't tell you, you bunch of silly girls. She'd love for you to focus on your studies and get first place in the whole grade so she can get a raise." As she spoke, the PE teacher glanced furtively towards the office building. "By the way, don't tell our homeroom teacher I told her, okay? I don't want to fight with her." Ha ha ha. A burst of cheerful laughter followed. "Oh right." Seeing that the warm-up exercises were almost over, the homeroom teacher turned to Xiao. "Let me confirm again, is the new student alright?" "It's not. Albinism? I remember albinism isn't good for sunbathing." "No." Xiao quickly shook his head. I'm very healthy, I'm not sick, please don't worry about that. Then can you run 800 meters? I mean, you won't faint or get out of breath after running 800 meters, will you? Have you run it before? Before? Xiao Ai joked. Before, I could run dozens of light years without a problem. Oh my, looks like a marathon pro. Seeing Xiao Ai's confidence, the PE teacher felt relieved. Alright then, since you just transferred here, I don't know you very well. So if you can't keep going halfway through the 800 meters, you can always come here to rest. Don't push yourself. After saying that, seeing that the students had almost finished their warm-up exercises, the PE teacher blew his whistle again. Toot! Alright, everyone assemble on the track. At the PE teacher's command, except for the 2 girls who were resting, all 41 students in the class jogged to the track in less than 10 seconds. Among them, Lan Zhuiyue, who had been drowsy that morning due to a low-grade fever, was even the first to stand on the starting line, assuming a sprinting stance. Hey, the king of lateness seems to be in a good mood today? Perhaps because he rarely paid attention in class, the PE teacher was somewhat surprised to see Lan Zhuiyue so energetic. What's wrong? No stomachache, no headache, and you slept well during your afternoon nap? Of course. Lan Zhuiyue was a little embarrassed. I feel especially good today, I can run 3,000 meters. You said it yourself. The PE teacher clearly didn't believe him. Want to run 3,000 meters with me? No. Lan Zhuiyue immediately backed down. I was just kidding, teacher. I can run 3,000 meters though. Xiao Ai gave the PE teacher a teasing, provocative look. Want to run? Wow. The new student is awesome. She actually volunteered to run 3,000 meters with the PE teacher. Wow, a girl running 3,000 meters? Really? I feel like I'm going to die after running 1,000. Even the PE teacher was impressed by Xiao Ai. Elle's provocation elicited a surprised expression. New student, are you serious? 3,000 meters is no joke. 1 lap around our school track is 400 meters, so it takes 7 laps and more than half a lap. The PE teacher glanced at Elle's white stockings and leather shoes under her skirt, somewhat disbelieving. You can't run that, can you? Elle replied casually, it's not a particularly strenuous exercise. Jogging is no problem at all. Okay, you said it yourself. Perhaps sensing Elle's confidence, the PE teacher stepped onto the starting line. New student, you're betting the 3,000 meters with me. You boys, watch closely, especially those who can run 1,000 meters in 6 minutes. Learn from your mistakes. In the last half minute, walk around a bit, warm up, and drink some water. Today, let this old guy teach you a lesson and see if there really are girls who can run 3,000 meters. Chapter 659. Lan Zhuiyue suffers from severe thalassemia. While doing his final warm-up exercises under the sun on the track, Xiao Ai said to Yao beside him. So, he might be prone to irritability and mood swings due to hormonal imbalances and previous discomfort. Or, considering the possibility of being separated from everyone at any time, he's not very interested in making friends and doesn't have deep conversations with his classmates. Huh? Yao was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Ai's words. Thalassemia? What's that? Xiao Ai glanced in Lan Zhuiyue's direction, thought for a moment. Class monitor, could you understand it as leukemia or blood cancer? Thalassemia, many people, upon seeing the word anemia, always think of it as a minor, harmless ailment. Anemia? I was anemic when I was a child. A bowl of brown sugar water would cure it. Little did they know, this was a terrifying genetic disease. This disease causes problems with the blood cells the body produces, rendering them defective and unable to function normally. In mild cases, red blood cells cannot carry oxygen properly, leading to insufficient oxygen supply to multiple organs and general weakness. In severe cases, it can lead to death. Is it that scary? Hearing this, Yao was somewhat incredulous. I usually saw him sleeping alone, not playing with others, and I thought it was just because he had a bad personality. At noon, when I used my administrator powers to investigate parallel universes in the pedestrian street area, I also found many ordinary Earth worlds where Lan Zhuiyue had appeared. Shower said with a hint of pity, in most parallel universes, Lan Zhuiyue's lifespan is only enough to get to high school, and then... High school. Yao turned to Lan Zhuiyue, who was standing alone, and said, then his lifespan is less than 3 years. That's how it is in most parallel universes. Shower sighed. Shortly after entering high school, this student will have to be hospitalized for a long time due to severe ischemia, exhausting his family's savings. He'd either be discharged and go home to die on the doctor's advice to try conservative treatment at home, or say goodbye to his family in a hospital bed. Actually, this world has always been like this. During middle school, we never know where the boy who was laughing and joking with us yesterday, saying let's go to the internet cafe all night after school, will suddenly transfer schools, nor can we see the passerby who brushed past us on the street 1 second later lying in a hospital 10 minutes later. Xiao'er only knew Lan Zhuiyue was a pitiful person suffering from illness, because she had an omniscient perspective. If she were just an ordinary transfer student, she would most likely have asked the teacher to change seats because she heard that her deskmate had a strange temper. After a few weeks or months, Lan Zhuiyue transferred schools and left the class. No one would remember him anymore, and no one would be curious about where he went. Everyone gradually forgot that there had ever been such a strange-tempered classmate who loved to sleep in class in their class. Also, is it okay for the class monitor to go running today? Seeing Yi Yao still lost in thought, Xiao'er changed the subject, pointing to two girls at the edge of the playground. It's alright to rest with them for a bit, right? Huh? Yi Yao looked surprised. You? Jialan, you even know that? I accidentally saw it while researching earlier. Xiao'er was a little embarrassed. It seems like the class monitor hasn't completely changed her impression of me yet. Like I said, I'm the guardian of this world, not like ordinary humans. That seems to be true. Yi Yao scratched her head, mainly because Jialan, you're so cute, you always give me a strange urge to protect you. At least, I see you're thinking about. I can't let Jialan suffer. Jialan looks so delicate. Won't she get tired running 800 meters? And this is what happened. I'm not delicate at all. Little L thought for a moment, then pointed to the sun overhead. Even a star like the sun, if I wanted to, I could easily make it go out instantly. Please don't do that. Alright, are you all ready? Feeling the time was about right, the PE teacher waved to Little L. Come on, new student, come here and run with me. Okay. Little L quickly waved goodbye to the class monitor and ran over. Start timing now, girls in the inner circle, boys in the outer circle. The PE teacher picked up the stopwatch and casually placed the roster of timers on the ground. Ready. Go! Phew. Perhaps wanting to impress the beautiful transfer student Xiao'er, almost the instant the gym teacher's whistle blew, more than half of the boys dashed off like a whirlwind. Lan Zhuiyue was in the lead, running at the very front of the group. Oh my, Lan Zhuiyue, aren't you always trying to slack off? How come I didn't know you could run so fast? The PE teacher behind him exclaimed, looks like you've been hiding your true strength. Hee hee, just kidding. I'm usually in a sealed state, but right now I feel incredibly strong. Lan Zhuiyue seemed quite proud of himself, shouting to the students behind him as he ran, haven't you eaten yet? Keep up. Look at him, he gets all cocky after just a few compliments. The PE teacher pointed at Lan Zhuiyue, laughing and crying at the same time, teenage boys, TSK TSK. Yes. Xiao'er simply smiled slightly, keeping pace with the PE teacher indeed. This is youth. On the soft rubber track, as Xiao'er's feet, encased in white stockings, moved forward, the soft heels of her shoes made a soft tap-tap sound as they touched the track. Beneath her clean and tidy uniform, the girl's brand-new plaid skirt fluttered gently in the spring breeze. To be honest, this outfit wasn't really suitable for running, whether long distance or short distance. However, this wasn't a problem for Xiao'er, mainly because she was too lazy to go home and change clothes for a PE class at noon. Judging from your appearance, your gait is steady, and your breathing is so rhythmic. Have you trained before? After running a short distance, seeing that Xiao'er still looked nonchalant, the PE teacher was a little curious. Were you in a sports school before? Or did you train for marathons? Xiao'er thought for a moment. When I was little, my dad used to make me exercise a lot. Oh, it seems your dad is quite interested in sports. The teacher was even more curious. Would you mind telling me what your dad's profession is? Xiao'er thought for a few seconds. He's a Black Dragon King. Chapter 660. On the playground of Beijing No. 36 Middle School, under the bright sunshine, the students of Class 11, Grade 7, were sweating profusely, running forward with all their might. Why are you so serious today? Aren't you the same? What? Trying to show off in front of your new classmates? Show off? Haven't I always been like this? Didn't you see I never run seriously in PE class? Same here, I didn't take PE class seriously before either. Among the students, the boys were especially serious. Even though it was a 1,000-meter long-distance run, everyone looked like they were sprinting a 200-meter sprint, their faces flushed as they charged forward. Hey! Can you slow down a bit? You're like this. Huff, huff. I really can't keep up. Can't keep up? Gone? Haha, Jialan runs 3,000 meters, and you can't even finish 1,000? People will look down on you. Damn, hearing you say that gives me a boost. Run! Run! We can't let the new students look down on us. You guys. You even have time to talk while running? That's amazing. Because Shower and the PE teacher were jogging slowly, they quickly fell behind the boys in front. Wow, noticing Shower's calm and collected demeanor after running several hundred meters, the PE teacher gave her an approving look, much better than most students. Shower smiled slightly. Have you taught many classes, teacher? The physical education teacher looked to be in her late 30s or early 40s. Although a middle-aged woman, she maintained a remarkably good figure. Little Elle quickly guessed from a brief check that she had likely worked in a sports-related field. I worked at the school for about 10 years, almost 12 years. Before, I was a coach at the badminton hall on Huiji Road. Then a friend told me they needed a PE teacher here, so they asked me to come. For some reason, even though little Elle was only a little over 12, the PE teacher seemed to be talking to a peer. So she naturally shared her work experience. I taught 11 classes at number 36 middle school. You're the 12th. Honestly, your stamina is really good. You must have trained a lot when you were little, right? I definitely trained a lot. Remembering her sparring with her father, Nasty, back in Longlin, little Elle felt a pang of nostalgia. However, back then, it was only Elle's body that was being trained, not little Elle's. Little Elle's body is the type that can use mysterious powers to adapt to the environment, able to cope with any situation, so the concept of physical training doesn't apply to her. I thought you were some kind of pampered young lady, with your delicate skin and tender flesh. Seeing that little Elle could even chat while running, the PE teacher was slightly surprised. You really want to run 3,000 meters? You become the center of attention in class if you do. Even without running, I'm already the center of attention. Little Elle said jokingly, it's okay, just think of it as chatting with the teacher. Whether it was Elian or little Elle, no matter where they were, she never cared whether she was conspicuous or how others perceived her. Like Elian, she felt almost no emotion towards the various taunts and mockery from humans, because it was meaningless. Birds in the sky wouldn't get angry and want to kill fish just because they spit at them, nor would they get angry because fish could hold their breath underwater longer or swim faster. As for the school, given little Elle's current situation, her hair and eyes were the center of attention wherever she went, and her popularity at school was unlikely to decrease anytime soon. So it was better to add fuel to the fire, making everyone think of her as a perfect young lady who was academically excellent, athletically gifted, and well-mannered. That way, the strange mockery and gossip might decrease considerably. About the new classmate. After running a lap around the track with the PE teacher, as they returned to the starting line, Shower overheard the two girls, who had been absent due to their periods, now sitting on a stone bench by the roadside, chatting with her and the teacher. I don't really like her. Although she's definitely cute, I feel like she's a bit pretentious. Pretentious? I don't think so. Mainly because my first impression of her was that she was such a green tea BTCH. She came to school wearing those knee-high socks right after the start of the semester, making herself look like an anime character. Don't you like anime characters? I think it's great. She's definitely pretty. If I were half as pretty as her, and had such a great figure, I probably would dress like that too. Why are you always taking her side? Aren't you my friend anymore? It's not about taking her side. It's just that she didn't do anything, right? She even raised our class average on today's math test. Since she has the ability, we should praise her, right? Don't let strange jealousy blind you. Okay, you're right, I am indeed a little too jealous of her. The second lap of the 800 meters ended. Seeing that Xiao wasn't even out of breath, the PE teacher gave her a slightly provocative look. Not bad, new student. Want to speed things up a bit? Sure. Xiao nodded. If it's okay, teacher, I have no objection. Although Xiao and the PE teacher weren't running fast, nearly half the girls in the class still hadn't finished the 800 meters. They can really run. Even the girls who had finished the 800 meters were mostly drenched in sweat and panting heavily, pacing back and forth under the shade of the trees near the track, adjusting to the recovery after their workout. Are those two really going to run 3,000 meters? A new classmate starting off with something this big? I'm used to new classmates making a racket by now. Don't forget, she's the official cosplayer for Miss Jialan. Miss Jialan is the top main cosplayer now. How could her stamina be bad? No way, I have to record it on my phone. I never seen anyone run 3,000 meters wearing white stockings. What's so special about that? Didn't someone in our school sports meet wear a Nashida cosplay outfit and run 3,000 meters barefoot? Just as Xiao was about to sprint ahead with the PE teacher, class monitor Yao caught up, panting. I want to run the 3,000 meters with you guys too. Chapter 661. In Xiao's memory, the physical peak of most people in this country occurs during their first or second year of junior high school. Elementary school is relatively the most carefree age, and also the age of most rapid physical development. Junior high school is precisely the rebellious phase when these children formally enter society, interact with peers, and begin to learn about the coldness and warmth of human relationships. Influenced by hormones and other factors, children in this age group are very eager to express themselves, so in sports like long-distance running, everyone puts in almost 120% effort. With their bodies in developmental stage and their minds in a competitive phase, how could their physical condition not be good? By the time they reach the third year of junior high, the intensity of their studies increases, and everyone devotes most of their energy to studying, rarely paying attention to physical exercise. As for high school, since everyone has already experienced the passionate period of junior high, they are relatively less excited, so many people take a just-getting-by attitude towards physical training throughout their 3 years of high school. Xiao remembers her high school being like this. During PE class, the teacher would call everyone downstairs to run. A 1,000-meter run could take 7 or 8 minutes, sometimes even 10. Many people would just walk and stop symbolically the whole way, chatting with their friends. If a teacher noticed them from a distance, they run 10 meters or so, then slow down and walk again when the teacher wasn't looking. As for the free time after the run, it was even more appalling. People would either squat in a corner of the school playing chess or cards with friends, or secretly snack and chat. They said if they could, and wouldn't even break a sweat by the end of PE class. Oh! Class monitor, are you sure? 3,000 meters is no joke. Halfway through the race, the PE teacher looked quite surprised to see Yao planning to join the long-distance run midway. Don't torture yourself, will you? What the new students can do, I can do too. Yao shook her head, panting as she said, I might not be as fast as you guys, but I definitely finish. As she spoke, Xiao noticed that Yao seemed to be holding a bunch of keys in her hand. Most people would put their phones and keys under the big tree next to the track before warming up, probably to avoid losing them while running. But whether Yao was worried about losing her keys, or if these keys held great significance for her, she chose to run with them in her hand. Besides, Xiao also noticed a small photo frame hanging on Yao's keychain. It was a group photo of them taken at noon in the dog hole of the snack street. Wow, quite the boast. Good luck then, but I have to warn you first. Running 3,000 meters without preparation can easily cause cardiovascular problems. If you really can't keep going, don't push yourself. Our school doctor is just coasting. If something really happens, don't expect him to save you. The PE teacher said, then yelled at a few boys and girls slacking off at the back of the line. Hey! You guys over there, think the teacher can't see you? Get moving. The new students are almost done with 2,000 meters, and you boys can't even finish 1,000? Exactly. Even Lanjua you have finished. Are you guys even capable? Hurry up and finish your run, so you can see the white stockings over here, you bunch of idiots. Yeah, so stupid. There's shade and drinks here, and you can even see white stockings, but you rather stand over there in the blazing sun? Whether it was the teacher's encouragement or the taunts from the boys on the sidelines, the boys who had been slacking off on the track suddenly seemed to have taken a deep breath and started running. Holy crap! Why are you all running? Didn't we agree to slack off for the whole period? Slacking off? If you want to be looked down upon by the new classmates, then keep slacking off. I don't want to leave a bad impression on anyone. Yeah, that's it. Hurry up and finish your run, so you can come over here. Don't rush, the new classmates have only run a few laps, you can take your time. By the way, why is the class monitor running too? Amidst the cheers, Xiao and the PE teacher also started to gradually pick up speed, running towards the blazing sun. Huff. Huff. Xiao didn't react much, but the PE teacher was clearly panting. Wow, your stamina. Is it really that good? After running another lap along the track, seeing that little L could still easily keep up with his pace, the PE teacher completely lost his composure. Wow. What did you study before? Did you come from a sports school? Well, you could say a sports school. Little L thought for a moment, deciding not to hurt the teacher's pride. My dad and mom are both pretty much fighters. They've been fighting for the past few years, fighting with others, and fighting with their own people. A fighter? No wonder. Your whole family practices martial arts, that's why your genes are so good. The PE teacher had a look of sudden realization. Then, it seems you're also a martial artist? I must have been blind. I couldn't tell at all. Yes, my dad taught me a lot of martial arts and magic. Magic? Yes. Then your family is something else. The PE teacher said jokingly, martial arts plus magic, wouldn't that make you invincible? Theoretically, you are indeed invincible. Little L said seriously, didn't I just tell you, teacher? My dad is the Black Dragon King, and she recently passed the throne to me. That's why I'm traveling all over the world experiencing human life. TSK new student, do you know what I like most about you? Seeing that Little L could actually describe a novel plot so well. So logical and methodical, the PE teacher said with admiration. What I love most about you is your serious yet nonsensical way of talking nonsense. It's hilarious. I really wasn't talking nonsense. So does the teacher believe I'm the Dragon King's daughter? Yes, even if you said you were the daughter of a king of soldiers, the daughter of a war god, or the medicine king. Well, the war god returned, right? The war god returned and saw his daughter being punished by the PE teacher to run 3,000 meters, so he gave the order for 100,000 elite soldiers to each run 100,000 meters, shocking the Yen kingdom. The PE teacher gave Xiao a thumbs up. Your thinking ability is also very strong, I'm impressed. Xiao was a little embarrassed. I was just telling the truth. Just then, the PE teacher and Xiao lapped ahead of class monitor Yao, and Xiao took the opportunity to come to the class monitor's side. Go for it. If you can finish this 3,000 meters, let's go out tonight. Anywhere is fine. Chapter 662. Shangjing City at night exudes the unique vibrancy of a modern metropolis. Sitting 10,000 meters above the city, looking down upon it, for some reason, one feels a sense of healing. This is Xiao's most genuine feeling about Shangjing City. Perhaps it's because the city government has become the agent for the mobile game Aquarius era, setting a precedent for the first official national game agency. Xiao feels that this city is somewhat different from other cities. It lacks the anxiety of a top-tier city, the urgency of a first-tier city, the laziness of a third-tier city, and the disorganization of a small county town. It's like an old friend. When one floats high in the sky looking down, it will only whisper in your ear the city's past rise and fall. That be 32 yuan. Anything else? The watermelons and strawberries are pretty good today. Small watermelons are 3 yuan each. This is a Karen melon. 3 yuan a pound, want some? Class monitor Yao's home is next to a farmer's market not far from Beijing number 36 Middle School, less than 800 meters in a straight line from Qiu Xiuyo's residential area. Yao's father runs a fruit business, renting a small shop here. When Xiao arrived at the fruit shop, she saw Yao serving customers. Take care. Welcome. From the fruit shop's decor and Yao's father's attire, it was clear that Yao's family wasn't wealthy. It was the kind of small, ordinary home you see anywhere. Since it was the time when everyone was out for a walk after dinner, the fruit shop was crowded with customers, many of whom seemed to have come specifically to chat with Yao's parents. The large shop was packed with people. Bathed in the light of the fruit shop's entrance, Xiao slowly walked inside. Welcome. Oh! It's Jiaoan. So early. Seeing Xiao, Yao quickly ran over. Would you like some fruit? Or a coconut? There are a few chilled coconuts in the fridge. Good evening. Xiao waved to Yao. Are you busy? To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Xiao had changed into a relatively ordinary outfit that evening. A playful tight-fitting top, a jacket over it, hot pants, and casual shoes. She had also styled her hair in a single ponytail, and worn a cat ear baseball cap similar to Asuka's from the anime EVA movie. This outfit has a slightly cyberpunk vibe. Not only is the girl's cute belly button and abs faintly visible between the jacket and hot pants, but the long legs under the hot pants also subtly give off a cool, older sister feel, which is a bit different from Xiao's usual cute style. I'm definitely busy at this time every day, but most of the time my dad is the one doing the work. I'm just here to help. Before Xiao could ask for anything, Yao proactively took a coconut from the refrigerator, deftly drilled a hole with a special tool, and handed it to Xiao along with a straw. Thank you. Xiao took the coconut and took out her wallet. How much is this? No need, it's on me. Yao smiled happily. It was such a big surprise for me that you came to our house, Jiaolan, and you even treated me to lunch, so this is my way of returning the favor. Thank you. Little L nodded. Just call me Little L. If Little L remembered correctly, even in a southern city like Beijing, coconuts like these average over 10 yuan, and some fruit shops can even sell them for 15 or 20 yuan, about the price of a high-end milk tea. Hee hee hee, little L. That's such a sweet nickname. Saying this, Yao waved to her father, who was talking to a customer not far away. Dad, this is my classmate. Oh. Yao's father seemed busy. Upon hearing her voice, he simply waved his hand. You two go play. I take care of things here. Okay. I'm going out to play with my classmate. Be back before 10. Go ahead, go ahead. Yao's father didn't even turn around. Do you have enough money? Yes. Oh. Only after walking out of the fruit shop with little L did Yao ask curiously, where are you going to play? Anywhere is fine. Little L smiled. Didn't we say during the physical education exam this afternoon that if our class monitor could finish the 3,000 meters, we go out to play together tonight? To be honest, even little L herself hadn't expected Yao to actually finish the 3,000 meters. At noon, Xiao'er had examined Yao's body. Although the girl's physical fitness was stronger than her peers, it wasn't quite at the level of the sports students often boasted about online. Theoretically, without any preparation, Yao would find it extremely difficult to run 3,000 meters, and might even experience exhaustion or fainting. Theory is theory. Theoretically, most humans can't lift a car with their bare hands, but when they see someone trapped under a car, the adrenaline rush can suddenly give even the most ordinary person the strength to lift it. In other words, Yao's situation that afternoon fell under the category of activating the body's potential due to some kind of belief. This moved Xiao'er slightly. She still remembered how sweaty Yao looked after running the 3,000 meters that afternoon. At the time, I was just thinking, if I could break through my limitations in front of the gods, would I be able to attract their attention? So, I held my breath and ran. Under little L's gaze, Yao chuckled, I'm being honest. Little L tilted her head. Why did you want to attract the gods' attention? Actually, I can't really explain why. It just felt like there was some kind of belief involved. Walking along the path in the farmer's market, Yao glanced at the fruit shop behind her. My family isn't very well off. My dad is always busy with work, and my mom's health is poor. And then, I was bullied a lot by my classmates when I was little. I only mustered up the courage to run for class monitor after entering junior high school. I hope my parents' lives will improve, so that when I grow up, I can protect them. I see. Little L pondered for a moment. So what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to become a novelist. Or a comic artist. I have so many stories in my heart, and I've seen so many stories from my dad. I want to tell all these stories to everyone. Yao blinked her big, butterfly-like eyes and said in an innocent tone, Little L, you said you read about many parallel universes. Is there a universe where I became a novelist? Little L hesitated for a moment. Yes. Really? Really? Does that world we know Little L? No, she achieved her dream through her own efforts. Little L gently patted Yao's shoulder. So, you in this world can definitely do it too. Chapter 663. Leaving the farmer's market with Xiao'er, Yao headed towards a dessert shop near the market exit. Should we grab something to eat over there? It was clear that the class monitor of Class 11, Grade 7 at Beijing No. 36 Middle School, was still somewhat reserved when interacting with Xiao'er. Actually, this is my first time going out with classmates, and I'm not sure where to go. First time? Xiao'er covered her mouth and chuckled. Didn't you finish your homework? No, there's not much homework today. Even if I go back at 10 o'clock, I definitely finish it. Yao was a little surprised. Why did you suddenly ask this? Because it seems that the class monitor doesn't consider me a real friend, so I wanted to use the word homework to get closer to you. Or rather, you subconsciously feel that my status is higher than yours, right? Yao scratched her head, grabbing her bangs. It seems that's true. Didn't Xiao'er say she's the guardian of this world? I get a little nervous when I'm with you, and I never brought a classmate home to meet my parents before. I can be the guardian of this world, and I can be your classmate, and of course, I'm your friend too. Xiao'er took out a phone with their photos on it, and waved it. Still nervous? Seeing their bright smiles on the phone case, Yao panicked even more. Didn't I ask the class monitor during P class? Could you think about where to go tonight? Has the class monitor decided? Yao was a little embarrassed, my family. The only places I can hang out with my classmates around here seem to be bubble tea shops and snack bars. Going to the park at night feels a bit dangerous, and... Oh right. There's a supermarket nearby. Shall we go there? Didn't the class monitor say he read a lot of storybooks at his dad's, and decided he wants to be a novelist when he grows up? Little L said patiently, Being a novelist requires the most imagination, you know? Now you have an omnipotent god friend. Where do you plan to go? I mentioned before, you can go anywhere. Anytime, any place. Any place means anything you can think of, including things that require magic to achieve. Yi Yao stuck out her tongue. Even if Lil L says so, I can't. It seems the gravity of reality is binding the class monitor's imagination. I remember a book did mention this. In our country, any transcendent thoughts will crash to the ground. The gravity of reality is too heavy. Little L looked around, then pulled Yi Yao to a secluded grove of trees, and took off her cat ear baseball cap. How about this? I helped the class monitor open up her mind. Yi Yao leaned closer. What are you going to do? It's just an ordinary hat. I bought it at a nearby anime store. Placing the cap on the grass, Little L imbued it with mysterious power with her thoughts. Instantly, the hat's size grew to several meters. Wow! The sudden enlargement of the cat-eared baseball cap startled Yi Yao, who took several steps back. This is... At the same time, Yi Yao's impression of Xiao Er changed from possibly a god to a real god. If Xiao Er's confession, perfect math score, and 3,000-meter run in P class at noon were barely within the realm of normalcy, then the hat enlarging before Yi Yao's eyes was true magic. Yi Yao doesn't know where to go, so let's go explore the city together and decide where to go. Imbuing the hat with mysterious power once more, Xiao Er manipulated the adorable cat-eared baseball cap, commanding it to float in midair in front of them, while she herself jumped onto the cat ears in the center of the cap. Come on up. Wait! Seeing the giant hat fly up, Yi Yao was trembling with excitement. This. What is this? What is this? Magic? Or a spell? It's magic. The little L on the hat explained, or it's an advanced version of magic, called mystic power. Oh my god. Yi Yao was clearly very excited. She covered her mouth with both hands, standing there somewhat at a loss. Little L, you really know magic? Yes, I do. Then what about that train at the comic convention? It was a train from Europe. It was just brought over for show. No one was injured, and it didn't delay their journey. Don't worry. That spatial rift door that everyone's been arguing about for 2 months. It's real. Little L casually summoned a spatial door as tall as a person beside him, opening one end to face Yi Yao, then poked his head inside. Yi Yao, would you like to come in and try it? Seeing this scene made Yi Yao's face flush with excitement. She stretched her trembling hand into the spatial door in front of her. The space between the two doors is connected. Little L on the hat gestured to Yi Yao's outstretched hand. There's no space inside the door. I use some mysterious power to connect the two spaces. Yi Yao can walk directly through the door. I try. Still in a daze, Yi Yao hesitated for a moment, then slipped into the void door beside her. The next second, she appeared next to Little L. Under the night sky, the two sat atop a giant cat-eared baseball cap floating 2 meters in the air. Yi Yao's brain completely shut down. Ready for takeoff? Closing the portal, Little L manipulated the giant baseball cap beneath him, propelling him sharply into the night sky. Eek! The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Yi Yao instinctively clutch her skirt. Feeling better? Is there a discrepancy between your understanding of gods and reality? Quickly ascending thousands of meters into the air, Xiao gestured to Yi Yao towards the brightly lit city of Shangjing below. Now Yi Yao should have many more choices, right? Where do you want to go? Some unknown corner of the city, or the boundless ocean, or we could fly to the African savannah and wrestle with the lions, see the gorillas baring their teeth, and get close to the cheetahs. Even going to Antarctica to see the emperor penguins being cute is fine. Yi Yao quickly recovered from her initial shock, cautiously peeking her head out from under her hat. Won't we be caught on camera by ground surveillance or satellites overhead? As long as we input data from all the surveillance cameras and satellites on Earth and find their blind spots, we can manage. Xiao drank from a coconut on her hat. So Yi Yao, have you decided where to go? Chapter 664. Floating thousands of meters above Shangjing City with Xiao, Yi Yao was filled with excitement and exhilaration. A touch of confusion mingled with it. To her, Xiao was just a transfer student she'd known for less than a day, who had then revealed most of her background that very evening. Class monitor, I'm Jiaohunter, and I'm also the guardian of this world. From now on, we're best friends. It all seemed so natural. From childhood, Yi Yao's favorite thing to do was sit quietly in the rocking chair at her father's fruit shop, reading various novels until she fell asleep. She was also a very imaginative girl. It could be said that the story of the transfer student Jiaohunter perfectly matched all her fantasies about novel protagonists. However, What right did she have to be the protagonist? Yao considered herself and her parents to be just ordinary people in this city. Her family wasn't large, and her parents had left the family to work elsewhere long ago. Currently, Yao's only relatives in Shangjing City were her parents and her uncle's family. As for Yao, she grew up in a small town. Like most people in that town, she finished elementary school with average grades, then moved to Shangjing City with her parents. She applied for the independent admission exam for Shangjing number 36 Middle School, passed the minimum score, and successfully entered this public middle school. If one had to point out something, Yao's greatest strength might be her physical fitness, which was better than other girls her age. She wasn't bad looking either. With her short hair, she had a kind of cool, feminine charm. But these few points alone aren't enough to make someone a novel's protagonist, are they? Under the moonlight, Yao quietly turned her head to observe little Elle, who was kneeling on her cat-eared baseball cap with the air of a young lady drinking coconut juice. As the guardian of this world, little Elle's profile perfectly embodied beauty and innocence. Her cheeks were flawless, her snow-white skin clear and fair, as delicate as a newborn baby's. So cute. For some reason, just looking at that profile, Yao felt a sense of falling in love. Her heart raced, her face flushed, and she couldn't bear to look away. What's wrong with me? The other person is a girl too. Noticing the other person observing her, little Elle tilted her head, her tuft of hair bobbing slightly. Sister Yao, haven't you decided where to go yet? Sister Yao. This address made Yao even more excited. She turned her face away, a little shyly saying, before we set off, can we stay like this for a little while? As she spoke, she subconsciously moved closer to little Elle, surveying the brightly lit city below. This is the first time I've seen such a view, looking at our city from this vantage point. Sure. Little Elle nodded. Tonight was supposed to be a reward for Sister Yao's hard work, so let's sit here for a while. Thank you. Looking at little Elle's small hand resting beside her thigh, Yao hesitated for a moment, then tried to take it. Little Elle didn't resist. Gallon, cough, little Elle, can I ask you another question? Little Elle, whose cheeks were puffed out from drinking a big gulp of coconut water, turned her head. What question? In this city, or 36 middle school, or in little Elle's heart, is there anything special about me? Little Elle was a little puzzled. Special? It's like, compared to my peers, what's different about me? Or rather, what makes me worthy of being little Elle's protagonist? Yao looked curious. I've been thinking about this question. Like this, openly revealing one's background, and even using magic in front of others, are there many people in this world who can gain little Elle's approval? Gain my approval? Little Elle was taken aback at first, then, as if understanding something, teased, Sister Yao thinks we're like the protagonists in a novel, about to do something big, or that we have something special about us that attracts me, right? Yao became even more curious. Isn't that how it is? Yes, no it isn't. Little Elle explained in a gentle voice. And even novels come in many different kinds. The novels Sister Yao often read are the more traditional, classic beautiful girl saves the world type. Besides that type, there are also slice-of-life novels like mine. Slice-of-life novels? And at least for me, I don't think of myself as the protagonist of any story, or rather, everyone in this world is the protagonist of their own story. Then, Yao lowered her head. Why did Xiao Ai choose me? It wasn't that I chose Sister Yao, it was mutual. Xiao Ai continued to explain. Look, this morning when I transferred to the first year 11 class, it was Sister Yao who took the initiative to introduce me to the classroom and the school, wasn't it? That's because the homeroom teacher asked me to come. The homeroom teacher said that I am the class monitor, and today a new student transferred to the class, so I was asked to go and introduce the situation as the class representative. Yao looked at the lights in the city center ahead. Just because I am the class monitor. If I wasn't the class monitor, or if I hadn't run for class monitor, the homeroom teacher would have asked other students to hand over the position to Xiao Ai. But Sister Yao is the class monitor, and this is also the result of your own choice. Xiao Ai took Yao's hand and swayed it under the night sky. Didn't Sister Yao say before that because she was always inconspicuous in elementary school, she mustered up the courage to run for class monitor after entering junior high school? Look, that's what makes Sister Yao special. It's because Sister Yao mustered the courage to run for class monitor that our homeroom teacher asked you to come and show me around the school, and that's how we became good friends. If Sister Yao insists on asking why, perhaps this is the reason. Every world has its own cause and effect, and I don't think becoming friends with Sister Yao or everyone coming here to play is anything particularly important or special. Little Elle controlled her hat, dodging several ground cameras, and flew towards the city center. To me, this is just like any other day. Little Elle, aren't you worried about this? You know magic, will everyone find out? No worries. Little Elle shook her head, or rather, even if they do find out, it doesn't matter, I don't care. Why are you suddenly laughing? I just think. Jialan's domineering expression is so cute. Yi covered her mouth and chuckled. I thought of a place to go play. Chapter 665. 200 kilometers away from Shangjing City, there was Chicken Village. Under Yi's command, Little Elle, controlling the cat-eared baseball cap, flew all the way from Shangjing City and slowly landed near this small village surrounded by mountains. From this angle, they could see the general outline of the village. A stone tablet stood at the village entrance, inscribed with the words Chicken Village. About 100 meters in, there was a small shop, and further in were rows of brick and tile houses. At this time, most villagers had just finished dinner. Some elderly men and women were playing cards and chess near the small shop at the village entrance, while children were playing with their peers near their homes. Compared to the city, the lighting here was not as bright, and all the bulbs were yellowish incandescent bulbs, giving it a rather rustic feel. This is my old home, called Chicken Village. As they got closer, Yi explained to Xiao Aier, actually, I really want to complain about the name, but it really is called Chicken Village. My dad said it's been called that over 200 years ago. Back then, this place seemed to be a super large chicken farm. Later, the contractor quit, and the new owner didn't dare take over such a large-scale farm, afraid of losing money. After discussing it for a few days, they decided to renovate the surrounding area, breaking up the original large chicken farm into 8 smaller ones, with each of the 8 households contracting a plot of land. As a result, the farmers who raised chickens made a fortune in those years. Those 8 households simply built small villas near the chicken farm, and would come back to stay for a few days whenever they had free time. When these people got old, they simply went back to the chicken farm to retire, saying that it had mountains and water, and was more comfortable than living in the city. Their children also gradually came to retire here, and the number of residents around increased, eventually forming a village, hence the name Chicken Village. Oh, by the way, there are 2 urban villages in Glory District of Shangjing City, namely Big Chicken Village and Little Chicken Village. The people in those urban villages came from here. So there's such a story. After listening to Yao's introduction, Xiao showed an approving look. This is probably the inheritance of humanity and the changes of the times. Xiao said before that there are many parallel worlds similar to Earth, and in those parallel worlds there are also girls named Yao like me. Yao asked curiously, is there a Yao who left the deepest impression on Xiao? This one? Xiao thought for a moment. Currently, I'm only roughly using the light cone. I looked at their stories, but I didn't have any direct contact with them. The only Yao I ever met is the class monitor. So, is there really a Yao like a protagonist? As for protagonists, as I just said, in my heart, everyone is their own protagonist. There's a mountain over there. Under the night sky, Yao pointed to a high mountain not far from the village entrance. We call it Gecko Mountain. There are many geckos on it. When I was little, my grandfather liked to climb the mountain to catch geckos. 3 years ago, my family had a fight with my grandfather over some money-related issues, and that night, my grandfather went back to his old home in the village. At the time, we thought my grandfather was just coming back for a few days out of spite. We just called the village chief to confirm his safety, and then didn't care. Unexpectedly, the next day, my grandfather climbed up the Gecko Mountain alone, apparently wanting to catch geckos to sell for money. He accidentally fell off the mountain and died. At this point, Yao's tone turned somewhat sad. It was from that time that I began to realize the world wasn't quite what I imagined. I wasn't some little princess in a castle. My parents loved me very much, but what happened to Grandpa taught me that even my parents would leave me one day. It was from then on that I tried to change myself. In elementary school, I was always quiet. I never even imagined how I would have the courage to stand on the podium on the first day of junior high, when the homeroom teacher arranged for class monitor elections. So I thought, if history could turn back, if I had spoken up a few times during those days when my parents and Grandpa were arguing, would Grandpa have softened because of his granddaughter? Wouldn't he have stopped going back to his hometown to catch geckos, and wouldn't have left us? But if that had happened, would I have refrained from running for class monitor in junior high? You can understand these butterfly effect-like changes, which is great. It shows that Sister Yao already has the ability to think independently. After listening to Yao's self-narration, Xiao Er casually used her mysterious power to project a galaxy in front of her. Everything has two sides. Whether it's the quiet sister Yao or the brave sister Yao now, there's no real right or wrong. You are both the protagonists of your own stories. Let me give you a few examples, Sister Yao. Under Yao's curious gaze, Xiao Er gently said, for example, some people in this world can gain weight even if they only eat a little every day because they digest and absorb food very well. But some people don't absorb food easily and stay thin no matter how much they eat. These two types of people are obviously genetically different. People who easily gain weight in modern, resource-rich societies are undoubtedly genetically ill-suited to their environment. Modern society has an abundance of food resources. Everyone can eat their fill, and afterwards, they can indulge in sweets and sugary drinks, causing some to gain weight rapidly. Once a person is overweight, it can lead to various diseases, which is obviously very detrimental to health. On the other hand, those who can eat whatever they want and not gain weight can enjoy food to their heart's content in modern society without worrying about energy levels. Their genes can only be described as perfectly adapted to modern society. But what if he lived in a world of extreme scarcity, or a post-war desolate wasteland? In such an environment, the advantages and disadvantages of the two genes would be completely reversed. In a world of scarcity, where everyone has nothing to eat, those who easily gain weight can perfectly absorb food, making them even more prone to obesity and better able to withstand the cold. But those who can't gain weight and have poor absorption would risk starving or freezing to death. In countless parallel worlds, Sister Yao can be introverted or extroverted, handsome or gentle. Whatever you are the protagonist of that world. There's no superiority or inferiority, it's just that. Different personalities in different environments will give rise to completely different stories. At this point, little L cast a gentle glance at Yao. And now, in this world, Sister Yao's light cone has met me. This is your story. Chapter 666. Unlike the hustle and bustle of big cities, Yao's hometown, Chicken Village, exudes a sense of tranquility. The area is mountainous, with roads mostly consisting of country lanes, and crops cultivated by villagers can be seen everywhere. The land beneath Erlini, for example, is filled with various kinds of oranges. Satsuma mandarins, Wogan mandarins, Emperor mandarins. By the moonlight, a vast expanse of golden orange can be seen on the ground. Some fruits even ripened and fallen to the ground before being picked, as if this early spring had already entered the harvest season. This is the first time I observed this village from this perspective. Sitting next to little L, Yao exclaimed, I feel like a real god, it's so amazing. A real god wouldn't come here like this, would they? Little L took Yao's hand and placed it on her thigh, patting it gently. In a sense, divinity and humanity are contradictory, so I'm not really a god with particularly strong divinity. Huh? Yao turned her head, somewhat puzzled. Can't a god with divinity possess humanity? Little L shook her head. At least according to my current understanding, no, at least I can't do it yet. The little L now, strictly speaking, is merely a pseudo-god after the little L, once full of divinity, has had all her memories erased. Even little L herself doesn't know why she chose to erase all her memories, except for those related to Earth. She can only guess at her past purpose based on what she now knows about the mysterious river administrator, as well as some of her memories and habits. Little L believes the most likely reason he deleted his memories was because he realized he had lost his humanity. As a god, when you're always in a superior position, accustomed to indifference, accustomed to observing the world with a cold eye, then over time, you will lose your former humanity. This can actually be seen in the evolution of some nobles in the Riemann Empire. When some nobles become accustomed to their high position, accustomed to the gap between themselves and commoners, and accustomed to the humble and worshipful gazes of ordinary people, then over time, these nobles become arrogant and extremely indifferent to ordinary people. Farmers don't consider themselves to be on the same level as the sheep in their pastures. When they see sheep fighting, they usually just hit each of them with a club until they stop fighting, instead of patiently checking the surveillance footage to find out who was right and who started it. Little L believes. Perhaps even a god who has been in power for too long will experience this kind of frozen humanity. Perhaps back then, I had traveled to hundreds of thousands, even millions, of worlds, dealt with countless conflicts, and witnessed the rise and fall of numerous dynasties, and the evolution of human civilization. As for the disputes between people, they were probably as commonplace as sheep fighting in a pasture, something a farmer would see every day. Perhaps. I sensed that the humanity within my soul was slowly disappearing, which is why I chose to erase all my memories. Maybe before erasing my memories, Little L even reviewed all the worlds along the Mystic River to ensure they wouldn't face any major problems in the short term before making my decision. Huh? In the darkness, Shower's words surprised Yao. I thought gods were like Shower. Carefree, doing whatever they wanted, and able to do things ordinary people couldn't. Well, I am indeed carefree now, and can do many things ordinary people can't, but... Shower paused for a few seconds. How about this, I take you somewhere. Where? Before Yao could ask anything, Shower opened a spatial portal before them, and took Yao's hand. Come. Ah? Oh. Yao stood up and followed Shower into the dark purple rift. Beyond the portal was a silver-gray world. Everywhere were hazy gray mountains and huge meteorite craters. The ground was devoid of any greenery or life, eerily quiet. The sky was like a clean black crystal, incredibly clear, adorned with glittering stars. It was like a completely dead world. Where is this? Stepping out of the door, Yao's eyes widened as she looked around, taking a few steps forward. Something feels a little strange. Little L, standing beside her, summoned a mysterious power and sat down. This is the moon. The moon? Yao stammered, but I remember the moon is a near vacuum. No oxygen, and humans would die within 10 seconds of going there. I placed a mysterious power over you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here you be fine. Little L smiled slightly. Of course, this mysterious power also allows us to communicate through sound, just like on Earth, because most areas of the moon lack air. Wow, that's incredible. A simple portal can take you to the moon? Yao stretched out her hand, tried clenching her fist, and then releasing it, then jumped a few times on the spot. The feeling of gravity is completely different. My God. As she spoke, she squatted down and picked up a small stone from the ground. I remember our country seems to be engaged in an arms race with other countries in recent years. This must be lunar soil, right? If we take this back and hand it over to the country, will we get a banner of appreciation? Little L was amused by the other's innocence. I just talked to people at the Beijing Space Administration a few months ago, and sent them a lot of lunar soil. Our country shouldn't be too short of it for now. Oh. Yao stood up and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, she was stunned by the clearly visible image of Earth before her. So beautiful, it's like a scene from a movie. Gazing at the Earth in the sky, Yao exclaimed, looking at Earth like this, it really is a super beautiful blue planet, completely different from the stars in the sky. Yes, Earth really is beautiful. Little L jumped down from the small, suspended chair formed by mysterious forces, and walked to Yao's side. Sister Yao, you adapt pretty well. Yao scratched her head. He, because Little L kept surprising me, I slowly become numb. We're standing on the side of the moon facing Earth. Little L pointed to the Earth above. From here, Sister Yao, can you see people? How could you? Forget people, you can't even see the buildings in the city, not even the pyramids mentioned in books. So this is how humans appear to the gods. Little L sighed softly. In a sense, if a deity. If she truly claims to be a deity, then all of humanity's conflicts, all the development of human civilization. She wouldn't care. Chapter 667. The gods don't care. What a despairing statement. And it was only after becoming a god that Shower herself understood. Seeing the world from a different perspective completely changes everything. As a cold-blooded and ruthless god, the Mystic River Administrator is responsible for maintaining the dynamic balance of the Mystic River, ensuring that every universe is functioning properly, and that the intelligent civilizations there don't cause trouble. Regarding the internet pressure cooker phenomenon of this era, if it were her former self, who still possessed memories, Shower would never have ventured into the masses to understand and investigate what was wrong with this era. She wouldn't stroll around the park like ordinary people, wouldn't have encountered Lucinew that night, and certainly wouldn't have inquired about the past of this aspiring writer, let alone share a rented room with her. Considering stability, if Shower were truly worried that the internet pressure cooker phenomenon on Earth would affect the Mystic River, the safest approach would be to simply delete humanity from this world with a single click. Without humans, the Earth will still rotate, animals will still reproduce, and the sun will still rise the next day. As for transforming into human form to experience human life, or creating a world populated only by girls to stabilize disheartened souls, for a god, that would be a thankless and arduous task. It could be said that Eline of the Eve continent is currently only a young dragon, and Little L, who has just regained her body, and is exploring her abilities, is only a young god. Those of us standing on the moon cannot see most of the buildings on Earth. Similarly, even if a war were to break out on Earth right now, we would have a hard time detecting it. Standing beside Yao, Xiao said in a calm tone. The moon is already the closest satellite to Earth. What if we were standing on another planet? Like Mars? As he spoke, Xiao summoned another portal beside him. This time, Yao readily followed him inside. On the other side of the portal was an even more open, colder, and more barren desert. This is Mars, 0.3 to 2.6 astronomical units from Earth. We can only see Earth as a tiny blue dot. Little L pointed to a star in the sky. Can Sister Yao see it? It's over there. I can barely see it. Yao made an okay sign, then shrank the circle between her thumb and forefinger, holding it to her right eye as a temporary magnifying glass. Is that Earth? Yes, on the scale of the solar system. Even Earth itself is just a tiny dot, let alone the cities on Earth and the people living in them. Little L said softly, so sometimes I don't want people to treat me like a god, and I don't want to become a qualified god so quickly. This is probably similar to the human I don't want to grow up. No matter how close Little L is to humans, and how she gets along with Lu Xinyu, Qiu Xiaoyu, Yao, and many netizens in this world like good friends, in the future she will only strive to become the true mysterious river administrator. The same goes for Eline. Even though she is currently a young dragon and has a good relationship with humans, she will eventually transform into a true dragon king. Sister Yao, do you want to look around here some more? Seeing that Yao didn't speak, Xiao Ai reached out and patted her head. Or should we go to Pluto and take a look? I want to look at the starry sky here. Yao took out her phone and pointed it at the dazzling stars. Can I take pictures? Of course. I thought Xiao Ai would care about revealing her identity. It doesn't matter if it's revealed or not. It's been 2 or 3 months since I demonstrated the train and those space-traveling abilities at the comic convention, and people online are still arguing about it, aren't they? Xiao Ai sat down on a rock not far away, stretched out her hand, bent down, and drew a smiley face in the sand at her feet as she said, so even if Sister Yao uploads the photos she takes here to the internet, it's okay. They definitely. Professionals would refute that this is definitely not from Mars. Yao teased, it seems like Jialan has a very clear understanding of human nature. This isn't human nature, it's just the law of social development. Sister Yao should be able to understand it when she grows up a bit more. Little L also took out her newly bought phone, looked at the no signal sign in the upper right corner, and stood next to Yao. Shall we take a picture together here? Here? Yes, let's take one here. We can also take one on the moon later, or on that heart-shaped plane on Pluto. I'm just an ordinary person, is this really okay? I'm just an ordinary god too, it's okay. Come on, Sister Yao's smile. Chapter 668. Although both were salons, Lala's mother gave Irene a slightly different feeling than Aisha from the salon. Compared to the Dragon King aura emanating from Aisha, Lala's mother had a stronger motherly aura, and lacked the domineering presence often associated with dragons and legends. She was more like Bilotes Purista, dignified, virtuous, and gentle. This reminded Irene of the difference between small and large dogs. Generally, small dogs are more aggressive and bark loudly, while large dogs are much more emotionally stable. The same applies to dragons. Fake dragons, like the Jialong and pseudo-dragons, like to flaunt their power and intimidate others, while true dragons rarely appear, mostly sleeping soundly in quiet places. Of course, if you want to be precise, Aisha isn't really a dragon king, she's just the leader of the salon. It's said that Aisha's journey to becoming the Desert Dragon King was somewhat similar to Nasod's. After being rescued from the clutches of monsters by Nasod, she dedicated herself to fighting them, constantly honing her skills and magic in the process. Although Aisha ultimately failed to save the Anubis civilization, her years of fighting and hard work were witnessed by everyone, earning her a good reputation among the dragons of the Nia Desert. After the war, she naturally became the leader of the Desert Dragons. Influenced by Aisha, Erlini always thought that desert dragons were all like Aisha, big sister or big brother types. However, the desert dragon Lala anima gave her a vivid lesson. Lala's situation goes far beyond what the term big sister can encompass. Erlini believed that this desert dragon, decades older than herself, must have experienced something in her childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed her current personality. It's like this. On the second floor of the school cafeteria, Lala's mother had reserved a large table and ordered a lot of dishes for Erlini, Wendy, and Sophia. She then sat down somewhat nervously. Dragon King, I'm Lala's mother, Laura Anima. You can just call me Laura. Erlini nodded. Hello, Laura. Good evening, Laura. Hello. Wendy, and the others also greeted the mother very politely. Hello. The desert dragon who called herself Laura lowered her head, seemingly wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Sister Laura, just say what's on your mind. Seeing this, Eline quickly gestured to the girls around her and said encouragingly, they're all my good friends. Tell me what's wrong, and we figure it out together. Clearly, Lala's mother wanted something from Eline. She had a great figure, large breasts, probably at least an E cup, and was about 1.7 meters tall. She wore a plain white dress, a style many mothers in human cities liked, and sported the classic hairstyle from anime that was often described as madam. That hairstyle is dangerous. When should I begin? Under Eline's encouraging gaze, Ms. Laura hesitated for a while before speaking. Well, let me tell you about my situation first. I'm 93,000 years old this year, a descendant of the dragon royal family of the Sheena region in the Nia Desert. My parents both died in the monster war years ago, and I'm the only surviving member of the entire family. 200 years ago, I met a little fire dragon in the desert. He was very cute, and we quickly became good friends. A little fire dragon? Him? Hearing this, Irini interrupted, a male fire dragon? Yes, when we first met, he was only 1999 years old, and his 2000th birthday is just a few days away. Goodness, you're a 90,000-year-old auntie, and a 2,000-year-old fire dragon. Well, okay, well, freedom of choice and love. Eline calmed herself slightly. What happened between you two after that? Then, well, we met in the desert. The little dragon is a prince from the other side of the island. He told me that he came to the Nia Desert only for training given by his family, and that he would stay there for about 10 years before returning. We had a lot of fun during those 10 years, and when we parted, I couldn't help myself. I did that to him. At this point, Laura lowered her head again. That little dragon probably had some feelings for me too. He resisted, but didn't succeed. What does he resisted, but didn't succeed mean? Eline's mind nearly short-circuited at those words. You're a 90,000-year-old desert dragon. Putting aside your magical power, your physical strength alone is something a 2,000-year-old little dragon couldn't possibly resist, right? Fire dragons are inherently weak physically, and their talents are almost entirely focused on magic attack. How can you possibly compete with them in melee combat? Besides, most desert dragons are rock type, and rock beats fire. How can anyone fight back? So, in the dining hall, Irini composed herself again. Lala is your child with that little fire dragon? Yes, yes. Laura looked a little embarrassed. I love Lala very much, but the child has never had a father. I don't even know where the other shore island is. Plus, I felt guilty towards that little fire dragon back then, and I was too embarrassed to ask for details when we parted. I couldn't find the other shore island no matter how hard I looked. This time, taking advantage of the child's attendance at Minar Academy, I thought I asked the Dragon King. I see. No wonder Lala, being a desert dragon, only got an A rank in rock element talent. She's a dual attribute rock and fire elementalist. I vaguely heard of the other shore island. It's true that a group of secluded dragons live there, similar to the barrier of the elf forest. After listening to Laura's words, Irini nodded. Moreover, the dragons of the other shore island had some minor conflicts with my father, Nasod, and afterwards they declared they would isolate the island, not interfering in any outside affairs, and not allowing outsiders to set foot on their territory. So this island really exists? Laura was somewhat surprised. I thought that little fire dragon made it up to deceive us. Just how much do you distrust your child's father? Irini shook her head while mentally complaining. There is such a place as the other shore island, but I'm not sure if it's the one you mentioned, sister. Could you tell me the little fire dragon's name? I don't know. I haven't had a chance to ask his name yet. Didn't you two date for 10 years? 10 years is a blink of an eye for dragons. Laura rubbed her hands together. I was so happy every day back then, I never thought to ask his name. Okay. Irini was both amused and exasperated. If you're really curious about that other shore island, Sister Laura, we can go there together tomorrow. But that island isn't open to the public in principle, so we might get turned away. You should be prepared for that. Chapter 669. That night, Yao, the class monitor of Class 11, Grade 7 at Beijing No. 36 Middle School, posted a new update on her WeChat Moments, took a photo with my good friend Xiao Air on Mars. Uploaded with this post was a photo of Yao and Xiao Air making peace signs next to a large rock on Mars. Soon after, Yao's father, Bao Chao, liked the post. Good job, keep studying hard and try to take photos on Jupiter next time. Immediately afterwards, Yao's mother commented on her father's post. Honey, Jupiter is a gas giant. You can't stand on it. Can't stand on it? No. And I heard that Jupiter is full of storms, and people die as soon as they go up there. Is it that dangerous? Where is Jupiter? Is it on Earth like Mars? It's clear that Yao's father doesn't seem to be very educated. Although he didn't know what taking a photo on Mars meant, the two of them still liked their daughter's post. Where did you find this AI photo studio? It looks pretty realistic, but the lighting on the ground needs improvement. Is their graphics card not very good? Following this, some classmates who had added Yao as a friend also left their comments in the post's comment section. I agree with Tan Lijiang's comment. The lighting in this studio is terrible. It doesn't look good. Let's try another one. The AI photo studio on the pedestrian street in the city center is pretty good. Their space, underwater, and grassland effects are all very well done. Class monitor, the lighting in this photo is terrible. Where was it taken? It feels like it could be posted to warn others. The transfer student looks so cute here, both adorable and cool, like that cyberpunk hacker girl from a game. It seems like they're not very good at special effects and post-production. Class monitor, the area around you is too spacious. Why don't you consider adding a small artificial machine? That would create more atmosphere. On Mars, looking at the constant new likes received messages on her phone, Yao felt both excited and helpless. She turned her phone screen towards Shower. It really has a signal. That's one of the uses of this mysterious power. Shower nodded. It can forcibly connect the vacuum area near your phone's signal chip to a certain place on Earth, so even in outer space, you can maintain a full signal. But everyone says our background is a bit fake. Yao was a little unconvinced, pointing to the desolate flat land behind her. How is this fake? Mars is clearly this empty. It's not Earth. That's why I said before, unless it's like taking the class monitor on a trip to the moon or Mars, most people will have a preconceived notion that magic and superpowers don't exist in this world. Even if they see something illogical, they assume it's fake, fabricated. Shower took Yao's phone and quickly scanned the comments from her classmates. See, it's pretty much what I said, right? I tried to be honest with them. Yao took back her phone and replied to comments from a few people she thought were most likely to browse social media. Is it possible that this isn't special effects? And that I really took these photos with my new classmate on Mars? Wake up, this isn't special effects. Real Mars is just this vast and empty. Sunlight on Mars looks like this. Those AI photo studios just add a lot of light sources to make the Martian image look better. Beep 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 beep. A moment later, these classmates replied to Yao's message. Class monitor, stop joking with us. How could this not be special effects? Humans can't even land ordinary people on the moon right now, let alone Mars. And with the Martian environment, an ordinary person would die within minutes. Yeah, class monitor, stop joking. I know the new classmate is that popular Miss Jialan cosplayer. She has some really amazing magic tricks, but she's a magician, not a sorcerer. How could she send people to Mars? Go to sleep. Class monitor, your photos with your new classmate are beautiful, but they're just artistic photos. The images are composites. You guys haven't really been to Mars, don't fool yourselves. Seeing Yao's somewhat speechless tag, Xiao Aier knew she had guessed correctly again. Right? Xiao Aier joked, my situation at the anime convention was similar to the class monitor's. I didn't intend to hide anything, and I used several spells on sight, including opening a portal, all right under the host's noses. The closest they got to me was only about a meter away. At the time, I thought they would think it was magic, but afterwards, in interviews with countless reporters, these hosts all said it was a magic trick. Although they didn't know the principles of magic, they guessed it was a combination of holographic projection and some kind of illusion, and they even praised me for learning such complex magic at such a young age. I believe it. Yao probably had a falling out with her classmates on social media. Yao put away her phone, looking helpless. Unless we just capture them and send them to Mars, no one will believe Shower is a magician based on just one photo. Actually, it doesn't matter if they believe it or not, as long as we have fun. Shower took out her phone and glanced at the time. Is there anywhere else you like to go, class monitor? Let me think. Yao thought for a moment. Can you take me to the African savannah? I want to see the lions there. Lions? Shower was a little surprised by Yao's request. Why African lions? No, African lions are fine too. I want to see the world. A real lion. Yao said with a serious expression, when I was little, I especially admired lions. Back then, my dad and I lived in a small town, and we didn't have any toys. I would go to the milk tea shop on the street to look at the advertising screen. The guy selling milk tea would play Ultraman Leo every day. I don't remember what the Ultraman story was about, but I remember there was a line in the opening theme song that went something like this. The lion's eyes gleam with boundless light. As she spoke, Yao even sang a little bit, so I'd always been very curious about lions. Lions. Little L thought for a moment. Lion society is actually quite strange, isn't it? Strange. Strange. Is that? Lions are very rare social felines. Basically, one male lion monopolizes an entire territory with only one lioness. Hunting and other tasks are all done by the lioness. After a hunt, the distribution of food is also decided by the male lion. The lioness can only eat after the male has eaten his fill. The male lion's main responsibilities are patrolling the territory, reproduction, and eating. As he spoke, Little L opened a portal to the African savanna beside him. However, a male lion's glory only lasts for the years when he is at his strongest. As soon as he shows the slightest sign of aging, other male lions will come and kill him or drive him out of the territory, taking his former lioness. Little L pointed to the portal beside him. I feel like after what happened today, Sister Yao's mental age will probably have increased by several years. Chapter 670. The next day, Erin and Lala's mother, Laura Anima, set off from Minar Academy, arriving at the entrance to the other shore sea, at least 10,000 kilometers away from the Eve continent, based on their memories. This should be it. After circling the barrier a few times at the entrance, Erin raised her small paw and gathered light element. Instantly, a shimmering sphere of light appeared on her paw. Break. She hurled the sphere of light towards the eye of the barrier in the other shore sea. While waiting for the barrier to dissipate, Erin flapped her massive dragon wings and retreated dozens of meters. The other shore sea, a place essentially isolated from the world, similar to Earth's Nemo Point. Nemo Point, also known as the Pole of Inaccessibility, is the most remote point on Earth from land. Far from land, ocean currents, shipping routes, and the area around it has very few traces of human activity and life. On Earth, any living thing needs to depend on other living things to survive. For example, big fish eat small fish eat shrimp eat plankton, and plankton eat marine debris. But Nemo Point is a place without any marine debris. There is no seaweed, no plankton, no shrimp, no fish of any size, no ocean currents, and not even any real garbage, just static water. The continent where Eline lives is called Eve Continent. Strictly speaking, it is only a continent and does not represent the entire world. If you had to compare it, Eve Continent in this world is equivalent to the Asian continent on Earth, except that Eve Continent is 3 times the size of the Asian continent. Dragon Island is like the Australian continent on Earth, teeming with dragons. As for the other shore sea that Eline is searching for today, it's located in the Pacific Ocean, the largest and most expansive ocean in the world, a very special area enveloped by a fire dragon's barrier. Is there something here? Under the bright sunlight, seeing Eline wave her claws at the empty sea before her, Laura was puzzled. I've been to this area more than once before, but I haven't sensed any magical aura. Laura herself was a dragon, and a member of the royal family of the Anima of the Nia Desert. Even she couldn't sense the existence of the barrier. How powerful must the person who cast it have been? This barrier was set up by the fire dragon King Igniza. Her rank among the dragons is the same as my father, Nasod. Faced with Laura's question, Eline simply explained softly, if my aunt isn't lying, this place has been sealed for at least 500,000 years. 500,000 years? Then it must be. Yes, 500,000 years ago, the demon race hadn't been completely wiped out. So this barrier is somewhat like Schrodinger's box. The fire dragons inside are in a quantum superposition state of being both dead and alive. Either they wiped out all the demons over 500,000 years and survived to this day, or they either closed themselves off from the world, or the monsters inside are trapped by a barrier and can't get out. We don't know the specific situation inside. Eline said with some worry, if Sister Laura hadn't said a little fire dragon came out of here, I personally wouldn't have been willing to open the barrier. There are too many historical issues involved here, and I feel only my father can solve them, but his current health makes it inconvenient for him to step in and resolve them. A legacy of history? Eline's words piqued Laura's curiosity. I wasn't even born 500,000 years ago, and my family has no records of the Fire Dragon King. Could your majesty briefly recount what happened back then? To put it simply, it was about the personal feud between my father and the Fire Dragon King. Eline gazed at the gradually opening barrier before her, hesitated for a moment, and then said, during the War of Gods and Demons, This world wasn't only home to my father, Nasod. There was a fire-breathing dragon, who was just as valiant as my father, but his fighting philosophy differed from his. That fire-breathing dragon's name was Igniса. She was incredibly powerful, but had a very volatile temper. She and my father had many conflicts when they fought side by side. Once, they received intelligence about monsters. The intelligence stated that a group of powerful monsters was gathering somewhere on the continent of Eve, and not far from their gathering was a small village of lizard men. Ignisa suggested using forbidden dragon spells to bombard the monsters from a distance, but this would also destroy the lizardman village. My father, Nasod, disagreed, and they argued. Finally, Nasod said, "I handle this myself," and flew towards the monsters' gathering place, fighting them for 3 days and 3 nights. Although he defeated all the monsters, he was severely injured in the process. Another time, a similar situation occurred. During a battle with monsters, Ignisa planned to sacrifice a small number of allied troops to completely annihilate the monsters, but Nasod objected, and the two parted on bad terms. What truly caused the complete rift between Ignisa and Nasod was the Elven incident. Nasod is a black dragon. When she uses dark elemental magic to attack monsters, it leaves a vast area barren. Fire-breathing dragons are similar. Wherever she flies, a raging inferno ensues. Not only plants, but even the most resilient animals cannot survive. The elves once asked Nasod to refrain from using dark and fire elements in battle. Sister Laura probably knows that elves are the darlings of nature, right? They love plants and animals. Every flower and blade of grass is like family to them. Nasod agreed to the elves' request, promising not to use dark elemental magic to attack monsters unless absolutely necessary. Then he relayed the elves' words to the fire-breathing dragon Ignisa. Ignisa went berserk, saying, "Why should we, as proud dragons, obey the elves' commands?" Nasod explained that the elves are now also our allies, and we only promise not to damage nature unless absolutely necessary, not to completely refrain from using elemental power, yet Ignisa still thinks the elves are being unreasonable. Because of this, Ignisa and Nasod had a falling out. She took almost all of her fire-breathing dragons and left the main battlefield, the continent of Eve, for the other shore island. Then, she used her abilities to create a barrier, declaring that from then on, she and the island's fire-breathing dragons would not leave the other shore island, nor would she allow outsiders to land on it. At that time, the other shore island, like the continent of Eve, was a heavily infested area for monsters. Ignisa's action was somewhat like a bet with Nasod, almost like saying, "Since that's the case, let's have a contest and see if your mercy can reign supreme, or if my tyranny can drive away the monsters." The current situation is, Nasod has indeed become king outside, while Ignisa's other shore island. On the sea, Eline sighed softly. No one knows exactly what happened inside over the past 500,000 years, including me. Chapter 671. The history of Nasod and Ignisa is both a scar on this world, and a dark memory that Nasod himself has always been unwilling to recall. War is cruel, especially a war involving the entire world's races. No matter who leads, it's impossible to achieve perfection. Nasod wants to unite all forces that can be united, but this means he must shoulder the heavy responsibility of mediating conflicts between various races. While the elves were indeed the first race to declare their allegiance, they are a very fragile and picky race. They have high environmental requirements and a certain degree of exclusion. The elves love peace, appreciate art, and are close to nature. Nasod's dark elemental attacks would destroy all the green trees and lawns, leaving the surrounding land barren, which would weaken the elves' living space and power. Of course, the elves also know that some concessions are necessary in war, so they didn't demand that Nasod absolutely not use dark elemental power, only hoping that he would try not to use it near the forest. A similar situation exists between the elves and the lizard men. Elves are almost entirely abstinent from meat, feeding on fruits and nectar from nature, while the lizard men are purely carnivorous, frequently venturing into the forests to hunt small animals like cats, dogs, chickens, and ducks. Even before the war, the lizard men had many conflicts with the elves, making them essentially irreconcilable enemies. Lizardmen excel at stealth and intelligence gathering. They are incredibly fast, can use pheromones to transmit information over long distances, and are thermoregulatory animals, allowing them to blend seamlessly into their environment. Some monsters rely on sight to identify enemies, some on taste, and some on magic, but some lizardmen on the allied side have no body temperature, can change color, possess no magic, have no heartbeat, they're practically useless. They're undetectable to most monsters, making them indispensable intelligence agents for the allied forces. Elves are masters of elements, lizardmen are masters of intelligence. Both are indispensable, yet they are irreconcilable enemies. What to do? The only solution is to mediate their conflicts, promote the idea of seeking common ground while reserving differences, and then unite against a powerful enemy. This crucial task of mediating the conflict naturally falls to the leader of the Allied forces, the Dark Emperor Nasod. Nasod believes that to defeat monsters, besides personal strength, it's necessary to unite all forces that can be united. Igniza, however, believes that so-called allies only serve to hold you back, and only personal strength is true strength. Nasod trained to become powerful enough to lead the entire race to survive, while Igniza trained to slay all monsters alone, ensuring the survival of the strong. Their differing philosophies destined them to separate. However, even though Igniza and Nasod parted ways, and Igniza even erected a barrier on the other shore island to prevent others from entering, in Nasod's words, she was still kind at heart. The other shore island was also known as Monster Island at the time. That island, covering less than 5% of the continent's area, housed over 30% of the world's monsters. It was named the Other Shore Island because most people who set foot on that island could practically go straight to the River of the Dead to be reincarnated. When they were little, Nasod told Eline this. Igniza surrounded the Other Shore Island with a barrier for 2 reasons. First, she made a bet with me. She wanted to prove her ideals were correct and eliminate all the monsters on the island solely with herself and the Fire Dragon clan, without any outside help. Second, even if she and the fire-breathing dragons on the island were to be defeated, they could still delay the monsters for hundreds of thousands of years. After that, her barrier could at least trap the monsters for a long time, allowing me to use that time to develop my strength and eventually lead the Allied forces into the Other Shore Island to avenge them. However, since the barrier is completely sealed, and since I've been fighting with your mother ever since the Allied victory regarding the situation inside the barrier, when to enter, I've been hesitant about whether or not to enter Igniza's barrier. So, daughter, you don't need to hold a grudge against Igniza. She wasn't wrong, and neither was I. There's no right or wrong in war. When you feel the time is right someday, you can try going to the Other Shore Sea to see the fire dragons there. If Igniza is still alive, please tell her I'm sorry for me. Seeing the barrier on the sea's surface slowly crack open, Eline said to Laura beside her, Sister Laura, are you sure that little fire dragon came from the Other Shore Island? The little fire dragon coming from the Other Shore Island means that the fire dragons inside the Other Shore Sea barrier haven't been completely wiped out, which is a good thing. It can also be seen as the Other Shore Island sending out a signal like we are safe. Yes, he claimed to be from the Other Shore Island, said by his family. Under Ren's gaze, Laura looked somewhat embarrassed. But when I continued to ask him where the Other Shore Island was, and why his family sent him, he didn't answer. I guess the fire-breathing dragons inside the Other Shore Island have probably largely resolved the monster crisis, or at least suppressed the monsters, which is why they sent someone out to check the situation outside. Eren thought for a moment. Did he ask you about the monsters on the Eve continent? Yes, he did, and I answered truthfully. Laura nodded. But the little guy seemed a bit incredulous, pressing me to tell if this was unique to the Nia Desert or if all the monsters in the world had been wiped out. I told him that most of the world's monsters had been eliminated, and that Dragon King Nasod had already unified the world, and peace was restored. He seemed quite surprised. It's normal that he doesn't believe it. After all, in my impression, the civilizations of the Nia Desert also seem to enjoy isolating themselves from the world. Just then, a small crack appeared in the Igniza barrier before Eren, revealing the fiery Red Sea within. The barrier is open. Eline waved her dragon wings, gesturing to Laura beside her. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Laura flew into the barrier first. Dragon King, I go first. If anything unexpected happens, don't worry about me. However, before Laura could finish speaking, a gigantic flying monster suddenly leaped out of the Red Sea ahead, biting at Laura's neck. Watch out. Eline reacted quickly, flapping her dragon wings and rushing forward. A powerful tail swipe sending the strange monster flying. Boom! The black monster, over 20 meters long, was sent flying hundreds of meters by Eline, landing in the Red Sea and creating a splash tens of meters high. After checking Laura's neck and confirming that her mother was unharmed, Eline cast a questioning look at the monster in the distance. Be careful, the aura of monsters here is extremely strong. Back then, Sister Igniza likely failed. Chapter 672. The sudden appearance and ambush of the monster that had attacked Sharon Laura caused Eline to instinctively become more vigilant. The aura of monsters within this Other Shore Sea, or Igniza barrier, was terrifyingly dense, almost identical to the war of gods and demons described by Nasod. High in the sky, Eline glanced at the monster she had swatted into the sea with her tail, roughly estimating its strength before turning her gaze to the distant island. Although named Othershore Island, this island was quite large, roughly the size of the Fusang Peninsula on Earth, practically a complete country. Back then, it was one of the most monster-dense areas in the world, somewhat like a monster spawner in the game Minecraft. Various monsters would constantly emerge from the island's center, seemingly endless. So, Ignice's act of leading her fire-breathing dragons here to create a barrier and seal off their escape route is reminiscent of a soldier seeing a grenade about to explode and sacrificing himself to shove it under his body. Before this, Eline had actually intended to wait until her father, Nasod, had dealt with his personal matters before gradually resolving such historical issues. After all, the main reason Ignice created this barrier was out of spite towards Nasod. Eline was merely Nasod's daughter, and even if the problems within the barrier were resolved, her status made it difficult for her to intervene. Moreover, no one currently knows the situation inside Ignice's Great Barrier. If Laura Anima hadn't proactively approached Eline and told her about her encounter with a small fire dragon, Eline wouldn't have remembered it. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. However, since the royal dragon clan of the Nia Desert had found her and brought up the matter of the little fire dragon from years ago, Erin was happy to do them a favor. Erin herself couldn't sense the situation inside the Ignice barrier, but Little L could. Having Little L use her mystical powers would not only directly break the entire Ignice barrier, but also instantly sense the fire-breathing dragon and the situation inside. However, Erin didn't plan to do that yet. Firstly, Little L was still studying on Earth, and secondly, she hoped to solve the Ignice problem herself, or rather, through the methods of the dragons. Little L was Erin's backup plan, a kind of safety net. If she had to call on Little L for everything in the future, then Erin would become pointless, and she didn't want it to become that way. Little L was a god, Erin was human. Since it was a human problem, it should be resolved by humans themselves. Anyway, if all else fails, we can just call Little L over. Is this the monster that destroyed most of the civilizations in the Nia Desert back then? On the fiery Red Sea, Laura, waving her enormous rock elemental dragon wings, looked at the monster on the surface with lingering fear. I'm sorry, Your Highness, the situation here is too dangerous. I will cover your retreat. This was a Red Sea covered with the red spider lilies. Manjasaka! And strange flames could be seen constantly rising from the sea surface, as if the surrounding flowing water was not an ordinary ocean current, but some kind of scalding magma. Meanwhile, the sky above Eline's head changed from a bright azure to an eerie red-black, occasionally flashing with terrifying lightning and thunder, making it exceptionally frightening. As for the monster that had attacked Laura earlier, it was a gigantic creature shrouded in black mist, its body resembling both a flying dragon and a dragon-winged gargoyle, its size comparable to Eline's. Oh, so there's a little dragon here? Interesting. Eline was still contemplating whether to retreat or risk venturing deeper into the Othershore Sea with Laura, when the strange monster she had just slapped into the sea with its tail suddenly spoke. Staring at Eline in her dragon form, its voice was extremely hoarse. Judging from your authentic dragon accent, could you be an ancient widow? You can speak? Hearing the monster speak, Eline was somewhat surprised. And in ancient dragon language? I can speak? That's so novel. Why can't I speak? The strange dragon-winged gargoyle-shaped monster said, suddenly focusing its attention. Noticing the broken barrier behind Erin, the monster's voice was filled with confusion. What happened behind you? Behind me? Erin glanced at the gap in the barrier behind her. What's wrong? Why is the seawater outside blue? Why? Even the sky is blue? The monster was puzzled. What kind of illusion did you use? Why isn't the sky blue? Laura flew in front of Erin, protecting the young dragon like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Are you trying to trick us? No, I'm asking you questions very seriously. The monster flapped its black wings and rose again from the red seawater. In my understanding, the sky has always been red and black, and the seawater is only red. It pointed to the sky above and below, staring at the broken barrier. What happened there? What did you do? You? Laura was about to say something when Erin quickly flew to her side, gesturing for her to communicate. In my understanding, monsters are always cold-blooded machines that only act on instinct. They can't even speak, let alone distinguish between blue and red. Under the monster's gaze, Erin said in a calm tone, So, are you an anomaly among monsters, or some kind of mutant? You're the anomaly. I'm a legitimate blackwing beast of the Othershore Sea. Seeing that Erin completely disregarded him, The monster in front became somewhat angry. If it weren't for that big guy behind you. You little brat with yellow hair, you're not qualified to talk to me. Very concerned about its status, calling itself a blackwing beast, judging the enemy's strength based on size. Could this guy have evolved like those two monsters in the ceiling array beneath Minar Academy? No wonder when she and Laura flew in together, this guy immediately lunged at Laura's neck. Apparently, in this guy's eyes, the over 200-meter-long desert dragon Laura was the strongest among them, and he planned to achieve a one-hit kill through a sneak attack. The monster's furious appearance made Eline think of a possibility. She gave Laura a look, then flew back a few steps. So you mean, you have someone else behind you? Laura understood immediately and stepped forward, saying in a disdainful tone, I spare your life, but make your backer come out. Heh, my life isn't something you ugly dragon can decide. Despite saying this, the monster, who called itself a blackwing beast, turned and flew away. You better wait here if you dare. I'm going to call for reinforcements. Chapter 673. After letting the monster leave, Laura cast an inquiring glance at Erin. It's all right, let him go. Erin shook her head. I have a feeling that this other shore island isn't as simple as Dad said back then. 500,000 years ago, Other Shore Island was a relatively ordinary island, even arguably called the Other Shore Continent. It was lush and verdant, teeming with life, rich in resources. The island's inhabitants lived in peace and contentment, self-sufficient, like a paradise. It was named this because the island was covered in red flame flowers resembling the Other Shore flower. Although this flower is called the Other Shore flower Manjusaka, it's different from the real Manjusaka. The Manjusaka on Other Shore Island is a semi-elemental plant that can survive in the sea, and it blooms for almost 10 months of the year. Basically, anyone approaching Other Shore Island could see a vast sea of red flowers on the island and its surroundings. But even if the sea were covered in spider lilies, the water shouldn't be like this. High in the sky, Erin flapped her wings and slowly descended towards the sea. She tried dipping her claws into the ocean, sensing the elemental composition. Such a concentrated concentration of fire element. And this wasn't just pure fire element, but rather certain isotopes of fire element, such as the infamous Phallus-235. If the volatile fire element were likened to uranium, the radioactive element on Earth, then this entire ocean was filled with a relatively stable uranium-235. It wouldn't explode, but a bunch of Phallus-235 gathered together was truly frightening. This discovery further confirmed Erin's previous suspicions. She carefully picked up a Manjusaka plant and examined the elemental fluctuations within its large, lotus-shaped, fiery red flower. Sure enough, it was another semi-elemental plant composed of fire element isotopes, such as illusory fire 235 and illusory fire 236. Finally, Erin turned her gaze to the dark red sky. Even without looking, she knew that the sky inside the barrier was also imbued with dense illusory fire, including the lightning. Even the lightning element had likely combined with the illusory fire, becoming illusory fire lightning. Furthermore, the lightning element here wasn't pure lightning, but rather a yang lightning similar to illusory fire. Overloaded lightning and fire. What reaction would the yang lightning element and the illusory fire element trigger? Absolute overload. This is something Aunt Ibel taught Erin from Higher Elements, Chapter 12, considered extremely advanced elemental knowledge. Judging by the current progress of human academic research on elements at the Minar Academy, it would take humanity at least another 300 years to fully understand the reaction model of yang lightning and illusory fire. So, what is the current situation of the Other Shore Island and the surrounding Other Shore Sea, which were protected by the Fire Dragon King Igniza 500,000 years ago? The sea here is filled with illusory fire, and the water element is filled with mutated fire element. The Other Shore flowers here contain illusory fire, and the grass element is mixed with mutated fire element. Even the lightning in the sky here is on fire, the clouds are on fire, and the air is on fire. At the same time, the monsters here can talk, launch sneak attacks, get upset when discovered or mocked, run away, and even call for backup. All these signs indicate that the situation in this world is completely different from the outside world, and does not conform to the laws of nature at all. Therefore, Eline speculated that everything within the Igniza barrier, including the magical beasts and dragons, had undergone unpredictable mutations and evolutions over the past 500,000 years. Imagine a monster spawner that was constantly spewing monsters out, suddenly covered by a powerful group of dragons with a dome. The monsters could only survive by constantly mutating, and the dragons, to defeat the monsters, had to change themselves in the direction of monster evolution. As for the environment and flora and fauna within the dome, they could only evolve along with everyone else in the continuous mutation. The monsters learned to speak, learned to use dragon jade, learned to ambush, learned to fly. The spider lilies could now bloom in a world filled with illusory fire, and could even absorb and utilize illusory fire. In short, this was a giant poison box, and a poison that had been nurtured for at least 500,000 years. The monsters here are most likely different from those we know on the Eve continent. They not only evolved intelligence, but they even learned how to reproduce. After checking the sea and the spider lilies, Erin said to Laura beside her, "As for the fire dragons here, if what the little fire dragon in the Nia desert said is true, then the fire dragon race most likely hasn't gone extinct, but has settled on this island." Huh? Laura was somewhat incredulous. Settled down in this kind of environment? Fire dragons are semi-elemental creatures. They can survive by absorbing fire elements from the air. Judging from the current concentration of fire elements on the sea surface, there must be quite a few fire dragons on the island. As for the monsters, I guess they most likely evolved fire resistance, and the two sides have been fighting each other for 500,000 years. Laura looked in the direction the monster had fled. "Then, Master, you intended to let that monster go back?" Like the black dragon, the fire-breathing dragon is the largest among the dragons. An adult fire-breathing dragon is generally between 200 and 300 meters long. If the monsters here are to contend with fire-breathing dragons, then their average size must be similar. Eline patiently explained. That monster was clearly still a juvenile. Judging from its reckless attack on Sister Laura, and its unfamiliarity with the blue sky outside, it probably knows nothing about the world outside the barrier. We won't get anything out of it, so it's better to let it go back and find the adults among the monsters. After speaking, Eline cast a worried glance at the distant island, whose outline could only be seen in general. Although for the past 500,000 years, neither the monsters nor the fire-breathing dragons on the other side of the island have been able to defeat the other, judging from the fact that monster cubs are inhabiting the edge of the Ignisa barrier. Does it seem that the monsters are currently gaining the upper hand? Buzz buzz buzz. As she spoke, a noticeable surge of magical energy suddenly emanated from the sea where the monster cub had disappeared. A large group of gigantic monsters, each over 200 meters tall, flapped their dark wings and roared towards them from the horizon. They're quite fast. Facing these giant monsters, Erin gathered elemental power in her claws and wings. Sister Laura, prepare for battle. Chapter 674. Meanwhile, on the northern peninsula of the other shore island, the same news was delivered to the Warlord base. Inside the base, a flying magical beast over 200 meters long was examining a map on a table. Everything here was enormous compared to ordinary people. Gigantic buildings, gigantic doors, gigantic tables and chairs, and gigantic monsters. Leader. As the 300-meter-high door was pushed open, a crawling monster rushed in from outside. News from near the Sea of Watchers. The Sea of Watchers? The speaking monster shifted its attention from the map to the swift scout who had entered. What happened there? The Sea of Watchers was also known as the end of the world in this world. To the magical beasts living on the other shore island, the entire world was a gigantic island, beyond which lay fiery red seawater covered with spider lilies. Beyond the sparsest patches of spider lilies lay an invisible and intangible barrier. This barrier prevents anyone from leaving. Whether flying thousands of meters into the sky, diving into the ocean, or attacking the barrier directly, none can break its seal. Therefore, the magical beasts on the other shore island call it the end of the world or the Sea of Watchfulness. Normally, the area around the Sea of Watchfulness is barren except for some vibrant spider lilies. Aside from a few newly hatched magical beasts occasionally frolicking there, even their formidable enemies, the dragons, rarely venture into such a place. A fellow member reports the discovery of two peculiar fire-breathing dragons. The monster entering the room reported truthfully to its commander. The report says one of the dragons is about 200 meters long, covered in strange, yellowish-brown scales that look incredibly hard, and it has no fire elemental power whatsoever. The other dragon is entirely white, less than 30 meters long, and very beautiful. Beautiful? Hearing this word, the monster leader in the room asked, puzzled, "Are they sure they didn't use the wrong word?" "No, leader." The monster holding the report carefully said, "It does say that. A very beautiful dragon, entirely white, with black claws, wings, and tail, a rounded head, jewel-like eyes, and pink cheeks. Its appearance is very unique and adorable. A yellowish-brown dragon, and a black and white dragon." Taking the report, the monster leader in the room carefully examined the text twice, pondered for a moment, and said, "You give this matter to the master." "Did you report it?" "Not yet." The intelligence agent monster shook its head vigorously. However, the comrade who reported the situation claimed that the beautiful white dragon looked rather foolish. Despite its immense strength, they chose to release it back to the base, most likely out of fear of its power, saying there was no need to alarm the Lord. That kid doesn't know anything. The Lord Monster laughed and scolded. He says we shouldn't alarm it? What if those two uniquely styled dragons unleash some kind of earth-shattering power we never seen before? Who will be responsible for the damage? Me? Or you? The intelligence agent monster lowered its head. So what the Lord means is, the necessary reports still need to be submitted. The Lord Monster returned the report. Had there ever been any brownish yellow or white dragons among the dragons in history? As far as I know. No, but a few orange-yellow mutated lava fire-breathing dragons have appeared. These dragons have hard armor, but their fire abilities are relatively weak. I know that. I even fought one of these lava fire dragons last year. The intelligence officer picked up the report and gestured towards the door. Then, shall I go report this situation to the Lord first? Wait. The monster inside the room thought for a moment. I have a few questions for you. Please ask, boss. How many years have you been working here? 100,000 years, boss. Do you remember what the situation was like between us and the dragons 100,000 years ago? Well, the situation between us and the dragons 100,000 years ago was similar to now. Our companions occupied the other shore island. In the north, the dragons dwell in the south. Actually, it was the same 300,000 years ago. Huh? We and the dragons have been fighting for at least 300,000 years. The speaking demon shifted its massive body and slowly lay down. Sometimes I wonder, what lies beyond the other shore sea? If we could break through that strange air wall, could we travel to a larger, more expansive world? The demon at the door scratched its head with its claws. This subordinate doesn't know these things. From the day I was born, I have been a warrior of the other shore sea. The predecessors who trained me taught us that the dragons are our eternal enemy, and the meaning of our lives is to drive the dragons off this island. Island? Do you know what the word island means? Isn't island a synonym for world? No, in ancient dragon language, island is translated as land within the ocean. Is the other shore island truly located in the center of the sea? Or does this word have some other special meaning? You didn't understand what I meant. The Lord Monster shook its head. Since the word island represents land within the ocean, then besides the other shore island, are there other seas? Are there other lands on the other side of those seas? I still don't understand. The intelligence agent monster was somewhat bewildered. Isn't the other shore island just one sea and one island? I can't imagine a world with many seas and many islands. If that's the case, wouldn't there be many us, or many dragons? The intelligence agent monster's words left the Lord in the base silent for a long while. It's all right, go and report the situation to the Lord. Then, it flapped its wing at the intelligence agent monster and turned around. I handle notifying the border warriors here. Okay. The intelligence agent monster raised its paw in salute to the Lord Monster and left the base. The monster lord hesitated in the base for a while, picked up a document, and left through another small door. A few minutes later, it arrived near a volcano burning fiercely and placed the document at the entrance of a cave halfway up the mountain. Long time no see, peace-loving monster. Inside the cave, a pair of fiery eyes slowly opened. What's going on this time? Our scouts spotted two dragons on the border of the watchful sea, dragons completely different from your traditional fire-breathing dragons. Our people should already be fighting those two giant dragons. Dragons of the watchful sea? The voice inside the cave was full of doubt. I don't recall the dragons issuing any orders to inspect the watchful sea recently. So this is an unexpected situation. The Lord Monster sighed. Send the intelligence back to your dragon clan. The voice inside the cave hesitated for a few seconds. What is the purpose of all this? I said it before, for peace. We've been fighting for 300,000 years. 300,000 years. Our feud with the dragons has never been resolved. I don't want to see our descendants fight like this for another 500,000 years, a million years. The Lord Monster outside turned around. My intuition tells me that these two strange dragons will be the key to breaking this deadlock. Chapter 675. What did you say? Dragons have appeared near the Sea of Watchers? Mutated dragons, no less? At the dragon outpost on the southern part of the other shore island, after receiving a document from a subordinate, the fire-breathing dragon spoke with suspicion. We haven't issued any patrol missions to the Sea of Watchers in the last 10 years, let alone the B-31 area. Isn't that all monster territory? I can guarantee the contents of the document are true. The fire-breathing dragon at the outpost entrance said calmly, "Should we tell Lady Igniza this information?" No, wait a minute. Seeing the calm demeanor of the fire-breathing dragon before her, the one who spoke shook her head, holding up the document again, scrutinizing the wording. Beautiful, cute, white. A 20-meter-long baby dragon? And a giant dragon completely covered in rock elemental armor. A fireless elemental dragon? The fire-breathing dragon at the door stepped forward. What comes to mind? I was thinking of over 100 years ago, or maybe 200. Lady Igniza once sent Constance's son on a reconnaissance mission to the Watchful Sea. Is that mission related to the intelligence this spy brought back? Constance's son went to the Watchful Sea and then disappeared without a trace, only returning 100 years ago. 100 years ago, right? I was commanding the battle in the Sheena region at the time. I really can't remember when that little guy came back. 160 to 130 years ago. Around that time. The fire-breathing dragon at the door asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you noticed? Since Constance's son returned, Lord Igniza has rarely appeared on the front lines." The fire-breathing dragon at the outpost held up the documents in its hand. Regions B and C of the Watchful Sea have always been the territory of magical beasts. How could a mere 3,000-year-old dragon have been there for so long? And our intelligence personnel haven't been able to find any information about him. Do you suspect that Lord Igniza is carrying out some secret mission? Are the two strange dragons that also appeared in the Watchful Sea this time also part of Lord Igniza's plan? Yes, but I really can't completely connect the two things. The fire-breathing dragon at the outpost sighed. How about this? Don't tell the brothers and sisters in the unit yet. You come with me. Where to? The Sea of Watchfulness. The fire-breathing dragon at the outpost rose and pushed open a large door beside it. Consider it a spur-of-the-moment decision by our dragon race to inspect the movements of the monsters in that area. Just the two of us? The fire-breathing dragon at the door quickly followed. Is this really all right? I personally think. Perhaps we should inform Lady Igniza first? I followed Igniza for 300,000 years. Do you know how I spent these 300,000 years? The fire-breathing dragon sighed deeply. Battle, battle, endless battle. Those monsters are like they invented some kind of replication factory. No matter how hard we try, we can't kill them all. I've been fighting monsters since I was old enough to understand. Although we fire-breathing dragons are born to fight, don't you think this world is a bit strange? Strange? The other fire-breathing dragon shook its head. Your subordinate is foolish. Please enlighten me, my lord. It seems that from the day we were born, our only task has been to fight monsters. Oh no, some mother dragons also have the responsibility of incubating eggs and nursing. What is the meaning of our existence? Just to fight monsters? The meaning of our existence is... The fire-breathing dragon behind thought for a moment, to drive the monsters off this island. Drive them off, and then what? We rule the entire island. What's next? Lord Igniza didn't say. So that's the problem. I suspect Lord Igniza is hiding many things from everyone, the truth of this world, and the origin of the monsters. My intuition tells me that those two strange alien dragons in the Sea of Watch will be the key to unlocking the whole truth. Near Igniza's barrier, above the Sea of Watch. Seeing the large horde of monsters charging menacingly ahead, Erin raised a dragon claw, a dazzling orb of light coalescing in its palm. So many monsters. She observed their forms, feeling as if something within her was being slowly unraveled, like a cocoon being peeled back. Monsters in the form of dragon-winged gargoyles, monsters in the form of dragonflies, monsters in the form of mosquitoes, monsters in the form of giant flying dragons. Clearly, these dark monsters possessed a certain ability to imitate and evolve. They were evolving in a certain direction. Erin had already observed the same phenomenon in the two lesser demons beneath Minar Academy. No, rather than evolution, these monsters are more like undergoing a kind of directed degeneration. Eline looked at the leader of the monster horde. She sensed the aura of some kind of creature emanating from him. In other words, within the toxic environment of the Igniza barrier, these monsters were not only evolving to be increasingly stronger, but also becoming increasingly prolific. True monsters are world bugs, lacking intelligence, speech, and the ability to reproduce, and not needing to eat. To defeat such monsters, one must rely on elemental magic to disrupt their physical structure. Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against them. However, the monsters appearing before Eline now, having gained bodies, physical attacks are highly likely to be extremely effective against them. After all, these monsters were evolving towards defense against fire-breathing dragons. Fire-breathing bodies aren't strong enough, and they almost never engage in close combat, only breathing fire. Therefore, the monsters only needed to evolve fire-resistant bodies. And these monsters also gave Irene a bold guess about the origin of monsters. If this guess is correct, then Little L's future monster eradication work will have a general direction. You two strange dragons don't even have any trace of fire element on you? Stopping less than 100 meters from Irene and Laura in the air, a monster that seemed to be the leader flew out from the ranks. How do you plan to resolve this matter today? Fight it out right here? Or escalate it into a military conflict? I have many questions for you. Facing the monster leader's questioning, Irene flew over, holding a ball of light. Oh! Seeing Irene's arrogance, the monster leader scoffed. Looks like you haven't grasped your situation. Area B of the Sea of Watchers hasn't belonged to your dragon race for a long time. Dragons? Aren't they the fire-breathing dragon race? Irene was initially puzzled, then said indifferently, well, it's all the same. Since you're unwilling to talk about it, then let's start the battle. I asked you afterward. Chapter 676. The appearance of the magical beast hovering above the Sea of Watch confirms one thing for Irene. It is that magical beasts, under certain conditions, can evolve into something resembling a creature. In other words, the two little demons sealed by Nasod beneath the Minar Academy were not isolated cases. Even without being sealed, under extreme conditions, magical beasts can spontaneously evolve into creatures. Evolving into physical bodies, developing intelligence, and even changing their magic to resemble that of dragon-like elemental creatures. This is an incredible discovery. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant little dragon. On the sea surface, seeing Irene's composure, the monster ahead was clearly angered. You're probably not even 100 years old yet, are you? Sorry. Irene wagged her tail. I just turned 100 a few months ago. Monsters can also be angry and disdainful. Record it. While speaking, Irene also thought to herself. Huh? You're really only 100 years old? Then what's the basis for your arrogance, please tell me. The speaking monster was about 200 meters long with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters, possessing the physique of a dragon-winged gargoyle. Flying over the sea, it seemed to rely entirely on its wings for lift, only able to hover in the air by constantly flapping its black wings, unlike Eline, who could maintain flight using wind elements. In your impression, the larger the dragon, the more threatening it is, right? Eline nodded, then said to Laura beside her, these monsters may never have left the Ignisa barrier for hundreds of thousands of years, or their leaders never intended to record history in the first place. Why waste so much time talking to these two bizarre dragons? This is the Sea of Watchfulness. No one will know if they die here. A black dragon-like monster flew out. Kill them. Avenge our fallen brethren. The purpose of killing dragons is revenge, not eating them or acting on instinct, which is different from ordinary monsters outside. Irene continued to mentally record the situation of the monsters before her. Good, now only one thing needs to be confirmed. With this thought, Irene's petite dragon body transformed into a bolt of lightning, flying straight towards the dragon-winged gargoyle monster leading the horde. Creation's destruction, blessing of light. As she flew away, just in case, she turned back and cast Dragon King's blessing on the rock dragon Laura. Creation's destruction. Then, the orb of light in her hand suddenly brightened, and Irene hurled it into the sky, slamming its tail into the monster horde with a beautiful flick. Holy light shattered. This isn't fire magic? Seeing the orb of light, the leading dragon-winged gargoyle assumed a defensive stance, erecting a magical shield, flame shield. The orb of light struck the elemental shield, shattering it in less than a second, like a high-speed cannonball hitting a tofu wall. Crack. Bang. What? Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, and amidst the dragon-winged gargoyle's incredulous exclamation, the orb of light pierced its proud direction, accurately striking its chest and unleashing a violent explosion. Boom! The gargoyle monster was blasted backward, landing on the sea surface. Like a broken pebble, it skipped across the fiery red sea, splashing and scattering for dozens of meters before finally sinking into the ocean. It won't regenerate its body as quickly as ordinary monsters. After dealing with the gargoyle monster, Irene turned to the black dragon-like monster. Still won't tell. I didn't expect this little guy to be so strong. What move did she just use? The black dragon monster seemed a little flustered, but it quickly forced itself to calm down. Brothers, don't be afraid. That was definitely this little dragon's ultimate killing move. It definitely won't use the same move twice. Lacking knowledge of the outside world, and possessing a level of understanding similar to some lowly human thugs. Under the watchful eyes of several monsters, Irene once again flapped her snow-white dragon wings, instantly appearing before them. Whoosh! This time, Erin chose to engage the black dragon in close combat, condensing her dense, light power into her tail, and unleashing a terrifying blow at the behemoth almost 10 times her size. Boom! Like a bowling ball, the seemingly enormous monster was flung high into the air by Erin's small tail, then spat out black blood. Don't be so arrogant. Because Erin had held back in her attack, the monster in the sky quickly regained its footing and then conjured a massive ice sword in front of it. Ice blade. Pierce. The 500-meter-long ice blade roared down, only to be caught by Erin's jaws. What? Seeing that this seemingly frail little dragon had easily withstood its deadly attack, the monster in the sky was dumbfounded. You. What kind of monster are you? Ice and fire counteract each other, which fits your evolutionary logic perfectly. Erin, still holding the ice blade in her mouth, casually moved the ice elemental greatsword from her mouth to her claws, examined the surging ice element on it, and said to the black dragon in the air, "The magic power in your body has noticeably decreased. In your evolutionary process, it seems you sacrificed your most important, infinite magic power. It's been removed. What nonsense are you spouting?" The black dragon, clutching its chest where Erin's tail had brushed against it, snapped angrily. "From the very beginning, you've been speaking in a language we can't understand, and your grammar is so weird. Who exactly are you?" "I'm asking you." Erin casually tossed the ice blade into the sea. "What do you consider yourself to be? Are you mocking me?" "No, I'm asking you seriously now. What do you consider yourself to be?" Erin conjured another ball of light in her palm. "Monster? Creature? Or an elemental being?" The black dragon was clearly confused. "Are these things important? This island is almost entirely inhabited by elemental beings, like these spider lilies floating on the sea surface. And your so-called enemies, the fire dragon clan. The spider lily can sprout from its seeds and eventually bloom, while young dragons hatch from dragon eggs." Erin remained noncommittal. "As for you, have you ever considered how you came to be? I was born from my parents through a specific process of division, and finally, self-awareness was born." A dragonfly-like monster flew up, seemingly interested in the question. "Every monster has its own way of reproducing. I don't think discussing these things on the battlefield is meaningful, little dragon lady." "It is meaningful." Erin shook her head. "At least now I can confirm one thing, and that is, you helped me uncover the final truth about monsters." Chapter 677. Because her father, Nazad, was a monster hunter, Erin was very familiar with monsters from a young age. Monster is a derogatory term used to refer to a specific group, including magical beasts. However, the term magical beast is neutral, and most magical beasts possess intelligence. Generally, referring to a being as a monster uses the most ancient form of the word. An undead creature cursed by darkness. Monsters do not have fixed forms. Most monsters randomly copy surrounding objects at the moment of their birth. For example, the Atlantean monster Invincible Tyrant most likely copied the appearance of the werewolf shortly after its birth. Furthermore, monsters have almost no magical power limitations when using magic. In a sense, their mana is infinite. Their bodies also differ from most creatures. While a living creature dies if its heart or head is pierced, a monster does not. Their manifested bodies have virtually no weaknesses. They can only be killed by force-feeding powerful magic. In other words, monsters have no lifespan limit, extremely high health, and terrifying health regeneration. They have no weaknesses, infinite mana, and infinite MP regeneration. No matter where you hit them, they recover quickly. As a trade-off, monsters cannot reproduce, and most lack intelligence, acting solely on instinct. The method to kill monsters is simple. Just deplete their health in one go, preventing them from regenerating. This is a habit Nazad developed over hundreds of thousands of years of fighting monsters. Most of the magic he taught Eline was explosive, such as Creation Shatter, which aimed for a one-hit kill, or stacking dot effects like Dark Elemental Magic to directly suppress the monster's regeneration. However, the monsters within the Ignisa barrier shattered Eline's preconceived notions about monsters, and also made her realize something. That thing was, where did these monsters come from? This question had troubled Eline for centuries, and Nazad for hundreds of thousands of years. In Eline's mind, monsters didn't seem to be unique to the continent of Eve, but rather a kind of error that existed universally in various worlds. Even the mysterious river seemed to have been inhabited by monsters, causing a monster crisis. So why did these strange things, lacking intelligence, unable to communicate, and acting only on instinct, appear? What powers their magical energy? Even humans on the continent of Eve need to absorb elemental magic from the air before casting spells, or simply command the magic in the air to do their bidding, excessive use of magic depletes their own magical energy. Why don't monsters need to consume magical energy to use magic? Eline, now floating on the other shore sea, already had a general answer to these questions. She felt she was beginning to understand why monsters appeared, and why they mostly gravitated towards high pressure and dark places. Because this thing itself is a kind of negative energy. To use Earth's internet pressure cooker as an example, everyone's daily emotional value is limited, or, to put it bluntly, everyone's acceptable sorrow value is limited. If someone is scolded by their boss during the day, gets glared at on the subway, and then faces pressure from teammates while playing games at home, then that person's daily negative emotions, or negative energy, are at their maximum. If these negative energies are not properly controlled, they may give rise to monsters. Why would negative energy give rise to monsters? This is most likely due to an energy self-adaptation law at work during the creation of the Mystic River. Using the example of mages on the continent of Eve, the amount of magic a mage can cast is certainly not exactly equal to their maximum power. There will be a certain energy redundancy. For instance, if a mage has 100 magic power, and when casting spells, they can only cast spells with 100 magic power, precise to the molecular level, not a single molecule more or less. Once the spells with 100 magic power are used up, the mage will be out of mana and unable to cast any more spells. Such a setting would cause numerous problems. Just like a person, you can't strictly limit their various stats with numbers. For example, if Yao, the class monitor on Earth, can run 3,000 meters this afternoon, does that mean she can only run a maximum of 3,000 meters in the future? Would running even one more meter cause her to die from violating the laws of the universe? Such a setting is unreasonable and lifeless. A similar setting would certainly not give birth to a vibrant and diverse universe. Therefore, at the beginning of each universe's creation, whether it's a person's emotions and stress, or a magician's magic power and strength, etc., there is a self-adaptive range that allows for fluctuation. It's possible that someone is in a good mood today, doesn't care about being scolded by their boss, is cheerful when several elderly people ask them to give up their seat on the subway, and can quickly click to continue playing a game when pressured by teammates. This is the adaptive principle at work. A magician with a magic power of 100 should normally only be able to cast spells with around 100 magic power. However, one day while playing in the forest, he encountered a powerful magical beast. To escape, his adrenaline surged, exceeding his physical limits, and he unleashed spells with 150 or even 200 magic power in one go, all within the limits allowed by the cosmic law of adaptive magic power. At the beginning of creation, the universe allowed humans, who could originally only run 3,000 meters, to occasionally break through and run 4,000 meters. A magician with only 100 magic power could exceed his limits, and use spells with 200 magic power. This adaptive range can indeed enrich the world, allowing humanity to see hope and recognize its own limits, but what is the price? Like the magician who used 200 magic power to escape, his magic power should theoretically only be 100, but he used spells with 200 magic power. How is the missing 100 magic power filled? Thus, the concept of negative energy arises. This is also the main reason why the greater the pressure, the more concepts like dark energy and monsters appear. During the period of war between gods and demons, the world was constantly at war, naturally leading to immense pressure. The negative energy generated by this pressure gave birth to monsters. When the Nasods formed an alliance and brought peace to the world, the pressure decreased, and the number of monsters naturally diminished. If this conjecture is correct, then the mistake that occurred in the Mystic River was most likely due to the explosion of pressure from too many worlds, causing negative energy to spiral out of control and ultimately affecting the outcome of the Mystic River. At the same time, Little Elle's choice to erase her own memories is also a kind of returning to her true self. Having witnessed so much negative energy, Little Elle was probably not far from darkening at that time. She wouldn't even be surprised if Eline saw a darkened Little Elle in the Mystic River one day. Everyone in the world is like a kitten crying for milk. Most kittens can get enough milk to sustain their lives, but some kittens are under too much pressure and are too hungry, constantly kneading their paws, making a mess everywhere. This milk scattered all over the ground is the energy source for the monsters. Chapter 678. Just as Aren was deducing the world's laws based on the monsters on the Sea of Watch, the bells rang in the council hall of the fire-breathing dragon clan in the southern part of the other shore island, signaling the start of a representative meeting. Is everyone present? In the circular council hall, the fire dragon King Igniza, in her dragon form, lay prostrate beneath a flame throne, gazing majestically at the dragons below. Among these dragons were warriors, who had fought alongside her for hundreds of thousands of years, strategists, who advised her on battles, and even many young dragons less than 500 years old. Facing Igniza on the flame throne, all the fire dragons wore solemn expressions, none daring to speak. Now that everyone is here, let's officially begin our 3120th Fire Dragon Conference. For some reason, Igniza's ruby-like eyes on the flame throne seemed tired today. She gestured to a small fire dragon beside her. Before the conference begins, please allow me to introduce someone to you all, Smolder. Smolder, come up here. Under Igniza's gaze, the small fire dragon called Smolder timidly walked to the center of the conference. My name is Smolder, Smolder Anima. The small fire dragon was less than 50 meters long and seemed somewhat shy. Even his voice trembled when facing the large group of dragons before him. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. The small fire dragon's voice was a soft, boyish voice, somewhat androgynous. Most people might mistake it for a little girl's voice if they didn't listen carefully. The surname Anima after little Smolders is? Well, I don't really know how to say it. I guess he picked him up from outside. Igniza sighed softly and turned to the dragons. Today's meeting is very important, concerning the history of our fire dragon race and the Igniza Great Barrier. I hope everyone will listen attentively. Hearing the words Igniza Great Barrier, many dragons in the flock looked up in surprise. The Igniza Great Barrier has always been a strictly forbidden topic of discussion in the dragon territory of the other shore island. Many dragons, especially the younger generation, are extremely curious about it. However, no matter how much they ask, the answer they receive from their elders is always the same. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. When you grow up, Lord Igniza will naturally tell you. In fact, let alone young dragons, most adult fire dragons on the other shore island don't know exactly what the Igniza Great Barrier is. They only know of its existence from snippets of conversation among the elder dragons. For the fire dragons on the island, this island was their entire world. Beyond the island lay the sea, an endless ocean, devoid of anything but strange fish and vibrant red spider lilies. The fire dragon's territory on the island was limited to the southern part. The northern part was overrun by monsters. If they wanted to expand their territory, the fire dragons had no choice but to fight the monsters of the northern island to the very last breath. This was the thought and the action of the vast majority of the fire dragons on the island from childhood. In their eyes, there was only one thing to do in life: fight monsters. Of course, their battles against monsters weren't just mindless, relentless, year-round fighting. Under the leadership of Lord Igniza and several fire dragon elders, they employed strategic tactics to attack the monsters. Today's Fire Dragon Conference in the Council Hall was a crucial war mobilization meeting within the fire dragons. I believe many of you are very curious about the Igniza Great Barrier. You don't know where it is, what its specific purpose is, and many even question its authenticity. Under the watchful eyes of numerous dragons, Igniza walked to the little fire dragon Smode and said in a serious tone, "Now, I can tell you all that the Igniza Great Barrier truly exists, and I personally set it up 500,000 years ago. At that time, that barrier exhausted almost all of my magic power, severely damaging my strength. With the help of several elders, I had to go into seclusion to recuperate. This seclusion lasted for 100,000 years. Igniza's words caused a stir throughout the hall. 100,000 years ago, gods rose up, and demons clashed. I led my brothers and children to this place, and established the Igniza Great Barrier. At that time, my purpose in setting up this barrier was not to avoid war, but to declare war on all the demons. Back then, the other shore island had the highest number of demons in the world. I chose to seal this place away. The Fire Dragon clan had to either seek a glimmer of hope in the war, or die. After calming herself down, Igniza continued, "Fortunately, we survived, found our own place on the other shore island, and suppressed the demons here." Hearing this, one of the fire-breathing dragons below raised its head. "Lord Igniza, I have a question." Igniza nodded. "Ask." "You just said, 500,000 years ago, you led many brothers to escape to this place. What does this place refer to?" "The entirety of the other shore island." Igniza said, then, as if remembering something, added, "My entirety includes the sea area within 200 kilometers outside the island." "So that means?" The adult fire-breathing dragon who spoke exclaimed in shock, "This island where we live for tens of thousands of years, isn't the whole world?" "Yes, I believe everyone has heard this saying to some extent. The other shore island isn't the whole world, it's only a part of it. After all, in dragon language, the word island means land surrounded by water." "What does that mean?" Igniza said calmly. "I never forbade you to discuss this world. The other shore island is just a small island, and we are a group of dragon descendants trapped on this island. As for the one who trapped you, it's me. Ah? The other shore island is such a large place, yet it's only a small part of the world. Then how big must the outside world be? Why did Lord Ignace do this? If the other shore island is only a small part of the world, why have I never seen anyone from outside the world? As expected, Ignace's explanation of the world instantly sparked a heated discussion among the dragons below. Ignace didn't stop the dragons from discussing, but simply stood silently beside the little fire dragon, waiting for the dragons to quiet down. So Lord Ignace told everyone about this today because he intends to. After a long pause, someone seemed to realize what was happening and asked Ignace, "Remove this great barrier?" Ignace gave the dragon who asked the question an approving look and nodded. "Yes. I plan to gradually dismantle the barrier over the next few days, so everyone can see the outside world." Chapter 679. 500,000 years ago, I led your ancestors here, both as a form of refuge and as a declaration of war. Back then, we declared war on the demons, on this dark and chaotic world. The demons took too many lives, destroyed too many civilizations. The Anubis civilization, the Parno civilization, the Tego civilization, they were like plagues, spreading and eroding the earth without limit. I am very sorry that I made this choice on your behalf. If you resent me, your chieftain, for this, I will not defend myself, because even the dragon warriors who fought alongside the gods at that time, do not know whether it was right or wrong. Beneath the flame throne, after the dragons below had calmed down, Ignace continued in a calm tone. He said, "Therefore, I understand everyone's anger, and I understand your confusion and grievances. It's all right. I will bear everything. Your Majesty, the Dragon King." A fire dragon stepped forward. "We have no right to criticize your choice back then, or rather, if it weren't for your choice, whether we would have been born into this world is still unknown. Yes, if the outside world 500,000 years ago was truly as chaotic as you say, most of us would probably have been slaughtered by monsters while still dragon eggs." Another giant dragon stepped forward. "No one can predict what will happen 500,000 years later, so I don't think everything your Majesty did was wrong. She simply chose the path that offered the best view of the future." "I agree with what you said, Senior." A young dragon nodded. "Our survival on the island for 500,000 years, fighting monsters and multiplying to this day, is the best proof. Thank you for your recognition, but I'm not here today to seek approval. Instead, I like to use this opening to briefly describe the outside world and explain what we need to do in the coming years." Ignace turned back to the little fire dragon. "Smolder is Phoebe's child. I believe everyone knows Phoebe, the young fire warrior, a hero who made great contributions on the battlefield of Kyle. Over 100 years ago, I assigned Smolder a secret mission. I secretly opened a small opening for him in the K31 region of the other shore sea, allowing him to see the outside world. I instructed him to return to the barrier immediately if he encountered any danger." Ignace patted the little fire dragon's head with her dragon claw. "Because I've been fighting monsters for the past 500,000 years, I don't know much about the outside world. I'm still stuck in the era of gods and demons fighting each other. That's why I had Smolder fly out of the barrier and head straight to the Nia Desert. It's the safest place I remember, because resources are scarce there, and very few creatures can survive there. Even monsters wouldn't bother with it. As a result, Smolder was gone for decades. Just when I thought he had died in battle, this little guy returned." As she spoke, Ignace shoved the little fire dragon forward. "Little guy, tell everyone about your main finds. Don't be afraid, just do as I demonstrated earlier." The little fire dragon nodded, and its tens of meters long body transformed into the form of a cute little boy in a ball of flame. The boy looked to be about 10 years old, his body clearly not yet fully developed. He had short, light red hair and a remarkably cute appearance, his body almost indistinguishable from a girl's. It felt like if this guy wore a little skirt, no one would know his gender. "Huh? Is this some kind of transformation spell?" Seeing the tens of meters long fire dragon transform into an ordinary human less than 1.4 meters tall, the dragons were even more confused. "What are you doing?" "This is a spell called transformation. Almost all magical beasts can learn it, including us dragons," Ignace explained. "This spell allows us to transform into the appearance of humans, which is what you see here. This race, averaging less than 2 meters tall, with 1 head, 2 hands, and 2 feet, is called human." Suddenly surrounded by so many people, Smolder, who wasn't wearing any clothes, blushed and covered his legs. "I don't understand. An adult fire-breathing dragon said with a strange expression. He doesn't look strong at all, and his physique is only this small? Even a newborn dragon could swallow him whole. What's the point of such a spell? Yes, he is indeed not strong, and his physique is weak, but don't forget, besides physical combat, magic exists in this world, and shape-shifting doesn't impose any restrictions on the strength of our magic. Ignice had explained to the dragon that had asked the question, in this world, physique doesn't mean everything. Haven't you noticed? What else exists on our island besides monsters and us dragons? Mosquitoes, flies, snakes, rabbits, turtles, cats and dogs. Do you think these creatures are large? How do they compare to humans? Cats and dogs aren't large, nor are they strong. The adult fire-breathing dragon spoke thoughtfully, but they have indeed survived our war against monsters to this day. Yes, that's the beauty of the world. Sometimes, physique doesn't mean everything. On the contrary, our dragon's large size causes us all sorts of inconveniences. Ignice pointed to the little fire dragon. By the way, one of the ones who fought alongside me against the monsters back then was named Nasod. The black dragon, he's a bit of a chunibu, a person with delusions of grandeur, and he loves allying with small creatures like elves, gargoyles, lizard men, and vampires. The appearance of elves and vampires is similar to what you see now, as Smolder's human form after using shape-shifting. The information Smolder brought back is 500,000 years have passed, and the most numerous intelligent beings in the outside world are now humans. Theoretically, humans have the most flexible and convenient bodies, so don't say shape-shifting is useless. It allows you to maximize the advantages of our magic while maintaining your energy. Oh, I see. Several fire-breathing dragons suddenly understood. It means that although our bodies have shrunk and our strength has decreased, we are more flexible and convenient. We consume less energy and our magic usage is not restricted, right? Yes. Ignice had several elders help Smolder put on a simple outfit and shorts. Next, I will give you a brief overview of the situation of humans outside, and why I intend to dispel the Ignice Great Barrier. Chapter 680. According to the intelligence brought back by Smolder, demons seem to be extremely rare in the outside world. The number of beings called humans is also increasing dramatically, and they have developed their own unique civilization, just like us. Facing the gazes of the many dragons below, the Fire Dragon King Ignice spoke with an air of absolute authority. At the same time, the dragon race no longer seems to be the rulers of that world. At least, apart from the Nia Desert, Smolder hasn't found any trace of dragons anywhere else. Of course, the tight schedule of the mission probably played a part. After all, Smolder is still young, only about 3,000 years old. Traveling alone would certainly present many inconveniences for him. It's already quite an achievement that he managed to bring the intelligence back to the other shore island safely. It's not just dragons. The elves, winged people, vampires, half-humans, half-demons, and those wretched lizardmen I remember all seem to have vanished. At least, the dragon population is extremely small. At this point, Ignice turned to Smolder. Little guy, that's what Laura told you, right? Yes, the number of dragons in the outside world is extremely small, relatively speaking, extremely small compared to humans. Smolder, who had just put on a pair of shorts, blushed. As for the elves and winged people, I didn't find the elven barrier, nor did I find the sacred paradise that Lady Ignice mentioned. I didn't see any monsters or lizardmen either. From this, we can infer that the higher intelligent species that participated in the war between gods and demons back then are basically extinct. Ignice cast an inquiring glance at Smolder. Did that desert dragon named Laura tell you anything else? And nothing. Smolder said somewhat guiltily. Sister Laura is a descendant of the desert dragon royal family in the Nia Desert. She said her parents died in the war of gods and demons, and she rarely contacts the desert dragon royal family. As he spoke, Smolder lowered his head, his face turning as red as an apple. Don't make me think about those times. His mind involuntarily drifted back to the time he spent with Laura Anima. In fact, Smolder hadn't completely followed Ignice's instructions during this exploration of the outside world mission. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he had no choice. After leaving Ignice's Great Barrier, Smolder's first destination was the Nia Desert. He chose the Nia Desert because, in Ignice's memory, it was the largest desert on the Eve continent, but also the most resource-scarce. Aside from elemental creatures, virtually no other life could survive there. Since the Nia Desert had few creatures, relatively speaking, there must be few monsters there as well. With fewer monsters, even in the harshest environment, some of the elemental creatures there would be able to survive, making it easier for Smolder to ask questions. To this end, Ignaisa spent nearly 100 years intensively teaching Smolder the languages of various intelligent beings in the Nia Desert, including ancient Anubis and ancient desert dragon language. In her plan, after leaving the barrier, Smolder would need at least 2 years to find the Nia Desert from 500,000 years ago, then spend about 10 more years gathering information there. Finally, based on the information gleaned from the intelligent beings of the Nia Desert, he would then search for the elves, winged people, vampires, and other intelligent races. After all, Smolder was a native fire-breathing dragon from the other shore island, and he certainly didn't know much about the outside world. Giving him 10 years or so in the desert was necessary. However, Ignaisa hadn't expected Smolder's very first stop to be a disaster. Sister Laura was so kind to me. She gave me lots of food, showed me around the Nia Desert, and took care of me every day. In the center of the council hall, Smolder lowered his head and said timidly, "She was a very gentle, big sister." He remembered the scene when he first entered the Nia Desert. The other shore island was very far from the Nia Desert. Having left the other shore sea, Smolder couldn't speak the language, and being a dragon, most creatures were terrified of him and hid. This meant that for more than half a year after landing, Smolder couldn't find a single intelligent creature he could communicate with. After learning the direction of the desert from a villager in a remote village at the cost of scaring 2 people to death, it took him several more months to finally reach the place with the most sand on land. At the time, 90,000-year-old Laura Anima was taking a nap near the entrance to the Nia Desert. Sensing the presence of her kind, she emerged from the sand to investigate. What she saw there was unforgettable. The adorable appearance of the little fire dragon Smolder instantly captivated Laura, who hadn't experienced romance in 90,000 years. "Little guy, where did you come from?" Laura, at that moment, was no different from a strange aunt who kidnaps little boys to do bad things, and she proactively stroked Smolder's little head with her paw. "Auntie has many beautiful treasures at home. Would you like to come and see?" Born on the other side of the island, Smolder, who had only ever fought monsters since childhood, had never seen anything like this. Although he subconsciously felt that Laura was a little strange, he had never interacted with other dragons besides fire-breathing monsters, so he didn't take it to heart. He simply thought, "This older sister is really nice," and went to Laura's house with her. This was to be expected. Influenced by their environment, the fire-breathing dragons on the other side of the island were basically as simple as Smolder. After all, they weren't born to consider so many social interactions. When monsters came, they fought. When they ran away, they trained in magic and exercised their bodies. If they liked a girl, they confessed. If she liked them back, they would hatch eggs together in their spare time after the war. There wasn't much other complicated stuff involved. Thus, Smolder was taken to Laura's home. Although Laura's parents had died in the war between gods and demons, she was still a descendant of the desert dragon royal family. Her house was filled with various jewels and magical items, filling several warehouses, dazzling Smolder. What would happen if a poor, naive country boy met a wealthy woman in a big city who was after him? The answer is simple. Laura won Smolder over within a few years, and Smolder, overjoyed, spent his time traveling and enjoying life with Laura in the Nia Desert. However, as a suicide squad personally trained by Ignaisa on the other shore island, Smolder eventually came to his senses. He bid farewell to Laura and the Nia Desert, and based on the intelligence he gathered from Laura, attempted to contact the elves and winged people. After failing to reach them, he returned to the other shore island and informed Ignaisa of the situation in the outside world. No matter what, Smolder is our hero. Seeing Smolder with his head down the entire time, Ignaisa, assuming he was blaming himself, reached out and patted his head. "You done very well, child. There's no need to feel guilty." Chapter 681. Based on what Smolder brought back, I can roughly conclude that monsters are practically non-existent in the outside world now, and our comrades who fought alongside us back then are gone. After calming Smolder down, Ignaisa looked at the dragons again. "I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, nor am I sure if lifting the Ignaisa Great Barrier was the right thing to do. The only thing I'm certain of is, the other shore island needs to change. We fought the monsters on the island for 500,000 years. In those 500,000 years, we sacrificed many of our brethren. We become braver, stronger, sharper, and more skilled in battle. At the same time, our eternal enemies, those damned monsters, have also changed. They are no longer what they were 500,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago, they didn't have such sturdy armor or resistance to fire. Back then, they couldn't even speak, they just charged forward and self-destructed. So, for the past 1,000 years, I've been thinking about when this tug-of-war between us and the monsters will finally end, when true peace will arrive. Having said this, Igniza looked at the fire-breathing dragons in the group. You guys, who often mingle with monsters, must have your own thoughts, right? The fire-breathing dragons were somewhat embarrassed. My lady, you already know? I basically know the movements of all the people on the island. Igniza sighed softly, transforming into human form in a burst of light, stretching her body covered in dragon scales. In human form, Igniza possessed a remarkably mature female body, with flowing fiery red hair. Wearing tight-fitting dragon scale armor, she exuded a heroic and valiant aura among the dragons in the council hall. At the same time, I also know that the monsters are in a similar situation to us. They even produced a leader who would rather betray his fellow monsters than not provide you with intelligence, am I right? Yes, that monster, like us, is a pacifist. The fire-breathing dragon spoke with some sadness. We truly don't want this war to continue like this. Our dragon race and the monsters are sworn enemies. It's not something I can just let go of. If I remove the Igniza Great Barrier and the outside world is truly as peaceful as Smolder says, and these monsters escape and harm humanity, we will become sinners for all time. I know, that's why we've been working to negotiate a relatively peaceful solution. The fire-breathing dragon tentatively asked, if we persuade the monsters, would you be willing to give us a chance? Igniza was silent for a long while. Do you know what the original monsters looked like? It is said that the monsters on the other shore island were originally pure elemental creatures, and the elements within them were not any elements we know of. They had no bodies, no intelligence, and their magic power was inexhaustible, but they could not reproduce. Wrong. Some monsters did possess intelligence in the beginning. Igniza shook her head. This means that monsters could mutate and evolve from the very beginning, but after fighting us for 500,000 years, such radical mutations have become rare. Monsters are becoming more and more like living beings. Don't you find that strange? What caused this mutation? Now that they can be killed by physical means, can they still be called monsters? My lord. These questions, I can't understand. It's like that famous broken ship theory. If you replace a little bit of a ship's parts every day, eventually it will become a completely new ship. But will it still be the original ship? What if I put the parts back together? What is the original ship? Or, when did the ship, whose parts are replaced every day, cease to be itself? When half of its parts are replaced? And how much exactly is half? Precisely down to the molecule level? Similarly, I'm also curious whether the monsters on the island now are the same ones from 500,000 years ago? Their physical tissues are increasing, their magic is weakening, and they even learn to reproduce. Can such monsters still be called monsters? Igniza's words silenced the dragons in the entire conference hall. We are indeed sworn enemies with monsters. A few minutes later, an elder dragon sighed. How about this, Lady Igniza? We can try to remove part of the barrier first, and then send a few of our kin to explore the outside world. This time, their mission could be to find that person. That person? Igniza frowned. Who? It's the elder dragon said somewhat awkwardly, the one you once broke ties with. Nasod? Igniza was taken aback, then said uncertainly, the intelligence Smolder brought back says that there are practically no dragons left outside. I suspect Nasod was defeated in that great war, leading to the extinction of dragons, elves, vampires, and other highly intelligent species. Afterwards, the monsters outside, like those on the island, began to mutate, eventually becoming ordinary creatures. It's also possible that Nasod led the dragons to final victory in the war, and Smolder was away for too short a time to find any news about the dragons. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Igniza shook her head in disbelief. Nasod. A Chunivu, a narcissist, he wasn't even interested in a female dragon back then, and he led the dragons to victory? I just can't believe it. The elder dragons looked at each other, seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Lady Igniza is like that. She gets emotional, and even loses her temper whenever Nasod is mentioned. It seems she still harbors resentment about their falling out back then. How about this then? Following the elder's advice, I won't completely dispel the barrier for now. Calming herself slightly, Igniza clapped her hands. I tried to partially dispel it in a bit. My lady. Lady Igniza. Before Igniza could finish speaking, a fire dragon rushed into the meeting hall. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Despite her displeasure, seeing the other party's genuine urgency, Igniza patiently asked, Speak, what is it? According to the latest news from our spies among the monsters, 2 giant dragons have appeared in Region B of the Sea of Watchfulness. One is a cub, the other a giant, neither are fire dragons. If possible, Please go and see them immediately. They already started fighting the monsters of the Sea of Watchfulness. Chapter 682. On Elline's side, the battle with the monsters on the other side of the island had entered a white-hot phase. Well, rather than white-hot, it was more like the monsters were being attacked the entire time. Creation's destruction, radiant light. Creation's destruction, heavenly judgment. Over 500,000 years, these monsters on the island had evolved bodies immune to most fire dragon magic and possessed rich experience in fighting fire dragons. However, when facing Elline, their evolution and experience were almost negligible. Furthermore, Elline's magic was light elemental, so no monster could withstand a single spell from her. Boom! Buzz! Bang! At this moment, almost all the light elements in the world converged around Elline, blasting every monster that approached into pieces. What kind of monster is this? Seeing Elline's unparalleled fighting style, many monsters quickly became fearful. This is suicide. What kind of magic is it using? It produces light like fire, but it has absolutely no heat. Is it the Fire Dragon clan's secret weapon against us? But she's so small. She's clearly just a young dragon. How can she? Seeing more and more of their brethren fall to Elline's holy light, many monsters retreated a considerable distance. This won't do. There's no point in continuing like this. We can't even get close to her. How are we supposed to attack? Long-range dark magic is ineffective against her. And she seems to fly without needing wind, and she's incredibly agile. How are we supposed to fight her? Seeing the monsters clearly showing fear and retreating, Elline couldn't help but remark, "You can actually be afraid? That's so unlike traditional monsters. Traditional monsters have high health, unlimited mana, no intelligence, and only know how to vent their anger, attacking whatever they see that displeases them. They have no emotions, don't retreat, and don't experience feelings like fear or panic. Most of the time, monsters are essentially irrational berserkers. But these monsters on the other shore island not only have bodies and can speak, but they can also retreat and show fear." This gave Elline considerable insight. In other words, monsters and living beings can theoretically transform into each other. Their intermediate form is the monster beast. Living beings can be corrupted by demonic energy and become monster beasts, and monsters can also mutate into physical bodies under certain circumstances. However, the greatest revelation Elline received from these laws governing monsters wasn't the relationship between monsters and living beings. It was the mysterious power she frequently used after leaving the Mystic River as Little L. Since the demonic energy of monsters most likely originates from the world's errors, the negative energy born from a flaw in the laws themselves, does the corresponding chaotic power also exist? Can the two be transformed into each other? Elline found Little L's body with the help of the Eldar sprites of the Mystic River. From the conclusion, Little L has erased most of his memories, leaving only the relatively simple original body of Elline. If memories can be erased, where did Little L's relatively dark powers go? Assuming all forces in this world possess duality, does the mysterious power also have a corresponding chaotic power? Who wields it? Is it possible that the young L didn't erase her memories, but rather split the L who saved the mysterious river and ultimately became a god into two parts? One part is Elline, who retains Earth's memories, corresponding to the white L of the mysterious river. The other part inherits the weathered black L. Is this possible? Of course, these are just Elline's speculations. By analyzing the evolution of monster energy, she deduces that the black L might exist. Her intuition tells her that the monsters born from the mysterious river's mistake are not simple. If the mysterious river truly has a black L with a personality completely opposite to hers, then encountering this guy, well, that would be troublesome. Why don't you consider calling over your leader, chieftain, or chieftain-type monster? Seeing that the monsters were unwilling to continue fighting, despite her thoughts being preoccupied with the Mystic River, Elline calmly addressed them. "I mean, that monster on this island who leads you against the dragons. Why don't we bring it here?" "Heh, you think you can see in Huang?" The gargoyle monster, who seemed to be the leader of the monster squad, scoffed. "Don't think you have the right to boss us around just because you know some weird magic. Judging from your appearance, you must be one of those members of Ignisa's special forces, right? Go back and tell Ignisa, if you want to fight, then fight. No need for these underhanded tricks." As it spoke, the monster subconsciously glanced at Arin, who was bathed in light, its heart filled with both doubt and awe. Such a small creature, a young dragon at most 1,000 years old, yet it had learned such terrifying magic. To an adult monster 200 meters long, Arin, barely 30 meters long, was like a kitten compared to an adult. However, this kitten was not only agile but could also use the strange creation break, capable of sending you flying dozens of meters with a single blow, something any adult would tremble in fear. Looks like you monsters are evolving pretty fast. Facing the gargoyle monster's mockery, Erin laughed and cried at the same time. You already got about 70% of the wickedness of those people in human society. I'm even starting to doubt if this is the interior of a barrier that's been sealed off for 500,000 years. Dragon King. At this moment, Laura, who was behind Erin, leaned in and reminded her, I sense a lot of dragon auras. Yes, I sense them too. Erin turned towards the direction from which the auras were coming. It seems the fire dragons have noticed the situation here and sent people over. To Erin's surprise, the first to fly over was actually the little fire dragon. Darling. Seeing the little dragon, Laura instantly lost her composure. After getting Elaine's approval, she leaped towards Smolder. It's been over 100 years since you left without a word. Do you know how I spent these past 100 years? Smolder was startled and flew back several meters. Well, it's not appropriate to discuss personal matters now. I want to see where the baby dragon and the big dragon came from inside the barrier. No one can break through my barrier. At this moment, the aura of a dragon emanated from not far away again. This time, the dragon's breath was far stronger than Smolder's. Even if Nasod himself came, he absolutely couldn't get in. I said it. Chapter 683. You probably don't know how much energy I spent building this great barrier. After completing it, I could only enter a deep sleep. You could say I owe this world a huge amount of energy. The barrier's greatest function is to trap the monsters on the other shore island. You can imagine how strong a barrier must be that even monsters from 500,000 years ago couldn't break. I'm not bragging, just stating a fact. No one can break this barrier, not even Nasod. Moreover, according to our special envoy, based on the investigation data we obtained, Nasod is most likely dead. Even the most powerful Black Dragon King couldn't break this barrier. So who do you think could break it? It can't be Nasod's daughter, can it? Oh my god, don't joke around. Nasod was a total Chinibu back then. He had absolutely no luck with women, except for me. Of course, I definitely wasn't interested in him. I'm just saying that back then, besides me, his female dragon, he almost never had any females around him. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Seeing Ignice's incessant chatter, the elders who had flown over with her exchanged glances. Lady Ignice, please don't get so excited. It seems that every time Nasod is mentioned, you become a little. Ignice tilted her head. Am I excited? As she spoke, Ignice and the elders flew to the vicinity of Elaine. At this moment, the black and white dragons from beyond the other shore met the eyes of the Fire Dragon King, or Fire God, within the great barrier of Ignice. Elaine looked at Ignice with mere curiosity, while Ignice froze in midair, her face filled with shock and confusion. You. After trembling for a while, Ignice finally came to her senses, asking in a slightly shaking voice, where exactly are you from? How did you get in? I'm currently considered a dragon born within the Minar Forest, specifically the Dragon Forest. Elaine turned and gestured to the barrier behind her, which had a hole in it. I forcibly used magic to open an exit in the barrier, and then flew in. Impossible. Ignice retorted without hesitation, my great barrier is impregnable, even the island. Even the most powerful monsters couldn't handle it. Even if I dispelled it myself, it would take at least 3 days. How did you open that breach? Or rather, how many years did it take you to open it? Not many years, just a few seconds. Elaine said matter-of-factly, it's not 500,000 years ago anymore. Sister's barrier might have been strong 500,000 years ago, but for me now, it's really just a matter of seconds. Or rather, even faster, even dismantling the entire barrier would be easy. However, Elaine didn't want to make such a fuss, there was no need. So who exactly are you? Ignice was about to say something when she suddenly noticed the faint aura of a Dragon King emanating from Elaine. This dragon breath, you're a Dragon King? How can there be such a small Dragon King? Did the dragons outside survive a great war against the monsters? Yes, he survived. My dad even wiped out most of the monsters. The remaining monsters were either sealed away or no longer posed a threat to the world, so my dad left them alone. He actually wiped out most of the monsters? Ignice said, then suddenly realized, wait, you just said my dad? Who's your dad? Nasod Garland. Nasod? Ignice's eyes widened at the name. He's still alive? Really? You're not lying to me. Then, as if she instantly realized something, what's with that surname? Garland? When did that Nasod get the surname Garland? I remember Garland isn't from the Holy Dragon clan. Yes, my mother is a holy dragon, named Fafnir Garland. Eline was a little embarrassed. Actually, Dad told me not to break the barrier here unless absolutely necessary, but... As she spoke, Eline looked at. Not far away, Lola was holding the little fire dragon Smotum in her arms, and spinning him around. She said the child can't be without a father, and hoped I could help look for him here. I could only come here on a whim. Don't worry, if you don't want to be disturbed, Lola and I can fill the gap in the barrier after we retreat. Wait, there's a lot of information here. Let me digest this. Ignaisa, high in the sky, covered her head. Little one, what's your name? Considering the other person was a senior like her father, Erin quickly replied respectfully, Erin Garland. You said your father is Nasod. And that Nasod defeated the monsters outside? Is that true? Was the Morgana region reclaimed back then? What happened to the elves? What methods did the allies use to defeat the monsters? If Sister Ignaisa is interested in these things, I can ask my dad when I get back. Eline was embarrassed to admit she slept through history class, so she just stuck out her tongue. I can't say right now. You really are that rascal. Cough cough, sorry, are you really Nasod's daughter? You're so old already? How old are you this year? Just turned 100. So young. Ignaisa was clearly very surprised that Eline had become the Dragon King at 100. Does that mean your dad and the female dragon from the Holy Dragon side have only known each other for a few hundred years? They've known each other for probably more than a few hundred years. Eline was a little uncertain. As far as I know, it's been tens of thousands of years. Why? Ignaisa seemed clearly unwilling to believe it. With his personality. Calling him a Chinibu, middle school syndrome, is an understatement. How could a girl like him? And a dragon from the Holy Dragon clan at that? Wait a minute, something's not right. At this point, Ignaisa looked up and re-examined Eline. If I remember correctly, we dragons are half-elemental beings. Two dragons with opposite elemental attributes will experience elemental repulsion if they get too close. For example, we fire dragons can't marry water dragons. Even if they do, the eggs they lay won't have children. Nasod is a black dragon, and her girlfriend is a holy dragon. Their elements repel each other. Then, how did you come to be? My story. Eline was a little embarrassed. My birth is actually a long story. Or, she gestured with her eyes towards the monster army not far away. Sister Ignaisa, shall we find a quieter place to talk? Chapter 684. On the southern island of the other shore, with the arrival of Eline, the surrounding swarms of fire-breathing dragons, nearly 10 times her size, trembled in fear, none daring to utter a sound. Dragon's might, or rather, the majesty of the Dragon King. This was a magical pheromone, similar to the pheromones emitted by the queen bee in a beehive. Any dragon could sense it. Moreover, because it was a magical pheromone, this Dragon King's aura could shift with the change of the Dragon King's status. NSD had once obtained this qualification from the previous Dragon King. Now the title of Dragon King rested on Eline's shoulders. If she so desired, she could make all the surrounding dragons aware of the concept of being the Dragon King at any time. Why would a girl be interested in that blockhead? Back in the council hall, the Fire Dragon King on the island still seemed somewhat dazed. 500,000 years. It's only been 500,000 years. How could he? 500,000 years is a long time, Sister Ignaisa. Seeing her complicated mood, Eline explained, even for dragons, 500,000 years is a considerable span of time. What does 500,000 years mean? On Earth, late Homo sapiens only appeared 40,000 years ago, and early Homo sapiens appeared around 250,000 years ago. 500,000 years ago, there weren't even any intelligent beings on Earth. The biological evolution on the Eve continent is clearly different from Earth's. The earlier history of civilizations here is impossible to trace. Humanoid intelligent beings like elves and vampires, who look similar to humans in ancient times, are said to have appeared tens of millions of years ago, and the history of dragons can be traced back hundreds of millions of years. For dragons, 500,000 years is enough time for them to grow from ignorant fledglings into majestic giants. If Ignaisa 500,000 years ago was like a 12-year-old girl in human terms, then she would be a mature 25-year-old woman now. For humans, however, this world is far too long. Let alone 500,000 years, even 50 years, is half a lifetime for an average person. As for Earth, even just 5 years is enough to change the entire world and the direction of the internet. According to Eline's investigation, the internet pressure cooker situation on Earth 5 years ago hadn't yet occurred. Although people often argued, they were relatively kind. No one could have imagined that in just 5 years, the internet world would be like a completely new version. Old equipment is unusable, items with maxed out stats are obsolete, new dungeons have appeared, and the gameplay is unlike anything seen before. Top-tier classes have been heavily nerfed, while many previously weak classes have been reworked and become the meta. So, what's the situation in the outside world now? With Elaine's reassurance, Igniza took a moment to calm herself. Nasod led the allied forces to victory over the monsters, and the world ushered in peace. The fallen fruit elves, nurtured by the elven forest, where the former elven queen Eve resided, evolved into humans, just like the evolution of the monsters on the other shore island. It wouldn't be accurate to say they defeated the monsters. We could only say they drove away or eliminated the vast majority of them. Elaine added, there are still quite a few monster sightings reported on the Eve continent, but compared to 500,000 years ago, the number of monsters has indeed been effectively controlled, and they won't appear out of thin air anymore. Then how does he balance the conflicts between the various races in the post-war world? Igniza asked, puzzled. I remember the elves and lizardmen were sworn enemies, right? Before they formed an alliance. The lizardmen often captured and ate elves, which led to the elves' revenge. A barrage of elven magic wiped out the lizardmen village by village. Can such a blood feud be resolved? It's simple. Elaine shrugged. The lizardmen are extinct. Huh? I remember Dad saying that because lizardmen's work is usually scout or intelligence gathering, they often need to come into contact with powerful magic. The beastmen, through countless wars, perhaps by sheer coincidence, went extinct 100,000 years ago. Oh, the lizardmen are extinct, that's good. Igniza murmured, what about the beastmen? The cat demons and canines were at odds, the foxes were cunning, and the bear men had huge appetites. I remember those little ones were always arguing at the allied base. How are they now? Dad arranged for all the beastmen. Well, or rather, the monsters, to be relocated to the monster forest, each given their own territory to manage their own people. What about the vampires? They sleep in the Black Forest next to the monster forest. Really? Is that even possible? What about the traditional dragons? Most are on Dragon Island, but a few remained in the Dragon Forest on the Eve continent. Dragons are so huge, they had conflicts with the tiny intelligent species back then. Are you sure it's okay for them all to live together now? Smod's investigation report shows that humans are the most numerous in the outside world. Won't there be trouble with so many people? Trouble certainly exists. Human territory occupies about 10% of the Eve continent. They established many countries and are constantly at war. Elaine said helplessly, it's like stray cats fighting over territory. You know, there will always be casualties. I still can't quite accept it right now. Igniza lowered her head. What exactly happened in the past 500,000 years? And I remember the guy Nasod. His relationship with the dragon race itself wasn't good either. As a black dragon, his relationship with the holy dragon race was particularly bad. Why did he end up with the holy dragon princess? I don't understand. My dad and mom, you could say they became friends after a fight. Friends after a fight? Simply put, because their relationship was so bad they fought. Elaine said vaguely, and then I came into being. Nasod and Fafnir had been fighting for tens of thousands of years, practically to the point of exhaustion. As for the child incident, whether Fafnir subdued Nasod, or whether Nasod. Well, Elaine didn't know. At least judging from Nasod and Fafnir's current relationship, Elaine thought the former was more likely. Or rather, Nasod had never actually won. So, Sister Igniza, now that the Dragon King is here, you don't need to fight anymore. Compared to the group of trembling fire dragons below, Laura Anima seemed very relaxed. She scooped the little fire dragon Smodum into her arms and whispered, Darling, I have some good news. Do you want to hear it? The little fire dragon timidly asked, What good news? You're a father. Chapter 685. My dear Smolder, you're a father. Laura's words instantly silenced the council hall, which had previously only contained the conversation between Elaine and Igniza. Huh? What did she just say? Smolder. Isn't he the son of the warrior Lady Igniza mentioned? He's only a little over 3,000 years old, isn't he? Such a small dragon. A father? People exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily doubting their hearing. Even Smolder's face was flushed, held in Laura's arms. His entire dragon body felt like it was on fire, burning hot. What do you mean? A few seconds later, Igniza came to her senses and turned to Laura and Smolder. Who's the father? My beloved husband, Smolder. Laura leaned her large head close to Smolder's. Is that the name? Husband? Smolder looked at Laura, then at Igniza, looking like he'd done something wrong. Lady Igniza, I just... Oh, I forgot to ask. Igniza. Igniza didn't pursue Smolder's matter, but instead sized up Laura. Miss Desert Dragon, what's your name? Lola. Laura, confident in her presence with the current Dragon King, Elenine, replied, Lola Anima. No need to emphasize your surname. Igniza has barely left the barrier in the past 500,000 years, so I have no idea about the surnames of the dragons outside. Wait, what did you say? Halfway through her sentence, Igniza abruptly raised her head. Anima. Yes. Laura smiled. Smolder must have told you about me, right? He did, but I don't remember you two ever being married. Igniza asked curiously, what happened? Actually, it's not Smolder's fault. We didn't have a formal wedding ceremony. Laura explained, the desert dragons didn't know about this either. Cough cough, I just briefly mentioned it to Lord Aisha, the desert dragon king. Who is Aisha? Igniza frowned. I mean, you just said he's going to be a father. Are you planning to snatch him away in front of me to hatch the eggs? No need to snatch him. Besides, I said you're going to be a father, not that you're going to be a father. I already hatched Smolder's dragon eggs as quickly as possible and raised the child. Laura patted Smolder's head as she said, I named our child Lala. The character law has the meaning of crack. It means that when the baby hatched, it punched through the eggshell and then fell into a deep sleep. You? Igniza was completely shocked. She pointed at Laura, then at Smolder. You and him, you two, really had a child? Yes, the child is over 100 years old now, and is participating in the Minar Academy's freshman wilderness survival training. Laura said proudly, the child is perfect in every way, except for a slight personality issue. At the same time, Lala Anima, who was sleeping in the sunlight in the Black Forest, sneezed loudly. Ah! Shoo! Lala. Several boys in the group, who were preparing firewood for the evening, turned around. Are you all right? Got a cold? I'm fine, I'm not going to die. Lala yawned. My mom's probably yelling at me again. Your mom yelled at you? One of the boys teased. Your relationship with your mom isn't great? Of course it isn't great. My relationship with her. Well, how should I put it? It's good, but also very bad. What do you mean by good and bad? Well, that's it. If I don't run away from home soon, I'd probably go crazy in less than 200 years. Thinking of her mother, Laura, Lala felt a chill run down her spine. In her memory, the sentence her mother said to her most often was, Daughter, you're so cute. Just as cute as your father. My dear daughter, come here. Your father and I used to sit here watching the stars. Sit like him, okay? Good girl, here's a kiss. My dear daughter, mommy's so bored. Can you pretend to be daddy and chat with mommy? Daughter, come here. Mommy misses your father. Let's sleep together tonight. What's with that look? It's just sleeping together, I'm not going to eat you. As those strange memories kept surfacing in her mind, Lala rolled over in the sunlight and yawned again. Nothing. I sleep a little longer. When you're done, or if there's anything you need me for, just let me know. You're a girl. The following are all heavy lifting tasks. How can we let you girls do this? That's right, Lala, don't worry. You can sleep soundly until evening and then just wait for dinner. We brothers can handle it. Don't pity me, just treat me like a dragon. Seeing that the boys didn't seem to want her help at all, Lala opened one eye. My body won't break. What dragon? Lala, if you're a dragon, then I'm a gargoyle. Haha, then you're a gargoyle, and I'm a mora lizard. I'm a tri-drummer. On the other side of the island, Lala's words plunged Igniza and Smolder into a long silence. Including the surrounding dragons, almost all the dragons instinctively gave Lala a what did you do? Look! Smolder. He's only a little over 3,000 years old. Igniza, having finally recovered, stood before Laura. How? How did you do that? A dragon's 3,000 years is roughly equivalent to a human age of 12. What? How did you do that? My husband smote him, and I are truly in love. Laura said matter-of-factly. Under Lord Nasod's leadership, dragons have long enjoyed freedom of love. Do you have some rule here that fire-breathing dragons can't fall in love with desert dragons? Your views are backward and ignorant. No, the key here isn't the fire-breathing dragon or the desert dragon, I'm referring to age. Igniza said incredulously, how could you do that? Lady Igniza. Something terrible has happened. At that moment, a cry of alarm came from outside the meeting hall. Please allow me to interrupt your conversation, an emergency. Again? What is it this time? Ignaisa stood up, frowning at the fire-breathing dragon that had rushed over in a panic. Speak. Monsters. A monster army is attacking. The fire-breathing dragon landed and immediately laid down before Ignaisa. So many monsters, they're everywhere, covering the sky, at least 100,000. Chapter 686. Following the dragon horde to the border between the northern and southern battlefields of the other shore island, Eline saw that a large horde of monsters had indeed gathered there. They ran on land, swam in water, leaped in trees, and flew in the sky. Despite evolving for 500,000 years, the magic they used was a special kind of dark energy, uncommon in this world. Therefore, no matter how their bodies evolved, they would always retain their dark appearance. Unless they stopped being monsters. Gargoyle monsters, for example, were entirely black stone golems, with black mist constantly emanating from their bodies. Anyone from Earth would immediately think, this is a monster. These are villainous monsters that grant experience points when defeated. As for the dragon-shaped monsters, they should be considered elite monsters. In any case, their dark appearance made them look nothing like friendly forces. Lady Ignaisa, you finally arrived. A fire-breathing dragon, seemingly on battlefield patrol, flew over as Ignaisa's large force approached. These magical beasts have gone mad. They suddenly amassed at least 100,000 troops. Even that Flame Emperor has come. Flame Emperor. Hearing this name, Ignaisa frowned. She turned to Eline and introduced him. Flame Emperor is the leader of the southern demon army of the other shore island. He's that red-bodied demon with 2 horns, resembling a large lizard. He, like me, has existed on this island for 500,000 years. Did the Dragon King see him? Eline nodded. Can it fly? No, Ignaisa said helplessly. Even so, after 500,000 years, I still haven't been able to lead my companions to kill it. I'm sorry. Oh, Ignaisa, you finally decided to come out? Perhaps sensing Eline's presence, the giant-like beast Yin-Huang, standing on the burning grassland, puffed out its chest and said, I heard from my subordinates that your dragon race seems to have produced a pinkish-white mutated young dragon? Show some respect to the Dragon King. Ignaisa flapped her wings and flew over, hovering high in the air. This isn't your place to speak. As an adult dragon, even a female, Ignaisa's size was close to 300 meters. However, even though Ignaisa's body was already very large, it still appeared somewhat miniature next to the beast known as Yin-Huang. Eline estimated Yin-Huang's length to be around 800 meters, including its tail. It looked like a reddish-black fire lizard, its entire body encased in hard magma armor, which was shrouded in a layer of constantly burning black mist, making it terrifying. Your Majesty, be careful. Seeing Ignaisa leave their position, several fire-breathing dragons, seemingly warriors, quickly flew to Eline's side, surrounding her. That Flame Emperor is treacherous and cunning, who knows what underhanded tricks he might use. You are still young, even as the Dragon King. I don't recommend fighting him head-on. Even Smolder, in Laura's arms, bravely flew over at this moment, hovering high in the sky to keep watch for Eline. Please be vigilant, Your Majesty. The aura of the monsters around us is far too strong. You don't need to worry about me. To this, Erin simply shook her head slightly. Yin-Huang's combat power is roughly equivalent to Jushing. My father dealt with Jushing tens of thousands of years ago. He's not particularly strong. The Dragon King's father's abilities are indeed beyond doubt. A fire-breathing dragon elder hesitated, seemingly organizing his words. But today, Dragon King, your father isn't here, so I think we should still be careful. Oh! Dragon King? As the fire-breathing dragon elder spoke, Yin-Huang on the grassland also noticed Erin, who was surrounded by several fire-breathing dragon warriors. Is the Dragon King you speak of such a tiny white dragon? She has 0 years old? It can't be even 500 years old, can it? Look! Yin-Huang's words made Erin both laugh and cry. It wouldn't have noticed me originally, but with the commotion you all caused, any monster on the other side, who isn't stupid will know I'm here. Sorry. The fire-breathing dragons were somewhat embarrassed. We meant well but messed things up. It's alright, that Yin-Huang wasn't much of a threat anyway. Erin slowly walked out from behind the protective wall of the fire-breathing dragons, gazing at this mountain-like super monster. Let me estimate. If the strength of each tier of monster in the human dictionary is doubled, then this Yin-Huang's strength is probably a tier 15 monster. This level would indeed be the ceiling of combat power 500,000 years ago, but it's completely insignificant now. Not to mention top-tier dragon kings like Erin. Even if Erin came, she could probably take down Yin-Huang single-handedly. Currently, it might take some time for Erin to solo Yin-Huang, since both of them are fire attribute. Igniza, is this your secret weapon? Seeing that Erin was completely unafraid of him, Yin Wang laughed. I heard she easily killed several of our soldiers just now. How about it? Can you handle this army of 100,000, little one? Why would I need to handle your 100,000 strong army? Erin feigned disinterest, flapping her wings and flying into the sky, casually conjuring a large amount of light element. I'm not here today because of your conflict. Huh? This time it was Igniza's turn to be dumbfounded. Dragon King, you didn't come here for the demon thing? Yes, I just brought Laura here to find her little boyfriend. Once she finds him, I'd be heading back. Eline yawned. You two should resolve your own disputes, but don't worry, I offer some blessings to the dragons before I leave. Laura's situation stemmed from her daughter being sent to Minar Academy due to personality issues. Both Laura and her daughter Lala are desert dragons, essentially Aisha's subordinates. Aisha had often helped Eline, and since she mentioned the mother and daughter, Eline brought Laura over this morning. Now that Laura has found her little fire dragon, Eline should probably head back. As for the conflict between the fire-breathing dragons and monsters on the other side of the island, that's Igniza's business. Even if we take a step back, it's a mess left by her father, Nasod. She has no right to interfere. A few blessings? You mean blessing magic? Seeing that Eline really didn't want to get involved, Igniza and several elder dragons panicked. They flew towards the young Dragon King. My lord, ordinary blessing magic is almost useless on this kind of battlefield. My blessing magic can multiply all your damage skills by 10,000 times, while increasing everyone's health, strength, speed, and magic power by 1,000%, with the effect lasting at least 72 hours. Never mind. Chapter 687. O spirits of light between heaven and earth. They await you in the distant glimmer, awaiting the betrayal of the lamb by the grey wolf. Genesis. Light of heaven. As Erin chanted in a heavenly voice, the sky, previously shrouded by 10,000 demons, instantly transformed into a sea of light. A torrent of light elements, like a vast ocean, descended from the sky, piercing through the clouds and darkness, forming pillars of light that shone upon all the dragons of the Fire Dragon clan. Wow! So comfortable. What kind of blessing magic is this? I feel like the energy within me is about to overflow. I'm filled with power. All the dragons touched by this light closed their eyes, revealing expressions of enjoyment. The scars on their bodies, formed from years of battles with demonic beasts, vanished in the light, their damaged organs were repaired, and some dragons with severed tails even grew new ones, appearing as returning kings. So the new Dragon King is a blessing angel? Probably. Her abilities are probably something like enhancing the overall strength of the dragon race. No wonder she became the Dragon King at such a young age. I feel incredibly strong right now. I could take on 10 Flame Emperors. Don't be too sure. It seems Her Majesty the Dragon King is planning to leave. Let's cover her retreat. After casting several light elemental blessing spells, seeing the surrounding fire-breathing dragons glowing golden like silence, Erin waved her hand. Alright, light spirits, there's nothing more for you to do. Go down. Lola. Then, she looked at Lola, who was standing next to the little fire dragon. Do you remember the way back? Yes. Lola nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, I may need to help my husband resolve the matters concerning the dragons before I can return. No problem, you can stay here then. I also wanted to tell my father about the situation here. After saying that, Erin waved her paw at Igniza. Then I head back first. Want to go back? Seeing Erin about to leave, the mountain-like monster Yin Wang on the lawn was displeased, based on your performance just now. You seem to be able to cast blessing magic on those dragons? Then your true strength must not be too strong. Sui Yuan, Lingding, attack. At Yin Wang's signal, 2 bird-shaped flying monsters suddenly flew towards Erin. You two look like Bemster from Ultraman. Seeing the 2 giant magical birds, Erin instinctively remarked, even several times larger than Bemster's. But unfortunately, whether it's you, or that one over there, I'll call Flame Emperor right. You're all too weak. As she spoke, Erin raised her small hand again, conjuring 2 constantly spinning light saws. She hurled the shimmering light elemental saws into the sky, then with a sharp tail flick, flung the circular light saws towards the 2 Bemsters. Without looking back, Erin flapped her wings and flew towards the gap she had just created in the other shore sea. Buzz buzz buzz. The 2 white, spitting light saws quickly arrived in front of the 2 giant birds, easily severing their wings and heads. Like slicing tofu, the light saw offered no resistance as it passed through the giant bird's head and wings, then flew away and disappeared. Before the two giant birds could react, their heads were severed, their wings cleanly cut off, and they plummeted headfirst from the sky. Boom! Amidst the spray of blood, the giant bird's head, body, and wings crashed to the ground with a dull thud. This sight made Yin Huang instinctively take several steps back. Instant kill? He glanced at his dismembered companions ahead, then at the already flung away Irini, and gurgled inwardly. Retreat! After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned and ran towards the northern part of the other shore island. Retreat quickly. Humph? Trying to run? At this moment, the dragons, fully buffed and in a berserk state, naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. They flapped their furious wings, unleashing fireball after fireball at the fleeing monsters. Boom! Rumble! Watching the fireballs that caused massive explosions and mushroom clouds upon contact with the ground, the dragon horde was shocked, but also realized that Elaine's words were not an exaggeration. Their attacks had indeed been amplified at least 10,000 times. A single fireball struck the ground, creating a mushroom cloud followed by a spray of lava. This power was too much even for monsters with maxed out fire resistance. Boom 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 boom. Are these dragons insane? They dared to cross the 38th parallel. Boss Yin Huang, what should we do now? These dragons seem strange. How can a fireball have such power? Nonsense. Didn't you notice what that little white dragon did? It said it wouldn't interfere in the war, but it blessed the dragons right in front of us. But I'm sure that exaggerated blessing won't last long. Let's retreat. Don't engage them head-on. Hearing the continuous boom 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 of fire and explosions behind her, Elaine glanced at the bright sun overhead, flew out of the other shore sea, and passed through the shattered barrier. Let the adults handle their own affairs. She thought to herself quietly. Anyway, she pretty much figured out the monster situation, and Sister Laura had found her little fire dragon. Her blessing would definitely help her dragon companions on the island achieve final victory in the war over the next 3 days. As for Sister Ignace's situation, well, considering that Dad was probably still in bed being bullied by Mom like yesterday, she figured she could wake him up at noon. Before that, why not explore the area first? Emerging from the other shore sea, she flew comfortably over the vast expanse for a few minutes, even taking a nap. Elaine arrived at a relatively remote coastline on the Eve continent, using her dragon aura to survey the area below. There wasn't a single intelligent creature within 20 kilometers, and the nearest human village was over 30 kilometers away. Realizing this, Elaine transformed back into human form high in the air and landed on the beach below. Looking down at her naked self, she used her mysterious power to open a spatial portal, retrieved a set of underwear from her home, and put it on. The scenery here is quite beautiful. Gazing at the rocks and trees near the beach, Elaine looked at the wardrobe inside the spatial portal, a little troubled. What should I wear? Chapter 688. At the other end of the spatial passage was Elaine's small room in Dragon Forest. This was also her little ice crystal cave, where she had lived for over 100 years. The temperature was extremely low, and the concentration of ice elements far exceeded that of any other place on the Eve continent. Although the low temperature wasn't a major problem for Elaine. Even though Elaine spent most of her time sleeping over the past 100 years, she still kept many of her favorite things here. For example, the various clothes her mother had hand-woven from winged human feathers or nine-tailed fox fur, the icy dragon milk squeezed and stored in an ice cellar, and the various magical artifacts and strange treasures her father, NSD, loved to tinker with. Now, with her mysterious power, this home had also become a kind of storage warehouse for Elaine. No matter where she was, she could open a spatial door to her small room in an instant with a thought. Unlike little Elle, whose mysterious power was almost limitless, Elaine's body, as a native of the Eve continent, had a certain limit to her mysterious power, so she mostly avoided using it. Feels like I can sunbathe a bit around here? Looking at the beach with its golden sand, groves, and crystal piles, Elaine took out a swimsuit and a sundress from the closet in her small room. After adjusting the swimsuit, she put on the dress, adjusted the straps, closed the spatial portal, and walked a few steps barefoot on the nearby sand. It's so cool and refreshing. The little girl on the beach gazed at the riverbed not far away. There, a crystal stone vein of about level 2 seemed to lie buried. Like the ice and fire cave of Atlantis, the ice element here was extremely concentrated. This ice element promoted the formation of ice crystals on the riverbed, quickly forming a huge underground or deposit. This resulted in very low temperatures throughout the surrounding sea area, making it perfect for summer visits. Ask Sister Sophia and the others if they want to come along. After walking a few hundred meters along the beach, Erin arrived at a coconut tree and opened a spatial passage leading to the recreation room of Minar Academy. Now that her identity as the Dragon King had been exposed, and most humans had no idea what kind of magic a Dragon King possessed, Erin could freely use various forms of magic, including mystical powers, in front of people. Sister Sophia, Sister Wendy. In the lounge, Erin found Sophia, Wendy, and Tina sitting there just like yesterday, snacking, chatting with classmates, and watching the live stream. I'm back. Little Erin. Sophia turned around. We were just talking about you, and you're here already. Talking about me? Erin walked over to the group. What were you talking about? Well, didn't little Erin have a sparring match with the Grass Element Academy's PE teacher? We were discussing whether human training was too light for her, and how she trained when she was little. Sophia made room for Erin and expertly handed her a cup of coconut milk. I knew it. Little Erin must have trained with her parents or the dragon warriors in Dragon Forest. Dragon training methods are definitely different from ours. Thank you. Eline took the cup. What's this? Coconut milk. Coconut milk? It's coconut water mixed with a local type of buffalo milk, flavored with honey. It tastes amazing. Sophia also picked up a cup of coconut milk and gave Eline a cheers gesture. Want to try some? Eline nodded, inserted the straw into her cup, and said to those around her as she drank about the training methods of dragons. I was definitely trained by my dad since I was little. See? Sophia said proudly, I told you dragons are completely different from us humans. We humans are numerous, and academic and physical education classes are arranged by the school. But dragons are relatively few in number, so they can definitely provide one-on-one instruction. Thank you. I feel like Sophia has become much more cheerful these past few months. Eline gave an approving look, then turned to the group. Why are you suddenly curious about this? Well, one girl said somewhat shyly, we were watching Lala's team's performance today, and it seems they were planning to build a small house in the forest. The boys were exhausted after a whole morning, so Lala volunteered to help. Then, that girl seemed a little sleepy, and her clothes weren't properly on. When they were moving things, the camera caught a glimpse of her stomach, and to everyone's surprise, this little girl had abs. Her abdominal muscles were amazing. So we were curious about how dragons train, and whether dragon form training translates into human form. Yes, it will. Erin nodded. Because this transformation spell is calculated in real time, like a computer. If the original form changes, then the human form will also change when you transform into human form. So, the girl who spoke was even more curious. If the dragon form is fat, then the human form will also be fat? Theoretically, yes. Erin nodded. However, in my memory, dragons don't seem to be fat. We are semi-elemental beings, mainly relying on absorbing elements from the atmosphere to live. Our bodies can usually control the energy we take in very well, so dragons are only distinguished by being very thin, extremely thin, and of normal build. Oh. The girl looked enlightened. Then, is little Elle considered particularly thin among dragons? Senior. Wendy looked a little annoyed. That's very impolite of you to ask that. It's okay, I'm not very sensitive about weight. Eline shook her head. Among dragons, I'm considered of normal build, slightly chubby in a sense. Saying chubby was just an exaggeration. More accurately, she had a little bit of baby fat. Eline had never been the kind of slender woman whose bones were almost visible in her limbs. Her limbs were smooth and supple, and her small face was made even more adorable by this baby fat, making one want to pinch it or take a bite. Isn't Sister Lilia here? After answering the girl's question, Eline took a big gulp of coconut milk and looked around the lounge. Sister Lilia is practicing her swordplay over at the training ground. Sophia pointed in the direction of the training ground. Want to come over and take a look? Chapter 689. At the training grounds of Minar Academy, Erin, Sophia, and Wendy found Lilia practicing swordsmanship with several upperclassmen. Your swordsmanship fundamentals are very solid, among the best of the freshmen in ice elementalism. As Erin approached, a senior student was explaining Lilia's previous battle. However, you have a major problem. You haven't achieved true unity between man and sword. As a swordsman, the worst thing we can do is treat our sword as an external object. You must always remember, the weapon is a warrior's life. The moment the weapon leaves your hand, you utterly lost the battle. Furthermore, you're not a traditional fighter, you're a mage. Your fighting style involves using ice magic to create ice swords for yourself, which makes the belief in man and sword unity even more crucial. For example, when you thrust at me and then withdrew, you hesitated, probably unsure whether to continue the attack or allow the sword to regain its balance. This is extremely fatal in actual combat. Clearly, the two had only recently sparred. As a dragon servant with an S-rank ice elemental talent, Lilia seemed completely outmatched by this young man, now appearing humbly seeking guidance. Sister Lilia. After the young man finished speaking, Sophia skipped into the training ground. How's the training going? There's still a lot to improve. My senior said my swordsmanship needs further refinement. Seeing Sophia approach, Lilia said, then seemed to remember something, quickly looking up and immediately spotting Erline. Her face flushed with excitement. Little Erline. Erin playfully gave a thumbs up and said in Arcana, "Good job, Lilia. Practicing hard." "Wendy, and I practice hard every day too." Sophia, hearing this, ran to Erin's side. "We run 5 kilometers every morning now, then do 500 sit-ups, then rub each other's shoulders for 10 minutes, and practice magic for half an hour." Sophia patted her little belly. "My abs are almost there." Erin, holding a coconut milk, said approvingly, "Very good. Keep it up." Then, Erin's praise made Sophia blush. "Little Erin, would you like to come and inspect it?" Inspect? Erin didn't immediately understand. What does inspect mean? It means entering my body, personally experiencing my progress over the past few months. Sophia blushed. "Is that okay?" "Sure, but not here." Erin glanced at the bright sunshine overhead. "Is everyone free later? I found a super cool beach, and I like to invite everyone to go there for an afternoon, and then I take you to a place called Lumilon." "Afternoon? We're free. We're free. I'm fine. I want to go too." Erin had barely finished speaking when she received definite responses from Sophia, Wendy, and Tina. Actually, Erin could understand their thoughts. As dragon servants, Sophia and the others naturally wanted to follow their master's footsteps as much as possible. Especially seeing the already powerful and nearly invincible Erline become the Dragon King, the pressure on them might be even greater. Although theoretically, no matter how many years Sophia and the others train, with their half-human bodies, they can't possibly catch up to even a fraction of Erline's strength. At least the training process will make everyone feel fulfilled. "You must be Miss Erline? The legendary S+ grass elemental rebirth, supposedly in a dragon form. A Dragon King?" The young man from Arcana, who was originally teaching Sophia's swordsmanship, scratched his head. "I'm very sorry. I'm not very interested in the rumors outside, and I don't know much about dragons. They all say you're very strong? It's alright. Just treat me like an ordinary person." Erline walked into the training ground and found that a lot of students had already gathered around. How come even little Ire is attracted to Lilia's sword practice? Didn't you know? Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna and little Ire were in the same team during their wilderness survival training. They're very close. Besides them, there's Sophia Carroll, Wendy Piarista, and Tina Plant from Aspera. They always been good friends. Really? No wonder so many new students signed up for the summer semester. Little Ire really does make friends with us ordinary folks. Everyone must be here for her. To be friends with little Ire, you first need to be exceptionally talented, or at least incredibly good at cooking and baking. "Oh no! My grades are terrible, I can't cook, and I certainly can't bake." Then you can only pray for good fortune. Amidst the chatter, Erline approached the young man and briefly sensed the magical energy emanating from him. A high-level ice elemental swordsman. A fighter, a very rare profession at Minar Academy. Fighting spirit, as a variant of magic, is broadly similar to fire element and phantom fire, isomorphic yet subtly different. In a sense, a high-level fighter is indeed qualified to teach Sophia's swordsmanship, and the young man seemed polite enough. Generally, there was nothing wrong with him. However, this also made Erin feel a sense of guilt for her negligence. After all, Lilia was her dragon servant, and theoretically, teaching dragons to become stronger was one of her duties. "Just treat me like an ordinary person." Under the young man's gaze, Erin turned to Lilia. "How about this, Sister Lilia? I control you to fight this senior once in a bit. That way, you should be able to see where your weaknesses lie." Chapter 690. Really? Under the warm glow of the sports field, upon hearing Erin's instruction to control herself, Lilia's face flushed crimson. She was so excited she stammered, But I'm all sweaty right now. If Erin comes in, it'd be sticky and uncomfortable. Won't that not be good?" Erin tilted her head. "I personally don't mind, but if Sister Lilia does, I can guide you from the side." No, I don't mind at all." Seeing that Erin was genuinely bothered by her politeness. "I don't plan to come in anymore," Lilia quickly said. "As long as little Ire doesn't mind, I'm perfectly fine with it." Although body control is theoretically terrifying for most ordinary people, the other party is Eline, the strongest and greatest young dragon king on the Eve continent. Others wouldn't even have the chance to be controlled. Moreover, every time little Ire comes in, Lilia's magical cultivation and combat skills improve significantly afterward. Plus, in this state, she and little Ire are one body, giving her a feeling of possessing little Ire exclusively. She couldn't wait to be controlled every day. Okay, then I go talk to that senior martial arts master over there. Putting her empty coconut milk in the trash can, Eline walked towards the senior martial arts master. Senior, hello. I plan to control Sister Lilia and have another match with you later, and also check on Sister Lilia's physical condition. Is that alright? Control? Sister Lilia? The senior in front of him was dumbfounded. What do you mean? You can control her to spar with me? Well, you can think of this control as a kind of dragon magic. Erin patiently explained. In a moment, Sister Lilia's body will be completely under my control. This control won't give Sister Lilia any special statuses or attributes, but my combat experience and skills are far superior to Sister Lilia's, so sparring with her will be more difficult than sparring with her in person. Oh. The senior looked somewhat confused. You mean, this girl named Lilia will inherit your combat experience, right? But her magic level and strength will remain the same as before? Erin nodded. That's right. Interesting. As expected of a dragon. This is the first time I heard of such amazing magic in this world. Although still very curious about Erin's. How exactly did the control work? At this moment, the senior's fighting spirit seemed to outweigh his curiosity. I long heard that Erlini of Minar Academy is incredibly powerful as a dragon. Many people say your strength is just due to your dragon lineage, a numerical advantage. With that, the senior drew his greatsword. If your stats are the same as ordinary people, I'd like to see what you can achieve. I confirm one last time. When you control Lilia, there won't be any bonuses like dragons do, right? No. Erlini shook her head. If Lilia's magic level is that of a beginner mage, then the highest level of magic I can use while controlling her is at the beginner mage level. If she can only lift 50 pounds normally, then I can only lift that much while controlling her. The only difference between us is combat experience and skill. I see. So it's like switching souls? The senior gestured. Please, I'm ready. When do we begin? Controlling Lilia in battle? What does that mean? It seems to be some kind of possession magic, where little L possesses this arcana princess to fight this fighter. Their conversation quickly attracted the attention of a large group of students nearby. Possession magic exists in this world? Of course not. Little L said it's just a form of control. I bet little L will be sitting nearby, using dragon breath or telekinesis to manipulate Lilia's body, like a puppet. That's interesting. Where's Wright? Isn't he at school? That guy was always so jealous of little L, saying she bullies people because she's a dragon and has overwhelming stats. Let him come and see what little L can do without her dragon body's advantages. He went fishing. Let's record this quickly. I bet this recording will go viral. If there's no problem, senior, I can start now. Seeing that her senior understood the nature of the competition, Eline cast an inquiring glance at Lilia. I'm fine too. Lilia blushed slightly. Little L, come in quickly. Ah. It's best if we don't go out today. Everyone's going swimming later. Elian was both amused and exasperated. I just checked on Lilia's physical condition and gave her a follow-up training plan. I came out after the competition with that senior. Oh! Lilia nodded. What I mean is, if little L likes, you can become me anytime and control me all day. Sister Lilia is getting more and more deeply influenced by the dragon servant contract. I'd love to. After confirming that everything was alright, Eline walked out of the training ground and casually used her grass element to activate a flower seed on the lawn. Instantly, a lily grew rapidly on the lawn, quickly blossoming into a beautiful bud. Eline sat down in the center of the flower and looked at Lilia. Sister Lilia, shall we begin? Yes, yes. Lilia turned to Eline. Ready anytime. Dingling. With a thought, Eline cast the control magic from the dragon servant contract on Lilia, while simultaneously commanding the flower bud beneath her to continue growing, enveloping her small body. Under the influence of the dragon servant contract, Lilia's body on the training ground suddenly stiffened. Her previously excited face instantly lost all expression. Her red eyes lost their luster, and her legs, encased in white stockings, bent slightly inward, as if she were unsteady due to a loss of strength. The next second, Lilia's long, white hair, characteristic of the Arcana people, moved slightly without wind, and a cutihogue, a single strand of hair sticking up from the center of her head, slowly rose. Then, her once glossy red eyes were replaced by a golden light. The golden light dyed the girl's pupils gold, restoring their former brilliance, and her slightly swaying body regained its balance. Everything went smoothly. The Lilia in the center of the training field spoke, using Eline's adorable tone. It feels noticeably better than when I was controlling it before. After briefly assessing her body, Lilia turned to the senior martial arts master not far away. Wait a few minutes, I need to adjust briefly. Chapter 691. Today, Lilia was wearing the Minar Academy's Ice Elemental Mage uniform. A gorgeous ice blue top paired with a silky short skirt, her legs encased in white stockings and sturdy round-toed boots, a very otherworldly mage style. Moreover, as Lilia said, she had already sparred several rounds with the martial arts senior in front of her, and was covered in sweat. Erlen immediately sensed that this body was still warm, and her clothes were sticky. In this weather, if Lilia weren't an ice elemental mage, she probably would have sweated even more. Let me see, cough cough, my voice is getting used to it. Clearing her throat, Erlen, inside Lilia's body, lowered her head, and quickly adjusted her Minar Academy uniform and the short skirt, then kicked her round-toed boots on the floor. Height is suitable, and limb movement is fine. Saying this, Lilia brushed a strand of long hair behind her ear and attempted to summon an ice crystal longsword. As for magic level, it's roughly between intermediate and advanced magician. Holding the great sword, she walked towards the senior warrior, and Erin, using Lilia's voice, said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm ready, we can begin anytime." Although the Dragon Servant contract spell is technically a form of control, strictly speaking, it's no different from possession. During the spell's effect, Erin will receive all of Lilia's sensory feedback and can freely use this body to do anything. However, since it's not her own body, some discomfort is inevitable. For example, Lilia is over 1.6 meters tall, a full 20 centimeters shorter than Erin's original body. This difference in height will be reflected in the girl's legs, encased in white stockings, creating a significant difference in movements requiring kicking or retreating compared to Erin's original body. Furthermore, as an ordinary human, Lilia's perception of light and color is different. Dragons have clearer vision and more color-sensing cells. If Erin's original body closes her eyes, while inside the flower bud, she can only see the world through Lilia's eyes, resulting in less information being available during combat. Similarly, Lilia's hearing isn't as sensitive as a dragon's. Her skin lacks the sensory capabilities of a dragon, and she can't perceive magical fluctuations like a dragon. Her chest is also larger than Erin's, causing her center of gravity to shift with movement. Most importantly, in this state, Eline can only receive and analyze information through Lilia's brain. The human brain is certainly not as fast as a dragon's brain, and it doesn't have as many threads, resulting in different response times when processing problems. These differences are what Eline currently needs to adapt to and overcome. If Eline's original body is likened to a top-of-the-line computer, then Lilia is currently a machine from 20 years ago. A Pentium processor, integrated graphics card, paired with an extremely slow mechanical hard drive and RAM. Playing games on such a computer means players must tolerate lag, frame drops, and other issues. Even the most experienced gamers familiar with dungeons must endure and adapt. This is precisely why, in this battle, Eline wasn't entirely confident she could defeat her senior, a battle master. After all, Lilia was a significant level below her, and Eline hadn't conducted any similar tests. She didn't have a clear idea of how much her combat experience and skills could improve Lilia's. However, Eline hadn't come to fight her senior today to win, she'd leave the outcome to fate. It's amazing, you feel completely different now, like a completely different person. Seeing Lilia suddenly adopt Eline's adorable demeanor, her originally handsome face seemed even cuter. The senior looked incredulous. So, Lilia's body is now in Eline Piarista's? Eline nodded, yes. Although that wasn't entirely accurate. Because the real Lilia's consciousness hadn't left, she just couldn't control her body. Now, Erin is seeing the world through Lilia's eyes, and speaking through her mouth, and Lilia herself can feel it. Even if Erin is injured in the battle later, Lilia will feel the pain as well. However, Erin doesn't intend to explain too much to her senior. She raises her ice crystal longsword with both hands and swings it briefly. Come on. Her legs are well trained, her stance is stable, and her hands are quite strong. Erin secretly thinks to herself while experiencing Lilia's body. Lilia's waist is clearly the result of intensive training. She probably does a lot of sit-ups and similar exercises in her dorm. Maybe she already has abs and a six-pack. However, relatively speaking, her leg ligaments seem to have room for improvement, It feels like she could practice splits or something similar regularly. Very good. It seems our duel today has attracted a lot of attention from the younger generation. Facing Eren's determined gaze, the senior in front of her brandished his greatsword. Let me see how much power the legendary Dragon King still possesses after being reduced to a mortal. I always considered myself just a lucky mortal. Eren assumed a fighting stance. Come on! Huh! Staring at the completely changed aura of Lilia, in front of her, the senior charged forward with a burst of speed, wielding his black and gold greatsword. Take this! Clang! Eren, controlling Lilia's hands, accurately blocked the sword strike, but the powerful force from the opponent's blade still made her hands numb, forcing her to take a step back and create distance. Wrist strength could be improved slightly. Quick reflexes. Completely different from that silly little girl. The senior seemed determined not to let the opportunity pass, and with another burst of speed, he was in front of Eren. Eclipse. Whoosh. Seizing the moment, Eren dodged the sword strike and delivered a sweeping leg kick to the senior. Bang! The senior, taking the full force of the kick, didn't lose his balance, managing to withstand the blow. There's still room for improvement in leg strength, especially in the calves. Sister Lilia doesn't eat enough. However, if you don't want to affect your leg shape, you don't have to train your calves and thighs. It's not a big problem. Besides, as a dragon servant, there are many ways to increase leg strength without increasing calf muscle. I talked to Sister Lilia about that in a few days. Thinking this, Eren used the recoil from her leg to flip herself up, raising her ice crystal greatsword high and slashing down at the senior. Clang. Chapter 692. Clang. With a slash of her sword at her senior, Eren's battle officially began. Both your wrist and arm strength are impressive, and your waist flexibility is perfect. Your overall agility is a little lacking though. Lilia, you could schedule a time like Sophia and Windy do to practice your agility together. Her sword struck her senior's protective shield. Seeing that she couldn't break the ice barrier with her own strength, Eren quickly jumped back to create distance and assumed an attack stance again. After these 2 rounds of probing, Eren had roughly gauged the difference in strength between herself and her opponent. This senior, whose name she couldn't recall, was about 1.7 meters tall and around 17 years old. His overall strength was probably between an intermediate and advanced battle master. As a student, this level of strength was enough for him to stand out among the crowd at Minar Academy. No wonder Lilia sought his swordsmanship advice. Besides the difference in height and magical aura, the senior's strength also surpassed Lilia's. Elaine's advantages lie in her rich combat experience and proficient use of various spells. Lilia's speed is exceptional, her agility is remarkable, allowing her to perform various high-difficulty maneuvers, and her strength is considerable. Even in a direct physical confrontation, she wouldn't be overwhelmed. These are all positive developments. Otherwise, even with Elaine's extensive combat experience, she wouldn't have a good solution if her physical attributes were lacking. Lilia's situation has actually far exceeded her expectations. Because, no matter what, Lilia is only a 12-year-old girl, while her physical strength on Earth is almost equivalent to that of an adult male. That's truly amazing magic. Your fighting style is completely different from Lilia's. Seeing Elaine standing motionless in the center of the training field, contemplating her strategy, the senior student didn't rush to attack. Instead, he spoke approvingly, I can sense that your combat experience far surpasses the girls. Elaine looked up, non-committal, I've been learning for almost 100 years. For a dragon, 100 years isn't a long time. 100 years ago, Elaine was a young dragon. 100 years later, she is still a young dragon. Even 500 years, 1,000 years later, her body wouldn't change much. However, 100 years is a lifetime for most humans. A sword master who has practiced swordsmanship his entire life, facing a swordsmanship prodigy of around 17 years old, is actually a bit bullying. However, precisely because Elaine is using Lilia's body, and Lilia herself is only a 12-year-old girl, this duel seems relatively fair. What's going on? What's going on? Why are there so many people here? At this moment, more and more people gathered around the training ground. Many people, seeing the large crowd, followed and curiously peered towards the center of the training ground. They say it's a special duel between Little Ire and the Sword of Punishment. The Sword of Punishment? That handsome ice fighter from the Ice Academy? Why is he fighting with Little Ire? It's not a fight, it's a sparring match. I don't see Little Ire. Isn't that white-haired girl a freshman from the Ice Academy? I remember she's a princess of Arcana. And why is there such a big Lily here? Yes, that's why this duel is a bit special. Let me explain slowly. Amidst the noisy crowd, Erin recalled Lilia's wild fighting style in the new deathmatch mode. If Liliana is skilled at or likes this style, I can help optimize that fighting method, Erin said, raising her greatsword again and assuming a fighting stance. Sorry, it might hurt a little, okay? With that, she suddenly increased the magic output of her ice greatsword, extending its length to nearly 2 meters. Instantly, the weight on her arm increased dramatically. Erin, in a berserker-like stance, dragged the greatsword and charged towards the senior in front of her. Looking at Lilia's golden eyes and icy face, the senior suddenly felt a strong chill rise within him for some reason. Are you really going to be able to hit anyone with a sword that heavy? Unconvinced, the young senior roared, raising his black greatsword and charging towards Lilia. Just as the two were less than 3 meters apart, Erin suddenly twisted her body, using the strength of her waist and the momentum of her charge to hurl the heavy sword she was dragging on the ground at the senior. Clang! The senior easily blocked the blow. At the same time, the immense weight of the greatsword sent him staggering back several steps. Erin, enduring the sharp pain in her hand, used the rebounding heavy sword to spin a few times on the open ground, instantly redirecting the recoil forward. Her small body, gripping the heavy sword tightly, transformed into a whirlwind as she hurtled towards the senior. Holy crap! The young man couldn't help but curse at the sight. You can do that? He didn't dare to be careless, and quickly assumed a blocking stance. Clang! Another spark flashed, and Erin's great sword was sent flying high into the air, whirling and slicing through the air as it hurtled towards the blue sky. Deprived of her weapon, Erin didn't advance but retreated, spinning again in place. Utilizing Lilia's excellent flexibility, she raised her right leg and kicked at her senior. Tai Chi. Or rather, it was a martial art similar to the softness overcoming hardness technique from Earth, which Nasod had taught Erin a long time ago, and it was perfect for this situation. Little girl, you can't break through my ice crystal defense with your strength alone. Seeing that Erin, unarmed, was actually trying to use martial arts, the young man was somewhat disdainful. He raised an ice shield, placing it in front of the two of them. Erin's kick landed squarely on the ice shield. At that moment, the ice sword, spinning high into the air, reached its peak and began to fall rapidly. Using the reflection from the ice shield, Erin crouched and leaped up, landing on the young senior's ice shield. She soared high into the air, simultaneously conjuring another ice crystal great sword in her hand and slashing down at the shield. Clang! What? The senior, completely unprepared for Erin's ability to conjure a second ice sword, was dumbfounded. The sword struck his ice shield squarely, sending him and the shield flying. On the battlefield, the worst thing in swordsmanship is to be unchanging. What you just said about the unity of man and sword might suit most swordsmen, but for a magic swordsman like Sister Lilia, we have more options. For example, like this. With a single strike that forced the senior back, Erin casually swung the great sword she had conjured at him. Whoosh! The ice crystal great sword whistled through the air, striking the young senior's ice shield and creating a noticeable crack. Simultaneously, another, even heavier great sword fell from the sky. Erin caught the hilt, simultaneously rolling forward to transform the downward force of the great sword into a monstrous forward momentum. Whoosh! The falling great sword was flung back by Erin, slamming into her senior's ice shield. Boom! In an instant, sand and stones flew, ice crystals shattered. 2 consecutive heavy blows shattered the young man's prized ice shield. Before her senior could react, Erin strode forward and kicked him in the chest again with her right foot. Bang! This kick landed solidly on the young man's abdomen, instantly sending him flying several meters away, leaving a trail of dust on the ground. Senior, catching the longest greatsword, dragging it with a clack 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 sound, Erin stopped less than a meter away from him. You lost. Chapter 693. Literal actually. 1. She defeated the Sword of Punishment using Lilia's body? Under the premise that both are ice attribute mages? The result of the battle between Erling and the young senior stunned everyone. The initial testing phase was fine, but when the battle between Erling and the young senior reached its climax, especially when Erling used her dual sword form to overwhelm the senior without any chance to defend himself, the surrounding spectators held their breath. So cool. Is this the power of the dragon race? No, little Elle just said that when she's controlling Lilia, she doesn't add any enhancements to Lilia's body. Lilia's body is in its natural state. But Lilia is only 12 years old. How can she lift such a heavy great sword? Didn't you notice? Little Elle didn't even lift the sword. She just dragged it around from the start. After the first slash, She used various movement techniques to convert the sword's energy into offense. I was stunned. Even girls with less strength can wield weapons of this weight on the battlefield. Yes, Lilia's flexibility is excellent, and Little L's swordsmanship is very unique. Just that one move, turning a falling sword into a fencing technique. That's enough for us to study for years. Did you record it? Did you record it? These past few days, I haven't done anything but watch this part repeatedly. Little Air is just too handsome. Under the gaze of the crowd, Erlini helped her senior up from the ground. You're really something. After standing up, the senior gave Erin a thumbs up. So that's how you use a great sword? I learned something new. Girls have their own fighting style. You're a boy, so conventional swordsmanship suits you better. Erin smiled. Besides, you have a great attitude. You'd definitely become a handsome swordsmanship master in the future. Thank you for your recognition. The young senior gave Erin a knightly salute. You show me that there are always people more skilled than you. As a battle master, the young man was quite certain that Erin hadn't used any abilities that weren't Lilia's during the entire battle. Lilia's strength, agility, and magical power were all roughly the same as during their previous sparring sessions. In other words, under completely equal conditions, Lilia's body, inhabited by the Dragon Princess's soul, instantly transformed from the young lady of Arcana, who couldn't even withstand 2 of his attacks, into a skilled magic swordsman capable of injuring him. Previously, some people said that Eline's strength was only because her true form was a dragon, but now the young man confirmed it. Eline's strength came from her very soul. Even without using her dragon body, given only a normal human body, Eline would still be incredibly strong. So, even with a significant level difference, a lower-level mage isn't entirely without a chance against a higher-level mage? Seeing the young senior admit his defeat, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement once more. She really got defeated? Little Eline didn't cheat at all? Didn't little Eline hide herself inside a flower bud? How could she cheat like that? According to this conclusion, assuming the ice god is only slightly stronger than a high-level archmage, does that mean that if I reach the level of a high-level archmage, I have a chance to defeat the ice god? You're kidding me. Even if little Elle is young, she's at least 100 years old. Do you think you can learn swordsmanship for 100 years? No, not 100 years. I remember someone saying that little Elle has had a sleeping sickness since she was little. Before she turned 100, she slept for more than 15 hours a day. Subtracting time for eating and dressing, if you calculate it that way, her truly awake, free time is about the same as an average 18-year-old. Amidst the chatter, the golden light in Lilia's eyes in the center of the training ground gradually faded, returning to her usual red pupils. At the same time, the flower buds on the lawn not far away fully bloomed, and Eline, who had been sleeping soundly in the center of the bud, sat up in an adorable pose. Oh! With a small yawn, Erin jumped down from the flower bud and went to Lilia's side, quickly conjuring light and grass elemental magic. Sorry, I got hurt using Lilia's body just now. It's nothing. Lilia, regaining her composure, blushed. I actually wish little Erin could stay in my body forever. Wouldn't that mean Lilia would have no freedom at all? Erin said, half laughing, half crying, turning to the young senior and healing him as well. Under the gentle light, the senior's broken ribs quickly returned to their original position, and the pain disappeared. Thank you. The young senior student stood up. I always heard people say that our academy student, Erline, is a really nice person, cute and kind. It almost made me rebellious. Seeing her today, I can confirm it. She's beautiful inside and out. I'm not that good. Having healed the senior student, Erline turned to Lilia. Did you remember what I just said to you, Lilia? Theoretically, while possessed, Lilia's consciousness should remain fully conscious. Every movement Erline controlled her body to make, every word she spoke, could be clearly transmitted to Lilia. But Erline was worried that Lilia, because her body was controlled, or because of the side effects of the dragon servant contract, might be infatuated and neglect the teaching itself, so she asked an extra question to help her remember. I got it all. Lilia happily took Erline's little hand. When are we going to the beach? Ah! How cunning! Seeing Lilia and Erline so affectionate, Sophia, who was watching from afar, was displeased. The little one came running over with eager steps. Next, Erline will be entering my body. We agreed to check the results of these past few months of training. Okay, I check when we get to the beach. Seeing her good friend. She's actually a little jealous, Erin thought, patting Sophia's head. Did you all buy swimsuits? I still have the swimsuit I wore to Hennessy Lake, Wendy nodded. It's in the dorm. I brought a swimsuit to school too, Tina added. You can bring it anytime. As for me. Sophia thought for a moment. I don't have to wear one. Oh no, I mean, since little Erin is going to have a physical exam later, she can decide what swimsuit to wear. Chapter 694. Shortly after Erin used Lilia's body to defeat the renowned Sword of Punishment of Minar Academy, the related video footage spread throughout most of the academy. Although the exact method of control wasn't clear, most of the videos clearly highlighted the key points. When Little Elle's physical strength drops to the level of an ordinary person, will she still be so powerful? This is a unique dragon magic. Little Elle controls Princess Lilia of Arcana to fight the Sword of Punishment. An ice fighter nearing the level of a high-level battle mage versus a mage barely at the level of a magic master. Can Little Elle's 100 years of combat experience bridge the huge gap? Actually, I really want to be possessed by Little Elle. That way, I feel like I can connect with her heart to heart, and I'm sure I can learn a lot. In this atmosphere, after watching Lilia and the Sword of Punishment's duel, everyone was deeply captivated by Little Elle's fighting style, which resembled that of a berserker. My god, is that really Elenine Piarista, the recently popular young dragon king controlling Princess Lilia's body? She's fighting so wildly. So cool. She perfectly utilizes the flexibility and agility of a girl's body, repeatedly transforming the powerful force and weight of the great sword into her own strength during the battle, creating a feeling of using minimal force to overcome great strength. You can tell she's not quite used to Princess Lilia's body, but that's understandable, considering Elenine's true form is a full head shorter than Lilia. Didn't people keep saying that little Ellen was only strong because she's a dragon? Now she's defeated even a battle master with an ordinary human body. What do you say? What about little Blackie? Anyway, I'm convinced. There's a reason she became the Dragon King. That unique fighting style and aura. I doubt I could learn it even in 100 years. However, Eleni didn't seem to care at all about the controversy and the uproar caused by the dual video at Minar Academy. She was shopping for swimsuits at Vera's clothing store in the Lehman Empire with Sophia, Wendy, Tina, and others. Little Elle, what brings you here today? Vera smiled broadly upon seeing Eline, immediately handing her a bottle of milk from the shop entrance. You brought so many friends with you. Thank you. Eline took the milk and gestured to her companions. This is Princess Sophia Carroll of Atlantis, and Tina Plant of the Plant family from the Aspera Empire. This is Princess Lilia of the Arcana Empire. I know, you're very close to these ladies. Many people in the Lehman Empire know them. Vera said with a smile. Let me guess. You're here to buy swimsuits, right? Huh? Eline was surprised. How did you know, Vera? Aren't you carrying swimming rings? Vera got up and walked towards a nearby booth. Wait a moment, I remember making a batch of swimsuits before. Her name is Vera. She's a very famous fashion designer and clothing store owner in the Lehman Empire. Watching Vera enter the house, Erin turned to Lilia and Sophia. If you need anything later, just tell Vera. Wendy is also familiar with this area, so you can ask her too. Sophia asked curiously, is Little Elle going out? Just going to Lumilon to see if there are any pretty lakes or beaches there. I connect the two worlds with a portal later, so everyone can easily travel between them. Erin raised her hand and summoned a portal. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Okay. Sophia waved. Be sure to come back on time. I can't wait to show Little Elle my body. Erin blushed slightly, said nothing, and entered the portal with a dragon dance-like gait. At this time, Little Elle was still traveling the world with Yi Yao in the baseball cap spaceship, so Erin needed to manually open the portal to Lumilon. While Eline's mystical power wasn't as great as Little Elle's, opening a portal was still no problem for her. Teresa. On the other side of the portal lay the incredibly beautiful world of Lumiran, just as she remembered. Eline had positioned the portal's exit near the world tree in the center of Lumiran. As soon as she stepped out, she saw a girl sitting on the grass with her hands clasped together in a cute duck-like pose, seemingly praying to the world tree. Prayer, in other worlds, is generally a demand made by ordinary people to deities. For example, on Earth, many people habitually pray to God, hoping that God will forgive their sins and allow them to ascend to heaven after death. In another country, some people pray for blessings from the gods, such as safe travels, early birth of a son, and family well-being. However, Lumilon's prayers have nothing to do with asking. Lumilon is a world overflowing with resources. Almost everyone here enjoys a state of absolute abundance, so no one asks anything of the world tree. Prayers are simply a form of blessing. It's like a simple good morning. Eline recognized that the child under the world tree seemed to be just over 12 years old. In Lumilon, any child over 12 years old can come to the world tree to receive their own elf tree seed and then build a manor. Palatricia, The will of the world tree is one with the earth. Sure enough, shortly after the little girl finished speaking, a seed glowing faintly fell from the sky and landed in her hand. Wow! The girl took the seed, her face beaming with joy. I can finally have my own manor. She stood up happily, holding the seed high in both hands, as if cradling a dazzling jewel. Congratulations! Seeing this, Erin emerged from behind a cherry blossom tree. Have you decided on the location of your manor? Huh? The little girl was a little surprised. When did you get over there? It must be said that in a world only for Lolas, even though Erin's hair was black and white, she didn't seem out of place standing under the cherry blossom tree. She looked like a complete local. Just now, about 2 minutes ago. Erin spoke in Lumlan's language. Have you decided on the location of your manor? Not yet. The little girl shook her head. This is a very important decision. I might need about half a month to travel all over the hills and forests near the Sugniel Plains before I can make a decision. Is that so? Erin smiled and walked to the little girl's side. How about I transform into a dragon and take you around? Chapter 695. In the setting, Lumaran has dragons. Not only dragons, but also sacred beasts much larger than humans, such as phoenixes and black tortoises, exist. Currently, almost all the dragons in Lumaran are copied by Little L from the continent of Eve. He copied the source code of a dragon race, then randomly assigned their appearance, attributes, and personalities, and assigned them a large dragon island to live on. They sleep all day, only occasionally waking up to roam the world. This way, dragons frequently fly over the continent of Lumaran, and the girls of Lumaran can recognize the specific appearance of these creatures. Turning into a dragon? Sure enough, after hearing Eline's words, the little girl's eyes lit up with curiosity. Are you a dragon? Yes. Eline nodded. My name is Eline Garland, and yours? My name is Ophelia Starr. The little girl extended her hand to Eline. Teresa, it's nice to meet you, Eline. Sister? It's nice to meet you. Eline shook hands with her. Your surname is Starr? Does that mean descend? The star of the descent star? Yes. So both of your mothers are from the descent star? No, only one mother is from the descent star. Then the mother from the descent star is really amazing. Eline exclaimed. She even got the naming rights. No. The little girl shook her head. In our family, it's always the descent star mother who incubates the eggs. She gets bullied terribly by the other mother. Ever since I was old enough to understand, the descent star mother has always been, well, pinned down by the other mother. Then why? Erin asked, puzzled. You're their daughter, but you have the surname Star? My domineering mother said it was to show consideration for the sacrifices the descending star mother has made, and because hatching eggs is hard work, she gave me the surname Star, just like that mother. Okay, so that's a setting. Erin awkwardly scratched her bangs. If she remembered correctly, a year or two had passed since Little Elle's visit in Lumilan. She wondered if Ellie and the others had developed any more games. Found them. New friends. Just then, a group of little girls in cute dresses ran over from a distance. The little girl held up her transparent phone, which had only one screen, and asked Erin and the Ophelia in a very polite tone, Can we take a picture? Sure. Erin straightened her little dress slightly. Can I just stand here? Yes. Several little girls swiped a few times on their phone screens, pointing the camera at Erin and Ophelia. Click. Thank you. After taking the picture, the little girl happily swiped to light up her phone screen and tapped it several times. Wow. It's a dragon. I got a dragon. And a support character and a weapon. I have a dragon too. What are you playing? Erin was curious about the little girl's reactions. She walked over, stood on tiptoe, and observed their phone screens from behind. The latest mobile game, the Lumilan family. A little girl handed over her phone. The game was developed by Ilya, Megumin, and Ari. The theme is open world exploration. Every day we can use the photo function to draw new characters and weapons, as well as resources to develop our characters. This made Erin even more curious. You can get new characters and weapons just by taking photos? Yes, a lot of things in the game require taking photos to obtain, and here. The little girl opened what seemed to be a player community sharing interface, saying, This is full of photos uploaded by everyone. Every single one is super beautiful. Before bed, Mom and I look at these photos and tell stories, then we fall asleep together. After the little girl's patient explanation, Erin finally had a basic understanding of the gameplay of the Lumilan family. Simply put, it's a mobile game that combines intelligent AI with open-world exploration, combat, and character development. Like most mobile games on Earth, this game features a gacha system. However, the game itself doesn't have a pay-to-win function. Besides acquiring regular gacha resources through gameplay, players can also obtain new characters and resources by taking photos. For example, if these little girls take a picture of Erin, the phone will record Erin's appearance, height, and other information, generating a similar character in the game and assigning it corresponding skill sets and attributes. Furthermore, the resources required to develop this character are also randomized. For example, after the little girl in front of me took a picture of Eline, she entered the gacha interface and drew a new character similar to Eline. Her phone determined that the new character was of the water attribute, a dragon, and wielded a great sword. The required upgrade materials were dragon saliva fruit, fox flower, and lapis lazuli. Yes, most of the content in this game is AI generated. Just like when Little L created Lumilon, the game developers only provided a basic world setting for the game itself. For example, the world has elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, light, and darkness. Weapons include swords, spears, and books. Skills are divided into support, damage, and healing, and there are a few fixed NPCs in the town. The rest is completely random. In other words, even if you take a picture of the same person, the gacha interface generated for each person in the Lumilon family mobile game will be different. For example, the Eline that the little girl next to me drew is a light attribute mage, and the skill set is completely different. In the game, you might occasionally encounter NPCs in the forest who speak differently than you. They might give you quests, or randomly gift you gold or skill books. They might have long or short hair, be a mage or a warrior. In the desert, the rabbit army that appears by the lake today might turn into several servals playing around tomorrow. All of this is completely random, allocated and controlled by the phone's built-in intelligent AI. Meanwhile, since drawing characters and resources requires going out to take photos, it prevents children from spending all day at home playing on their phones. These photos and landscapes are gathered in the player community, and at night, mothers can use these photos from all over the world to tell stories and lull their children to sleep. They actually made this game. After listening to the explanation from the little girls, Eline was filled with emotion. She looked up at the azure sky, and after a long while, smiled slightly with some satisfaction. Ophelia, let's go. Chapter 696. A few minutes later, with the sound of enormous dragon wings cutting through the blue sky, Erin, carrying the little girl she had bent under the world tree, soared into the sky. Oh! It's a dragon. As expected, Erin is a dragon. What an adorable dragon. Watching Erin fly away, the children below, who had been running around with their phones, waved in her direction. Dragon sister. Come visit us often. Goodbye, dragon sister. Next time, let's play folding cats. Or folding dragons. Folding foxes. Is there a game called Folding Foxes? Oh, don't worry about the details. Even after flying quite far with Ophelia, Erin could still see the children under the world tree running around on the lawn like little rabbits, thanks to her excellent eyesight. This made Erin feel somewhat gratified. Lumilon was a world she created from scratch. Although many aspects were copied and pasted, this world was like her own daughter to Eline. Now, watching her daughter grow up little by little, with more and more descended stars coming from Earth, and the children living here happily doing what they love every day, filled her with immense pride. As in Eden, Lumilon was devoid of sadness. The children were incredibly resilient. Even if they stumbled and fell on the grasslands, their lives wouldn't be in danger, and there would be no ferocious beasts like lions or tigers to ambush them. Therefore, she wasn't worried about any danger these children would face after she left. Wow! High above, looking down at the lush greenery, the little girl Ophelia, perched on Irini's head, widened her eyes. So high. You can see where you prefer to live. Irini flew towards the Aran forest not far away. Is it by the river on the grasslands? Or in the forest? Or perhaps a swamp filled with moisture? In Lumilon, different people have different preferences for their living environment. Some like the vast plains, enjoying lying on the grasslands playing with cats every day, or sunbathing and taking naps with their bellies exposed. Others prefer the forest environment, climbing tall trees to pick fruit, or enjoying the birdsong and fragrant flowers in the woods. Meanwhile, some prefer the dimly lit swamps with water everywhere, where they can build their entire estate on a lake, creating a floating cottage. Some even enjoy digging tunnels, planting elven trees at the entrance of natural caves, grabbing a stone shovel or pickaxe, and digging day and night to explore Lumilon's underground world. Eline hoped that Ophelia, who had just turned 12 today, could also make her own choice. Of course, she would also fly to the east coast of Lumilan later to find a pretty beach to open a portal between here and the continent of Eve. Although, basically, every beach in the world of Lumilan was pretty. I love forests. Big forests. After hearing Elaine's words, the little girl on her head pointed to the Eileen forest ahead and said, "I want to plant a towering tree over 100 meters tall, and then build a huge house on it." Erin smiled. "Then be careful not to fall, okay?" Given Lumilan's weight and physical strength, falling from a height of several tens of meters would almost certainly cause her some injury. While she'd likely not die, it would definitely bother her for a while. "Okay. I be careful." The little girl then took out her phone and snapped a picture of the forest. So pretty. The game those kids were playing earlier. Erin, flying high in the sky, casually asked, "Is Ophelia playing it too?" "Yeah, I play it occasionally, like this, taking pictures and uploading them to the community to show everyone." Ophelia nodded. "It's a mobile game that just came out last year. Everyone loves it." "I see." Erin flew towards the Erin forest. "Then I take you straight to the forest, okay?" "Okay." Actually, with the technology of humans on Earth, they could easily create a game like this, the Lumilan family. By 2030, AI has reached a relatively mature stage. AI-generated art, animation, and film, as well as games using AI as an aid in programming, are no longer novelties. Game developers could easily create open-world exploration games with features like taking photos and drawing cards, random skill sets, and random character attributes if they so desired. The balance of these games could be entirely managed by AI. For example, if a character is fire attribute and deals high fire damage, fire attribute skills would have a very high weight. Therefore, AI would be needed to balance aspects like skill casting speed and agility. For example, a fire spell might have a large area of effect, AoE, damage effect, but casting it requires standing still and cannot be turned while casting. Wind spells, on the other hand, are more flexible and can be cast instantly. If a water mage obtains very powerful water abilities, then her defensive capabilities are less important. Her first skill has a high value, so as a trade-off, the value of her second skill needs to be dynamically balanced. Essentially, game developers only need to set a relatively balanced template, and the rest is left to the eye. This way, everyone gets different characters, creating a relatively fair environment where no character is too strong or too weak. However, game developers don't need to do this, because it's not profitable. Moreover, this kind of game, which provides only a large world framework, with everything within it, including NPCs, completely randomized, requires extremely high server resources. On Lumilan's side, because the performance of each mobile phone far exceeds that of Earth's supercomputers, computing power isn't an issue, whereas on Earth it isn't. So, the game that Ilya and Ellie run is indeed only suitable for Lumilan, suitable for this innocent world of Eden, where everyone plays games purely for entertainment. Otherwise, even if a game company on Earth did make a similar game, everyone would be trying to speedrun it, and within a week, forums would be flooded with posts like top-tier face model, 1 yuan per photo, must-go spot for internet celebrities, blue gold color, pictures uploaded, and only raised characters with fireball and fire tornado, the others are useless. We're here. Leading Ophelia to a large tree in the center of the Erin forest, Eline and she landed on the treetop together. Palatricia, I hope you can find your own destiny. Chapter 697. Back at Vera's clothing store in the Lehman Empire on the Eve continent, Eline found Sophia and the others already there, having bought their swimsuits and waiting for her. So fast? Eline was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I ran into a cute child and was a little delayed. Actually, based on Ophelia's hair color and face shape, Eline could roughly guess who her descended star mother was. Back then, not many children passed Little L's selection and qualified to come to Lumilan. Ophelia was 12 years old this year, meaning her two mothers had fallen in love and given birth to Love Manor at least 13 years ago. The history of the Lumilan continent is only about 30 years at most. She only needed to do a simple filtering based on Little L's big data to basically know where Ophelia's mother came from. In Eline's observation, most of the descended stars from Earth needed a very, very long time to let go and forget their past selves once living in darkness. Only when they understand and confirm that they are currently bathed in warm light, and will remain so for a considerable period, will they open their dark hearts to embrace this light. At this stage, these children will consider falling in love, or letting go of their past, and living anew as Lumarans. Therefore, children who are willing to date Lumaran natives are basically those who have accepted a completely new self. At that time, Eline really wanted to go and bless this descending star. However, in a sense, it wasn't really necessary. They're happy now, and that's enough. Speaking of your clothes, aren't they? After briefly glancing at the swimsuit Sophia, Lilia, and Wendy had chosen in the clothing store, Erin felt a headache coming on. Too cheap on fabric? The swimsuits these three bought looked like they were basically just a small piece of cloth. These swimsuits reminded Erin of a game she used to play, Warship Girls Are, where the submarines, like the bluefin tuna and the archerfish, wore similar swimsuits. Anyway, Little Ire said there's no one within a 20-kilometer radius, so of course we should wear loose clothing. Sophia said, leaning close to Erlini's ear, if Little Ire finds it troublesome, she doesn't have to wear anything. I won't find it troublesome. Erlini's face flushed red instantly, even steaming a little. Sister Sophia, be a little more reserved. Hee, we're all Little Ire's dragon servants. The dragon servant contract has side effects. It's the side effects that made us like this. Sophia said matter-of-factly, I can only try my best to overcome them. But if I can't, there's nothing I can do. I feel like you guys are just taking advantage of the so-called side effects of the dragon servant contract. Hearing this, Erlini couldn't help but think to herself. If she remembered correctly, when Erlini and Sophia first met at the new life grass element test site, she was still a very shy little girl. She was so shy that she blushed whenever she saw Eline, and then lowered her head, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. At the time, Eline thought this was Sophia's true personality, but she never expected. In the clothing store, Eline secretly glanced at Sophia, who was holding up her swimsuit to her chest with Wendy. She didn't know when it had started, but the timidity and inferiority she felt at their first meeting were gone, replaced by confidence and cheerfulness. At that time, Sophia's country was being invaded and bullied. Due to its strategic location, many ships carrying goods had to pass through Atlantis, and coupled with the crystals in the Starfire Cave that were comparable to oil, Atlantis signed countless unequal treaties over the years. As the princess of this country, witnessing her father being bullied by foreign powers at the negotiating table countless times, only to return home and drown his sorrows in alcohol, Sophia couldn't be confident even if she wanted to. At just over 10 years old, she had indeed experienced far too much. If she hadn't become good friends with Eline and resolved the Atlantis crisis, Sophia might be even more introverted now, or perhaps taken a completely different path. Oh, right. After chatting with the shopkeeper Vera for a few more minutes, Sophia whispered in Eline's ear, I forgot to mention, Eline, neither Lilia, Wendy, nor I can swim. We might need you to teach us later. Ideally. To personally enter our bodies, and patiently explain things. Hey! Eline couldn't help but exclaim, I understand Lilia not being able to swim in the icy arcana, but it's unlikely Sophia can't swim, right? Isn't Atlantis by the sea? And Wendy! You're my own sister? We swam in Hennessy Heavenly Pool before. Haha. Wendy was a little embarrassed. Well, I've been practicing wind elemental magic for the past few months, and I forgot how to swim. Yeah, I forgot. How could you forget how to swim? Erin felt like a hashtag was about to pop out of her forehead. It's muscle memory. Once you learn it, you never forget it. That's probably because the Dragon Servant contract made everyone want to be close to Little Air, and this strong longing interfered with the muscle memory. Wendy explained seriously, yes, that's right, that's it. The Dragon Servant contract is so powerful, it's bound to interfere with muscle memory. So it's not that we want to be close to Little Air, it's all a side effect of the Dragon Servant contract. Yes. The side effect made us forget how to swim. Sophia chimed in. That's a good explanation. Erin cast a questioning look at Lilia. Lilia paused for a few seconds, then managed to say, I'm different. I'm honest. I just really want to eat. Little L swimming is just an excuse. After saying goodbye to Vera and her clothing store, Eline opened a portal to the beach from her memories, leading everyone to this golden yellow sandy beach. Wow! The scene before them instantly stunned the girls. Does the continent have such a beautiful place? Where is this? West of the Dragon's Western Ocean, near the equator, with an average temperature of 30 degrees Celsius. Ocean currents have washed ice crystals from the riverbed to the shore, forming an ice crystal vein. The sand here is very hot, and the sunshine is abundant, so it's basically a natural resort. Eline placed the chilled drinks she had bought from Lehman on the beach chairs. Let's relax. When it's almost time, I call Dad over and tell her about the other shore island. Chapter 698. On the soft sand, Sophia, dressed in a swimsuit, walked to a small tree on the shore, found a relatively shady spot, and slowly sat down in a duck-like position. I'm all set? Her face flushed slightly, and she looked excitedly at Erin, who was lying in a flower bud not far away. Okay. Erin nodded, infusing the flower bud beneath her with grass elemental power. The soft petals slowly opened, revealing the stamen inside, allowing Erin to lie down inside. Then, the blooming flower enveloped the little dragon girl. Then I go over here, okay? Sophia lowered her head, her little face full of anticipation. As the dragon's aura wafted over, the little girl under the tree trembled slightly. Her eyes gradually lost their luster in the dragon's breath, quickly replaced by a golden light. A moment later, when Sophia's eyes regained their light, her trembling body calmed down. Subconsciously glancing down at her body, clad only in a thin swimsuit, Sophia quickly averted her gaze. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. In this state, Sophia was under Little L's control. Moreover, theoretically, it didn't matter whether Little L looked or not, since she was the one using this body. During control, all of Sophia's senses, including the sensation of wearing a swimsuit, would be transmitted accurately. Standing up from the beach, Eline tried to take a few steps. Because the previous possessions had all occurred while Sophia was standing, the process could have resulted in instability. So this time Erin instructed Sophia to sit down before possessing her, to avoid any accidents. Little Erin? Sophia's actions naturally attracted the attention of Lilia, Wendy, and Tina, who gathered around. How are you feeling? It's definitely much better than back in Atlantis. Erin, controlling Sophia's body, stretched, did a few warm-up exercises, cast a few spells, swung her arms left and right, and finally bent down to try touching her instep. No problem. Her flexibility, strength, and elemental manipulation were all significantly improved compared to when the contract was first signed, indicating that Sophia had indeed been training diligently. This touched Erin slightly. Because of this dragon servant contract, she initially signed it simply to grant Sophia a talent for light magic, allowing her to learn more healing magic. She never intended for the child to fulfill any promises, or do anything for her. Similarly, Erin's contract with Wendy was merely to extend Wendy's lifespan as a human, and her contract with Lilia was to break through her physical limits, allowing her to wield a heavier sword. As for the later add-ons, such as the dragon servant's loyalty to their dragon master, the dragon servant's unwavering devotion and even obsession due to the contract, and the dragon servant's willingness to do anything for their master, Erin hadn't considered any of them. It's like my writing computer at home broke down, so I just randomly bought a whole new 5090 graphics card and a K-series chip online, plus 4 4TB hard drives to store my novel files. I bought this computer just to open Notepad and write, occasionally listen to music and watch videos. You tell me it can play super cool 4K games, can be tested and scored on the world's best 3D mark, and can do AI drawing and AI movie making. I have no interest in any of that. I just want to write. But clearly, Sophia and Lilia don't think so. Erlen even suspects that these little girls are using the excuse of I'm deeply infatuated with the Dragon King because I signed a dragon servant contract to cause trouble. Well, seeing the satisfied expression on Erin's face inside Sophia's body, Lilia asked curiously, how does she compare to me? Lilia is clearly stronger than Sophia, and her reaction speed in battle is much faster. Erin raised her small hand, clenched her fist, and then released it. Sophia is more skilled at controlling light and grass elemental magic than Lilia, and her spellcasting speed is also faster. Everyone has their strengths. Actually, all of this was obvious. Lilia is an ice-type berserker, while Sophia is a light and grass-type healer. They're completely on different tracks. Wendy, on the other hand, is a support-type wind elemental mage, and her fighting style is different from theirs. If we had to compare, Lilia and Tina's fighting styles are the most similar. However, Tina is the type of heavy armored warrior, a standard warrior or knight. Her fighting style is closer to head-on combat, and a balance of offense and defense, rather than Lilia's ruthless crushing of the enemy. Speaking of which, why do I feel like everyone's a bit jealous? Oh, I see. Sure enough, Erin's casual remark made Lilia blush. Then, if there's anything I don't understand in the future, I ask you, little Erin, for guidance, just like we were so focused at noon. Okay, I will. Erin could only sigh slightly, and quickly tidy Sophia's long blue hair. After this busy period, when school starts, I give you all some pointers later. Oh no, it wasn't just my imagination. It seems my feelings for these guys have really gotten a bit out of control. Speaking of which, Tina raised her hand at this moment. Little L called everyone over here. It can't just be for swimming, right? There is something else. Eline confessed, I called everyone here today mainly to talk about the world and monsters. The world and monsters? Wendy was a little confused, like that Atlantis thing before. An invincible tyrant-like monster? Yes, these monsters don't just appear on the continent of Eve, they appear in other worlds as well. Eline explained, I'm referring to worlds independent of ours, such as worlds completely devoid of magic, or worlds where science and magic coexist. According to my investigation, monsters have appeared in those places. Then, Tina approached, what can we do for little Elle? In a moment, I connect here to the world of Lumilon. Lumilon is a completely pure place, where no monsters have ever appeared. It's like a safe haven. Eline said earnestly, then I give everyone some permissions, allowing you to go to Lumilon at any time to maintain peace there. After that, there's the management of the entire Mystic River world. I tell you all about that later. Chapter 699. After several months of investigation, combined with information gathered from Little Elle, and the evolutionary patterns of monsters on the other shore island, Erin has basically grasped the nature and birth patterns of monsters. In the beginning, the world was actually designed towards a state of great silence. The creator sought eternity, not chaotic disorder. Leading everyone to the warm, sandy beach, Erin knelt down and scooped up a handful of sand. Just like when we build sandcastles on the beach, we certainly hope that these sandcastles will last a very long time, that they won't be washed away by the sea, or that some strange creatures will appear inside and eat them up. We don't yet know who the creator of so many worlds is, but what's certain is that she, like us building sandcastles, certainly doesn't want the world she created to be destroyed. For a world to maintain eternity, the most important thing is naturally to eliminate all unstable factors within it. Of all the unstable factors, human intervention has always been at the forefront. In fact, not just humans, but all life is the same. Then, Eline explained the origin of life to Lilia and the others. On the continent of Eve, due to the extremely high priority of magic itself, biology, medicine, astronomy, and physics are relatively backward compared to Earth. The vast majority of people here don't know what bacteria or viruses are, nor do they know what the world outside the planet's atmosphere looks like. Almost 99% of the people on the continent of Eve spend their lives either practicing magic or making money. Because studying biology, archaeology, astronomy, and geography here is largely meaningless. Since most countries and human-inhabited areas are imperial systems, a king must cultivate excellent mages and warriors to maintain stable rule. If your territory has few mages and low combat power, you be bullied, and in severe cases, your country might be destroyed. Therefore, many people are unclear about questions like the origin of life, and most don't even consider them. The emergence of life is like throwing a disassembled carriage into the ocean. The fragments are swept into the deep sea, constantly impacting and rubbing against each other under the influence of ocean currents. In this chaotic and random arrangement, the carriage wheels might be swept into the carriage by the current, and the pillars might be inserted into their original positions. Even if this possibility is extremely small, given enough time, one day the ocean will reassemble the disassembled carriage parts into a complete carriage. The birth of life is the same. In a world without any life, when the movement of time flowed slowly along the river of history. Under the influence of lightning, heat, and ocean currents, some substances in the sea were synthesized into organic molecules, amino acids, which then synthesized into proteins. Among these proteins, by chance, large protein clusters capable of replicating themselves appeared. And so, the first life appeared. Proteins continued to replicate and evolve, giving rise to early bacteria, archaea, and then larger life forms. For our planet, these life forms represent vibrant life. However, for the entire universe, life is more like a virus. After Ren explained the origin of life, the girls were somewhat bewildered. I think I understand. After a moment of silence, Wendy raised her hand. Then what is the relationship between life and monsters? When life utilizes energy, there is a limit. Erin bent down on the beach, suddenly ran several dozen meters forward and then back. Like this. If I use Sophia's body to run back and forth, if Sophia's normal running speed is about 10 meters per second, then in an emergency, breaking through the body's limits, it's possible to reach 13 meters per second or even higher. To maintain the dynamic balance of the universe itself, the burden generated by breaking through these limits is borne by the laws of the universe. In a polar night world where there is no magic in the setting, it's fine, but some worlds have magic, like our Eve continent, where everyone can use magic. Then, under high pressure, forcing everyone's bodies and the environment to generate magic will cause even greater errors. Imagine, when we use magic, we usually chant, right? Let's say our maximum magic usage in normal mode is 100. When our survival is threatened, we instinctively chant to urge elemental spirits, or something similar to stimulate the laws of the universe to provide more magic. I think Sister Lilia understands this very well. Me? Lilia was somewhat surprised. I did encounter quite a few life-or-death crises when I was little, but I always managed to get through them unscathed. When Sister Lilia faces a life-or-death crisis, it unleashes her inner potential, granting her a stronger body and abundant magical power. Simultaneously, seeing her sudden burst of power, her opponents, in their struggle for survival, also unleash their potential. This back-and-forth triggers the laws of the universe. You could say that every time Sister Lilia unleashes her potential, she is creating monsters. This is the law of the universe. If living beings are cosmic viruses, then monsters are the white blood cells sent by the universe when these viruses damage normal cells. That's why places with higher combat intensity and greater pressure are more prone to monsters. Only in times of peace and prosperity, when people live in harmony, are monsters relatively few. Even on Earth during the polar night, when people don't use magic, various ghost legends easily arise during times of war, because of the emergence of some kind of twisted weak monster. Today, most parts of Earth are free from war, but due to the existence of the internet pressure cooker, countless pressures are sweeping over people. If this continues, monsters will also emerge. Therefore, as the Mystic River Administrator, Erin's task is to maintain peace and alleviate pressure on the world as much as possible. This is also why she created the world of Limala. The world of Limala is directly powered by the Mystic River. There is no conflict among living beings, everyone is very happy, and the possibility of monsters breeding is eliminated. If possible, Limala can also alleviate some of the pressure on Earth. As the population of Limala increases, and continents such as Sky Fruit, Salsa, Dragon Island, and Sky City are gradually opened up, the management of Limala becomes a problem. In conclusion, after explaining the world's laws and the truth about monsters in detail to Lilia, Wendy, and Tina, Erin said in a serious tone, I hope everyone can help me manage this big family of Limala. Chapter 700. Near a beach on the eastern coast of the continent of Lumilon. Under a coconut tree, a cute little wooden house glowed with a soft golden light. In the light, Erin, Lilia, Sophia, Wendy, and Tina emerged from a slowly rotating, colorful portal in the center of the house. Wow! Sophia's eyes widened as she glanced at the beach and coconut trees through the house window. Is this the legendary Lumilon? The world Little L created? Yes. Erin nodded somewhat shyly, although most of the materials and settings are copied from the continent of Eve and Earth. The creation of the Lumilon world was actually the result of Little L using the Genesis engine. Like most games on Earth that use engines like Unreal Engine and Unity, these engines have built-in functions such as modeling, attack skeleton detection, and collision volume detection when the game is launched. These engines come pre-installed with the most basic rules of the game world. Most humans can only walk on the ground. Walking along the edge of a rooftop will cause them to fall. Running out of health will result in death. Riding in a vehicle increases speed, and so on. They also provide a wide variety of publicly available materials for developers to choose from. Grass, trees, buildings, blue skies, and white clouds. Without these engines, asking game developers to write a game from scratch would drive anyone crazy. Little L created Lumilon in a similar way. He took all the existing materials from Mystic River that he liked, then modified them to suit his needs. For example, Earth's strawberries were too small and had low yields, so he added a special strawberry called River Strawberry to Lumilon. This strawberry was not only larger, but also tasted better, was juicier, and grew faster. Or, the girls of Lumilon liked to run around the world. Some of them, when they were little, were mischievous and liked to climb very high trees. If they accidentally fell, they could easily get hurt. So Little L added fall protection to Lumilon. Even if the girls here fell from a tree dozens of meters high, they wouldn't die. At most, they'd be in pain for a few days. That's still amazing! This is creation! Sophia ran to the window of the cabin, looked at the sea outside, and exclaimed with wide eyes. This is so beautiful! The seawater is glowing, and there are so many fish and seagulls. Is this another world? Compared to the outgoing Sophia, Lilia was clearly not quite there yet. Have we come to another world? It's another world, a completely different world from the Eve continent. Many of the magic spells from the Eve continent don't work here. Eline pointed to the slowly rotating circle of light in the room. Actually, this portal passes through the Mystic River, but I omitted the bridge connecting to it. I was in Vivian. I've seen descriptions of other worlds in some novels in Mrs. Study. Tina, her face also full of curiosity, said, Many novelists in Espera have described other worlds. Every novel describes another world differently. There are other worlds where human bodies are smaller than mushrooms, and other worlds where magical artifacts are everywhere, and ordinary people don't learn magic but technology. There are many similar novels on Earth too. Erin smiled. This is a temporary teleportation anchor point I created. Later, I will build a few more similar anchor points in the center of the Sudniel Plains, the Aran Forest, and near the World Tree to transmit corresponding mystical powers to everyone, so that everyone can come and play anytime. Huh? Tina was a little embarrassed. Is this really okay? This place is called Lumilon, right? I remember it's a world that little Elle cherishes very much. It is cherished, but you are all my good friends, so I wanted to share this joy and this beautiful world with everyone. Ellen said earnestly, you don't need to feel embarrassed. If you feel too stressed at school, or if you have any pressure, you can come here to play. The girls here are very cute. This is a world where only girls live, right? Wendy and Sophia came to the window of the cottage together. I remember little Elle mentioned the setting of this world. It's a beautiful world where only kind and cute little girls live. Ellen explained, the children here are all good children, and it's very pleasant to be with them. At that time, everyone can trust them unconditionally, just like you trust me. Then, Lilia, having finally caught the gist of Ellen's conversation with the surrounding girls, interjected, little Ellen entrusted us with such a precious permission to freely travel to and from the world of Lumilon. What does she hope you will do here? It's as a precaution. Ellen sighed softly, Lumilon is a beautiful world, but I can't always be here. When my attention isn't on this side, the world's flow will be faster than that of the Eve continent. Currently, I don't know where it will go in the future, nor what kind of world crisis will arise here. So, you are all a kind of insurance I left in this world, in case something really happens to Lumilon, and I'm left fighting alone. I see, I understand now. Lillian nodded. So from today onwards, we are the guardians of this world, is that right? That's right. Erin pushed open the door of the cabin and stepped onto the beach outside. Let me briefly explain some of the rules here in Lumilon. First, all creatures in the world of Lumilon, including humans, can be trusted. Note that it's all creatures, including lions, tigers, rabbits, and cats. All the small animals here are friends with humans, and no one will do anything to harm each other. So, you need to be mindful of these changes. You can't fish on the beach, and you can't catch and roast piglets, calves, or chickens. As an alternative, there are many mushrooms and fungi here that taste the same as chicken, duck, fish, beef, and pork. If you're feeling peckish, you can eat mushrooms. Second, all the plants in Lumilon are edible. They grow very quickly, like this coconut tree. As she spoke, Erin casually cast a grass spell on the coconut tree next to the cabin, causing vines to pluck a coconut from the tree. A coconut this size will regrow in about a week, so feel free to pick and eat any fruit you see by the roadside. Finally, the third and most important point, in Lumilon, everyone must learn a phrase in Elvish, which is, Palatricia, I hope you can find your own destiny.